Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Thursday edition. Bobby Belt is fist pumping. RJ Choppy is here. I'm Sean Sharif. And Peyton, I'm miserable.
Yes.
I think we're miserable as a collective group. I'm just the first one to admit it. Thursday edition. the Hangover edition. Show number 2 from Oxnard, California, here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. You can view our misery on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. As yesterday I learned, and I'm hungover, but...
Which you don't usually get.
Which I don't usually get. Again, 2:45, wake up, lovely, out here in California. But what I learned is how many 35 to 40-year-olds cannot handle their alcohol pay. This was an absolute S show last night.
Oh, yeah.
As we got done practice, thank you, Mike McCarthy, for the short sessions.
Yeah.
And we said, you know what? First day, let's get everyone together. Let's go on out to the rudder room on the beach, and let's hang. And we did with a 4 p.m. start time.
Yeah, we started early, and we didn't end terribly late.
I left at 8:30. Uber by myself. You went to dinner with Corey Majors and his wife a little bit earlier.
Can't remember what time we went. I think we went to dinner at like 8 or 8:30.
It was
we
probably
had,
8.
Yeah, probably 8. But the first place we went to was closed because everything here closes early. It's like a sleepy little beach town. So I made a big mistake, big mistake, and I did something that I can't do anymore.
I thought you got out safe last night, no shrapnel, but you may have made the biggest mistake.
Yeah, I went to get pizza. It's my favorite food. Unfortunately, I feel like I'm going to throw up. I've got some heartburn. I need some is it pantoprazole? Is that what the heartburn medicine is? I need heartburn meds, and I am going to absolutely poop my pants here in the next 2 hours.
Okay, so pizza makes you queasy? Is it
Pizza-
the cheese or the tomato sauce?
I don't know.
Are you lactose or heartburn?
See, I have cheese everywhere else. Like, I eat cheese like crazy. The only place I don't eat cheese is on a burger. So it's not the lactose. It could be the marinara
Because heartburn
sauce.
isn't supposed to make you queasy, I don't think, and want to throw
Yeah,
up.
I don't know why the heartburn I have. I don't know why I have the heartburn.
It could have been all, the alcohol we had,
Yeah, but I didn't have that much. I only had 3 drinks.
which there's 6. Yes,
Which there is 6, but
10.
I mean, I usually have 3 drinks per drink.
Right.
I make them thick.
Thick.
I make them big. So like, I don't know what the reasoning was. I don't know why I can't eat pizza. I don't know if it's the bread, the gluten, which I don't believe in.
You don't believe in gluten?
No, I don't believe in gluten.
Okay. Shots fired, Gavin Spittle.
No, for him it's fine, but for me, I don't believe in it.
Okay.
And I don't believe in lactose intolerance. Okay, we shun that. We shun it. Though. We look down at that. No, we don't have that. No, come on. In all honesty, it's not the lactose. It's either the pizza sauce or it's the gluten. It's one of those two.
Okay.
And I can't do them.
So you got a small pizza? That place is good.
No, we had a big one. We split the big.
Okay.
Sarah and I split a big pizza. That's the other thing. She's a jalapeno on a pizza girl, and
Well, you just called everyone out for their manhood, and now you can't eat jalapenos on a pizza?
Well, get it. It was in my stomach. It's gonna hurt the stomach.
Well, lactose. You said you don't believe in lactose. That's going to hurt your stomach.
Right. Yeah.
So why can't you eat? You have a problem with jalapenos?
Real
on
men don't
pizza?
believe in spice. Real men don't believe in spice. They just eat it, Chop.
Right. Real men don't believe in seasoning food. We just eat it. It's
Okay.
fuel, sustenance.
So
yeah, it makes it taste too good. I don't want things to taste too good. And then I want to eat them more.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know what it is.
You're making my hangover
But
worse already.
pizza screws my stomach up, man.
So
Big
Choppy
time.
went to dinner, and then Bobby and company, Pepe, went to the same place for dinner. But man, Peyton, how are you handling your alcohol? Are you honest with yourself? Are you and your friend crew? Do you have people you have to manage? You have to look out for? You know, so and so is going to do this. You're going to do that. How is that in your group?
I mean,
Wait. What's their group name called again?
The hood rats, or no, that's your people,
The
right?
Los Hombres.
What are you-
Los Hombres.
gosh.
That's right, Los Hombres. How's your crew with that?
I mean, you have a couple that once they always need a drink. They run out, it's back to the bar, get another one, refill. You don't want to be empty-handed. And then you have the one or two that gets close to 1 o'clock in the morning. They're like, all right, now let's pick a fight. They're the guys that want to start being the manly man. They pick the fight guys. But I'm not that guy. I'm the peacemaker. Unless you fight my squad, then I'll fight your squad. But I'm not the guy that's going to start fights. I'll end them though.
So you're like Chiafalo.
Yeah.
And the other person you described is Jane Slater.
And I don't get blacked out though. That's the thing. I don't do blackouts.
Okay.
I gotta
now
be there.
You going You going beer throughout most of the night or liquor?
So we'll pregame at someone's place before the bars. You know, you gotta get a little tipsy, or she'll spend a crap ton of money there. I'll go beer first, but then in the night with a mixed drink, you know, like a whiskey Coke or something, then shots.
Is that not the wrong way to go? Isn't it the
No,
opposite?
I believe in that because if you go beer, well,
you just can't mix it, right?
You start off you're mixing.
Well, like back and forth. Like you don't go beer, then whiskey Coke, then shot, then beer. You know, you don't go back and forth. You start with one and with the other, right?
Not if you're soft, you don't.
It's like Bobby, right? You don't want to do what Bobby does.
Right.
Because he did it again yesterday. He put on a display in front of everybody. He got his double vodka sodas, maybe double vodka waters with the straw, which we have an episode of Man Card Court later on in the show. And he's just taking them down. I mean, shoop, shoop, shoop. And what you expect would happen happened.
Mm-hmm.
2 hours in, gone. Literally.
Yeah.
Like 30 minutes at a time gone, and then also wasted gone. And Holland's like, why does he do this?
Yeah.
And he's like, why aren't you just enjoying the drink? And he just doesn't do it.
He doesn't enjoy it.
He was wasted.
He doesn't believe in drinking to drink. He believes in, like, he goes out.
My brother does this too.
I've never met an adult.
And my brother's a two also.
Yeah. I've never met an
Also.
adult.
I was testing you.
I've never met an adult who goes out and says, I'm going to get drunk today. That's collegiate behavior.
Bobby Belt, nice to meet you.
Yeah, that is collegiate behavior. Adults don't say, I'm going to get drunk today.
Right.
They just happen to get drunk.
Right.
Like
I'm going to drink.
I'm going to go drink.
Yeah.
And if it happens, it happens.
Yes.
But Bobby doesn't believe in that. He just goes and just gets drunk on purpose.
Yeah.
And I think it's for a bit. I'm convinced none of this is real. Like, this isn't real behavior. This is a bit. And I respect a bit. I am a big fan of bits.
Here's the thing. For all the criticism of my style last night and how I handled it, I think I'm more up than either of you today.
I was just about to say that. But you have PEDs.
I do have PEDs.
Okay, that's not fair. You took the juice.
I do have PEDs, but I
I'm about to throw
also
up, so.
generally we had this discussion off there, I think yesterday, where generally the nights or the mornings where you think I'm going to be rough, I think I lock in and I go, okay, I'm gonna be really zoned in today because Sean's expecting me to be down, and thus I dig deep. Yeah, well, I mean, the Super Bowl, there was nothing I could do about that. I knew we were 4 hours away from Orlovsky, and I couldn't stop vomiting because of it. That's mainly what that
the
was.
Stars game performances, you were right. And you are absolutely chipper right now. You must have stopped at some point in time, and that you must have eaten a decent amount of pizza or whatever to soak it up.
Well, I ate nothing. I don't know how much we'll get into me not eating pizza because of having to leave Toppers, but I stopped drinking. I think my last one was 8 o'clock.
Peyton, we had tears on sidewalks last night. We had Bobby having to leave dinner. We had girls going off on girls. We had Kyrie Holland.
Oh, my God.
Kyrie Holland. Brian Broaddus is just sitting back in absolute amazement. Am I forgetting anything else? Zach Wolchuk, maybe the absolute nicest and rudest person I've ever seen in my life. He's an assassin on strangers. This was all in 4 hours. That's it. 4.5 hours, Pepe. And I was like, I'm getting my own Uber, and I'm going home solo. I'm out of here. And that was really for the hangover. If I didn't have to wake up at this stupid, ungodly time, I would have stayed. But what a scene. Holy crap, what a scene. And I will not be doing part 2 tonight with you guys.
No
way.
No, I'm staying in.
You guys are hot messes.
You senior citizens.
You're definitely not going to stay in, Choppy. There's no way.
Well, I mean, I'm not going drinking like that. You know, we'll go to dinner.
But you're not hurting.
No, I'm not hurting. I'm fine. I'm tired for one.
Yeah.
My stomach hurts. Like, that's my issue. Like, all my energy is being put into not throwing up right now. Every ounce of energy is to get this heartburn down. Whatever this heartburn right
up.
here.
Okay.
Whatever that is.
Yeah.
Is that the tomato sauce? The tomato sauce
yes,
is up here.
Yes.
Right here. Whatever that is.
Fantex is saying your heartburn is the tomato sauce and your vomit feeling is the cheese and the lactose.
All right. Well, great. So I've got them all. I've got every issue known to man right now in my stomach. I can't wait. I'm going to absolutely fertilize the field out here with vomit.
Gosh.
In fact, I should just stick my finger down my throat.
You should also go in that restroom early before others get to it. The only days I'll use that media restroom porta potty is like the first day.
Yeah.
Because once these people once these freaking media people start wearing that thing out, it's disgusting.
Oh, it's awful. It's awful. It's
Can't
an
do
awful restroom. And the amount of media members that we find that don't trim, because of the amount of remnants left on the urinal body. It blows my mind.
Oh my God.
It blows my mind.
Are they practicing today?
They are.
Oh God. I might have to pull a Bassick. 877-881-1053. This is only show number 2. You can experience our misery live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got Pepe and Ryan back in DFW. Bobby's dancing. Stop dancing. It feels so good, you freaking cheater. Pill cheater. Not the other one. The Texas Rangers. He's holding up his ring on the Fan Cam. The Texas Rangers stay alive. We'll have a Cowboys practice report. And I don't believe in this, but UFO talk took over the entire world yesterday. That's next Thursday edition. We also have a giveaway to hook you up with during the 720 Expressway. We have Stefan Gilmore at 9 o'clock, Patrick Walker as well, Thursday edition. Just getting started from Oxnard on the Fan.
onto the glass. Adolis Garcia, touch 'em all. Grand slam for Adolis, and the Rangers now lead it 13-3.
A 7-run fifth inning on your home for Rangers baseball. That was Matt Hicks with the call, and the Rangers get one in the armpit, 13-5 in a tense game on Wednesday night. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I thought your face was queasy there for 1 second.
Oh, I was holding in a vomit. Oh, there's no doubt about that. That was a burp of careful proportions.
This is a food issue, though.
Oh yeah,
not a drink issue.
No, this is 1,000% a food issue. Something's going on, man. Something's going on.
So you can't eat spaghetti.
I haven't tried. My mom never cooks Italian food anymore. She's become very, very lazy since my dad doesn't force her to do anything anymore.
So she has, freedom.
So she has freedom. And she mails it in. Quite honestly, she cooks this substandard marinara sauce. All right, from a jar, not homemade.
Ooh,
my God.
And I don't like. So we don't. She doesn't do the same kind of like get-togethers anymore.
So are you gonna? Because I do this, I admit to it. Are you gonna maintain or hold this same standard of expectation to Sarah as your mother? Because people say that we like to marry our moms, and
those are Greeks.
You grew up. What's that?
Greeks
want to marry their moms.
That's the thing. Like the Homer. Was it Joe Casta? You want to kill your father to marry your mother? The Iliad, all that stuff.
I think I've seen that
Odyssey,
movie.
Odysseus, all that crap.
So do you have any of those similar expectations on your soon-to-be fiance?
No.
Okay, why not?
It's just different. I don't eat the same as I used to. So we try to eat healthier. Yeah.
Well, she can still make it and prepare it. And,
honestly, I don't have a desire for it. Like, I don't have a desire to eat Italian food anymore.
Food. She can cook the
food.
She
cooks. She's good, yeah. But, I have no desire to eat Italian food anymore. Like, I ate so much of it as a kid, I just have no desire to eat it. If I'd never have it again,
okay,
I'll be disappointed, but, I don't seek it out.
The Rangers hit 4 home runs, 13-5 win.
Holy smokes!
Derek Holland was practicing for his future play-by-play career because in the middle of 10 people trying to talk at a bar on the beach, he had to stop everyone down and give inning-by-inning updates. And it looked like they were going to get blown out early. We were 30 pitches into this game with, no outs. Yeah. And the Rangers were getting beat down. Is that my computer?
That is.
Sorry about that. I was listening to Giolito Trade Talk, which we'll get into in a second. But then we had a brawl.
Oh, yeah.
We did, or a scuffle,
yeah,
a kerfuffle.
It was an NBA fight.
Yeah, it was one of those hold me back, and everybody's got to kind of stand up and puff up their chest.
It's like you're punching a little person.
Exactly, that's exactly what it was like. They took some exception to Marcus Semien doing the 2-foot stomp onto home after the Adolis Garcia grand slam, and Adolis kind of pimping the home run a little bit. Which I asked Derek about it later. We were back at the hotel talking about it. And I was like, was this like a major violation?
Wait a second. You left dinner early and still talked to Derek back? Oh, wait, your roommates. I keep forgetting your roommates.
And they were roommates.
I keep forgetting. I'm thinking Derek, with Major League Money is in his own room, but you guys are roommates.
Yes,
bad.
we are roommates. And so we were talking about this. I was like, is this a legit unwritten rule violation here? And he's like, no, this is stupid. He's like, that they got mad about that is stupid. He's like, who cares if he stomped on the plate? It doesn't matter. But they were worked up. I do think it's a little funny to kind of stomp on the plate after the Astros have beaten you 2 games in a row, and they're kind of hard charging at you right now. But talk your OS, I guess.
Oh, look, you hit a home run, and you hit a home run as far as he did. You can do whatever you want. From Semien's perspective, I don't know that Marcus Semien is known around the league as a jackass. I don't know that he's known as a showboat.
No, he's their clubhouse. He's their clubhouse leader.
Yeah. So this
all got started because he got hit. This all got started because Semien got hit in the left shoulder by Fromber.
Right, and look, it's okay, to how he touches the plate. Who cares? If he dove head first in the home plate on a home run, that's a little bit different. That's a step on his hand as he's walking off, or as he's trying to get up. But This didn't make any sense.
Well, and is that taunting the Astros or is that taunting Major League Baseball? Like, here I am touching home plate with my feet since you guys said I didn't do it last night.
Yeah.
I mean, it could just be that he's just like, the next day when Jonah Heim was doing the challenge it. Like, they all get a little cocky when the league's messed with them. So maybe that.
Look, we were all sitting there after the first inning saying this division's tied. Mm-hmm. The lead's gone just like that. But the lead is 2. So it was a 3-game lead. Was it 3 or 4 heading in? It was
3 heading in the series.
3 heading in the series.
2, right?
Yeah. And after the first inning, it was 3-0, just like that. It looked like Andrew Heaney was going to get humiliated and embarrassed. He ends up going 5 innings, 3 earned, and the Rangers strike back in the 3rd, in the 4th, in the 5th, and that was game over.
Yeah, look, this offense really does. They keep coming at you. There's now on a lot of nights, and the amount of times this team scores 10 runs plus is really, really crazy. Like it's something that shouldn't happen in Major League Baseball, but it does.
Now, were you checking out the Angels or the Astros schedule yesterday?
Astros. So the Astros, and this is a good little thing for the Rangers. The Astros' upcoming schedule, let's just say it's not easy. Every team that they play for the next month and a half is within 7 games of a playoff spot. Every team. The next game that they play against a team that is currently completely out of it with nothing to play for is Oakland on September 11th. Every other team is remote somewhere in a wild card spot or division in the case of Detroit because that division is terrible. They've got Tampa, Cleveland, Yankees on the road, Baltimore on the road, Angels, Miami, Seattle, Boston, Detroit, Boston, Yankees, Rangers, Padres. That's a tough schedule, man.
Yeah.
Now they get a break. They get the A's and the Royals back to back, then Baltimore, and then the Royals, and then they end up with a 6-game roadie in Seattle and Arizona.
Meanwhile, the Angels are in the news. Tom Verducci reports Ohtani has been taken off the market. And we get a pitcher traded.
Yep, Lucas Giolito, who in my prep email yesterday, I'm going to old takes expose myself unnecessarily. I wrote there my projection, my pick right now. I'm going to say it with my chest. Lucas Giolito is going to be a Texas Ranger. And then, of course, he gets traded to the Los Angeles Angels. Along with a reliever. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was Ronaldo Lopez. But, the Angels go ahead and they're buying. They're in. Artie Moreno is going to pay the tax. You've got, the acquisition of Giolito. You're not moving Ohtani, so they're in on this. And they've won 8 of 10, and so I mean they're in a position, I guess, where they think we can sell Ohtani on this being a winning culture and a winning place. And now that Giolito's off the market, and you don't know what other top pitchers may get traded, it was reported yesterday Blake Snell is not going to get traded. Josh Hader is not going to get traded in San Diego. They're going to press forward. Now you're starting to wonder, okay, where is this move coming from? Are you going to have to do a more mid-level type of acquisition? Are you going to have to go do the Lance Lynn thing like we've talked about? Are you going to have to go call on, Jack Flaherty in St. Louis? That seems to be where the Rangers are kind of at right now.
All right, so there it is, a recap of last night on the Diamond on your home for Rangers baseball. It's Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Show number 2 live in Oxnard, California on DFW Sports Station. Let's recap the Cowboys' first practice. And a well-respected writer was out here yesterday, and he's asking, is this the last chance for this group of Dallas Cowboys? We'll take you inside day 1 of Cowboys practice with a couple of injuries. Do we need to worry about them? Next on The Fan.
Voted one of America's top morning shows in 2023. studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and a very giddy Bobby Bell. Day 2, Oxnard, California. Brought to you by Kissable Dental, on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, K-Post roofing and waterproofing, and Auto Flex Leasing. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On and Leave It On. Cowboys coverage in Oxnard. Jeff Miller. Hey, please talk sports instead of getting drunk. You guys can't handle alcohol. Jeff, shut the hell up. Turn the radio then. Why? You got a cross in your profile pic. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? You're supposed to be nicer.
Just talk sports, man.
The amount of people texting that?
That have said that. Just talk sports. It's the same 3 people.
Oh,
it's the same 3 people.
Other people usually say to talk about partying more.
Yeah.
That's the usual
That's
request.
normal, right? People want to hear. They want to know. They want to know what's going on.
Yeah. You know, when we open up at 5:30 and we're hurting and we party the night before and we got embarrassing stories on the other people, we're gonna say, if you don't like it, then go ahead. You don't have to listen to it. Just don't tell the boss we said that. They're already in a great mood with me. All right, Cowboys practice day 1. Bobby, we got injuries. We got a quarterback standing out. And we got other observations.
Yeah, there was. It's funny. We were out there yesterday, and I think we saw more out of this practice than we were anticipating. Like I think it was busier.
Way busier.
And so, that was a nice surprise. The biggest news probably from the day is Donovan Wilson, who had gone into the medical tent at one point, and then on his own, under his own power, walked over, sat down on the cart, and had to be carted off. The report yesterday from Todd Archer after practice is that it is a right calf strain. He is out 4 to 6 weeks, and that they anticipate that he will still be ready for September 10th, the opening game against the Giants. So that's good news. We also saw Israel Mukuamu come off the field. He came back out and just sweats and had a noticeable limp. The report there is that his hamstring tightened up on him a little. He may or may not have an MRI today, according to Michael Gelkin from the Dallas Morning News, that they're going to see how things react overnight. But a couple of injuries in the secondary there. That was probably the biggest thing. But, for me, the biggest headline, Sean, was Dak Prescott right back into the groove of things and having a ball go right through somebody's hands and into the air and picked off by a DB. It was a nice continuation of what we saw last year. Dak on the target and nobody else picking him up. That was my biggest takeaway.
Let me just give you an example of how polarizing. This is a perfect example of how polarizing Dak Prescott is. Within a 60-second span, Bobby comes up to me and goes, "Did you see the video? Did you see?" And I was like, "What? The injury? What happened?" He goes, "The interception. Look." And I thought he was going to sit there and break down the receiver and Simi Fehoko and the hands. And he goes, "You see, it was right on Fehoko. It was right on him." So I said, "Here you go. Starting your evidence, starting your Dak defense." Within the same 60 seconds, Choppy comes up and goes, "Cooper Rush is having the practice of his life." This was without hearing Bobby. And then in the final 30 seconds, 20 seconds, Holland comes up and he goes, 2 picks. 2 picks for the starting quarterback. So I got Bobby with the Dak defense, Cooper Trooper Choppy, and then Derek Holland going with the Dak criticism. That is being the quarterback of America's team.
Pull that video up for me.
Yeah.
Pull that video up. I want to see this.
No, you're gonna have to. You got to blame the receiver.
Yeah, no, it's not even a question. And see, Holland's excuse for it was he said, "Well, if I give up if a ball bounces off of the outfielder's hand, right here, you'll see here, right on his hands."
Yeah,
it literally bounced right off. It was a perfect pass on a slant. It was fine, but you see again. I saw articles yesterday. It's like Dak Prescott already getting tipped interceptions. You had like awful announcing and other places doing their stories yesterday. Look, there's not a ton you can take from him.
But Holland's analogy.
So Holland's analogy was not great because he said if I have the ball bounce off an outfielder's glove or Jose Canseco's head and it goes over and it's a home run, that's still a home run. I was like, yeah, but the difference here, there's a big difference between a ball that's right on a receiver's hand and you giving up a 398-foot fly ball to a 400-foot wall that got a little assistance over the top.
Yeah, it still should have been an out. it's still within the confines of an out. Like Derek's he's just wrong. It's a bad take. It's a horrible take.
Oh my!
He shouldn't even ever speak again.
Whoa!
To be honest with you, after that take, it's horrible. Horrible.
This is actually though. I mean, we're kind of. I hope we're being sarcastic about being able to take anything away from the quarterback yesterday, or
It's very
really
hard to
anybody.
come away.
I'll give you the number one thing, and it comes from Brian Broaddus. Footwork. And this is something I would not have come out here and noticed or looked for. But Broaddus, football, Super Bowl winning scout, in the West Coast offense, the pace is supposed to pick up. 1, 2, 3, out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, out. Quick, quick, quick. And he noticed, and it's the first thing he said on G-Bag, and we were talking last night on the beach, and he was talking about the increased speed and tempo and improvement of Dak Prescott's feet. So I'm going to steal Broaddus's point.
Yeah, which is, I mean, that sort of quick drop back. There is a whole lot of the steps are very important. The drop back is important. The timing of all of it. This is why we've talked about before the need for their communication to be tight this year. And when they talk about, we had all these communication issues last year, that's why the question was, is the best thing for you to go head on into a, Mike McCarthy version of the West Coast offense, which is going to be about timing and precision and communication and everybody knowing where they are and being in their right spot. That's what will need to play out. If they are all good on their communication, this offense will run fine. It'll run well. But, this is something that I understand Jerry saying, well, we needed to make this move. I think they made the move out of necessity because they lost their offensive coordinator. But, this is going to be a lot about the rhythm and the timing and the tempo of the quarterback and his drop back and the precision of the receivers on their routes. This is going to be a very precise. In the past, Mike McCarthy's offense has been very static. His West Coast offense, maybe it'll change now because that's what Aaron Rodgers liked. But there wasn't a lot of motion. We may not see a lot of motion. It just depends on if Mike McCarthy was limited in the amount of motion he could call previously or if that was an Aaron Rodgers thing. But that kind of stuff is going to be you're lined up across from the guy and you got to beat them, which means you guys all have to be on point on your game.
It's very hard to get much from day one of a camp. It's very, very hard. From Dak's perspective, from the quarterback perspective, look, interceptions in camp, I think, are largely overblown. There's a lot of quarterbacks, especially the great ones, tell you that's what they want to try things out in practice, see what works, see what doesn't, see if it, hey, look, we got to make some adjustments, make tweaks, especially to me when you're installing something new. This is the time to figure these things out. But that interception was not on Dak. I have to go back and look at the other one. But he didn't move the ball.
I didn't see this mythical second interception.
He didn't move the ball.
Are you saying he didn't throw it?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
How about the fact that he didn't move the ball? I moved the ball better than he did yesterday, more than he did.
Dak?
Yeah, he didn't move the ball at all. Cooper Rush moved the ball.
It's 7-on-7, first day.
It's even worse, Bobby. You're not helping the cause here.
I'm just saying, this is not anything you can have takeaways for. I don't think in terms of the offense's ability to move the ball. You can have.
I didn't say it was the offense's ability to move the ball.
It's the quarterback. Okay, all right. The quarterback's mea culpa. Sorry. The things you can take away from it, I think, are individual aspects. Like for instance, I think you can take away from it yesterday. Nick Eatman sat down with us when he thought you were talking about first day camp. What are we going to see? He said a lot of let's go, a lot of ball. There wasn't mention of Steele because I think we wondered how much Steele will we see. He was out there. He was out at right tackle, taking reps out there. He had a giant brace. He had Holland's elbow brace on his knee, but his movement looked good. That's the kind of stuff you can take away from it. Deuce Vaughn. He was probably the one that fans were getting most excited about yesterday that I saw is you get these open field drills, and you saw him breaking the ankles of DBs. There was one time Israel Mukuamu fell over when Deuce Vaughn kind of cut on the grass, and everybody on that side, the fans were just oohing and on and chirping. And so, those are the kind of things you can take away and see early, I think.
Offensive line setup with Zach Martin not here. Josh Ball got the first team work at right guard. Tyron, left tackle. Tyler Smith, left guard. Baidez and Terrence Steele. Mike McCarthy was asked about Zach Martin not being here. Quote, "My father always told me, and I think it's true, you never talk about another man's money. And most importantly, never talk about your own. It's business, and Zach needs to focus on that. We don't feel any differently about him. He's always going to be a leader of our football team, but this is a business decision. Zach Wolchuk, junior scout, with some notes on day one of practice. Pollard and Steele moving great. Bland and Scott stood out, had a great day. CD making wow catches per usual. Goodness, Mozzie is huge. Adoga replacing Tyron at left tackle when he was subbed out. Played next to Tyler, Overshone, and Deuce, explosive.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are all good takeaways to have. Now, there's a limit, obviously, on how much we're going to be able to see Mozzie Smith's impact at this point, or somebody like that.
Yeah.
Mozzie Smith, for anybody who's wondering, all right, what is there that you can take away from Mozzie, or why aren't we hearing about the first-round pick? His whole game is going to be power and athleticism and the kind of freak that he is. That's not going to show up until you put pads on. Mm-hmm. Whenever the first padded practice is out here, and I can't remember the date that it is, but whenever that occurs out here sometime next week, I think, that's where we're going to be able to see, oh, wow, in this one-on-one rep, you saw the power. You saw him, bend a guy back. You saw him, his athleticism. You saw him cut through the line of scrimmage with, good quickness, and then the offensive lineman wasn't able to get their hands on him. And so you won't hear much chirping about Mozzie Smith because of that early on. Luke Schoonmaker, obviously we mentioned the other day, has started on NFI, and so he's not available to practice. So it's going to be a little quiet on the front with the rookies early on, but I wouldn't have that be any reason to panic if anybody starts going, why aren't we hearing enough chatter about this rookie class? Did they mess this one up? You're not going to be able to see any of it until we get the pads on.
Charles Robinson, Yahoo Sports, was out here along with Ian Rappaport. Ian just didn't know that he wasn't going to be able to work because Dutch stole his chair. I'm coming out here, and Derek Holland, a part of the KMC Masterpiece for the Week. Peyton, he's sitting right next to Jane Slater underneath the NFL Network mini tent. And I'm like, oh, Derek's, sitting down, catching up with Jane in the chair. And over comes Ian Rappaport, NFL Network insider. And Derek doesn't get up. It's clearly Ian Rappaport's chair. And I'm just watching and watching and watching. And throughout the entire practice, Derek Holland never moves. And Ian Rappaport is being forced to stand talking to Jane and Derek sitting down in the shade.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like Ian
it was a KNC NFL Network takeover. Kevin and Corey and Derek just on set the whole time.
They've got Ian Rappaport on today, an interview, a recorded interview that they did, and so they'll be chatting with him. But Ian is, I think, what we got yesterday. The reason why he was willing to defer and willing to put up with a little bit of the whipping of them chatting him up is because he is a big baseball fan, big Mets fan. And Derek said, he's like, yeah, we ended up actually talking a lot of baseball while we were standing over there. So I think he took the opportunity to go, I can get some of my questions answered. People usually want to come up to me, whip me with some questions. I'm going to hit him with some baseball stuff. And so he tolerated it.
Okay. And Derek did offer it to him a couple times.
Yes, he did.
Busting his balls. All right, we'll get into this being the Cowboys' last chance from Charles Robinson, Yahoo Sports, in a little bit. Bryce Young officially named the starter in Carolina.
Yeah, how devastating for Andy Dalton. I mean, Hall of Famer Andy Dalton, who recently told us, I'm one of the 32 best. There's not 32 quarterbacks better than me. Well, apparently Frank Reich thought, yeah, this isn't going to work out at all for Andy Dalton because we've got announced very early on there is no competition. Bryce Young's the starter, which is the way it should be.
Yes.
Bryce Young right now is a better quarterback than Andy Dalton, gives them a better chance to win.
Brock Purdy has been cleared in San Francisco, and Aaron Rodgers took a $35 million pay cut? What? Schefter's saying $35 million off, help the team, and 2 years. Like, he is absolutely in love. It's a dream situation. It's like Messi starting off in Miami, Aaron Rodgers in New York, reworked his deal, $35 million pay cut, and 2 more years.
Yeah, so the 2 years, 75, due to make $110 million in guarantees of the previous deal. Like we're talking about like a very large, very almost unprecedented type pay cut.
Yeah.
Like, so
what am I missing in this?
So just pay cut. This isn't some NFL accounting term where pay cut doesn't mean pay cut, right? He actually is giving money away.
That's what the report says. Now, until I can see like the specifics of the contract details to find out, he's not really giving it away. I feel like we'll learn something like that along the way. But what's being reported now is that, he took a voluntary $35 million pay cut.
Yep, there you go. That's a problem.
The Rangers not only have to worry about the Astros, now we got to worry about the Angels. Plus, what happened with the brawl last night in the armpit? That's next on your home for Rangers baseball with Sean and RJ on the Fan.
We have your latest Dallas.
horizon. Here's Marcus sending one high into the sky, deep into the Crawford boxes. Marcus Semien turning first, and he's staring at Framber Valdez. He clobbers his 15th home run of the year, and the Rangers now lead it by the score of 6-3.
And that was part of the drama last night on Your Home for Rangers Baseball. It feels like the Rangers have had to rely on some pretty major comebacks in order to avoid really disastrous outcome to some of their series. It happened last night in Houston. It happened against the Dodgers. They had another comeback. I believe it was on a Sunday. And it's like, oh, man, we're about to be tied. After a 3-0 first inning, Heaney, Derek Holland is providing the play-by-play right there on the beach. He's got the pitch count. He's got guys getting drilled. He's got all the numbers. And he's giving announcements. Very dramatic. Very dramatic.
Guys. The Astros have 3. The Rangers have 8.
And the whole beat, yeah! And he's like, and shots! As he didn't have any money.
And
me and Holland are having to borrow money from Choppy and others and Bobby.
Only 50% of those paid. Venmo'd me.
Oh.
Now, I'm not going to say that Derek has given me a lot of free stuff over the years. Like Christmas presents for my kids and baseball bats and stuff like that.
Yeah, sure.
But I am going to say something.
I immediately Venmo, and I added the $10 I owed you from the lottery.
You did Venmo me, yes. Now, last night, I made a second trip to the ATM, and Choppy was literally trying to stand in the way of he's like, stop it, you don't need to get it, stop.
You need to go there.
Well, I asked you guys because my wife has the debit card, and I can't pull cash out. This bar only does cash.
Why does she have the debit card? Like, what happened?
I always just give her a credit card.
Oh.
I always want her to have a credit card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm like that. And I'm like, all right, can I get cash from one of you guys? And Choppy's like, I got $300. I'm good. You're good. And I was going to ask for $200, but I didn't want to look like a drunk. So I started off and I was like, can I get $100? And people people with us, they're like, whoa, how much you plan on drinking? And I'm like, I just want to have it. Well, I blew through the 100 because, like an idiot, I go and get shots for everybody. Well, those that I could afford. I come back. I usually get shots for everyone, but I was counting on Holland like getting me back with the shots. Wolchuk was bugging me the entire time. Man, Wolchuk is the master at like undercover trying to get people to do stuff for him. I was noticing
in a lot of ways.
I was noticing it, and he's like, "We getting those shots, man? What are you going to get?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, "You go get it." I saw what you did with the cigar. What is this?
You need cash. You're
cash
in need. You're in need, Sean Sharif.
I don't need cash anymore.
Look, hey.
I appreciate it. I still have your money from last night because I left, but I'm not going back to that bar. So I don't need this cash. I have a credit card.
It sounded like you needed a helping hand. I was trying to make sure that you could afford to eat while we were.
I either lost the remaining cash or spent the remaining cash because I don't have it in my wallet.
Oh.
So.
Well, you were letting people borrow.
Yeah, borrow indicates an intent to repay, though.
You let me borrow 100. You let me borrow 100. Did you let Holland borrow
100?
Okay, so you
no, and I probably spent that from Sarah and I.
So you had 100 for 2 people.
Yeah, that's
and
probably
I
fair.
went through more than 100 for one. Not a good sign. 877-881-1053. Chartrec.com text line here. Look at
right here. Simon
Look at RJ laughing. Ryan, get that on the fan cam for later with the cutaways.
I did spend 3, which is not as bad as it's been in the past.
Okay, we're going to have to keep a tally on the show bets, the over-unders. For first wife to get mad, you better hope Kristen's not awake. Bobby, pain complaints. Chiafalo is his wife. He spent a lot of time on the FaceTime yesterday away from us.
He can't. You know it's a bad phone call when you start the call 5 feet away from the group and you end 75 feet away from the group.
He's getting the Bobby daughter guilt.
That's what it is.
Yeah, they're melting down.
I think he's starting to miss his girls.
He has 3 kids under 2. They can't talk.
I don't think he's missing them. They're missing him. He's probably missing them, but he wasn't like, I got to stay over here. I just got to. The girls are missing him.
Dude,
which is good.
Like when you guys were like, why does Bobby keep disappearing? Like one of the reasons why was we got the youngest daughter here. She's texting me from wife's phone, and she's saying, "This is Laura. I miss you," with the little sad eyes, and then she's just texting me photos of her and her sister at dinner. And so they were
30 minutes away from us. To text
video call. Okay. I video called them.
Okay. All right, back to the Rangers. They end up winning 13-5. A benches clearing incident. Using the word brawl as a disrespect to the word brawl. Marcus Semien involved. Marcus, tell us what happened.
Obviously Andrew did not try and hit Jordan, and I got hit with a four-seam fastball from the sinker baller. Felt like it was on purpose. I walked to first base. I ended up scoring on a home run. I told Martin, we're going to win this game. And we proceeded to score 11 runs after that. I said, I told you, and I ended up out of the game.
Martin have anything to say to you? Because he has a lot to say to a lot of guys.
Well, I told him when Nate hit the home run, I said, we're going to win this game. He said, no, it's just like when you were in Oakland. And after I scored on Adolis Grand Slam, I told him, I told you we're going to win this game.
Woo! Wow. There's a lot in there. Number one, I got hit by a fastball from a sinker baller, number one. Number two, the trash talk, I told you we were going to win. The response, just like in Oakland. And then Bruce Bochy, karma. That's what Boch said afterwards. You're talking about karma at its finest. I really think that was the case because there's no way Andrew's trying to hit someone. He's ahead in the count, and we're trying to get him out of the first inning. So this is Marcus Semien going back and forth with the armpit.
Yeah, look.
3 hits from Marcus.
I like the rivalry. I like the fact that these two teams seem to not like each other.
Yeah.
The fan bases don't like each other.
Yes.
The announcers probably don't like each other.
Yeah, screw you, Landry.
Yeah, I mean, the media doesn't really like each other. We like Landry, that's about it. The rest of them, whatever. But look, I enjoy this. And this is the thing, the last several years, it's been hammer versus nail. We've had nothing to clap back with.
Right.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Now, you got a little.
Yeah, we took one in the series.
Yeah, look, they did put it to the Rangers. There's no doubt about that this week. But when you leave the series, you only lost a game of ground. That's it. You just lost a game of ground. It looks like you got really beaten down the series, but you only lost a game of ground. That's good.
Yeah, this is the thing that I'm really impressed with right now is just the way that, like you just mentioned there, Marcus Semien is stepping up again. Because this was the big storyline last time Corey Seager went out, was Marcus Semien, as soon as Corey Seager went out, went on this run where he had a 948 OPS over the course of that month, hit 6 home runs, hit 322 during that stretch without Corey Seager. And same exact thing. Since Corey Seager went out in the 5 games he's played since then, he's gotten a hit in every game. He's hitting 429. His OPS is 1169. When Corey Seager has gone down in these 2 instances this year, and you're like, what's going to happen to the offense? Both times Marcus Semien has stepped up in a major, major way.
And they have a day off today. Dane Dunning is going to start tomorrow in San Diego. 2-game lead. Feel like we survived this? Getting out of this with a 2-game lead? Because last night it looked like we were going to be tied.
Man, I don't know. I still feel uneasy about these last 2 series, and it does feel like you're kind of barely holding on right now, that you're just waiting for the dam to break a little bit.
Yes.
But, you go through these stretches and seasons where you've got this feeling. This has happened in other years where the Rangers ultimately won the division, where you felt like around this time that it could be given up. So hopefully they're able to sustain it. They're just going to have to do something in terms of with the pitching staff and adding, more pop.
And look, in terms of the schedule, and that's where Houston's schedule is very, very difficult through September. We're already through a large part of the difficult part of the after All-Star break schedule. We're already through 4 series. You still got San Diego. You still got Miami coming up as a good team. You got a little break with Chicago, who's blowing things up. You got a little break with Oakland, who's a bad team. You still got the Angels, San Fran, but it's not the most difficult stretch. It's not what it was the last 3 series, and it's not what Houston has coming up. So there may be a little bit of an opportunity.
Did the Angels save us from ourselves taking Ohtani off the market? This broke yesterday. We had all 12 of us sitting around debating it. The Angels are making moves. They're going in. Choppy, you brought this up. Perfect timing yesterday. Why not buy? Why not be a buyer? And you know what? You got to respect Artie Moreno. I do.
Mm-hmm.
You can make fun of him. He's had nothing but big misses. He goes for it. He always goes for it. And he's trying not to lose our Babe Ruth. That's what he's trying to do. They make a deal for a guy we've been talking about in Giolito, and they're trying to convince Shohei, you're comfortable here? Look, man, it may not always work out, but we're going to spend to win. I'm competitive just like you are. And Artie Moreno has shown that consistently. So what's the bigger news? Giolito going to the Angels? Well, what's the bigger that's a dumb way to ask it because it's bigger news. It's Ohtani. But which one's more realistic that affects the Rangers? You know, Giolito going there off the market for us or no Shohei?
Well, I mean, no Shohei.
Like, were we really going to get Shohei?
They could have gotten him in the trade market. They were one of the 3 or 4 teams that had a great chance to get him. Now, the Angels had to agree to trade within the division, but they had a good chance. I don't think they had a chance in hell of signing him after that.
Right.
That was going to be the issue. But, yeah, they could have gotten him for the next 2 months. The Giolito issue, I mean, look, Lucas he was a very highly touted player. He's been a good pitcher. I wouldn't say he's great, but he's been a good pitcher in Major League Baseball. But, yeah, I do think that they saved it for ourselves, really. I mean, we were going to give up the farm. They were going to they weren't going to get him,
literally,
but they were going to ask for Josh Young. They would have. They'd be stupid not to in that trade.
I mean, I think Giolito's the bigger direct impact because Giolito was the best starter that was certain to move. Stroman might get moved. You know, there's talk about could Dylan Cease get moved. Like, these are guys that it's questions. Would the Mets be willing to give up Scherzer? Would they be willing to give up Verlander, make that sort of a move? That's just a question. The only guy who was certain to go, the best of the guys who it's like, this guy is getting shipped out, was Giolito. So that was somebody that I felt like the Rangers should have targeted, been in on, and maybe they were. So that one's a little frustrating because that's the best pitcher that we knew would go for certain. And so now you're just hoping, okay, maybe the White Sox continue to sell. Maybe they give up Cease, or maybe you're able to get the Pirates to give up Keller, or, you know, maybe Scherzer or Verlander gets purged from the Mets. But now you're hoping for that because the best pitcher on the market is off.
Bob Nightingale reports that the Rays are in serious talks to acquire Lance Lynn from the White Sox, and the Padres, they made some decisions.
The Padres decided they're taking some guys off the market, right? Like the Blake Snell, not going to trade
Josh Hader,
which I would not expecting AJ Preller to sell.
They put too much money in, and that's what the Mets are too. The Mets put a lot of money into this. Like, are the Mets going to just sit there and sell? Yeah, are they just going to sit there and sell? The Padres, one of the highest payrolls. When you do that, like, are you going to? That's a very Marlins. When the Marlins signed like Mark Burley and like 2 other guys that won. I think they signed the old Mets second shortstop. Was it Jose Reyes?
Yeah,
they signed both, and they traded him like at the deadline that year. Like, they signed him, they just got rid of him. It's like, you guys just bought in.
I was just
sell already.
I was just saying, yeah, to be agreeable. I didn't really know. I was just going on the conversation.
I think it was.
Samir, you sound terrible. No, I'm picking it up.
You sound great.
I'm picking it up.
I believe in all of you.
I got some PEDs from Bobby. I got the HGH. Hey, I'm
Snitch
good to go.
Sharif.
I'm good to go. I'm here. Sean, RJ, and Roberto live in Oxnard, California on DFW Sports Station. We got some major news. Prime time is coming to the Big 12, and we have a special edition of Man Card Court for the morning show. Bobby Belt is in the defendant's chair, plus Kyrie Holland, Hurricane Jane, and Zach Wolchuk is not a teddy bear. All the stories from the craziness last night, next on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Headlines at 7 o'clock. We have another giveaway to hook you up with during the 720 Expressway. It's still Post Malone, right?
Posted, baby.
Post Malone tickets. 720 Expressway. Maybe the best interview of camp. That's what Brad Sham told us. Stefan Gilmore, the next Deion Sanders, according to Bobby Belt, will sit down at 9 o'clock this morning, live from California on Sean and RJ.
Are we gonna talk to him about how you guys doubt him and y'all are like he's washed and you didn't say all that.
I'm not
but
doubting him. You're just overhyping him. I think it was a great trade, fantastic value.
Yep.
There's a reason though that you got him for a fifth. You just refuse to acknowledge it.
No. I still think he is very good, and it's you're trying to get your value. But he is a really good interview. I think we've had him twice that I can remember during the offseason, and he's been really good both times.
Okay, so we got some leftover stories from last night. We got out of practice early. Thank you, Coach McCarthy. Love you. So I'm like, okay, can we get enough stories in? Can we get enough work done to leave the hotel lobby at 4 o'clock? I really wanted Derek Holland to get the experience of going out to the beach because he's leaving on Friday. Great teammate, unselfish dude. He's all in. He's sticking around practice. I want to learn. I want to be a part of everything. Include me in all of it. Nice job, Ruben, getting the coffee cup. Very clutch. And it didn't even come with attitude like DJ. Good job.
Wow.
I'm like, let's leave at 4 o'clock and let's go have fun. We'll eat dinner at like 6:30. We'll be back ready to sleep at 8:30. That didn't happen. The
first part did.
we
got there at 4.
We got there at 4. So it was us three, Holland. The nosebleeds what brought us came over. They didn't even go back home to change. They came from right here on set. Jane Slater showing up as well. Am I forgetting? Who am I forgetting?
Corey.
Corey and his wife.
Yep.
No Bassick, no Kevin Hagan.
No Bassett, no Kevin. Us three said Holland, Sarah, the group. Let's see. Was there one other person? Why am I missing one other person? Nope, that's it.
So, an edition of Man Card Court came up. Peyton, I don't know if you still have the intro for that or the song music, but Bobby is drinking his customary unnecessary double vodka waters, and he's drinking it with multiple straws. And
we don't mean like the McDonald's shake straw.
Coffee stirs, basically.
Basically, coffee stirs. The little ones where you got to like extend a pinky and get it really, really close to your mouth and go. Ooh.
Now, Tolo first brought this up to you last weekend.
This is Tolo Kenneth. This is the guy who came in from Vegas to hang out with us last weekend.
What's the frequency?
And he had said that he's actually a Las Vegas bartender. And he said, look, I got to say, as a Las Vegas bartender, I need to you guys need to do man card court on this. I think this is a man card violation, you drinking your alcohol with straws. And he's like, because, I mean, it doesn't matter how quickly you're finishing them. The fact that you're drinking them with a straw, that seems like a man card violation to me as a Vegas bartender. I was like, all right, well, I'll bring this to the guys, see what they have to say about it. I believe that it does matter how quickly I'm drinking it. I'm not sitting there just sipping it and going down every few seconds to, like, take a little sip or whatever. I literally collected how many of those...
Nice hand motions there on the fan.
Thanks, appreciate it. How many straws did I collect last night? Because they were tiny ones. So what I had, 7 in there?
Yeah.
So I collected 7 of them so I could get enough of a pull out of the cup, and then, just chug, and it's over in 2 seconds. And
so the reason why this is such a great case, 877-881-1053, he is drinking the alcohol faster than any of us. He's pounding straight vodka. So that's impressive. Stupid, but impressive. But he's doing it through straws. So that's where that's the difficulty of deciding this one. Pepe, what's your verdict? You vote first. Is it a man card violation?
I think
Derek Holland thought it was.
I think so. I think I'm going to side with Derek here.
Okay.
Why are you so soft-spoken?
Yeah, what the hell was that?
Are you whispering? Is there somebody in there that you're not
Yeah,
supposed to
there's
talk
someone
to?
I think Spittle's up here. No, he's not. He's not up here. I'm joking. Yeah, I would say yes. I think I side with Derek.
Okay. Choppy?
Yeah, look, it's look. I don't generally believe that your masculinity is tied to how you drink.
Oh, really? You tie it to everything else in life.
I do. You're right. Absolutely. What am I saying? That's a lie. This is absolutely a man card issue. Okay, you should be ashamed of yourself right now. A real man would just take that and drink it. You let the ice drip down your face. Let's lose some of it out of your mouth.
Okay, so that's the problem for me is that if I want to finish it quickly and I don't have the straws, the ice in the cup prevents it from coming out quicker. If it would come out fast enough where I could just turn it over, drink it, and it's gone, I do that. But the ice in there just slows down the flow. Derek's comment is, here's what you do. You put your teeth on the ice, and then the rest of the alcohol flows around your mouth or something, which was weird enough as it was.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So when you have a glass of water at home, do you put a straw in the cup?
No.
Interesting.
Because they're like, I'm not trying to chug it, but it's also just, I don't.
Yeah, that's it.
So you view alcohol, someone said that, Atolo said you view alcohol like RJ views food.
Yeah. He views it as sustenance. I view it as the key to a good. I view it like medicine, right? Like the Robitussin doesn't taste good, but I know I need to take it, so I quickly just throw it back as fast as I can so that I can get to the end result.
Have you thought of trying a different drink then if you don't enjoy it? There's got to be.
No, I mean it's fine.
Like
it's just,
vodka cran.
No, like I mean it's fine, but it's not anything that's like this tastes so good. I just want to slowly sip on this. That's
well, look,
not me.
I'm relying on you this morning. You've been my crutch. I can't believe. That's a really loud
That's
coffee
a very
machine.
loud coffee machine.
Very nice.
Look, it's efficient. I'll tell you that. You're like the Jimmy Garoppolo of alcoholics. All right, just extremely, if not very good, but efficient.
That's what I'm saying. I got the job done. I knocked out my drinks early, and then I kind of nursed the rest of the way, and I was able to slow play.
What are the Tolos saying?
Okay, so I'm
card violation.
I'm getting crushed, basically. Let's see here. We got 469. Does his tongue come out before he gets to the straw? I do not. No, it doesn't. I go straight down to it. 469. Bobby just wants shots, so take shots. Yeah. That is a question. I just was told the reason why I stopped doing this is because when I took vodka shots, people were like, taking vodka shots makes you a psycho. Like, that's like a serial killer behavior.
They are disgusting.
And so I'm like, okay, well, I guess I can't do that anymore. 972, Bobby loves to suck. 817, man card, definitely. 817, I think it's a mint card violation or a man card violation to worry about how another man drinks. Ooh. So maybe you guys are the man card violators. 817 says drinking through a straw gets you drunk faster. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. But we got drinking quickly isn't manly from the 903. This is a man card violation from the 214. Another one, 817.
I love the amount of alcohol counselors that we get. Like, we're like exaggerating like a little bit, but it's like if Bobby really had a problem, I would put him in a program and not give him a choice. It's like, man, you don't have to take it that serious.
And it's also, I think it's only a problem if it starts to impact your life in a way where you can't function without it.
Yeah.
If you wake up, if it's a Saturday and you wake up, now I wouldn't say have a shot at 9:30 in the morning.
Right.
But if you're like,
just 4 mimosas.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just like, if you just want to, have a couple of drinks throughout the day, I don't think that makes you an alcoholic.
No, but I mean, like,
everyone has
maybe I'm just trying to justify me.
It's like BMI. Everyone has different. Everyone has different definitions.
No, like I had before we went out and hung out with the listeners last weekend. That was the first time I'd had anything to drink in like a month. Like I hadn't had anything in like a month or whatever. But
it's not that serious.
The straws. I do the straw with the beer too. I'll put
what?
No, hold on.
That's serial killer psychotic behavior. I'm sorry.
Hold on. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Ruben gave you the thumbs down.
What I do? No, it's not. I don't sip it through a straw. You get a bottle of beer. You put the straw in there and you put it out. You can shotgun the beer. It'll be down in a second and a half.
Do you put ice in it too?
No,
I chug beer too.
I chug a beer bottle. Yeah, if you put a straw in there and throw it back,
you won't just sip a beer.
I will sip a beer. It's just that's more a party trick that I'll do every day.
Okay, what else?
Bobby's man card got tipped and picked off like Dak's passes.
That's not nice.
I'm voting not a violation because you're pounding the alcohol. You're pounding the liquor. You're just doing it. I always have my pinky out for some reason when I have a glass, so I can't talk. Kyrie Holland, Hurricane Jane, or Wolchuk. Pick the shortest story because we don't have enough time right now for all this.
Then Holland may take some more time.
I think Zach and Slater are going to take a ton of time.
All right, here, I'll give you Holland's real quick. He pulls Sarah and I over.
And I didn't think Holland was going to drink yesterday.
Yeah, and this is when I knew. I was like, okay, what level of gone are you right now?
Yeah.
All right, because he pulls Sarah and I over, and he goes, look at that boat out there. You see that boat? Now, in a few minutes, you're not going to be able to see that boat. So that would make you think that the Earth is round, right? And I go, yeah, because it is. Because it goes out, it goes over like the 11-mile crest or whatever it is. And he goes, no. But if you had a supersonic telescope, you'd still be able to see it. And then he's like, then he starts going off like, we didn't land on the moon, or there is, so he is not only a flat earther,
yeah,
but he is Carl Everett, we didn't land on the moon guy, too.
Him and Broadus. Did you get the video of him and Broadus?
I did. I do believe that I haven't talked about it. I think the Earth thing was him, like, doing a bit.
If you want to tell me that we never landed on the moon, I don't believe you, but I could at least listen to that theory. The Earth being flat, no, that's intellectual dishonesty.
Yeah, I think that one was more of a bit from Derek. That's what I think that one honestly was. The moon thing he seemed kind of serious about.
I don't know if it was a bit.
But it was also funny because every time something went wrong last night or something got tense with an argument, then Derek would always just jump in and go, hey, so guys, do y'all know the moon landing wasn't real? Let's talk about that.
He's a hilarious diffuser.
He really is.
He was cracking me up last night.
Man, he was a blast. I know he had to have had a blast. I can't wait to hear Broadus's recap of what he witnessed last night. I made Broadus drink for the first time in like 3 years because Holland. I didn't even know this. Someone said, "Oh, I think Broadus will drink Fireball," and I didn't know this.
Yeah, that's the one you can get him to take.
That's where I spent a lot of my money. I'm just like bringing him shots of Fireball. He did not refuse. So I love seeing Broadus cut loose a little bit because he always comes out there. He's got a chaperone. He's got to take care of us. He's got to be football dad. But it was nice to see him cut loose a little bit. It was. I don't think we have stories like this on the second day in all the past years.
No, we don't. This is different because it's a special group.
That's it. Yeah.
All right, let's get to headlines. We have a Post Malone ticket giveaway. The Rangers salvage one. Ohtani is off the market. The ladies tied. What? And prime time is coming to the Big 12. Headlines and a Posty giveaway next during the Expressway. But let me go ahead. I got
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It is time for Headlines, brought to you by Kissable Dental, on-time experts, AC and plumbing, K-Post roofing and waterproofing, and AutoFlex leasing. I'm back. I'm back, baby.
I can feel it.
It was a rough 3:30 segment, but I'm here. Headlines here. And Ruben is fist pumping for headlines. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. This is your radio sports page where we recap the day. We are here, day 2 in Oxnard, California. And Bobby, we had a pretty entertaining practice. Unfortunately, we had a couple of injuries as well.
Yes, we did. Donovan Wilson dealing with a calf strain is the word, a right calf strain. The report from Todd Archer is that he is expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks, but they are still on the optimistic end, believing that he will be ready in time for Week 1 against the Giants, which is September 10th. And then Israel Mukwamo, another member of the secondary, he had left the field, and it wasn't clear what he was dealing with right away. He came back out a few minutes later in sweats and had a noticeable limp. Michael Gelkin from the Dallas Morning News is reporting that it was tightness in the hamstring, that he may have an MRI this morning. It just depended on how things kind of set in overnight. But 2 injuries to the secondary on the first day. We'll probably at some point during this week see some cramps or something like that. That typically happens. But overall, could have been worse with Donovan Wilson.
Kyle Yeomans with some practice notes from DallasCowboys.com. We saw him last night.
Kyle.
Jalen Tolbert. I think we saw him.
We did.
We did. I saw him yesterday. I couldn't remember where it was. We saw him yesterday for sure. I think he was a part of I think now that you mentioned he was a part of the Flat Earth conversation.
Jalen Tolbert was active in 7-on-7 and full team. Jalen Tolbert yesterday joined the KMC Masterpiece. Dropped pass from Simi Fehoko led to the Dak Prescott interception. Ferguson has put on some good weight. Jake Ferguson, according to Kyle. Deuce Vaughn with a nice juke move in full team. He said he loved the physicality and pace of the practice, and they did a lot yesterday. Terrence Steele was moving. It looked to be moving without problems and was very involved in that first practice back. Some limited reps for yesterday's guest on Sean and RJ, Tony Pollard. Trayvon Diggs was asked if he is at the top of his game right now after the big payday. Quote, "Hell no, I'm just starting." And he said he wants to be one of the greatest corners to ever play the game. His teammate, Stefan Gilmore, will join us this morning at 9 a.m.
Him being one of the greatest corners to ever play the game, he made a good leap to that last year. Now, he's not close to one of the greatest to ever play the game.
Right.
But he made a good leap to becoming a really, really good one. I thought last year was much better than the year he even had all those interceptions. He was a much better coverage guy, and you're gonna have good coverage on a lot more plays than you're gonna have interceptions. That's a lion's share of your play is how you cover. That's why it's of utmost importance. So it was a good start last year for him.
They're going to be back out here on the practice fields. Man, Pepe, we like to make you jealous. It was hot yesterday.
Very warm. Very warm.
It was a beating.
Was it 81 out there?
That's 3. That's 3. That's another little sassy comment.
I wanted to
about
say
not being
something
here.
about the Beach Squad boys picture, but I didn't. I held back.
Wow. What's wrong with the Beach Squad?
I wanted to say,
boys?
we got beaches in Texas. Not impressive.
That's 4.
Well,
He's hitting that at 5.5. I told you.
I didn't say it, but I wanted to say it.
Where's the close one? 10 hours away? Where are you going at?
Yeah, what beach you hitting
Galveston.
up there?
We said beach. It's Padre. That's the beach.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up. So we'll be out here for another practice today on your home of America's team. Stefan Gilmore at 9 o'clock. Patrick Walker at 9:20. The Rangers did manage one in the armpit.
The 1-1 pitch. Swinging a high drive, deep left field, sailing way out of here, onto the glass. Adolis Garcia, touch them all. Grand slam for Adolis, and the Rangers now lead it 13-3.
Man,
dude,
they were down early. They end up blowing out the Astros.
That was a missile that he hit out there, man.
Houston, we have liftoff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that ball got more than 3 feet off the ground higher than where it landed. Like I think that thing was like just an absolute rope. I got to go see the exit velo on that one. But this was a good win. They needed it, obviously. But again, just like they did with the Dodgers, they fell back. I think they fell four zip down before even like an out.
Yeah.
And then in this one, the same thing kind of happened. Haney was getting blown up early on, settled down, just like Perez settled down the last time out. And this was a really good win. They needed it. 2-game lead.
2-game lead. Day off today. Padres tomorrow. And the big news is Shohei is off the market. The Angels, they're buying. They're buying, and they're going for it.
They are buying. They went ahead and get Lucas Giolito last night, which is disappointing. I was starting to feel in the last few days that would be the guy the Rangers would go get at the trade deadline. Now you got to reset a little bit there. But, I mean, look, they've won 8 of their last 10. This was after they went on a really awful stretch to start the second half of the season.
They're 7 back
in
the West.
They're 7 back. They're in contention for the wild card still, though, and, they're going all in. They're trying to retain Shohei Ohtani by showing them this is a place where you can win, and they're going to try and use Giolito for that. I'm going to be interested now to see where the next domino in terms of the big picture could come from, because that was the top one we knew would get moved.
The great news about this for the Rangers, if there is any, that you're not going to get Shohei, is that you don't have to decide, do we wait on Shohei and potentially risk getting left out and missing out on everybody else?
Right.
So now the good news is that you can just go after everybody else. So that's the silver lining, if there is one. I mean, obviously the best scenario would have been they traded him, and they traded him to you. But short of that, this is the second best scenario.
We have a ton of college football news.
Dude.
There's a lot.
Every single time we come to Cowboys training camp, somebody moves conferences. OU, Texas did it when we were here. I think A&M left when we were here too, like a decade ago. But Colorado will officially be voted and announced as a member of the Big 12 today. That announcement will come today. Brett McMurphy of the Action Network reports this, that the Big 12 is going to hold an emergency meeting. So they are going to have this vote, and they have voted. They have the votes. Colorado believes they have the votes to move. Now, here's more. Another Pac-12 team has called a 10 o'clock Pacific time meeting to leave the Pac-12 for the Big 12.
Uh-oh.
And that is one of the sleeping giants of college football, Oregon.
Nike money.
Nike money. They are probably one of the NIL darlings. And they are going to have a vote today to vote on leaving the Pac-12 for the Big 12, not for the Big 10. It was speculated the Big 10. And the other speculation was that they were going to go and they were going to bring Washington with them. But it appears they're just going to go and they're going to do this on their own. So the Pac-12 is they're going to fall apart. The next dominoes are going to be the other 4 corner schools, the Utahs, the Arizona States. What's going to happen to Washington? You still got Stanford and Cal. Stanford and Cal are probably going to go to the Big 10. They're too, thumb their nose at the world for the Big 12. They don't want to be in these flyover states. That's how they would look at it. I don't think they're aware that the Big 10 is also in flyover country, but whatever. So I expect those 2 schools to go to the Big 10.
Yeah, it's. I mean, look, this is still. I don't like the collection of schools that has. And when West Virginia came into the Big 12, that kind of threw everything out the door. But I don't like this collection of you've got West Virginia over here. Now you're going to cover Oregon and then Colorado. This whole just spread out thing. I like it more regionalized.
Just wait for UConn.
I like my conferences more regionalized. The Big 12 is just becoming the around the map conference.
Mm-hmm. Northwestern fallout. Your boy PJ Fleck is now in trouble, and a Jim Harbaugh suspension for not cooperating with the Michigan stuff. Now he's going to miss possibly 4 cakewalks early on in the season, but all that college football drama is playing
so
out.
Harbaugh basically was slapped on the wrist for basically the same thing that Jim Tressel or Bruce Pearl were basically banned from the sport for a couple of years doing, and that is for not telling the truth. For basically lying to the NCAA on impermissible benefits. That's what it was. It wasn't the major issue that they did. They lied to investigators, having cookouts, getting tattoos, whatever. They're all different things, but at the end of the day, we're in a different era. So he gets a 4-game suspension, or will get a 4-game suspension, whereas the other guys had to miss a couple of years. What the NCAA is doing, this is the other thing about something. You can't go back and retroactively punish people for things they did when the rules are different now. They're not going to do that. So they're not going to go and change somebody else's show cause penalty from 10 years ago. That doesn't work like that. So that's Harbaugh. That's the situation with Jim Harbaugh.
Headlines to get you ready for your Thursday and get you to the weekend as quickly as possible on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station. The women tied? What?
Yeah, they did.
Pay. Play it, please.
And swinging ball headed down, tied and one. She did it, Helen.
What's going on? In my odds, I thought the Netherlands were terrible. And the ladies should have sang that anthem. You should have said the words.
Jokes, Batgirl.
Should have said the words, but the ladies with the Women's World Cup end up tying.
It's good. Everybody wins. In a tie, everybody wins. Nobody has to go home a loser. And so I think this is the most positive, best outcome for everybody. But I think your analysis is spot on, Sean. The Star Spangled Banner did them in.
About the anthem?
Yeah.
Holland was probably rooting for the Netherlands.
Dutch.
You think Derek's up listening now like he was yesterday based upon last night?
No, he's asleep.
What time did y'all go to sleep? What time did he roll on in?
It was 11:30 Pacific time.
Wow. That was 7 straight hours for Holland. No, 7.5. Because we got there 4.
It was aggressive. It was so there's no chance he's awake. In fact, he asked me to call him at 8:30 Central just to make sure that he's awake.
Really?
In case his alarm, he's worried his alarm won't go off because his phone was dying.
Wow. Okay, those are your headlines. By the way, Aaron Rodgers reworking his deal, and this sounds like it's a 2-year thing. He's giving up $35 million, and A-Rod saying, nope, this isn't going to be one and done in New York.
It's all about the body, how the body feels. The team gave up significant pieces for it just to be a 1-year deal. I'm aware of that. I think there was an awareness of that. Now, again, anything can happen with my body or with the success we have this year. But I'm having a blast, so I don't really see this as a 1-year and done thing.
He's in heaven. When does the first negative story come out? When does the party start to sour a little bit?
I mean, look, he's doing all the things that I guess he wasn't willing to do for Green Bay, right? Like, I mean, he's out there. He's being a great teammate. He's cutting them a deal on the contract. We heard the other day the receivers, Garrett Wilson, was saying that, oh, man, Aaron Rodgers keeps pulling me over and, like, giving me the specifics of what he wants me to do. It's like, oh, I thought he created pretend plays that you couldn't know about while you were in Green Bay, but I don't know. This sounds like it's setting up nice for you to get a motivated Aaron Rodgers for our bet.
A very respected writer with some Cowboy connections was out here yesterday, and he wrote that this was this group's last chance. What's crazier? Is that crazy, or Mike McCarthy at the top of the list of coaches to be fired first? That's next. We'll take you inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys, live from Oxnard, right here on The Fan.
America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
This is your home of America's team, and this is your morning show, hopefully. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with our training camp coverage from Oxnard, California, brought to you by Autoflex Leasing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, and Kissable Dental.
I hope you saw that on the camera.
I did.
I just had. I think
Ruben is getting a show watching us be a hot
Ruben,
mess.
thankfully, just made me some coffee. I think he made that on the surface of the sun. I have no taste, but my tongue is completely numb.
How
right
long ago did he make it?
It's 4.5 seconds.
Well, why did you drink it like that?
Because I did the last one and it wasn't nearly as hot. I think he did. So he messed with it.
Did
I
you
blame
mix it with, for the first one with your previous one that was cold? Was there any left? You usually empty all the cups before you drink your next.
I think I emptied. I may have had a little bit in there. Could have been it.
How's your system doing with the marinara?
I'm just one segment at a time. I think that my heartburn's kind of going away a little bit.
Okay.
I'm waiting. It's coming, man.
So for the first time ever, behind the scenes, we don't hide nothing, even though we probably should. Choppy's like, man, I don't get jealous, but I'm pretty bitter at the other shows get to sleep in. We've never had this feeling on morning two.
No.
That is how crazy last night got on the beach with everyone.
And you know,
we gotta go beg Mike McCarthy to have longer practices so we can't get back to the bar at 4 p.m. We gotta beg him to have 2 days, like Jeezy, like Garrett did.
Yeah, like I didn't drink all that much. It's not an alcohol thing. It's the indigestion and the heartburn, and my stomach is not well. And I'm waiting. Like the goosebumps are coming at some point.
So
today.
then why your sleep jealousy?
Well, because
you're not hungover.
I'm not hungover, but I am tired. I am tired. I'm just very tired.
Well, take a nap. Try to take a damn nap. I don't know how y'all do it. Like I feel shame that I take a 2 or 2.5 hour nap every day while you guys are out living life. Bobby's at his other job. Mm-hmm. You're in the gym. I'm sitting there sleeping. I feel like a loser. You know, try to relax a little bit.
I do feel like I need a nap. I got 8 minutes yesterday. Took an 8-minute nap.
Yeah,
it was good. I did the dad nap. I just tilted the head back, and as soon as I feel like a little bit of drool, I wake up.
Just snort Bobby's pills over here.
Yeah.
All right, Bet Online. First NFL head coach fired. The favorite is Mike McCarthy. Does that make sense? Is it trolly? We normally call out the trolly stuff. You know, they trying to take advantage of the cowboy market betting?
It's disgustingly.
Or is it fair?
I think that
maybe you should answer it first.
I think that when you look at the schedule and the way that it stacks up, the fact that we've talked about before, their 4th and 5th game of the season are San Francisco and the Chargers, which are two teams that are going to be big measuring sticks for Mike McCarthy, because it's the 49ers who have beat you 2 years in a row in the playoffs, that the Cowboys have shown they are willing to make changes based completely off of how they fare against the 49ers. And then the following week, it's a primetime game against Kellen Moore and the Chargers. And if they embarrass you there, then yeah, I mean, there's a chance that he could go early. But I think he's going to be given the year regardless, probably. And so if that's the case, he very well could be. He's one of the few names that could be turned over next year or next offseason. But the first one fired early in the season, I don't see that.
That is the issue. If you were to say we're going to fast forward to February, and we're going to say which coach is most likely not to have a job in February, and you want to say Mike McCarthy's top that list, fine. First one fired, that means they get off to like a 2-5 start.
Right.
This team is too good. This is at the end of the day, whether you love them or hate them, this is a 10 to 12 win team. They just are. They do that kind of every year when their quarterback is healthy. This goes back to really Wade Phillips. When the quarterback is healthy, they win games. They make the postseason. If the quarterback gets hurt, they generally don't. That's kind of, now last year they did. It's kind of how it works, though. And if Dak's healthy this year, they're going to win 10 to 12 games, with or without a coach change or not.
Well, they're going to be favored in 3 of their first 4. The Jets will either be even Well, at Giants, they're going to be favored, the Cowboys. Jets in Arlington, Cowboys barely or even. The Jets will not be favored, I don't believe. At Arizona, you're favored. New England in Arlington, you're favored. At San Fran, they'll be favored. At the Chargers, they'll be barely favored or even. And then you get the Rams at home. So that's the beginning of the schedule. So, yeah, the thing, can I stand out without it just being a crotch shot here, or do I have to, move? Or I have to move my computer?
I think you got to tilt it a little bit.
I got to move around. I got to keep the blood flowing. The other thing to keep in mind is you have the in-house replacement here already.
Yeah.
If this was a Sean Payton hype fest, my Bill Belichick scenario, you wait till probably after you keep McCarthy after the season, but you got the in-house replacement. So
yeah. Do you want the actual lines of the 6 games they're not favored in? Throughout the whole year?
What's that?
You want the actual lines of the 6 games they're not favored in?
Yeah.
So they're a 3-point dog at San Fran.
Okay.
They're a 2-point dog at the Chargers.
How's there a 1-point difference between San Fran and the Chargers?
Probably the quarterback.
Probably Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore made up the difference.
They're a 3.5-point dog at Philly.
Okay. The Chargers getting way too much respect.
They're a pick'em at home against Philly. They're a 4-point dog at Buffalo. And they're a 2.5-point dog at Miami.
2.5-point dog
2.5.
at Miami. Okay.
So, when you're favored in 11 games, they're favored in 11 out of 17. That means their projected win total is 9.1 based on the over-under.
In order to answer whether it's a troll job or fair, I think we have to figure out who else is on the list. So I would like you all to tell me on the chartwreck.com text line, along with you two gentlemen, who's second, third, fourth?
Stefanski.
Stefanski is fifth, not second or third. There you go, Pepe.
All right.
I know you've been waiting for it.
Brandon
Roberto? Who'd you say?
Brandon Staley.
No.
Arthur Smith. Todd Bowles.
Arthur Smith is the chosen one.
Yeah.
How's he going to get fired?
Todd Bowles.
Todd Bowles is second. Todd Bowles is 6-1. Next.
Braves. No? Okay.
Man. Rivera.
Yes. Ron Rivera 7-1. I don't think you'll get the next guy. AFC.
Saleh.
Wait a second. Where does he coach? Where the heck does this guy coach? I don't even know where he coaches. I just blanked out.
Dennis Allen.
Dennis Allen.
That's the Saints.
Saints. I was thinking
Raiders.
Yeah, I was thinking
yeah.
Raiders. So in order, it's McCarthy, Todd Bowles, Ron Rivera, Dennis Allen, Stefanski, McDaniels, Eberflus, LaFleur, Vrabel, Arthur Smith, Brandon Staley, Sean McVay, Dan Campbell. The most job security by a wide margin, least likely to get fired, Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Well done. 250-1. And then Zach Taylor, Sean Payton, Sean McDermott, Nick Sirianni.
Wow.
By the way.
No Belichick. No Belichick, huh?
Belichick is, by the way, Sean Payton blasted. He destroyed the league yesterday over gambling. While we're talking about gambling, basically saying they don't educate them properly, bunch of hypocrites. They're sitting there and doing these FanDuel and these DraftKings deals, and you're sending guys away for a year. That's not helpful, so Sean Payton crushed the league. Belichick is 100-1. He's got like the 7th least likely odds to get fired. Wow. Are you surprised by that? I mean, if we bought in too much of this Robert Kraft-Belichick feud.
I mean,
no. It's Bill Belichick.
I know. You can't fire. I mean, I can't fathom a scenario where you fire him.
Right? I'm sure maybe he leaves. It's an agreement after the season. He's not getting fired.
Right.
Did Chuck Noll get fired in Pittsburgh when Cowher took over? Because I'm trying to think if the Steelers have ever fired a coach. Because Cowher walked away. Tomlin's been there for forever. They've had 3 coaches in 52 years or whatever.
No, he retired after the 91
So,
season.
yeah, I mean, honestly, the odds should probably be Pittsburgh is very last just because they've never fire anybody. But
isn't that remarkable?
It's wild that they've 3 coaches since 1968 or whatever the hell
Since Vietnam,
it is.
they've had 3 coaches.
Charles Robinson, Bobby, you were very interested to see him on the sidelines here yesterday. Why?
Yeah, I think Charles is a really, really good writer.
I think Broadus has a lot of respect for him.
Yeah,
too.
he's really good. He's a real good investigative journalist. He does a lot of good, research, expose things relating to the NFL. But He also, I sit up and listen or take attention whenever he's talking about the Cowboys because he's covered them effectively in the past on certain stories, and he's somebody who I think has good relationships with folks in the building who are in a position of power. And so,
can I give away a little cheat sheet, a little tip here, a little camp hack? There's an office right there. There's a room, and I pay attention to who comes in and out of that room because in years past, I haven't confirmed it this year, that is where Jerry a lot of times will be chilling, or the PR person. So I pay attention. When Glazer comes, he goes in there. When certain people, Peter King comes, he goes in there. It's right under Brad and Mickey's room. It's that room right there. That's my camp hack.
That's a good one. Yep. I'll have to keep an eye out for it.
That's the type of access you get out here.
I didn't see if Charles went in there, but Charles has this story for a Cowboys roster on cusp of change. 2023 feels like an all-in Super Bowl push. And so I think it's important to specific ideas or concepts that he's trying to paint. It's important to take notice of the ones that are consistently popping up in his articles.
Because that headline sounds a little dramatic.
It does. And I think that if he's talking like that about the Cowboys, that means his sense of talking to people in this building is that they are on the cusp of change, that there's things that could be different here, or players that could be on their way out in the future. And somebody writes here, he says, this is the moment when the Cowboys are on the cusp of some roster change and potential revitalization in the next 12 months. It's a period when two things are intersecting in the agenda: a continued spin-up of younger parts on the roster that will become the next foundation, and a winding down of some long-term cornerstones that will need to be replaced sooner than later. And right in the middle of it, Dallas might have the most balanced cross-section of experience and talent since McCarthy took over in 2020. Jump down a little bit further, and he's talking about some of these players like Tyron Smith, Zach Martin. They acquired Brandon Cooks, but I mean, how long is Brandon Cooks going to be here? You've got DeMarcus Lawrence, Stefan Gilmore, J-Ron Kearse, Donovan Wilson, all guys who are on shorter-term contracts or who are getting towards the end of their career. He says it's not exactly an all-in or bust group when it comes to experience, but the implications of this team are clear. The Cowboys have a roster saturated with young talent and a handful of aging stars or starters who are entering dicey territory when it comes to the implications of their contracts. On the final line of his article here, he says, more than ever, and for more than a few heading for a sunset in the franchise, this feels like now or never. So the overriding theme here in what he's talking about they've got a lot of great talent. They're a balanced team. They're one of the best ones. But what he talks about here is there are several players that have been key to this core and are key to this core right now who are entering, in all likelihood, the final season of their careers with the Cowboys.
Wow. I mean, look, it makes sense. You can't keep changing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can't keep changing the coach. Thank you.
You got the other one.
There's no bug.
Because I picked him.
Right.
Can't be that. So let's find something else to blame.
I did find there was another interesting note in here, and this could be more because this was only mentioned once. This could be more something that he was throwing out his own based at looking on the structure of the roster, but it's possible that this is something that he heard here. He says Dak Prescott is entering a phase where he's going to need to do an extension next offseason to get some relief from a $54.9 million salary cap number. So does that mean the Cowboys, who have this offseason told us, I think we'll just wake up one day at some point and it's done? Does that mean that they are approaching this as though, hey, we may not get the extension done this time around? That may need to be something that we're trying to do next offseason. He also says Zach Martin's impending push for a raise could signal a literal changing of the guard next offseason. Meanwhile, Tyron Smith, DeMarcus Lawrence, and Stefan Gilmore could all be let go in free agency next offseason.
Yeah, yesterday, Schefter was talking about all the Cowboy decisions. Is it really that much more than what we're used to?
In terms of player decisions?
Yeah, like I don't feel worried about it. I don't
feel worried because they find a way to sign them.
Yeah, they find a way. You know, we give Steven crap. A lot of it deserved, I think, for no over-the-top piece. But they seem to do a nice job of keeping their own, which is their number 1, 2, 3, and 4 goal.
Yeah, he does. The Cowboys do. They do a couple of things really, really well. They do generally hit on their players, okay? And they do generally sign their own. And they're not really ever in cap problems. Like, they do a good job managing the cap.
You know what the cheap shot to take here is, and you know I can't pass up cheap shots.
Right.
when you have the guy at quarterback, we're not supposed to be having these conversations.
Well, yeah, the Chiefs don't have these conversations. There's no conversations about what the Chiefs do. Is this going to work out? Do they have to do this? No, they just got the quarterback, and the Chiefs are going to be in the AFC Championship game 6 out of 7 years.
Yeah.
They just are.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick Mahomes, he puts a tighter spiral on Simi Fehoko in practice, and the ball just literally sticks in his hands and doesn't get picked off.
Well, I mean,
it
look,
sticks in Peyton Hendershot's chest against the Titans' chop. That's what happens.
Mahomes does get away with some stuff, and he didn't last year at times. In the beginning of the year, he was throwing like, "Oh, wow, what's going on with Patrick Mahomes?" It was starting to, those odds were flipping a little bit on him.
So there's Charles Robinson, Yahoo, Bet Online with McCarthy at the very top in terms of favorite to be fired. How heavy are you with life hacks, or would you like to finish Hurricane Jane and Bouncer Zach?
I've got some. We can probably do life hacks and some Zach. I can lead with life hacks if you like, because we got a few of them here.
Now let's lead with Zach.
Okay, all right, let's lead with Zach then.
Well, let's Tolo's decide. Do you want the end of the beach story, or do you want the life hacks? We'll take the first 10 answers at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Because we need to figure out whether we need to be thanking Zach or counseling Zach.
Ooh.
It's kind of like a Bobby Belt, man card court decision. Oh, they're turning out the lights. Oh, yeah. Turn them all off. Have Ryan.
Future style.
First one in, Hurricane Jane. That's the first one.
Okay.
Beach is the second one. Okay. So we're 2.
One more, we'll go beach.
One more, we go beach.
And we finish with life hacks.
Life hacks. Zach and Slater. There you go.
Okay, all right, there it is. All right, we Zach, I think, is what these are all going to take so long today. So Zach may take up
3 straight life hack.
Zach may
we're
take
tied
up,
at 4.
Zach may take up. So we're doing Zach. We've already started. So
do you remember this part?
The Zach Wolchuk part? So you can start off with the initial interaction because I came outside when it had started rising to a level of y'all were annoyed.
So we gathered, when you go out here, right, my first thing, I don't care about getting a drink. I don't care about going to the bar. I don't care about getting or borrowing money from people. You got to go get beach chairs.
Yeah.
Beach chairs is the currency out there. You go out there and you want your setup. I want everyone set up right. I'm a big, get the group together. That's all I care about. So we get like 12 chairs. Well, obviously throughout, 3 or 4 hours, people are going to get up, do their thing, bathroom, go talk to their families, kiss the babies, blah, blah, blah. Well, we are a loud group, try to be entertaining, and we attract some attention. So we had like 2 or 3 random people walk up on us. But, and we said our hellos and everything, and they're a little bit, I think they're a little bit weird and out there. But they didn't go away, and it started to become a little bit annoying. And I'm like, how do we get rid of them? Because then when I thought they'd go away, Holland would make a comment, and I'm like, shut up.
Yeah.
He'd make a comment to bring him back, being sarcastic. Then one of them came back and sat down. Sat down in the chair. Didn't just stand over. Didn't hover. No conversation.
Was this the grown man wearing a tank top?
There was a grown man, and then there was the one who was, like, picking on Derek's handicap. So I start trolling this one girl over, Bobby and I do the bit that we're, sexist.
The Dice Man bit. Hey, Andrew Dice Clay.
Yeah. And this girl's like, where's y'all's wives? Where's y'all's wives at? And I was like, back home in the kitchen where they belong.
Ooh, and with that haircut, I know she didn't take that well.
And why?
She had, she had she had a shaved head.
Yeah.
So R.I.P. Sinead O'Connor.
She did not take that well. But I was like, I'm gonna dig into it, And they're like, well, it's not right. You're not out here, da da da. And I'm just trolling. I'm being Al Bundy. And
no, ma'am.
So she's being sensitive to every life issue in the world. Well, then she says, what's that on the table? It's Holland's arm brace. Well, Miss Sensitive, Miss Marcy Darcy, all of a sudden loses all her sensitivity and starts attacking Derek for his injury and you cripple, your arm brace. And I'm like, whoa, where was Miss No Ma'am?
Ease up there, lady.
You know what I mean? Where's Miss Love Everyone? Where's Miss Callie Hippie? And she's attacking and going at Holland. And I'm like, okay, bits up. Let's get him out of here. I was like, no one else talked to him. And I told the other boys, get back to your seats and sit in your chairs.
That's right when I walked up.
Yeah.
I was standing and you were like, sit down now.
I'm like, everyone sit down so that they see there's no seats available. Let's get them out of here. This has gone on for like 30 minutes now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You do the stop by.
She had already spilled my drink.
Oh, yeah.
She had these like she had like these army boots on. Okay.
She was basically G.I. Jane.
She was G.I. Jane. She walks over,
Jada
just
Pinkett.
steps right on my drink, which was on the ground on the beach. I buried it in the sand a little bit. Fresh drink, brand new. Crushes it, walks right on it. You think she offered to buy a new one? No. Oh, I went inside to get a new one. She had the balls to come up to me this one. She leans against the table like all like sassily.
You didn't even say to her, like, are you going to buy me one?
I was like, it was a vodka. I said, it was vodka soda. I'll take another one. And she goes, good for you. Something like good for you or whatever. Then she has the balls to come to me, sidles up there, puts her elbow on the table, like, like all sassily. And she's like, buy me a drink. And I said, what? She goes, you going to buy me a drink? I said, buy you a drink? You gotta buy me one here.
Right.
You buy me one here. I'm not buying you a damn drink. It's your own drink.
So did she buy you one?
No.
She didn't buy you a makeup
drink? No, I
drink?
just went and got one. I was like, I'm going back.
I wish you would have told me that.
I'm going back.
I wish you would have told me that.
I tried, but Bobby kept interrupting, so I just stopped the story.
So Walchuk then takes over. I didn't hear it, but it became a scene.
I heard it.
All right.
He was being so he was already at this point. He had a lot to drink, and this is when he started just getting a little,
because he's going to go extra hard because he's going to Vegas with Lucius on Friday as they're going to broadcast from the Spence Crawford fight. So he's missing out on family dinner. He's not going to be here Friday. Now he's going to Vegas. I don't feel too bad for him, but I feel like maybe he was trying to make up for it last night.
Yeah, because I mean he's leaving tonight after the show, so he's not going to be back till Sunday. So he's missing all of our weekend hanging out.
Yeah,
and so I think he felt like, all right, this is the time for me to do it. So he had several drinks and he was starting to get a little testy and on edge about everything.
Yeah.
And so he was getting a little on edge, and he said he knew you were unhappy with the group, and everybody was kind of not happy with these couple of people. And Zach goes, I'm gonna tell him to go. I'm gonna tell him to go. And I was like, all right, like little bit of a steady hand when you do this. And he like turns over and looks at them, and he's like, hey, you're kind of annoying. My friends don't like you. You need to leave.
It's time for you to go. It's time for you. And then he's like, I'm sure you're a great person. It's time for you to go. That's what he said. That's what he said to this Sinead O'Connor lookalike.
Yeah.
Oh, and yeah, and
I'm sure you're a great person, and I'm sure you're a lot of fun, but I think it's time for you to leave.
Also said
that's a little aggressive, but that seems okay. But it got worse than that.
Yeah.
It got much worse than that.
Yeah, well, we also had cut-off sleeves with the tattoos
Tim
that
Collins?
he was saying this to.
Oh.
No, the guy with the cut-off sleeves and the tattoos, who then took offense to Zach's direct way of talking, and then he came over and got down by Zach's side and like wanted to talk about, okay, so what's your issue here?
Yeah.
And then I'm just kind of like sitting there shaking my head, and I like Eric's to my right, and
Eric's
I was
trying
like,
to calm Zach down.
I was like, Eric, are you sober? He's like, I'm a little buzzed, and I was like, but you're not like hammered. And I was like, he's like, no. I was like, all right, cool. Don't have any more drinks. Just like be aware for a second. I don't know what the hell's gonna happen with him. And Zach just keeps on talking. So they eventually squash it. I don't know how. Conflict resolution. I looked over and all of a sudden it was over. I think Adrian, Corey's wife, had helped kind of talk things down a little bit. And so they were all like, oh, hey, look, what a nice thing in this world. Corey was like, isn't this great, guys? Like, we were able to talk through a problem like adults. Yes. And so as soon as that ends, Zach's like, yeah, I told him. I just told him to go away. Told him to leave. Yeah. I handled it. I was like, yeah, you shouldn't have said it in that manner. He's like, did you tell me not to do that? I was like, yeah, like right before he started talking, I was like, let's kind of be even here.
Yeah.
And then he was like, you must have said that to somebody else. You didn't say that to me. And I was like, I did. And he's like, you didn't say it to me, B. And he called me the B word. And I was like,
oh, Bobby.
Like, all right, Zach.
So do you think
slow down.
Do we owe him a thanks, fan text, or did he get too uncomfortable?
Okay, both. Yeah, I think there's a.
I don't know how else you would have done it. They weren't getting any social cues. They wouldn't leave. It was just hovering over, and they weren't chill and cool. Like they were weird. They were weird.
Yeah, they were. There's a level of ignoring you have to do that they weren't getting, They weren't understanding that. You
Yes.
would hope that they would just leave on their own.
Yes.
There's probably a way to do it that was a little bit, more with couth than Zach did.
Yeah.
I don't know what that way is, though.
469 says, I'm on Zach's side. 817 says LMAO. People are loving.
I feel like you aren't relaying Zach's aggressiveness.
He was very aggressive.
It was more aggressive than that.
He said it very much like, "Hey, you need to leave. You're
annoying.
You're
Sorry.
annoying. You need to leave. We don't like you."
Yes.
It was very curt. Is probably the best.
Like to the point where we
description
all kind of got quiet, like because it was that uncomfortable. I appreciate him doing it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. I guess I'll thank him for it. I appreciate that he did it. Someone had to do it, but it felt like they were then staring at us for the rest of the time. They were like those a-holes, those jerks over there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Especially that one guy that they believed they had
Simba?
squashed things with. I don't know what his name was. That they believed they had their conflict resolution. He sat across from us the whole time. And there was one more time later in the night where Zach was yelling at somebody in their direction, Derek, I think.
Oh my god!
And the guy took it as him being yelled at, and he's like, "Do we have a problem again?" And Zach took offense to his tone. He goes, "I don't know, do we?" And it's like, Zach, slow down, buddy.
That's how I started the show. I didn't realize this group can't handle their alcohol this much.
They struggle, man.
35 to 40-year-olds not being able to handle it. And then I left, Choppy left, Corey left for dinner, and I saw videos of Zach and Jane doing tackling drills at night.
Jane was Hurricane Jane last
And
night.
I thought she was just drinking some Coronas. Did she have some of the shots?
I didn't see it.
I think she had one.
I mean, look,
Coronas.
It just takes a couple Coronas to get Jane White girl wasted, and she was hard charging, and all of a sudden she was just, "You want to see my tackling form?" And so Zach's like, "I'll do it," and gets over there, and they start filming, and you can go find this on her Twitter. He flips her, doesn't let her tackle. He's like, "I'll do it," and so she comes up, and as she's coming up, he just lowers and flips her over his shoulder into the sand. And I don't know, she may not have felt anything at that moment. Due to the inebriation, but she may be waking up with a sore back or something this morning.
That looked like a pretty vicious flip, though.
And then I'm not going to say it's up to you, Bobby. The night ended with Bobby having to leave dinner. He got up in the middle of dinner and left the group because of things that were happening.
Yeah,
you don't have to go into it. It's your
no.
choice.
I mean, we can go into it. I just don't know that we have enough time to go into it right now in the detail. But it's the.
You got 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Jane had said, "Well, I thought we were doing life hacks." Is why I thought we we're back in with life hacks. But
if the content's good,
yeah,
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
so
do 2 more hours, 3 more hours.
So as you recall, last year we were
you
all
want to do life hacks instead.
No. I
don't want to mess. I don't want to step on your toes.
No. If the content's
if the
good.
Tolos want it.
No, they do. They're all interested in this. And by the way, everybody's unanimous pretty much that they're saying we should thank Zach. So they
Good job, Willie.
Every group has to have the bad guy.
Yeah.
Oftentimes we let Sean be the bad guy.
Yeah.
He has no problem being the bad guy.
Yeah.
But this was a situation where, it needed somebody, and Zach was closest and willing, and the most willing at the time. Could he have done it in a different way? Sure, but it's the old adage. If you don't like the way it's done, do it yourself.
Yep.
Right? So, what am I going to say?
I agree with you.
He may have done it a little bit differently than I would have, but I didn't do it. So, I can't complain about that.
I agree with you. I agree.
No, I mean, there's to me there was a tone for it. It ended up playing out fine. My issue was you had no idea who you were dealing with at all, and so in terms of that approach, you've just always got to approach things with, all right, let's try not to just go right to the top of escalation.
To me, the only way to do it is, all right, guys, that's my cue to get off the phone. Well, all right, that's my cue for you to leave. That's my cue for me to leave. All right, guys, nice. It was nice hanging out. And if they don't get that or don't leave after that, then props to Wolchuk. That's the only thing. I guess that's the only thing left to do, unless someone has some different advice.
No, I mean,
Twitch or YouTube.
There were a couple of people who just said that they thought, okay, maybe the tone could have been a little better, but ultimately he did what had to be done.
Yeah.
And then there were some others. 214 accused said, y'all were scared. Wolchuk was the only one who stepped up and had the balls to do it and to take it on. I don't know that it was scared to say anything. It's just I think we're all trying to figure out what's the approach to these people.
Right.
How do you address them? And that was the thing that we ran into. So last night we finished up at Rudder Room around gosh, I don't know what time that was. It was like 8:30 when we left. Probably y'all had all left earlier. It was like 8:30, 8:45.
Hear that, babe? If you're listening, hear that, sweetheart? I left early.
And so, so we all headed over to Topper's Pizza, which, by the way, I had no idea that you were over there, Chop, along with Corey. And
that was not our first choice. We went somewhere else, and they were closed. We were like, all right, we're going to go here. Big mistake. I'm feeling it, man.
I did get a little.
I'm starting to get a little goosebumps.
Uh-oh.
I did get a little big timed by Choppy, by the way. When we walked in, I was like, hey, I didn't know you're here. And he's like, yeah, we said bye. And then he went right back to talking to Corey and Adrian. Just blew me off. Like, I don't know this person. I don't want to talk to him.
Then made you carry the water this morning.
I know. Literally.
Ruben get his coffee.
Literally made me carry water for Choppy.
Hang on. I do have a major problem
with how I represented that?
No, when I'm in a conversation with somebody getting distracted and being rude to the person I'm already talking to. So I'm trying to make like a concerted effort to like give them the attention. Corey was talking. So that's why I didn't mean any offense.
I came up and hugged Corey though. I hugged Corey, so he was, oh hey buddy, and then I addressed. But then he was like, we told you we were leaving. So anyway, we get to Toppers and it's me, Slater, Brian, Eric, Zach, and then Jade. Who Jade, if you recall?
Jade?
Yes, Jade. Not Jane, Jade. Who you recall, that was who we met out here in Oxnard last year. And she was, along with Chase and Alyssa and that group that we had met at Rudder Room last year. So
you sure you want to? We will talk about it in some form or fashion. Stefan Gilmore at 9. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. The Angels are making moves. Ohtani's off the market. Should we trust the Rangers based upon the moves? They've been buyers in the past.
Yeah.
John Daniels has gotten killed for it. Bobby has done the Rangers research project to figure out how much we should trust them based upon what they've done back in the day. That's next on your home for Rangers baseball with Sean and RJ.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Lead here tonight for Leote. He's up to 48 RBIs, and here's Marcus sending one high into the sky, deep into the Crawford boxes. Marcus Semien turning first, and he's staring at Framber Valdez. He clobbers his 15th home run of the year, and the Rangers now lead it by the score of 6-3.
Rangers get one last night on your home for Rangers baseball. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt live from Oxnard, California, your site of Cowboys training camp. I'm getting a little nervous for this Stefan Gilmore interview because Bobby got in my head saying he's not going to give the longest answers, but they're really good answers. So I feel like we need a lot of thoughtful questions. A lot of thoughtful questions because I feel like Stefan Gilmore, he's business. He's all business.
Yeah.
Sitting down with us at 9 o'clock. That's my initial feel. That's my initial read. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair. Like and you could, like, during the break, go look up some of the stuff he's done since he's been with the Cowboys. He'll give you, he's not going to give you the minute-and-a-half long answer. He's not going to give you the, yeah, okay, though, either. He's not going to give you 5 seconds. He'll give you 20 to 30 seconds on just about every question, but there will be meat. There's no fat on it. It's all... it's good stuff, and so he's a good interview. But yeah, you got to come ready with questions for him.
Yeah, so I do wonder: is this one of those where you do strictly all business, or do you get away from that at all?
Well, yesterday we tried to change it up with the armpit smelling for Tony Pollard, and I guess
he liked.
A couple Tolos didn't like it.
Some people on the YouTube, the YouTube comments, they were like, "Should talk football with him all the time." And I'll be honest. The easiest way to get guys to open up and talk football in a comfortable way is usually not talking football with them at the very beginning of the interview.
We did make a little bit of news, and I thought I had done bad prep, but I should have known better. Tony Pollard was not in the running back Zoom meeting, as was reported. I went back and looked because he looked at me like I was crazy when I was like, what happened on the Zoom call? And he's like, I wasn't in. I was like, oh, crap. I'm not hungover.
Mm-hmm.
I'm already awake. I'm alert. And I went and looked up the articles. It was reported that he was in those. Bad report.
Somebody's wrong.
Incorrect.
Either Tony Pollard's wrong about being on the Zoom call, or the report's wrong.
I don't think Pollard was lying. I don't. So, Stefan Gilmore at 9 o'clock. If you got some special questions you want us to ask, hit us up at 877-881-1053. I love that there's a little spice last night between these two teams. I don't care that they didn't really fight. I want there to be bad blood. That's what rivalries are. Rivalries are missing in sports, and I want there to be some nastiness.
Yeah, and sports rivalries have kind of devolved.
Yeah,
to the point where now it's like in football, it's not Chiefs, Bengals, or whatever. It's Mahomes, Burrow. It's become about it was Manning, Brady.
Yeah.
It's not about the teams necessarily anymore. The Cowboys, individual fans will still see that of each team, but there's not like that national, oh man, I gotta watch this.
Yeah, like
we had that with Steelers-Ravens for a while.
I hate that LeBron and Draymond love each other. I hate that. I thought that they hated each other, but no, they're banana bros as well. So they got into it last night. Rangers got the W. And I thought we were going to be on here destroying Andrew Heaney this morning, but he survived.
He survived.
Just like Martin Perez did.
Just like Martin. So and that's a good sign. When you can make adjustments mid-game and you can correct things and you can overcome giving up 3 or 4 runs in the first inning, basically before you even get outs. You're giving. If you could do that, you could settle in. First of all, it's good for you as the pitcher, but also what it does for a bullpen. I mean, Andrew Heaney had 30-something pitches in the first inning. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot.
You wanted a sign of how the night was going to go. Me and Derek Holland trying to talk about the pitch count. We argued for 5 minutes with him trying to explain what was going on, and we were just miscommunicating. A lot of miscommunication with Holland so far on this trip. A lot of it has been Bobby's fault, I feel like. You didn't tell him how to dress.
Right.
You got the wrong flights, the wrong planes. You get a pass because you're being an ultimate teammate, being the only one to bunk up in a room. But he's like, there's a man on second, 17 pitches into the game.
Who's on first?
How? I said, someone maybe hit a double. And he's like, no, it can't be. 17 pitches, Sean. I'm like, I didn't see it. Maybe he walked or got a single. pass ball, stolen base.
No idea.
It's possible, Dutch, to have a man on second, one pitch into the game.
Yes,
it
is.
What the hell is this guy talking about?
Yeah, I don't know.
And he was talking about the pitch count for Heaney. He's like, how are we on the second batter 17 pitches in? That's what he was saying.
No, because he didn't have a put-away pitch.
And I was like, you don't need to even mention the man on second. It was irrelevant to the conversation.
You know, the Astros did a great job a few years ago. Like, they just didn't strike out a lot. You know, they were very difficult to strike out. And I didn't see that part of the game, but I mean, if you were, it's quite easy. You go to the play-by-play of the game, and you can find out what happened in that first at bat.
Yeah,
it's very possible that one of their hitters fouled off about 9 pitches. It's very, very possible. It happens all the time in sports.
You made a very serious baseball point. I was trying to insult.
I will say it's been great having him as my roommate around already, because I have been able to kind of whip him with some baseball questions just in general. I love talking to baseball players about what they do, because they are so detail-oriented.
Yes.
And, like, Derek was explaining to me yesterday how just in, like, delivering a pitch that he knows when he goes up with his leg, he knows by the time his knee is raised, a lot of times if he screwed up the pitch. Like, he knows it's going to get hit. Because he said he knows, all right, something was off in my mechanics. I leaned back too much, something like that. He's like, so I know going through the follow-through, I'm going to miss my location, and they're going to hit it.
I was feeling bad for Derek yesterday up until the beach bar, because I think he's got to feel like he's taken so many steps down, like sitting here with a bunch of media losers, and he's like the star that was out there on the field, and now he's like, I got to cover this. It's got to be a weird feeling. I felt bad for him, but that quickly went away on the beach. He partied hard, and he's trying to stick his nose in every media scrum, and I need to stick around. I need to talk to this player, but I'm like, gosh, guys, like, especially for Derek, we talk about with Bassick all the time. Like, what a step down.
Gotta be
sitting here with us and all the media schlubs on the sidelines.
It's got to be an ego shot.
Yeah,
he used to be. He was talking about having dinner one night with Andrew McCutchen and Kobe Bryant. And here he is, having drinks with us.
Yeah.
So he has gone from dinner and drinks at Nobu with Kobe, Pau Gasol, and Andrew McCutchen. Fast forward a few years later, probably not even 5 years later, because I think he's doing his time in Pittsburgh. Yeah. Maybe 2 years later. Fast forward to now, having drinks at a cash-only dive bar on a beach.
To asking us in the cart, Sean, does it really smell like urine? He went from Nobu with Kobe to the Rudder Room with pee.
Quite a fall.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, like, still, the guy's still living the life of, like, meeting David Copperfield on an airplane.
And
he's
bunking
still
and having a roommate. The only one to have a roommate out here.
Stealing Ian Rappaport's chair and everything. I mean, he still had a good time.
All right, Ohtani's off the market. That came from Tom Verducci. The Angels trade for Lucas Giolito, and Bobby did a little Rangers research project to get us excited or worried about what CY does.
Yeah, I was curious, how Rangers trades have fared in the past whenever they've been competitive. And pretty much, if you look back all the way back to 1996, the first time they made the playoffs, that every year they've been fairly competitive, or they've been in the race around the deadline. They consistently have made moves. And obviously there are different GMs across that time. Not everybody's going to be the same, but it does show that pretty consistently this organization's history is to do that. And I was curious what their success rate was on trades. I'm
just going to say this before you go through them. I'm off memory. I have basically, and I feel like we basically supported every move that they made. It made sense. I thought JD, I'm not doing this to be a JD kiss ass. I was like, this makes sense. This is the right move to make. My approval rating high when the move was made, and now let's see what reality is.
Yeah, and even in some of these, I think, where it didn't work out for the Rangers, they never one instance they got burned by a prospect they gave up, and we'll get to that one here in just a sec. So 2016, they are in the playoff race. They are 20 games above 500. They lead the AL West by 6 games, and they make 2 trades on the deadline. They trade for Jonathan Lucroy and Jeremy Jeffress. They gave up Ryan Cordell, Louis Brinson, and Luis Ortiz. Luis Ortiz and Louis Brinson were 2 good prospects. Yeah. Brinson especially was a big-time prospect. Brinson did nothing at the majors, really, at all.
Did he go to Miami after that?
Yeah. He went to the Brewers at first, and then he was with Miami. Ortiz never really developed into anything. So that one didn't burn you on what you gave up. And Lucroy was good. Lucroy got here. I don't know if y'all remember. When he got here, he got hot. He had like a 900 OPS the rest of the way. They end out winning. They're 10 games above 500 the rest of the way. They win the AL West by 9 games, so they increase their lead. And also at the deadline, they trade for Carlos Beltran. Now, Beltran had been really good for New York in the first half of the season and was not very good when he got here. He went cold.
And they give up Tate for him?
They gave up Dylan Tate, who had been the first-round pick the year before, but Tate really hadn't developed the way they wanted him to. He didn't start having any sort of success until after New York traded him to Baltimore, and so that one didn't burn you. 2015, you're entering the playoff race. You need a pitcher in here. They make the deal for Cole Hamels and Jake Diekman from Philadelphia. That one, of course, Hamels was here for a few years, had a lot of success. They gave up Jake Thompson, Alec Asher, Jared Eichhoff, Jorge Alfaro, Nick Williams, and Matt Harrison. That's a home run deal in 2015. They also acquired Sam Dyson at the deadline. Sam Dyson was he was a good reliever for them, though. He was a jackass, but he was a good reliever. And they also added Mike Napoli for cash considerations. And so that was, again, a good one that played out well for them. They had some success. 2013, they didn't really get the success they wanted with the deals that they made ahead of the deadline, but they didn't get burned by them necessarily. 2013, they traded for Matt Garza. And that was one that I was really optimistic about when they made the trade. They gave up Mike Olt, who was their top fielding prospect, and Justin Grimm, who was one of their higher pitching prospects, Carl Edwards Jr., and Neil Ramirez. None of that really hurt you. Olt never hit. He never boomed the way they wanted to. And then they added Alex Rios at the deadline. The one that you can say in recent memory screwed them over was 2012. And 2012 was a mess of a year. How many times have you talked about stuff, Sean, when you've said it's the best starter, they've done this and that, and what we reference back to is since 2012, or the note says since 2012. Right. That was a great baseball team early in the year.
Yeah.
And Josh Hamilton, that was the 4-homer game against Baltimore. That was that same year. That was the year they just collapsed at the end against Oakland. But they needed pitching help, and at the deadline, they went and got the NL leader in ERA, Ryan Dempster, who, interestingly enough...
Dumpster fire.
Interestingly enough, 1996, when they made the playoffs the first year, their first deadline deal, when they traded for John Burkett, Ryan Dempster was in the minors and was sent to Florida, whoever it was, for John Burkett. So Dempster's been involved twice, but Dempster comes here, was not good in Texas at all, completely went cold, didn't help them at all. And
he was a fly ball pitcher in a hitter's park.
Yeah.
And I love John. His analytics should have shown him.
Something. So they gave up Christian Villanueva. That doesn't hurt you. But this is where they really screwed up. They gave up Kyle Hendricks. And Hendricks, of course, has stayed with the Cubs throughout this entire time. Hendricks has been a really good pitcher for the Cubs for 8 years now. That one burns you a little bit. That's a guy I'd love to have at the deadline this year. And then, of course, the 2 previous years before that, Mike Adams and Koji Uehara at the deadline that they gave up for really next to nothing, other than Chris Davis, if you want to count that, who had the one big year in Baltimore. And then in 2010, they made a number of deals highlighted by the Cliff Lee trade where they gave up Justin Smoke, who was a top 10 prospect at the time, but again, ultimately didn't hit the way they wanted and didn't burn them.
So, final verdict?
Final verdict is they've really only been burned by a trade once. Either they've made the right call in letting certain prospects go, or the players they've acquired hit big time.
That's what I thought. Memory chop. I can go off of memory sometimes and not just the numbers. And what is Chris Young going to do? Lance Lynn, according to Bob Nightingale, is being pursued, not right now by the Rangers, even though they could be working on it. The Rays are in serious talks. Giolito to the Angels, and the Padres are not selling.
Yeah, and the amount of sellers that we're going to have, I mean, that's going to play a huge role. In whether or not the seller's market is real, where these teams are going to have to buy, like really jump the price.
Peyton, who is it?
Oh, boy. And what was the exact question again, just so I know it's right? Sorry. I would just want to make sure.
It's because you're Googling. We see you on the Zoom.
It was trades and stuff, so I was trying to follow along.
Bye.
Who sings it?
Oh, NSYNC.
Yeah, he had time to Google.
All right. I don't know what really is going to happen here in this next segment. I don't know. That usually means train wreck radio, which is usually a good thing. I do know we have UFOs to talk about, and Dan Orlovsky has just provided the segment for Below the Belt at 8:40. Of course, we have Stefan Gilmore at 9 o'clock. Did we hook the totals up with the giveaway?
Yes, we did.
Okay, I blanked out. I totally blanked out.
We gave it away.
My bad. All right, I don't know what's going to happen. I know what I want to happen. We'll see what happens in this next segment right here on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you healthy, boys and girls, at Q.
Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Okay, you ask and you shall receive. You ask
and you shall receive.
You ask and you shall receive. Had a Tolo, Kyle saying, hey, how about some Big 12 realignment? How about some of that talk? We did it in headlines. Choppy, what is the news with that? And then we got to talk about the Longhorns for a second before Bobby Belt dedicates all of Below the Belt to Dan Orlovsky. And Stefan Gilmore sits down with us live at 9 o'clock here on Sean and RJ, and he'll be sitting down in the K-Post roofing and waterproofing hot seat, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Cowboys.
All right, according to the great Brett McMurphy, Colorado is leaving the Pac-12, coming back to the Big 12. Will start next year. They will receive the full Big 12 share, $32 million from their Fox ESPN deal. The instability of the Pac-12 and the uncertainty was the kind of the cause of this. The Big 12 will vote today to announce that they are accepting them. And there's been an emergency meeting called in 3 hours and 35 minutes in Eugene, Oregon, for the Oregon Ducks to vote to whether they will leave the Pac-12 for the Big 12. So the Big 12 looking to add 2 more teams. That would bring them to 14 starting next year.
The Mannings, first family of football maybe, getting a little, the Kennedys of the NFL, getting a little criticism over your boy Arch, Bobby, getting an NIL deal that he said he wasn't going to take until he was playing. Until I earn my spot on the field, I'm not getting any of that NIL money, and apparently he is.
I mean, doesn't that, because Arch had said, it was Steve Sarkisian talking to The Athletic back in April, and there were all these headlines about it that Sark had said, yeah, Arch Manning, the grandfather, or Archie Manning, the grandfather, had communicated to Arch that, hey, you're not going to take any of this NIL money, you're not going to get one of these deals until you're out there on the field, you're a starter. Well, now he's got a deal with Panini on a football card. And it's funny, I heard KNC talking about this. Hagee was like, oh, a limited edition. I wonder how much that would be. That might be, it's only $1,500. Or he started getting a little worked up about it. But getting some criticism for this because they had said he wasn't going to get any NIL deal until he was a starter. But here's my thing. Is it possible they just tipped the hand? Sark is naming Arch as the starter.
Oh, maybe. It could. I would doubt it.
I would doubt it, too.
I would doubt it.
Based on how he played in the spring game. But
you know, this is simply, look, you reserve the right to change your mind kind of thing. You know, they could say that. You know, like how long, when you
make
say.
your money. God,
yeah.
I mean.
Make that money.
You know,
I understand why you said it. Take the deal.
Yeah, I don't understand why they said it either. But, you know, when you do say it, like, how long are you held to that? Like, can you not change your mind? Like, do you not maintain the right to change your mind?
Who?
Anybody.
Because, I mean, if it's the grandfather, Archie, I wouldn't imagine Archie Manning changed his mind on NIL in 2.5 months.
Right.
Arch maybe would have. I'd get it if a kid did and things like that. But if it's Archie who had said, this is the edict, now maybe he's just being a young, rebellious teen.
How about this,
and
Archie?
He's doing what he wants.
How about this? It ain't your damn kid. All right? Let Cooper parent his kid.
He's Don Corleone.
Yeah, man, he is, isn't he?
He's the Don. Greg McElroy on the Always College Football podcast. He's saying that Texas is back.
The Texas Longhorns, they come in at 9.5. I'm taking the over, 9.5. I think about where they were last year, how close they were in so many games. Lost 5 games last year, all by 1 score. Rice, I think that's a win. They go on the road to Alabama. I think Bama gets this one. Wyoming at home, they get that one. At Baylor, I think that's one they can get. Kansas at home, I think they get them. They got them last year. Oklahoma, game will be a lot closer than it was last year, but I still like where Texas's roster is at this point relative to the Sooners. At Houston, they get that win. BYU at home, I think they get that win. Kansas State at home. They took care of Kansas State last year. I think they'll do so again. At TCU, I'm expecting a slight regression from TCU. Iowa State, I think they get that one, and they get Texas Tech at home. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I think Texas has had that one circled because they let one off the hook last year with the Bijan Robinson fumble late in the year. I really think this team is a 10-win football team. That's the floor.
That's the floor. 10 wins is the floor. That'd be a heck of a year. If they only lose to Bama, if that's their only loss, they're in the Final Four.
I mean, Bama only beats us when they knock our quarterback out, though, right? Quinn Ewers, Colt McCoy.
You've taken the beginning of that game and assumed a win.
So, okay,
man.
I
was watching that game, and I agree. Going your way, positive. I would have felt really good, but you've penned that in as a W.
Well, I mean, that should have been a win. Look, let's be honest. Quinn Ewers was torching them early in that before he got hurt. Alabama played really poorly. Sark called the game like a coward and had 3 different instances of like 4th and short inside the 10, and he kicked field goals. Like it was cowardly play calling and decision making that affected it. But that was a game Texas should have won even when Ewers was out. A lot of people felt like Texas played better than Alabama that day. So if they had their quarterback in there, yeah. So I don't know. What quarterback are they knocking out this year? Arch, Quinn, Malik Murphy, who knows?
What's the former Longhorn doing?
Tom Herman is doing some cheesy high school coaching crap right here at the American Conference. He's coaching back in college football again. This time he said, we had a 5-7 locker room, so we locked it. That's right. The same guy who put out a pee chart in the Longhorn locker room where you could test the color of your urine to see how hydrated you were.
I need that.
He locked his players. I'm going to say this again. He locked his players out of their locker room. That's a 5-7 locker room. We're locking that up. We're not using that one anymore.
That's like the coach who shut down football activities. Is it Florida A&M?
Yeah, FAMU. Florida A&M.
For the players letting this musician come in to film very, very vulgar.
Oh, very vulgar.
I was listening to that. Manny came out of the room, and she's like, what is that? I was like, yeah, this football team made a rap video.
By the way, FAMU, that's a heck of an alumni list they got for athletes, man.
Really?
Dude, they've got they got Marquise Grissom, Vince Coleman, Nate Newton, Althea Gibson, Andre Dawson.
Isaiah Land, undrafted free agent here with the Cowboys this year.
They had some good players out there.
All right, last night we had Kyrie Holland. We had Bouncer Zach. We had Bobby Strauss and Hurricane Jane having you leave dinner early. Why'd you walk out of your dinner?
Hurricane Jane was out in full force, and I'll lead off with this. Everybody knows, like I love Jane to death. Jane and I are very close, and honestly, I said this yesterday. The 3 people most responsible probably for helping me along the way to get to where I get professionally are probably Sean Sharif, Brian Broaddus, and Jane Slater. And Slater was at the forefront of that and really did a lot to help me. And so we're very close. We've always been really close. And yesterday, Jane had some to drink. I had several to drink. She was out there trying to do tackling drills, on the beach, and Zach Wolchuk flipping her. So we go to Topper's Pizza and for some dinner afterwards. And we're getting there. I was really looking forward to eating the pizza too.
It's good pizza.
It is. I was really looking forward to maybe just like having a quick, quick slice.
Because you had a good
one.
soda way in.
I did. And so I was hoping to just get a good slice in. So we get there and we sit down, and pretty quickly, like, something's on Jane's mind. And it's you guys know, when I go out, we like to have a good time. We like to party. So Jane, I guess it's been weighing on her a little bit. She wanted to stop down and have a discussion about when I'm out and the way I like to go at it when I'm out.
If anyone listened to Jane when she was in for Choppy that week, she's like a mom to Bobby.
Yes.
Always lecturing and really blunt advice.
And she started on that yesterday and started in with some tough love. And essentially she was just trying to say she thinks little reckless. I'm a little reckless at times.
Don't blow it.
I'm a little naive at times. I'm just that was basically her thought. Is like, you don't take seriously enough, how loose you are with things out here.
Yeah.
And she was saying it in sort of an aggressive manner, and I accepted it lovingly, and I was like, all right, let me talk to you. And every time I try to make a point, she was like, nope, not done. And she just wanted to keep going.
Yeah.
And so in that process, I was like, all right, well, Jane, I love you, and I respect the hell out of you. But if you're not going to let me talk about this or give you my perspective on it all, I'm going to go, and I'll see you tomorrow.
And who else was at the table, and how uncomfortable did it get?
Brian, Eric, Zach, Derek had just walked up with pizza, and it was getting uncomfortable to the point where when Jane was like kind of starting to raise her voice a little bit, Derek would just go, "How about this pizza, y'all?" He's like, "This is good," or like he'd like lean in and go like, "So y'all know the moon landing didn't happen, right? Let's talk about the moon again." And at one point, like Jane like turns to Brian for some backup. She's like, "Brian, you agree, right?" And Brian goes, "Keep me out of it." And he's like, I don't want. He's like, I don't want in on this. I like you guys just do whatever you're doing. I was like, all right. So I hopped in an Uber. I got home. Or I got back to the hotel. We texted a little bit after I got there.
Conversation after that.
No, we texted, and it was just like, hey, like, you know, just kind of saying like, hey, you know, I love you. You know, I think the world of you. We'll talk in the morning. It's late.
Yeah, I
We're
think
tired.
the world of you. That is.
Well, that was the exact words. It was just to that.
That's a
to
great
that effect.
diffuser.
Yeah, and I mean, it wasn't like. I didn't leave there going like, oh, I hate Jane or that. Like, I love Jane. It was just leaving there like, okay, I got to remove myself then if we can't talk about this rationally right now.
What a night.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this again
Oh,
tonight.
what a night.
Oh, no. There may be no dinner today.
You're not, if someone says, all right, Chop, let's go to the beach again.
Yeah, I'll go.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line, Stefan Gilmore, Cowboys new corner at 9 o'clock. But, we got a double dose of Dan. Is there any coincidence, and I didn't ask Bobby what he wanted to talk about. I'm just telling him he has to talk about this. Dan Orlovsky is coming to Dallas when Bobby Belt leaves, and Bobby has more evidence of Dan telling more lies. Plus, he just commented about Dak Prescott. Below the belt on your home of the Cowboys next.
Let's get you over to the greatest.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Dan Orlovsky is a liar? What? No, you're kidding me. More on that in just a second. First, the first bit of Dan Orlovsky news. What the hell did he say? What is it that you want me to react to? What do you want me?
The voice from 105.3.
So, a short time ago, a while back, he was breaking down Dak's interceptions. This was June 14th.
Mm-hmm.
Dak threw 15 interceptions last year. 11 of those 15 were in situations where the Cowboys needed 10 or more yards. 8 were on 3rd and long. Situational forces was the issue, and it's fixable. So that's nothing too bad right there. And then Orlovsky the other day, he was putting out like some quarterback stats, and some Cowboy fan was like, "Now, if it was Dak, you'd change the narrative." And he's like, "You Cowboy fans get worked up, and you get so sassy over everything." And an hour ago, he just on his own said, "Last year, Dak interceptions were way more about forcing the football in situational moments than they were about anything else. Very abnormal for him. Can he remain aggressive this year without forcing the ball? That's the main question." That's innocent, Bobby.
No, it isn't.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, it isn't.
I don't know why he's just repeating what he said a month ago. It's the same exact thing. Well, I guess I do know why.
I know why, because he has to repeat himself every month just to make sure that he's being consistent and not completely changing what he said previously. That's what he does. He says something one month and then it changes the next. So every month he has to check in and repeat things in order for you to know that, yeah, I still believe what I said instead of just making S up, which is what he tends to do. But, I mean, look, the issue last year, first off, as we've talked about, like 5 of those last year were things that were bounced off somebody's hand. So that's a third of them right there. I don't think just a raw look at, oh, look, it was 3rd and long. Or like, of course, you're more likely to pass the ball and take shots further down the field when you're in 3rd and long situations. So that's not about forcing it. That's just about the potential of interceptions happening. That naturally goes up. But it's not about forcing it. The issues last year were more about tipped passes and communication and being on the same page with the receivers. Now, who's at fault there? Is it the receivers? Is it Dak? I think at different points it was different people, but that's the bigger issue is communication, not forcing the ball.
And just so you know, yesterday brought us his big takeaway. Cooper Rush had a really good practice. Dak threw a pick, Simi Fajoko's fault. I didn't see the second one. Holland did. I'll tell you about it, KMC. But Broadus was talking about increased speed with his footwork for the West Coast offense. He said it was noticeable and it looked good. So that was Brian's Dak takeaway yesterday.
Timing has to be good. When you're in the West Coast offense, the timing has to be good. Everybody's got to be on point. Everybody has to know exactly where they're supposed to be at the exact moment. It's all about timing in the West Coast offense. And so that includes the quarterback's drop and the footwork and the quick, all right, 3 steps and it's out, or 5 steps and it's out.
No better way to make sure that all the I's are dotted and T's crossed than a 45-minute practice.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've done some heavy install. The coaches stayed around from the combine. Remember, they were installing then, so they've crammed. And what is it? It's supposed to be 30%. That's different according to Brian Schottenheimer. That's the line we keep hearing. So
can we really say anything? They got 12 wins.
No, we can't. We can't really say anything. And they're going to have 10, 12 wins this year. Like, they'll be fine. They're a good team. Maybe they run into one. Like, when you don't have Patrick Mahomes, the goal is, let's just be good enough. Hope we run into one year.
No, that's what McCarthy said. You got to be on the porch. I think he said.
Yeah, just get there.
Yeah,
get there. Throw darts at it. I hope you hit.
And by run into one, you mean they run into the 49ers for a third year in a row, and
look, you're gonna beat those guys eventually. One of these days, they're gonna beat them.
One of these days.
How about that?
Yeah, one of these days, she's gonna let you kick the ball.
They lost 2 one-possession games.
Oh, yeah, this is not some giant chasm. Like, they can absolutely beat the 49ers on any given day, but the 49ers are objectively better right now and have been.
And they were better in those 2 games.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, now for the other Dan Orlovsky note and why he's a total liar. And Chop brought this up off of Twitter yesterday late in the show.
Whoever noticed this, investigated this, was impressive.
And this is from The Big Lead, Sean's favorite website. The headline, Dan Orlovsky has discovered rolling suitcases, remains the best. He's just the best. I now hate The Big Lead too, Sean. And it says, what a joy to see the world through Dan Orlovsky's eyes.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful world of 12-yard end zones, and like it just completely changes the reality of everything.
Yeah.
Well, yesterday he discovered rollerboard luggage, like wheeled luggage, allegedly. So he takes a picture of this ESPN NFL Live bag, and he says, traveling today to Dallas, used a roller bag for the first time ever instead of a duffel bag.
Why is he going to Dallas right now?
Training camp.
Yeah.
This idiot thinks that the Cowboys practice in Frisco.
No, it is training camp. He knew I was in Oxnard. He knew it was safe for him to roam the streets of DFW again.
yeah.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean, bro?
He would tie you up in a pretzel.
Yeah, he
Bobby.
would.
He says, that sounds oddly erotic. He says, total game changer. This rollerboard wheel. By the way, it popped in my head, I'm going to scan every team boarding the plane photo I can find of the teams that he was on, and if I find him with rollerboard,
first of all,
if I find him with roller luggage, if I find it, I'm flying back to Dallas today to deal with this.
He would. You know he would.
He will.
So that's the first part of this. He clearly is making this up, and I have evidence that he's making this up.
First of all, Bobby is 1,000%. If this is true that he is now using this roller suitcase for the first time ever.
Because he said he only used a duffel bag
Bobby
before.
is 100% going to start using a duffel bag just so he doesn't use the same thing Orlovsky does.
But Chris Arnold and Tim, I think, do this, just duffel bag.
Yes, I think they do.
Not roll away.
So this is
roll away bag to travel.
right here. This is the picture. I zoomed in on the picture that he shared. This is the bottom of his bag here on the fan cam if you're looking.
Man.
All right, so I want you to look right down here. Do you see those chip marks in the wheels? Do you see the scuff? Here, okay? There's scuff up on here, Chop, up on the little corner there. Some marks, and those are divots in those wheels. That's from heavy usage. Back over here on this side, again, worn. Those are not brand new wheels. This bag has been used several times, or he is the most reckless luggage carrier through the airport of all time, because this is, I don't know, probably 50 trips worth of damage to those wheels. He is lying.
It could be his wife's.
Yeah.
It
could be his wife.
Does his wife work for ESPN NFL Live? It's not his wife's. It's his.
She doesn't travel. You don't have no idea if she travels.
I mean, it's his bag though. She doesn't work for ESPN. I don't think anyway. I mean, maybe that makes sense how he keeps a job.
Maybe they need to scrub the wheels after every usage, like Choppy does.
I mean,
in the Choppy household.
I will say this. I never thought. Now, Sarah, obviously brought this up. I never thought of it. She's like, you can't put the suitcase. You don't wheel the suitcase through the house and stuff. It was on the bathroom floor. The wheels were on the bathroom floor. Okay, I get that. It makes sense. I think it's a bit much. I mean, I'm comfortable with a certain level of dirt.
Orlovsky is doing an interesting thing. He's either like the most sheltered. You guys probably have something in common. It sounds like he was homeschooled.
Don't say that to me.
It really does. He's either never experienced the world or he's lying about things to be like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Like, people use bath towels like more than 1 in
Really?
30 days. Like, I've never traveled. You traveled in the NFL. You traveled all around. You traveled for ESPN without a suitcase on wheels. So he's doing this bit. I don't know if it's a bit or I don't know if it's real.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is. You are experiencing what life was like going into high school now. And you're out with your friends. You're experiencing that, and Dan is the same thing.
Most of these people have like two things in life they can bring up like this, like Choppy never having like an omelet until like 5 years ago,
or Big Red,
or well, yeah, I guess something like that. Like I've never had this, I've never experienced this, and he's coming out with one a month.
Yeah,
he is.
That's what the big lead wrote about. It says, I don't know how he's managed to do it, but credit to ESPN's Dan Orlovsky for carving out a very niche market in the world of sports media as the lovable goof who might shock, delight, and horrify his audience by informing them he's never heard of feta cheese or sleeps in a big wet sleeping bag all night instead of showering or whatever the case might be. If he were a different guy, we'd be convinced there was a bit going on, but no one is closer to an earnest alien who has landed on this strange planet and is slowly being introduced to the ways of humankind. And to be perfectly clear, it's profoundly likable, even if it is all a bit hard to comprehend. There's nothing likable about his bit. Nothing.
Some of them can be. This, look, I could give him this on the wheels. That does look like it could be some kind of string that was picked up off the floor.
All right, Chop, I got something for you to finish off before Stefan Gilmore sits down with us.
Bring it.
Travis Kelce, the Kelce Brother podcast, got denied by your girl Tay-Tay.
Speaking of Taylor Swift, I know you went to the Taylor Swift concert. How was it?
Yeah, well, I was disappointed that she doesn't talk before or after her shows because she has to save her voice for the 44 songs that she sings. So I was a little butthurt I didn't get to hand her one of the bracelets I made for her.
You made her a bracelet?
Yeah. If you're up on Taylor Swift concerts, there are friendship bracelets, and I received a bunch of them being there, but I wanted to give Taylor Swift one with my number on it. Not right now.
Your number's in 87 or your phone number?
You know which one. She doesn't meet anybody, or at least she didn't want to meet me, so I took it personal.
She probably just hasn't gotten over the Super Bowl yet. She's a big Eagles fan. Maybe she just made something up and just didn't want to talk to you.
Damn it.
So he tried to shoot a shot.
Yeah.
But, she's a performer. I'm not talking to people before or after the show. At least that's what she says.
Maybe Morgan Wallen should have tried this. He lost his voice for 6 weeks. Maybe he should have not talked to people before or after the show.
That's right.
Look, Taylor Swift is she's huge. Like she's obviously
I'll take
legendary.
a little sip.
Yeah, you would. You absolutely would. Man, I don't know. You can't date her. If you date her and you break up, you are a song.
That's right.
You will end up a song.
Brad Sham says this is the best interview on the team. Cowboys' new corner, Stefan Gilmore, sits down with us live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Next on the Fan.
But let's get you.
App. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt on the home of America's team, and sitting down right now in the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing hot seat is Stefan Gilmore, K-Post, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Thank you for waking up with us.
Appreciate you.
We were told that you were the best interview on the team already. That was from Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys. Do you agree?
I agree.
You do? That's a sweet shirt. Let's start off with the shirt. Let's get it on the Fan Cam. Jordan,
Off-White.
Michael, just like that. Top 3 MJ moments.
Oh, man.
Or 2.
2, I'll say, obviously, the iconic shot. You know, the championship shot that
Utah.
he made. Utah.
Okay.
He got so many big moments.
Yeah. That's why it was a great question by me.
I say his first championship.
Okay.
That's what started.
Lakers,
yeah. That's
trophy in the locker room.
Exactly. That's what started this.
Now, you're a member of Team Jordan.
Yeah.
So how does that work in terms of, like, the gear? It's shipped, like, you ask, or it just comes?
It just comes. I have so much Jordan gear. They send me so much stuff. It's hard to even store.
Once a week?
Twice a month.
Twice a month.
Yeah.
And what does a shipment look like generally?
have some sweatpants of Jordan, T-shirt, shorts, and like 10 pair of shoes.
10 pairs of shoes a month?
Wow.
Yeah.
A month? Dang.
Yeah.
So
it's crazy.
You must know Nico Harrison.
Yeah.
He hooks it up.
Yeah, he hooks it up. Yeah, for sure.
So how many shoes do you have? What's your closet look like?
I don't know. I haven't counted, but I have a home now in Dallas.
Well,
and I have shoes there, and in Charlotte, North Carolina, I have a lot of shoes, and I have shoes in storage too. So, my wife kind of get mad because I have all these shoes taking up places.
Who has more shoes?
Me for sure.
Okay.
Crease guards?
Say it again.
Crease guards?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's like this protect the shoe, right?
Yeah. They slide it inside the Jordan, so you don't get the creases out of it. But they're uncomfortable, right? Like, they're super uncomfortable.
What player has a more impressive shoe collection than you? Who's someone where you were even like, whoa, wow? Like, are you a diehard shoe person?
I'm not a shoe guy like that.
Okay.
I mean, I just have them. I'm with Jordan.
Yeah.
You know, people be like, where you get those from? I mean, I'm with Jordan, but I mean, I say.
But you're not a big shoe guy.
I'm not a big shoe guy like that.
Okay.
I mean, I like shoes, but.
How many times with cleats before you move on to the next pair?
1 cleat a week.
1 cleat a week?
Fresh pair.
Okay.
Yeah. I got to wear a fresh pair because if I wear them for 2 games, they start like.
Wear and tear?
Wear and tear, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so.
So, like, because it used to be like, bust out a new pair of shoes, you get some blisters or whatever. That's just totally not the case anymore?
Nah, that's not the case. I mean, I can put those cleats on and just get out there and get ready to play. They so comfortable. They fit my foot well, and they look good. So,
So you grew up a Cowboy fan?
I grew up a Cowboy fan. My uncle, a Cowboy fan. My whole family back in South Carolina, Rock Hill, where I'm from, Cowboys fans. So,
and
even like the people in my city. They super excited about this year.
And the favorite poster or the favorite player, the jersey, the number 1 seed when you were growing up that you loved was who?
Prime.
Prime.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. That's it. Now, you came out in the 2012 draft. I know that was the year that Mo Claiborne got picked by the Cowboys at 6, and you went 10.
Yeah.
And I think I've heard you say before, or something that was discussed, that you were thinking like, hey, there might be a shot I can actually get to Dallas in that draft, and that when they went, Mo Claiborne was like, man, and he just missed that. Does it feel a little bit like full circle or fulfillment here a decade later now that you're in Dallas?
It was kind of crazy because the reason I said that is because they worked me out like 2 weeks before the draft, and I'm like, they may pick me because I think they was like at 20 or something pick, and then they traded up. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, I thought I was going to go there, and it didn't happen. So I'm just happy, I'm here now, and who wouldn't want where to start.
So what's it been like so far, like the Cowboy experience versus we don't know other teams, right? The media out here with this weather, back home in DFW.
Yeah.
What's it been like?
It's been great. First time in this training camp, obviously, but it's a great setup here. The city, Dallas, it's a great place. I didn't spend much time there, but it's been good. I thought New England's media was big, but this is
much bigger.
Yeah.
What do you like to do?
It's harsh.
What do you like to do free time, hobby wise?
Spend time with my kids, wife and kids, and my son plays sports, daughter plays sports. I have a 2-year-old son that's up, so just spending time with them, doing outside things, fishing, stuff like that.
What's the TV show that's on the most because of your son? What do you know way too much about in terms of a cartoon or a
Bluey.
movie?
Yeah,
Bluey.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I miss Bluey. My kid's a little older. I miss Bluey. I think from what I hear, I'm not missing it. That's not that I missed it.
Oh my gosh, it's great.
What do you mean from what you hear?
From
the critics are down on Bluey?
No, just that everybody watches it and you know too much about it. Right?
Oh,
it's a great show to
It's
know
like what
about.
I used to know with Paw Patrol. I just knew too much about it.
Yeah.
What's the biggest difference in a Belichick practice versus a McCarthy one?
I mean, I think in New England we used to run hills after every practice.
Dang.
I'm sorry, what?
Hills, yeah.
And here you look at them.
Yeah. Here is we just started, so you got the ramp up period. Sure. So I'm not really, and then OTAs and minicamp we couldn't really compete like we wanted to because of the rules. So this is my first time experiencing these practices, so I'm looking forward to it.
Stefan Gilmore sitting down with us on 105.3 The Fan. Give us your scouting report of Trayvon Diggs.
He's a great player. He's great ball skills, great size, can run with anybody. Just got a knack for the ball. You can just tell he played, receiver growing up because most guys can't track the ball like him.
Yeah.
And I just think he still has a room to grow. He can be, probably the best player in the league,
Whoa.
if he keep working. He's got that much talent. But as you know, like you have to put the work in to get there, and I'm just trying to give him as much as I can to help him, get to the top of his game.
One of the things we were talking about leading into camp is we were trying to figure out, like, okay, who are going to be the guys that people are buzzing about here at camp, and coming out of OTAs, we all felt like, man, when these fans get a look at how fast Brandon Cooks is and how he can get behind the secondary, he is just so much fun to watch, and I think people are going to be buzzing about him. Just as from the corner's perspective, just talk about Brandon Cooks' speed and how talented he is and how difficult of a cover he is.
Yeah, I've been playing against Brandon. Brandon's like one of my close friends. We played together in New England. We've been playing against each other basically his whole career. He's a fast guy. He works extremely hard. He's strong. Every year he's putting up stats, yards, and he has that speed, but he can run all the routes too. I'm just looking forward to him coming up here and doing what he's been doing his whole career.
I know Ryan Clark was over on ESPN the other day, and he had mentioned that he said the Dallas defense, with what they've done the last 2 years, the additions they've made with players such as yourself, and what Dan Quinn does, that they have the opportunity to be the best defense in the league. Do you guys have that mindset heading into this year? Like, we can be the top unit in the league?
Yeah, for sure. I think we can. But I like to take it a day at a time and just, grind it out. And, you have to earn those things. Every year starts over. I think we have the guys to do it. We just got to go out there and put the work in and get it done.
See, we're looking at you as an over-the-top piece.
Mm-hmm.
Cooks is that for the offense, and you're the over-the-top piece for the defense.
Yeah.
How are you – like, you come out here, you're the veteran, AP, you got the awards, you got all the background. How are you and Diggs going to start off recovering the top dog in this game? How's your early approach towards that of who takes that player?
I just think I'm gonna do whatever like the coaches say do. Whatever Trey want. I think the coaches have put us in the best position to cover those guys. I don't know. We haven't really talked about that yet. But whatever they ask for, I'm gonna be ready for whatever situation they put me in.
Who's someone that you have been noticing back in Frisco, obviously, and you're like, oh, I didn't know this guy had this type of game, or this guy surprised me a little bit. This is someone you're going to keep an eye on. Is there someone that jumps out like that for you?
On the team?
Yes.
I mean, I knew Michael was good, but actually seeing him rush the quarterback is like 2 seconds. You like, I see how guys can sit on routes sometimes,
It's quick.
He's special. He has that motor that it's just natural to him. I'm just looking forward to seeing him, make big plays like he normally do.
When you're in year 11 and you've had the decorated, or year 12, and you've had the decorated career that you've had, how do you approach something like training camp? Is training camp more about trying to improve something still, or is it just about preparation and getting ready and getting your body right?
I still love the game. I still enjoy the process. I take care of my body, so I try to go hard when I'm on the field. I also be smart, I kind of know what's coming. I look forward to these moments, this way you build that brotherhood in the locker room and just get to know each other, because you're away from family. You really spend a lot of time around each other. So it's a fun moment for me. And especially going into the season, you need that.
Do you care about the NFL Top 100 list?
I mean, I hope I'm on there, but
how much?
I think a lot of stuff like that is like hype. It's not. People don't really watch the film. They just go off, whatever. They don't really study guys that's in the league.
Because we've found out. You guys can't watch all Sunday,
right?
So how much other football do you know or keep up with? some guys seem to, like Micah seems like a junkie,
Yeah.
and some guys, Curtis Martin has said, like, I really don't love football. Like,
Yeah.
some guys don't know what's going on. Not that you can keep up with all of it. Where do you stand on that?
I just think more people should watch the tape because a lot of stuff
because the top 100 list that's from the
players, yeah. And kind of when they give the list, people just
You'll
they
put a
don't
lot
really
of thought
take
into
it. Yeah.
Do you fill it out?
I didn't fill it out this year because people don't really put a lot of thought into it. They just kind of write it down. I mean, not saying
this name. I know this name. Yeah, this name's there.
Yeah, not saying the list's not true on some stuff,
Yeah.
but it's just not. It's not taking it serious.
Is there anything you'd like to ask us?
I'm good.
Just wondering, we're
how long you been doing this?
12 years, just like you.
Just like
12,
you.
wow.
Yes.
Almost the same day that you got drafted. We were like April 11th. So you were like, what, a couple of weeks after
We
that.
just don't have any awards or accolades. And we definitely don't run hills.
No, we don't get Jordans every
We
month.
definitely do not. Well, look, man, we're excited. We feel like you are one of the steals of the entire offseason. And we can tell you're an awesome dude already. Thank you for sitting down with us. And we hope to see you again soon.
Thank you, man. Thank you all for having me.
Don't be afraid, man. Don't be afraid to throw some of the shoes over. I mean, you don't
size 12.
What size you are?
12.
I'm a 10.5. So
10.5?
Yeah.
That's a little small. That's a little small.
I can squeeze.
I think I may actually
switch my toes in.
Yeah,
for a
that's
pair
right.
of golf shoes, I'll play golf like that.
Stefan Gilmore on your home of America's team here with Sean Sharif, R.J. Choppy, and Bobby Belt, and the favorite player growing up, Dion. It was Prime, which is not a surprise. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Kissable Dental, on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, and Autoflex Leasing are bringing you the training camp coverage here on DFW Sports Station. Very chill.
Very chill.
Very calm. Very chill. I'm always fascinated to hear anything about Belichick. Anything.
Yeah, because
what's it really like? What masterful tactics is he really doing behind the scenes?
We've never I know he's done a football life thing or whatever.
Yeah.
But there's been very little actual hardcore evidence. I hear people say he's funny. He dresses great.
What?
He's a great dresser. That's one thing people have said.
I've never seen
He's a great dresser. No. He goes to these events. His tuxedo is masterful. It's very well. I mean, all of his suits. I've never actually seen it though.
No, I don't know who's saying all that. Every tuxedo has to be nice.
I've seen bad ones. Poor
color?
fitting. Yeah, they don't fit right.
Okay. All right, we're gonna cross talk. Is Derek awake?
He is. He was actually in the shower. I don't know how he was texting me in the shower, but he texted in the shower.
You don't bring your phone in the shower?
So no, I don't.
I do.
No, you don't.
I do.
Why? You bring your phone in the shower?
I do.
I'll bring my phone. I'll listen
Peyton,
to.
you do it?
No, I don't. Joking.
Well, why are you talking?
I'll just put it down there and I'll listen to something on TikTok, like those long interviews or whatever.
Oh, but in the shower.
Yeah, I put it in the shower so I can hear it better.
Wow. Maybe that's why you have so many phone problems. Crosstalk
It's supposed to be waterproof.
Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, sits down with us next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. This, of course, is Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive. Gonna hook you up on that brand new.
Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Sitting down with us now, and he'll be with us every Tuesday and Thursday, well, this week and next week, is Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, here on Sean and RJ. This is your home of America's team, day 2, out here in Oxnard for Cowboys training camp. They couldn't get you out last night to meet us at the bar.
Yeah, long day yesterday. Obviously, day 1. A lot of work to be done from early morning to late afternoon, and you get in that grind. And for some reason, yesterday the sun was a little less forgiving than usually is out here in Southern Cali. So I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I had to get my rest. I had to recharge so I could be ready for you guys this morning, because especially you guys this morning.
So it was PS4.
It was PS4. I left the 5 at home with the kids and whatnot. So.
Oh, so what's the game of choice
right now?
Yep.
Ghost of Tsushima.
Peyton, do you know what that is?
No idea.
Okay.
Ghost of Tsushima is actually one of the it's one of the best visual games ever. So it's visually stunning. But as I play through it, and I'm almost done now, it's easily one of the best games I've ever.
Is this one of your anime nerd things?
It's not anime, but it is Japanese culture.
All right, it sounded like
so
it might have
let's
been.
not generalize.
All right.
Let's not
Broad strokes
generalize.
here.
But Miles Morales is up next.
All right, so you play. So let me know if I'm getting scammed here. My 13-year-old, he has a PS4. Mm-hmm. All right. He obviously wants the 5. He is trying to tell me that on November 6th or whatever, he's not going to be able to use the PS4 anymore. That they're doing something to eliminate his ability to use the PS4. Is this true, or is he trying to play me?
I'm sorry, young man. I got to tell your dad the truth. He's pulling a fast one.
Okay.
So it's like my Apple Photos. I got an email like Apple Photos is shutting down your stream. Like I'm assuming it's a scam. You know what I mean? But it could be.
So he could still talk. He'd still be able to talk with his friends and communicate.
It would be completely fine. The only thing that's rumored to happen later this year is not confirmed yet, but the PS5 Pro might come out later this year, which then lessens the price of the PS5. So that's really what he should have said. Is like if he wants the PS5, he should say, "Hey, if you wait until October, November, price drop's going to be probably about $100 for each of those types, the hard drive and the disk drive. So wait for later in the year, you'll get a day 1 PS5 for a lot cheaper."
Have you soured on Madden like everyone else?
I haven't played Madden since 2014, 15.
Wow.
If that. It's
because
been
of the
a call.
gameplay or just other?
Well, I used to be a loyalist for Madden, even after the competition stopped because it became a monopoly, and I was a huge 2K NFL 2K guy. But Madden was still fun up until I realized, and it hit me, that I was paying $60, $70 for downloadable content. I mean, that's basically each year. They'll add one particular novelty item, whether it be QB Vision, and if you're a Madden loyalist, you know what QB Vision was and how horrible that was.
Stupid cone.
Right, that cone. So they'll add something like that to kind of get you back in, but outside of that, the graphics only tweak just a little bit, and then it's just updated rosters. Well, why am I paying you $70 for updated rosters? I should be able to download that, and we can keep it going. But I think the downfall of Madden has been the monopoly. Competition is always going to be a good thing. I mean, that's why we're out here at camp watching competitions, right? So the same applies for business. The same applies for video games. The more competitors that are on the field, the greater the product will be. And Madden's gotten too comfortable. So,
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Let's talk about the first practice and what stood out to you yesterday.
Eric Scott Jr. is one, but let me put him on the side note really quickly, just because the bigger names really did not disappoint yesterday. Brandon Cooks and Stefan Gilmore both had their inaugural practice with the Cowboys as far as training camp is concerned. And thank you, McCarthy and Dan Quinn, for lining them up against each other for the majority of practice because, boy, that was fun to watch. Gilmore got a couple of wins. Brandon Cooks, he didn't let any of that slide. He got a couple wins. One time in particular, he did put Gilmore in the blender to pay him back for a PBU earlier in practice. So that was phenomenal. Those two guys are off to a great start. Anyone concerned about Cooks or Gilmore being washed, think again. They both look dry clean to me. CeeDee Lamb is already in midseason form. That phenomenal one-handed catch from Dak Prescott earlier in practice. But then, again, these younger guys, Eric Scott Jr. with the first interception of camp. Obviously, it came on a tip drill. It was a great throw from Dak Prescott to Simi Fehoko. Simi, who's normally sure-handed, he didn't reel that one in, bounced up. Shouts out to Eric Scott for being Johnny on the spot, getting the interception, showing why the Cowboys traded up for him. And then you got the undrafted kid, Jalen Moreno-Cropper, with that back of the end zone touchdown from that dot on Cooper rush. So these young guys, they're coming to play. So these veterans, you talk about Simi Fehoko and Jalen Tolbert going into his second season. These guys are going to get pushed by some of these draft picks and undrafted guys who are just hungry to make a name for themselves.
Why was Dak so off that he needed to have a one-handed catch from a CD? Why
nice try.
Yeah. See, he's trying the offsides, but I
was thinking.
Now that we're hearing camp and
the throw wasn't that bad. I mean, you could argue it both ways. You could either say that the throw was slightly off by Dak, or you could say that CD didn't completely run through the route.
Fair. Hey.
So let's just
absolutely.
say it was a good throw and a great catch.
Yep.
What do you make of the McCarthy offensive changes and what's going to be the reality of that?
From what I've seen in OTAs and minicamp, I'm actually excited. And I said this yesterday on the break, on the Cowboys break, that I don't think Kellen Moore was as bad of an offensive coordinator as a lot of people made him out to be. I think he's a very capable offensive coordinator. I mean,
the numbers say he was excellent.
Absolutely. The downfall for Kellen Moore, and this is something that I pointed out time and time again, is that, and he admitted it, in not so directly, he said that if it were up to him, he'd throw the ball 60 times a game, right? So because he's a former quarterback, he has a hard time getting away from those tendencies when those tendencies will get him in trouble. Talk about Green Bay, talk about Jacksonville. So with Mike McCarthy taking over, I know a lot of people are saying, well, what does that look like? Is this the Green Bay McCarthy? When you look at the hiring of these analytics guys like John Park and some of these other folks that they're bringing in, that hints largely at a more evolved Mike McCarthy. And I think a lot of that goes to Brian Schottenheimer also bringing him up to speed on that capacity. So I like what I'm seeing in what I've seen in OTAs and minicamp. We didn't really get in too much into the installs on yesterday, but from what I've seen, it's still going on a positive trajectory. So I'm actually excited to see it. I want to see what version of Mike McCarthy we're going to get. But the way he got off that plane, and you saw all 32 of his teeth, and the energy he's been running around with all offseason, he's having fun again. He's really having fun because he's in control of the playbook now, and I think that's going to show on the field.
We're talking with Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com. As we enter camp here, where do you think we've got the biggest intrigue in terms of potential bubble guys? Like, who is it a make or break camp for in terms of a roster spot, do you think?
First name pops in my head is probably a guy like Simi Fehoko. And the reason I say that is because while I believe coming into camp, there was a 51-49 edge in the matchup between he and Jalen Tolbert for that WR4 spot. But Jalen Tolbert has his own amount of leverage. He's a former third-round pick just from last season. So that draft stock is going to get you, they're both having a great offseason prior to yesterday with Fajoko's drop. But I think that if Fehoko does not deliver a great camp and Jalen Tolbert does, then you start trying to have the special teams conversation and you start wondering, well, how much can Fehoko contribute on special teams? Because you got guys like Hunter Lipke, Deuce Vaughn that might get some special teams reps as well. Jalen Moreno-Cropper will probably find his way on special teams and then work his way onto the offense from there later in the season. But for me, it's going to be Simi Fehoko. I expect he'll have a bounce-back day. He actually acquitted himself pretty well after that drop. He made a couple catches for, those targets. But I didn't see him drop anything in minicamp. I don't think you're going to keep seeing that.
What are you hearing about the injuries yesterday?
So, good, bad, not horrible. So the good news is Israel Mukuamu, after I had some conversations yesterday, it wasn't the medical staff I'm hearing that pulled him off of the practice field. He did that himself as a precaution. He felt a little bit of tightness in his hamstring, pulled himself off to get evaluated, and they said, hey, you know what, let's just take it easy. Let's make sure that we don't, aggravate this or make it worse. They sent him back on the sidelines, but in street clothes. Donovan Wilson, when he went down non-contact, obviously there was fear there. You're always going to worry about a knee. I can put everybody to rest right now. It's not a knee. There was no knee brace or knee wrap or anything like that. I saw him walking around yesterday. And when I say walking, I use that term loosely because, he wasn't exactly power walking or anything like that. He is in a precautionary boot. Spoke with him. He's in good spirits. MRIs were scheduled for last night, so we'll know more when Mike McCarthy speaks today at 10:30-ish. But Word is it's not major, and that's the great news. So it definitely sounds as if the Cowboys dodged worst-case scenario on Dono, and that is massive considering what he contributes.
How many battles have you had with Broadus so far over on the .com side?
Zero.
Zero?
You're the first.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's inevitable. It's going to come.
Yeah.
Now, he said thus far on the .com side. He was saying life.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He was saying
Just
life.
.com side.
Yeah, because keep in mind, and Bobby can attest to this, Brian and I have known each other for years and years, both personally and professionally. And as he said yesterday on Cowboys Break, he and I, we've locked horns on more than one occasion. But there's such a mutual respect for each other's, football IQ and just, character as a man. We always end up on great terms. So, I mean, we can lock horns and it gets heated, but after the fact, it's handshakes and it's high fives and we move on. So, yeah, watch the Cowboys break. Eventually, he and I are going to lock horns because that's how it goes. And it should be like that when you have an intellectual debate of any nature. Bobby and I, we've locked horns professionally, but at the end of the day, even if we don't agree, we can understand and respect that I know Bobby knows what he's talking about. He knows I know what I'm talking about, and we just might not be able to get on the same plane at that moment.
What argument did you lose to him, Bobby?
I've never lost an argument. No. I've never lost an argument. It just sometimes Pat comes around and goes, "You know what? You're right. I didn't."
The irony of that being wrong.
I mean, it's just, eventually people just go like, yeah, you're totally right here. How much do you think the emphasis on the interceptions for Dak has been overblown as a specific thing they can do to drill down and fix versus just a natural regression to the mean? Like there were just, the tipped interceptions and things like that. How much of it do you think is something that can actually be, there's something to coaching point versus just return to normalcy?
I think it's worth noting and worth, putting work into repairing, but I think it's wildly overblown. If you go back and you look at the film, and even if you were watching it in real time, you know that at least a third, maybe a little bit more of those interceptions were, in fact, on the receiver, be it tip drills or the receiver didn't complete the route or they didn't cross-face. They went behind the safety on one of those particular CeeDee Lamb interceptions. Michael Gallup had an interception, or there was an interception that was accountable to Michael Gallup, I should say it that way, where he didn't complete a route. But when you dissect it that way, if you take away a third of Dak Prescott's interceptions, we're still having the conversation, but we're not talking about it the way we are talking about it. So I don't know why everyone went full Oppenheimer with that. When reference. It's clear that if you look at the totality.
Does that mean nuclear? Is that what you mean
they
by
went
that?
nuclear.
Okay.
They went nuclear.
Good job, Chop.
Just guessing. I never seen the movie.
Did you watch? Have you seen it?
I have.
Good.
Masterpiece.
Really?
And I'm not being a prisoner of the moment. That is an absolute masterpiece front to back.
Wow.
And on every level, the cast, the acting, the audio score, the story writing, or storytelling, I should say, because that, is based on a true story.
Are you going to see Oppenheimer out here? Patrick said it's a masterpiece.
It is a masterpiece.
Bassick's going Sunday to see it.
Second best Christopher Nolan movie ever.
Christopher Nolan, what was his number one?
For me?
Dark Knight.
Let's go with Dark Knight. Dark Knight.
Did you have another one?
This is a guy who did Inception and
Memento
Dunkirk and Memento.
Dunkirk.
Right. So Christopher Nolan, you got to put some respect on his name now.
Patrick Walker bringing it strong for the first appearance Tuesday, Thursday, next week as well. And whenever we catch up with him here in Oxnard, great to have you back. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
There he is, Patrick Walker, sitting down with us from DallasCowboys.com in the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing Hot Seat, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Let's see how Derek Collin is feeling after the chaos of last night. Crosstalk with KMC next.
But let's get you
game. It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once a year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece here with Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick on the fan camp, Corey Majors, and our beach voice of the Rangers, Derek Holland, keeping us updated yesterday. Magnificent updates, very dramatic.
Yeah, I got to get everybody excited. I wanted to get the vibes going, get the Rangers' excitement going. That was an unbelievable game. Put the beat down.
Yeah, after it looked like they were going to get beat down.
I'll tell you, we'll talk about it quite a bit, but
no chance.
Boy, did they wake up the Texas Rangers. Like, it wasn't just a win, but, I mean, don't you feel it, Derek? You woke?
Yes, and that's the thing, too. Maddox
is not
always
woke.
talking.
Let me tell you that
I
right
am.
now.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I am not. Good job. But Maddox would always tell us, don't show too much excitement when you're out there pitching because you don't want to wake up the team that's down. And that last night woke up the Rangers, and I think we're about to see some great things happening.
Wow.
I wonder if this, you know how we want to talk about, look, it's 162 games. The reason that we're here at Cowboys camp and people love football so much is it's such an emotional sport. There's only 17, and we feed off the emotion of football because every game's so emotional, and then we get 6 days to talk about the emotions we felt and the emotions that we liked and the emotions that we didn't like, and that's what makes football so great. It's not that football's not great or baseball's boring. They're actually kind of the same sport. It's that in 162, us as players, we cannot do this 162 times the way football does. Football couldn't do it mentally if they were that emotional during all the games that they play, only 17. But there are certain moments that we always ask, is this moment or that moment? And a lot of us will say no. But I just wonder if the Rangers end up winning this division, if we go back to the moment that Framber Valdez was kicking our butt, and we were down 3-0, and he decided, I'm going to get a little bit payback for Yordan Alvarez getting hit early in this game, and then we move towards, wow, that moment really gave the Rangers a little bit something extra to fight for.
I told you they were going to hit somebody after we hit. Remember I told you guys Heaney hit Valdez.
Oh, on the beach last night?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yordan.
Beach talk.
Wasn't it Alvarez?
Alvarez.
Yordan
Sorry,
Alvarez.
I said the wrong.
Valdez. No, it's Alvarez.
It's okay.
You knew what I meant. It's fine.
And then Framber.
Framber was pitching.
Collect your thoughts,
so anyways,
Derek.
so we knew they were going to do that, and I think that was great for us because it woke us up. We needed that.
I have a question. And you played for Bochy.
Mm-hmm.
Does Bochy celebrate with the guys in a moment like this, or does he do the just typical Boch thing and walk through the clubhouse and go get his meeting done? And the guys are like, yeah, that's what we expect out of the boss.
We had an incident with Puig and Bumgardner in San Francisco.
Imagine that fight.
God, that was my goodness.
That was intense. Yep, there we go. And so literally he came in. He didn't really say anything. It was just like, all right, nice job. Let's go. Like tomorrow. He kind of kept it cool. He's not going to.
He said
he's not going to go crazy
after last night. Yeah. He meant he dropped the.
But
the
you
word
can't.
karma.
It's how he is. Like it's good.
I think, Derek, what Corey's saying, though, is in trying to find out what it's like to be in a clubhouse is the manager cannot be a celebrating guy. He can't do the college football. I'm going to dance with you guys to this music. That's not. You got to let the players control that clubhouse, and it has to be the players. Yes, he can come in and say, great job, and give knuckles and everything, but he doesn't want to. He cannot be a player. And it's a little bit weird that, in football you can kind of become a player / coach, and it still work out. But in baseball, because then is he going to come in and not celebrate with you guys when you're down? Like, he has to kind of disconnect a little bit.
He has to be the line.
Yeah.
It really is amazing how different, like you say, with the emotions about baseball versus football. I was playing golf, Sean, with my favorite former Ranger.
Well,
Mike Adams.
Oh,
and I'm just kidding.
Turn on Rusty Greer.
And he was like, he's like, football players will say to me they don't get how we can just lose a game and be like, okay, we gotta go play tomorrow. Like, just they can't fathom it. They can't wrap their head around like how you could take a loss so easily or win. You don't get too high after a win.
What's coming up on the show?
As part of our Rangers throwback, Rusty Greer will join us at 11 o'clock today. So really looking forward to talking with Rusty Greer. By the way, tomorrow would be the anniversary of the 1994 perfect game by Kenny Rogers. Rusty Greer caught the last out and made the diving catch in that game.
Wow.
So interested to talk to him a little bit about that game specifically. We caught up with Eric Scott Jr. yesterday on the field. He is a master juggler. So get prepared to hear a little more about that. And I think we might have Malik Hooker at around noon today.
And Ian Rappaport.
And Ian Rappaport. Yeah, we had Ian Rappaport.
Maybe he'll get a seat finally after Derek wouldn't give it to him.
Man, I'm saying.
Hey, that's just the way I am. Move your feet, you lose your seat. Sorry about it.
What type of reaction are you anticipating wearing that Kansas City Chiefs hat?
What in the world's going on? But I'm motivating the Cowboys to make it to the Super Bowl. I'm wearing my Super Bowl collared shirt from the Super Bowl, has Super Bowl logo, and I'm wearing my Super Bowl winning hat that has the Super Bowl logo. Most people listening to us right now have never seen the Cowboys play in a Super Bowl. So I'm just motivating the organization that if they would like to get Super Bowl logos on their gear that's not from the 70s or the 90s.
Oh my God.
Like I think Corey said yesterday, they haven't really won a Super Bowl in their franchise history because there wasn't replay. And replay would dictate wins and losses so much that they made it to the Super Bowl before there was there wasn't even a 2-point conversion in the NFL when the Cowboys won their last Super Bowl.
Well, there was barely a salary cap. You're off the hook though, because that hat that man is wearing right here, Kev, that is the ugliest hat I've ever seen in my life.
The Duke?
Take a look at the side profile. Look at that hideous Blue Devil on the side there.
Sorry, that you hate.
So wait, who has the best hat of the three?
Of the three, you guys?
Yep.
Actually, yours from a ranch?
My hat's the
It
best.
is, yeah.
Okay.
My hat's
fake
my
cowboy.
Hurtado hat. I think that's the best one.
You do so many things that I think are going to be bad for your show, but the ratings say different. So I'm like,
so try it.
Should I, that is exactly what I've.
The heel turn we're about to have right
I've
now.
been trying to go.
No, I won't do that to you.
FU mode, like Mike does, and like go off on listeners and like insult the local teams and like
Is it really insulting if you're actually being factual with it, though, to an extent?
Yeah.
To an extent.
You can only have. I mean, Mike is a one of a kind.
Yeah.
And you can only have one wild card per show.
Yeah.
Like Charlie.
That's why they're not keeping me.
And Mike is the wild card.
All right, Derek, I would like you to explain what going out with us last night was like for you.
Man, it was a lot of fun. That was the bro trip. That was the bro time.
Yeah.
Except for
my wife?
No, you.
Oh, okay.
You're okay. You're excused.
What that one lady say about
I'm
you?
just I can't. Okay, all right.
No, it was fun. We actually had a good time. I mean, we got to meet some people, interesting people.
Yeah.
What did that one lady say you could do with your arm?
No, don't.
Not allowed to share that.
Yeah.
But she liked me for 1 minute, and then she quickly hated me, and I didn't even say anything, so I don't know what happened there.
I kind of triggered her,
but
talking about where our wives were.
You could take her arm.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's
stick
right.
Her where the sun don't shine.
Oh,
for all
my
I care.
gosh.
Well, you're talking big now, but you didn't even make her buy the drink that she knocked
Yeah,
over
she
of yours.
spilled your drink.
You should have made her
and
buy
you
the drink.
You went and bought her a drink.
I didn't buy her a drink.
We don't know.
It was not worth my time to argue with that loser.
All I know, I walked into me and Wolchuk walk in the bathroom and come back out, and everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, what is going on here?" And I was like, "I have no clue."
So with that even being said, when is it the right time to tell somebody, "All right, you got to go"? Like, I'm sorry, you can't. You're not a part of this.
That was our topic this morning. So basically, Kevin, like people
Sorry, I didn't
come on
listen.
over. We're a large. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you hurting? Are you hammered?
No, I'm perfectly
Oh, he
fine.
got 8 hours of sleep.
No, that's right.
No, I didn't.
You didn't wake up hazy.
No, I still had to babysit.
You had to babysit.
No, I'm just kidding.
Bobby
No, he
sit.
was fine. He was
the
fine.
babysitter. But like Kevin, these two people, it was well over 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So and then one sat down in one of our chairs. And I was like, how do we get rid of them? I was telling Derek was like trolling them, and I'm like, stop talking to them, stop joking. Everyone take your seats. Like so they don't feel like they have a place to sit. We couldn't get rid of them. And finally, Mike, you would have been proud of Zach. He's basically just said, we don't like any of you. Leave.
That's about how it came out.
I heard with some colorful language.
I'm sure you're a great
Yes.
person, but you need to leave.
You were right next to it. I didn't hear it.
Again,
It felt
he was in the
awkward.
bathroom. We walk back out, and he with me, and we're neither one of us know what's going on. I'm trying to collect information, and Zach's just like, "Don't care. I'm saying what I'm saying." And I was like, "All right."
So our question was, do we owe Zach a thanks? He did what we all wanted, but it
You
got
did.
really uncomfortable.
But the thing is, if you're but he was honest. So you always tell people, like, hey, just be honest with them. They should be fine. Well, there's your time to be honest, and it didn't work out. That guy was very upset.
Yeah.
Tried to create a scene, and then thank God it all got resolved, whatever, and he walked away.
Whose parting
for a little bit.
Whose parting were you most or least impressed with amongst the crew?
I thought everybody was great, except I'm still curious. We talked about it there, and I think you even put it out. I'm curious why we shoot a drink so quick.
Exactly.
Instead of enjoying it with everybody.
He doesn't enjoy it.
That's the only thing that gets me. And then next thing you know, you weren't, but you usually get belligerent by that point. And it's like, well, now you're not fun.
Yeah.
Now you're going to be something.
Broadus.
No, he was great. Broadus was the high. I think he was the greatest part of that whole
Do you think he enjoyed it, or
yes.
it was too much for him?
I promise you, and I guarantee we'll talk about it at our crosstalk, he had an unbelievable time.
He did.
Did you guys do any weed?
I was doing a bunch of impersonations.
You're allowed to. They don't test anymore.
Man, they don't test anyway. But I was doing impersonations for him. We were having a blast the whole time. We talked a little bit of shop, too.
Man.
He enjoyed it.
I got to tell you, it is really interesting hearing this recap of what happened versus hearing the off-air recap of what happened. There are some wildly different descriptions of people's personalities and what actually happened. And
it's the text messages.
yeah, you guys all
I put out
sound
there,
like
Happy Thanksgiving.
nice but controlled gentlemen, and I've heard now from multiple sources a different version of this story.
So, wait, did you hear something bad about
Yeah,
me?
who did you hear something about?
Well, Derek's talking about arts and
at
crafts
least-
in the text message, though. That
not
was very
me.
weird.
At least two
we were talking
people
about
in
the moon
this
landing.
tent.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. I found out that Derek's a flat earth and moon.
So, no, I'm not.
Guy.
This is where we got to get this right. I am not.
Kyrie.
I just pointed something out. The thing that I heard
From where?
multiple people
On Facebook.
is if you look out, you see a boat far away,
We're
and then
letting
it
this
eventually goes over the curve. You can't see it.
All right.
But if you took a telescope and look out, you'll never lose it. That boat stays in your sights. Why is that?
Eventually it goes away, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you're right. It'll be a long time, but
I got you. I mean, you're on flat ground right now. I've never seen the Earth curve continuously.
Right, that's all it was.
Okay.
Like in
what about the moon
old
landing?
Texas Stadium.
We can go there.
The moon landing. Explain that
It's
one.
far more likely that we did. It's far more. I could reasonably listen to somebody say, "We never landed on the moon," and I'm like, okay, fine. If that's what you want to say, that's what you want to say. I will argue until the end that the Earth is round.
That's fine. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I'm there. I just put that out. I thought it was interesting.
It can be round and flat at the same time, right? It's just like a piece of
time's a
paper.
flat circle. Time's a flat circle.
But
Season
how
one
did we?
True Detective. Let's get it.
How did we call on the moon from a landline?
Huh?
How did we call to the moon from a landline?
The landline's connected
Satellite.
to a transmitter.
Yeah, I think the
I'm sorry,
Russians
no.
put telephone poles
You
up
didn't have
there.
a bag phone and a Garmin back in the day? You're probably too young for Garmins.
I know about Garmin. I'm 36.
I don't want you to leave.
I'm not.
But you don't know that we landed on the moon?
We didn't.
Yeah, you're leaving tomorrow.
I know I am.
Carl Everett
Putting
here.
it there.
Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
Terrible.
Yeah, that son of a gun stayed left-handed against me. He didn't even switch hit. He respected me so little. And he's like, I'm not switching to the right side. I'm just staying with the left-handed batting. I'm better left-handed, and this guy's got nothing.
Back tomorrow morning with Crosstalk.
Are we going out?
Say, right now the answer is no.
Go get your nap in.
Weak. Don't say a word.
I can. My personality is I'll stay back at home.
Would you go out again?
You're good.
Would you go out again tonight? The same thing?
Yeah, I don't care.
We need McCarthy to keep it short.
I thought we should take him to Spencer McKenzie's.
You need to hear Corey's Mike McCarthy
taco.
impersonation
Taco
that he's
stand's
been
good
working
from
on.
Ventura.
Okay.
Very good.
Oh, in Ventura.
Just as long as we get a beach spot.
The KMC Masterpiece with Derek Kahn is next from Cowboys camp. I can't wait to see the reaction of this hat on the fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Oxnard, California for Dallas Cowboys training camp. And ladies and gentlemen, we have got a stacked one for you today. We've got Ian Rappaport coming up. Of course, we've got Derek Holland with us all show long. Plus, we've got Rusty Greer. Plus, we've got Malik Hooker. Plus, we've got Dallas Cowboys rookie Eric Scott all throughout the show.
And by the way, for tomorrow, we'll be getting Trayvon Diggs.
What?
He's a rich man. I don't know if you heard about that.
I did.
He's in the same status as Derek now, where he has the
He
M
has
in his
way
name.
more money than Derek. Not yet. But in 4 years, he'll crush you.
Okay, he does. He's got more.
So thank you very much
More than
to
both of us combined.
Kissable Dental, on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, cave post roofing and waterproofing, and of course, those good folks at AutoFlex Leasing for helping us get out here and get all this quality content to the people.
Mike, yesterday at practice, because Derek was hanging around practice yesterday, Derek Holland was touched by a billionaire. Stephen Jones walked by and put his hands on Derek's shoulders, and Derek was like, yeah, he didn't realize I have an M and he has a B. And so that's the status on those two.
Did Stephen?
Oh, I don't know. Is it all just like family money?
Well, I don't want to wade into that. I get it. I know, Mike. I see you looking at me.
He doesn't have $1 billion.
I see you looking
there will be a
at
point when it gets split up that it happens.
Yeah.
I love Mike's the way he thinks
today.
He can't go buy $1 billion. Well, he could maybe get enough loan, but wouldn't Jerry have to be a co-signer?
I don't know, Mike.
You're probably right, Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
See, you're both millionaires.
Yeah, we got the.
Did you enjoy practice yesterday, though? Was that fun for you and experience? The one thing you said to me that I thought was interesting, Kevin, I wanted to kind of recap this real quick, was it's just bigger. There's just a lot of different stuff than spring training for you guys.
Well, the cool thing too, comparing spring training with this, is when you go out to the field, the first field is usually your normal starters that are with the club. And then you got your guys that are on the bubble on the other field that could be AAA or big league guys. And then in between that is the bullpens. So you're seeing everything all in one little area. So that's pretty cool. Here it's very, I guess you could say, spread out, even though it's just two fields. But it's there's so much going on in those two fields. There's a lot going on.
A lot to try and grab.
If we can, no, absolutely, you're right. If we can go ahead and fire off cut number 2, I am excited. It's been a couple of days since we could have some positive Rangers discussion, but I'm excited for cut number 2 and really most of the last 6 innings of the game yesterday.
First lead here tonight for Leote. He's up to 48 RBIs, and here's Marcus sending one high into the sky, deep into the Crawford boxes. Marcus Semien turning first, and he's staring at Framber Valdez. He clobbers his 15th home run of the year, and the Rangers now lead it by the score of 6-3.
What a bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
That was impressive. The Rangers had a variety of impressive home runs. I thought Huff smashed the bejesus out of his home run as well.
Did the Grand Slam leave the box?
I felt like it was in the train tracks.
I think
if
it
the
hit
windows
glass
were open, it was going into that neighborhood.
Now, the Rangers win 13-5, which is important because, as we discussed yesterday, you could have been tied for first place with Houston, but now instead you have the 2-game lead. So I understand that that's important, but what I would really wanted to key in on this is the sequence of events that seem to infuriate perhaps the most stoic player on this Rangers team, and that is Marcus Semien.
Can we also say real quick again, how far is the lead now?
2!
And people were trying to say that by this series, it would be over.
Yeah.
It was going to be a flip. The Astros were taken back over. Not today, my friend.
That's what I'm talking about.
Sorry, carry on.
No, absolutely. Look,
I'm hyped.
Anytime we want to run down the Astros or the fact that the Rangers are still in first place, I'm here for it. The
Semien part's very interesting.
Okay, and it started from Heaney hitting
Jordan.
Alvarez. And do you think it was – I want to start with that because I know everything built from that. Do you think it was the location of the hit by pitch that caused the issue as opposed to people get hit by pitches?
Well, to me, it's location is one. You never – I don't think he was hitting him on purpose. There's no I don't feel like it was necessary. But where he did hit him, that's the red flag. And 2, the count, I think it was it not 2-0 or 3-0? I think it was 3-0.
I'll look it up, but keep talking.
I can't remember exactly what the count was. That also kind of is like, if I'm on the other side, okay, that's weird. We just gave up, 3 runs. You hit our guy. Like, if it's me, I'm going to hit one of your guys because you just hit one of our big bats. Just got him back, if I'm not mistaken. He was on the DL. You hit him. We're going to send a message back. We're hitting somebody too.
It was 2-1.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
And then
so it's definitely not on purpose.
But the retaliation, I call it a retaliation because it definitely felt like it was on purpose, is then Framber Valdez hits Marcus Semien, and you could see the second it happened, he looked pissed. I don't know if there's like a right person to hit on the team, and I realize it's a product of where you are in the lineup, but that was absolutely the wrong person to hit because what spawned off of that was the home run, and then we can get into the Adolis thing. But in that moment, it felt like Marcus Semien in particular, and that probably trickled to the rest of the team, was on a mission that we will not lose this effing game tonight.
Well, they looked for our guy, right? Who's our best player right now? Marcus Semien, because Corey Seager's out. If Corey Seager was in the game, they would have hit Corey Seager instead. But they're like, you hit our best hitter.
Who had just come back, right?
Yep, this was his first game back in months. They're like, we got to hit. When you hit my best, I hit your best. And the thing is
would the team react that way if it was Seager? I think
yes.
Okay, all right.
Because it was the first pitch.
Okay.
And when you're intentionally hitting somebody, you're not going to waste any pitches. You're not going to be like, oh, man, I got 2-0. I just threw a strike. Now let me go get a guy, right? Heaney's not a control guy anyways. Now, it doesn't mean that, he can hit anybody without repercussions. There are repercussions for hitting Alvarez. Framber Valdez goes after Semien first pitch after 1 out, right? 1 out, nobody on. Big deal. I'm setting up a double play. We're winning 3-0. But it made me wonder this about Framber Valdez because he is arguably the best left-handed starting pitcher in the game. Obviously, there's others that compete with him, but he's up there in the conversation. You played with Madison Bumgarner. He had no problem fighting. He had no problem hitting somebody. I think, and it's just a mentality, right? You play with certain guys. Roger Clemens, I think of him throwing at Mike Piazza's head. Like, if he kills somebody, he kills somebody. Next guy up, And I think that you have to have that attitude. When you are not that type of guy, and you're like, I'm going to protect my player, but I feel bad about doing it. I think it really, 1, fired up the Rangers. 2, it messed with Framber Valdez because I don't think mentally I learned something about Framber Valdez. He's not I like hitting people guy. I think he's like, I have to do it. I have to protect my player, our best hitter who just came back, but I don't like doing this. And then when he got the vile and anger and FUUCSer, I'm going to hit about 700 home runs off of you. Like, I'm just saying what people are saying in the dugout and stuff. That messed with Framber's focus on the game.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I agree. I mean, I've had to hit people. I got to protect my guys. I'm not playing anymore, so it's fine. I can tell you, if one of my guys gets hit, I'm protecting him. That's just the way I am. I don't care. I'll get my butt kicked out there. I'm ready to go to war. But at the same time, it's like Mike said, once that's over, okay, now I'm focused on the next guy. With what we saw, too, it took him out of his game. So I agree with Mike. Like, they asked him probably to do this because he's not going to – I don't know him, so I don't know. Some guys aren't going to do it. You have to kind of go up and tell them. Like, I've had people tell me before, hey, our guy got hit. You got to hit somebody. And then it's like, for me, I was just like, all right, cool. I'm excited. Like, I'm ready. Let's go. Some guys, like he said, no, I don't like doing this. And you'll see, too, they throw that first pitch, and they miss. That's where it's like, you can tell this guy really doesn't want to do it because it's not that hard to just throw at somebody and hit him.
All right, this is I'm mad that I didn't ask Bochy this question on Tuesday.
Okay.
Because this almost sets up perfectly for you.
That's right.
But I wanted to ask him, he's new to this team. This rivalry, the team's different. I mean, this is Rangers roster there's nobody left from the last fight we had with the Astros with Bannister. Like, nobody on that roster is the same. Yet somehow, and it's division, and it's competition. I was hoping you guys can kind of describe that, it's none of these guys know each other the same way that they did when they were fighting, but obviously there is tension because they're both competing for something.
When you're trying to steal something, you're trying to steal a division in 2010 that the Rangers hadn't owned in 12 years, and you had no clue about what had happened in the Rangers' history in the 90s or any type of deal. You get a little bit of an idea of what maybe has happened the last 2 years if you're a young guy on the team, but you know you're trying to steal a division away from a team that has totally owned it. That team's not too excited that you guys are playing that good of baseball. The Astros, I guarantee you, had no clue and never thought the Rangers were a major threat in 2023 coming into the season. They probably thought Seattle's a major threat, maybe the Angels if they ever were to get it right around Shohei and Mike Trout. But I think that they are going into it going, we got to try to take back what is ours, and the Rangers are trying to take what isn't theirs yet, and so it creates attention. And here's the deal. Every game that is at the ballpark in Arlington, it's a 40-60 crowd. 60% Rangers, 40% Astros. Now, I think it's probably 80-20 in Houston right now, maybe even 90-10. But you feel that energy, too, from the crowd, that there seems to be a mix of fans, cheering on the game, too.
Yeah, you're going to get that rivalry, too, with the fans. Like, they're going to be out there doing their thing, getting mad at each other, all that stuff, too. I'm with Mike, too, on this, that I think we need to make sure happens, too. They come to town when? September
4th, 5th, and 6th.
Let's pack that out. Let's make this a Rangers home game. This will be a playoff atmosphere, 100%. You're going to see the excitement. And this, what happened here yesterday, it will carry over into this, and it will be very extreme going forward. It's just like, for instance, when I played with Texas, us in Toronto, that carried on the rest of the time.
Did you get clubhouse or even wake up?
We were all fired up.
It's circled on the schedule.
Well, I wouldn't go that far because you got it. There's so many games we're focused on now.
Because then you could lose 10 in a row looking for. Hey, 10 games from now we're playing Toronto.
Yeah,
crap! We've only won one game in the last 10 because we've been focusing on a team we're not even playing.
Yeah, you definitely know Astros are here, and you can just feel the energy pick up. Like, man, I really effing hate these guys.
You know what I love from this Ranger team is there is a fear of getting hit by the ball. That's why we throw at people. If people don't understand that, if you are scared of something, you're going to lack aggressiveness.
Sure.
I've now won a lot of the battle if you're scared in the batter's box. You're going to win the battle as a hitter if you intimidate me on the mound. You've won part of the battle already. You have a major advantage if there is fear on the other side, especially with that pellet that I can peg you with. Obviously, I never hurt anybody with it because I didn't throw hard enough.
Sorry
but
about that, Mike.
I love that the Rangers, because Nate Lowe later in the game, he got thrown at.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure. That one I think did get away. I don't think that was intentional, but it was close enough to the chin area that's like, hey, what the hell? You got back. You already supposedly got us back.
And they had both
but
gotten
Nate Lowe
warned
didn't get scared by that. Simeon set the tone of, I'm not scared of you. I'm not scared of this team. I'm not scared of this environment. I'm here to take something from you. And I love it because I really do feel like this Ranger team is going to use this fuel for a while. It'll go away. It's not football. I can't ride off of emotion for another 50 games. But this was, to me, the Rangers showed a lack of fear from the Astros, and I do believe that's why somewhat the Astros collapsed under it, is they did not intimidate the Rangers at all.
And I just want to say, too, what Simeon did with him, the way he acted, that clubhouse feeds off of that.
Yeah.
You are going to see all them guys. Oh, my God, Simeon's there. That happened to him. He's fired. You better believe I'm ready to go with him. They're all – how do you want to put it? They're grouping up on this one.
And it's just one game, but look at what happened after that. The Simeon home run that we played, that essentially ran Framber out of the game. I know he still walked Duran, but that was pretty much a wrap for him. And then I want to play –
I thought it was Garcia's home run.
I think it was
the grand slam.
No.
Oh,
that
okay.
ran Framber out of the game. No. Okay, but I do want to play that. Let's go to cut number 3 because then Adolis Garcia. It felt like his home run trot took 2 minutes. I know he always does his thing at third base, but it felt slow and it felt intentional. Let's go to cut number 3.
The 1-1 pitch. Swinging a high drive, deep left field, sailing way out of here, onto the glass. Adolis Garcia, touch 'em all. Grand slam for Adolis, and the Rangers now lead it 13-3.
I'll be honest. that to me finally closed out the game. I was still worried about that game.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I was still worried about that game because Houston is a good team at coming back. Houston does have Altuve and Yordan Alvarez back, and I was just thinking to myself, keep going. I know this isn't fair to the Rangers. They've won a lot of games, but I felt like 9-3 in the 5th inning. I'm like, they still have 5 more at-bats against us. So when he hit that grand slam, I felt confident that we are going to win. And it made me a little nervous that they threw out Simeon. But I was still like, okay, we're still going to win this game. We're up by 10. We can hold on to this one.
Look, I love Marcus Simeon. But at that point, especially after Simeon had got plunked, the umpires warned both sides. It was probably warranted for Simeon to get thrown out at that point. Maldonado got thrown out as well because they were jawing back and forth. Those felt like elements at that point. If they stayed in the game, it was going to get worse and not better.
Probably the umpires did the right thing, but it did feel a little weak to me that no punches were thrown. Like nothing really happened. They were just like, I don't want you guys to throw at Maldon. This game is now out of hand. At 13-3, it's out of hand. So now hitting people doesn't matter about the outcome of the game. The outcome of the game is somewhat determined at 13-3. So I guess doing that, it's new school baseball. I'm okay with it, but I felt like, gosh, neither one of them did anything I felt like warranted to get thrown out, but the umpires were trying to stop in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning more action.
And this game was so interesting. I don't know if this is planned for Nuggets, but I am fascinated at some point in the show to talk about the Angels not only not trading Ohtani, but they're going to shift their philosophy and they're going to buy.
All right. And they did already buy.
Yeah, they're going to buy, I think, even more. We'll see as we get up to the trade deadline, though. Coming up next, though, let's talk with NFL Network super insider Ian Rappaport right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're on the sidelines at practice. The Ian Rappaport, NFL Network extraordinaire reporter. Now, thanks for being on the show, and also, have you taken our intern, Derek Holland, under your wing?
I have more questions for Derek about baseball technique, how to teach my kids properly, how to get my oldest to throw properly. I'm more picking his brain than he's picking my brain.
If you're coaching your kids up to be in sports going forward, do you want them to be a quarterback and get all the money, or try to be a hitter and a pitcher to get all the money?
I leave all of the coaching to the actual experts. If you say like really, what's my wish? I want my kids to be punters, so they can play 15 years in the league.
Right.
Make about $3 million and never get injured.
Seriously, while everyone's talking about the devaluation of the running back market, I don't think people pay attention to how much punters actually get paid.
It's funny, like talk about the devaluation of the running back, and I get it, it's a big issue. And like I personally want everyone to make as much money as humanly possible. So like some of these running backs, knowing the production they have, like I wish they made more. The center market is similar, unfortunately. It's kind of around the same numbers. It's not just running backs. It's like you get paid what people value you at. And the problem with running backs is people say you can find them anywhere. That's actually not true. It's hard to find a good running back. But just because you're a first-round running back doesn't mean you're going to be this, and just because you're a seventh-round running back doesn't mean you're going to be that. Like it seems a little more, I guess, I don't know if random's the right word, but it seems a little more random than other positions.
I don't know what the outcome to it will be, but did you appreciate the effort that Austin Eckler put together to try to get the Zooms going? Like, I don't know if anything's going to happen, but I appreciate that level of effort.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe not.
Well, I mean, I would say education is the most important thing. And when you have, a market that is, I would say, mostly free, the franchise tag is not free, but, it's basically a free market where the market decides what you're paid. There's not much you can do, if you disagree with the market, like that's what it is. It's like, if there are players who enter free agency and wish they get paid more, I get it, but like the market is what it is. And I think that's, education and understanding where the market is, and then if you have leverage, when to use your leverage, I think that's an important thing. And the other thing is, Austin Eckler is awesome, a great player, but he is part of the issue because you can get an Austin Eckler who's undrafted and be one of your best players on your team sort of from anywhere. Like that's kind of part of the problem.
Have you heard anything, or what can you tell us, because I'm sure you've heard everything, about the market for Zeke, since obviously he's not at camp? I got reference with Mike McCarthy.
I would say Zeke certainly has some opportunities. I know there's some teams interested. I think it's more about what's the money going to be. He's obviously not going to make in the $6 million range. He's 3 okay, he's 2 okay. Obviously, he's probably okay being a backup. That's kind of what it is. But I think at this point, when you get those veterans like Zeke, the money's not increasing unless you have an injury. So it makes sense for him just to wait and see if somebody needs you and has to pay.
Part of your job, obviously, plugged in as an insider, is bouncing around to different camps. I'm just curious if there's anything in particular you want to hear or you want to look for here at Cowboys camp.
The Cowboys are pretty boring this year, which is great. There's the Zach Martin holdout issue, which is, a thing, definitely a thing. But like, there's not a lot of drama. There's not a lot.
Which is rare for us.
It's great though. Like this is, the Cowboys are a really good, well-functioning organization with really good players and a lot of talent in all the key positions. So like, there's not a lot of controversy. They're just good, and I think this is kind of the way it should be when you get a really good, stable franchise.
Is it good with potential to be great? Because obviously our fan base, that's what we've been waiting 28 years for.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I think last year, I thought the Cowboys could go deep into the playoffs, and I would say this. I mean, it's basically the same team. I would say that it's the same thing. I mean, could they win the Super Bowl? Yeah, I think they could win the Super Bowl. They are a team that is as talented as any. The coaching staff is really good. I'm going to be intrigued to see the offense this year with Mike McCarthy calling plays. Does it get better? Does it not? How different does it look like? And I don't know if any of us are going to know until we're actually out there. Other than that, though, I mean, it's like they should be one of the really good teams in the NFL.
Garrett, did you hear what me and all the fans back in the Metroplex heard, that Ian just said we're going to win the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Is that what you took from that?
Yes, I got that, and I'm pretty excited to hear that for the Cowboys fan base. But on top of it, I'm curious, as somebody who's been around football for a while, you got somebody who's new to football getting to see this. What is something that I should be truly looking for when I'm here and stuff like this?
I mean, watching training camp is hard because it's not a game. And so the most fun for me, you watch a team and you say, oh, how does Dak look? Like, okay, he looks pretty good. Or you watch some of the receivers run, like, okay, that's good. The one-on-ones are the fun stuff. I don't know how helpful it is, but that's what I enjoy, is like DBs versus receivers or pass rush one-on-ones. And, no one's wearing pads now, so you can't really do it. But, like, that's the most enjoyable to me. And that's kind of where you can see, like, oh, like this young guy who I didn't really focus on, like, he's looking pretty good in one-on-ones. Like, maybe he's going to take a little bit of a leap. Like, those are the fun things to watch.
I know he was a high draft pick, but years ago, we got to see Khalil Mack go one-on-one with Tyron Smith, and he blew past Tyron on the first play. Tyler was furious. He slammed his helmet on the ground and said, do it again. But in that moment, you were like, okay, so Khalil Mack's going to be great.
Yeah.
And that's just what you felt like in that moment, because you got to see that one-on-one.
On the next play, though, Tyron did put one.
He stuffed him. Yeah, absolutely stuffed him. When you see the Justin Herbert contract, if you're Joe Burrow, do you sit back and you're like, sweet?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's a couple of things about it. It's a really nice deal, highest paid player in the NFL. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a 5-year deal. I'd say that's significant because all the other deals have been 5 years. So if Burrow wants a shorter deal, and everybody wants a shorter deal that you can get. If Burrow wants a shorter deal, that argument became a little tougher. Not impossible, but a little tougher because there's more precedent for a 5-year deal. I think the money came in where it should. Burrow's obviously going to be over it. It's just a matter of how much over.
Sure. Is there a particular year that we're looking at for the salary cap to maybe explode again? Because I know for the longest time people thought it was going to be this year before COVID and everything.
I don't think it's ever going to explode, and I don't think they want it to. I actually don't think it's helpful if it just goes crazy, because then what you do is you spend crazy money, and then 2 years later you're like, why did I pay all these guys? And then it leads to bloated salaries, it leads to a bunch of veterans who should be on teams getting cut. There's actually some negative impact of just a crazy cap. I think it'll be smooth all the way. Like, it's gone up 8 to 12 million a year.
Yeah.
Like, I think we're going to keep seeing that.
Derek, is there anything else you want to ask your new mentor?
Yeah, he's taking me under his wing, and I love this. The one thing I was curious is, as a pitcher, I would want to watch the quarterbacks. Is there a certain position that you put more priority to when it comes to watching, I would say, spring training, I guess?
Training camp.
Yeah, I mean, I like watching the quarterbacks too. I'd say watching the quarterbacks throw and catch is always fun. Watching how fast everyone reacts is always kind of fun for me. It's not a position specific, but like you watch the secondary, like who moves first, who's following, who's got the quick reflexes, who can anticipate. Like there's all sorts of, if you really hyper focus, and training camp can be a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, it's just, and that's kind of one of the things, is it's actually hard because there is a lot to look for.
Ian, your thoughts on Chad Dukes? Thanks for being
That's
here.
an ender. Thanks a lot, Corey. I promise he's on our show, even though he's asking you questions like that. I promise he really is on our show.
Thank you.
Next time we'll kick him off. Thank you very much, good
Thanks,
sir.
guys.
I appreciate it very much.
All right,
More embarrassing though, that or Mike today and his Chiefs stuff.
Oh man, I've already ticked off a lot of people.
Yeah, and we got people coming to the tent that are going to be looking to light you up, man. So how this came together, and I need to tell you more about Corey's drive-by at the end there that Rappaport was not amused by at all is...
I don't know who Chad Dukes is.
Okay, I'll explain.
Okay. And so Derek was just sitting in the NFL Network tent with Jane, and Ian walked up, and he just kept sitting there. And that was clearly Ian Rappaport's seat. And he just kept sitting there. And so then we started chatting, and we're like, hey, do you want to do an interview? And he's like, sure. But he was leaving that same day, so we had to knock it out. right then. And then the thing about Corey, and I'll let you give the setup, but Corey hadn't been there because he was setting up another interview the whole time. So to Ian, Corey's just some guy that walked up and dropped this little nugget on him.
Well, he kept telling me, too, like, hey, I got to ask him a question. So I was like, okay, I'll get you over here. You can take my spot as soon as I make my question.
Since you talked about spring training, you should ask everybody.
Summer camp.
Yeah, let's call it summer camp. Let's just say,
happy to be here
let's
at summer
combine
camp.
them, but it's summertime and it's camp. So
Summer
let's just
camp.
ask how summer camp is going.
The Chad Dukes thing is he was on DC, and I used to go on his show back whenever I was we were night show. But he had scheduled Rappaport to be on as a guest, and Rappaport didn't show up. Never called, never anything.
Oh, I think I remember
he had like a
this.
3-minute rant about Ian Rappaport.
I think I remember
and
this.
I don't think that Chad is any longer in DC.
Yeah, because I think maybe he did or
there's some
was
stuff.
allegedly did something. But Ian Rappaport just stared at Corey.
Yeah,
and
he was,
yeah,
who is this guy?
it was super awkward.
Yeah, I didn't introduce myself or anything. I just walk in. I'm like, hey, let me ask you a stupid question.
Man, you sure didn't. And we didn't interview him just yet, but it was also really great seeing Derek catch up with Malik Jefferson. And they were just hanging out and just chit-chatting, and he's like, hey, what's up? And one of the things we learned in there is there's going to be a Cowboys watch party for the Spence Crawford fight Saturday.
Right here?
I think it's going to be in Los Angeles,
Okay.
not out here
Yeah, they're
in
gonna-
Oxnard.
They're gonna put it on the projector.
That would be
project it on the-
awesome.
That makes a lot of sense for them just to hang out on the tennis courts and watch a fight.
But seeing something like that, though, is good. That shows you how good this chemistry is with this team.
Yeah.
To be able to go and bond like that with everybody, I mean, I'm sure they're taking all the rookies and doing all that.
Yeah, it's mandatory
They might-
probably.
Well, for the rookies it is, because that's usually how it is.
Yeah,
you
that-
got to force, like, the rookies have
You think all
no say.
8,000 guys here before they make cuts are all friends with each other and want to hang out with each other?
Yeah.
I do not.
You don't think they're friends?
I don't think they're all friends. I think a lot of them are probably friends. But because I
There's
just
cliques
reflect
on a team.
yeah, just think about your interaction with Sean Tollison. You guys clearly hate each
Yeah.
other. Y'all were on the
Yeah,
same team.
You guys were not friends.
We definitely never hung
teammates.
out. Okay, you're right. But they
Second
still good guys
question.
out there.
You know, Derek, I think you and I are just really different people. That was the second question.
That was great.
Coming up next,
'Cause he's right.
it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
Shohei is staying in L.A., and the trade market is open. Next.
Coming up in the next.
Independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Oxnard for Dallas Cowboys training camp. If you're watching on the Twitch or the fan cam, you might notice that Corey is absent. Feel free on the Twitch or the YouTube, or text us at 877-881-1053. Where do you think Corey went? And will he be back in this segment? Because it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
He's probably protesting because the Rangers
too much baseball
cannot trade
Derek Holland
for Shohei Ohtani. As the Angels, I'm watching MLB Network yesterday in the room, and the breaking news kind of happens.
Yep.
Hey, the Angels aren't going to trade Shohei Ohtani. And if you've been Toloing, thank you. If you've been listening, thank you. Since that Dodgers series that I was at, I'd found out that the Rangers are going to make a strong play for Shohei Ohtani. I've said it multiple times, feeling very confident on who I heard it from. But he's not available yet. They've reached out. They've said, if you are willing to trade him, we are willing to give you a pretty good package. And the Angels pretty much said, we are not willing to trade him yet. And then we found out yesterday that they are not going to trade him. In fact, not only are they not going to trade him, and then about an hour after that, they trade for Lucas or Luis? How do you say it? Lucas Giolito.
Which is somebody that we also kicked around as a potential.
Lopez, a decent reliever, pretty good reliever. Now, the interesting thing with that trade, and then we'll get back into Ohtani talking where the Rangers go from there, is I looked at the Angels' prospects. This left-handed pitcher that the White Sox got has a 7.2 ERA at an upper level. He's not good. He's their third best prospect. This shows how bad the Angels are farm system. Third best prospect, crap numbers. I mean, his spin rates and his reach out when we talk about extension must be amazing, because getting people out in the minor leagues is not his threat. Like, he's not going to threaten to get a lot of people out. But, man, he must have some numbers that I'm not seeing, because when you look at win-loss, when you look at strikeouts per 9, which isn't bad for him, it's close to 9. When you look at hits, when you look at walks, when you look at ERA, when you look at whip, you're like, this isn't a very good, I'll be nice.
Yeah.
This does not look like a future major league pitcher.
Yeah.
It would be, I don't want to, I don't want to compare him to a Ranger kind of prospect or guy, because then it'd sound like I'm taking a shot at one of them. But it would be like the Rangers trading somebody that you would not mind at all getting rid of.
So that was going to be my question. Do you look at this package and think the Rangers' equivalent of this package would have been something very easy to accept?
100%. Now, the catcher they traded for, Jamie Newberg, let me know. He was not on MLB's top 100 list when they updated it last, when Evan Carter went up to number 6 or 7 on their list. Like, Wyatt Langford's not on MLB's top 100 list right now if you go there. So it'll be updated again. And he said most likely the new update would have this catcher that they traded for. So the Angels traded a catcher to the White Sox that he most likely would be on a top 100 list now, but barely. And when you look at his numbers in A-ball, kid was pretty good. But I think we've talked about this. A-ball is not real baseball. A-ball is where you can get away with a lot. If a kid swings at a ball in the dirt, Derek, we can just throw 4 more balls in the dirt. He's going to swing at 2 more of them. He's obviously not disciplined enough to not do it. If the guy likes fastballs at his shoulder and he can't hit them, you just keep throwing them shoulder high. Like A-ball, there's not many adjustments being made at A-ball. It's AA where you start getting more adjustments being made. For example, Kumar Rocker didn't get to play real baseball yet. Nothing against Vanderbilt, nothing against A-ball, but that was going to be exciting about Rocker getting promoted right before the injury was like, all right, AA is a little bit closer to the major leagues, where if you do really well in AA, there's a chance you can do well at the major league level. If you're not dominating or doing well at AA, it tells you you're not close to being ready to play at a major league level. And the Angels only had to trade 2 guys for Giolito and a reliever. So it makes me think, for the Ranger fan that was like, oh, you're not going to be able to do things or get things in the Dodgers.
Might be more affordable than you think.
Yeah, is that it did not take much at all to get Giolito. So it's just interesting to me.
I just feel, too, with seeing that, with what they gave up, that should open the doors for the Rangers. Like, okay, maybe we don't have to give up as much. It looks like the White Sox want to dump these guys. They want to get rid of whatever it is that they got. Hopefully we make the move. Again, me and Mike talked about this in the car. I'm still going to keep pushing for it no matter what. It's just how I'm going to be with this. I really think if you present the right package, even though Cease is no longer, they want to trade him, I think you can still get him.
So the report is yesterday they said Cease is off the market the way Ohtani's off the market. So you can maybe present, but they said everybody who's called the White Sox, and a lot of teams have, the White Sox say, we're not trading Cease. You don't even need to discuss it. But I guess if you offered the right package, you could get him.
It's hard to say no, and that's why I think they could do that. If we're doing something that's going to booster their minor league system, I think they would want that, because clearly they're going into a street build mode.
Well, they don't believe that. So the report is yesterday that they believe with Eloy Jimenez, Luis Robert, Dylan Cease, with some of their younger guys, that they believe in a weak division next year that they can, let's dump the players that we probably aren't going to sign, and let's keep this team somewhat together, and let's try to rebuild it in the offseason to make it competitive, because they know 85 wins next year has a great chance of possibly winning that division. So they're trying to trade Tim Anderson. They're trying to trade Lance Lynn. They're trying to trade Joe Kelly. They might trade Kendall Graveman. So they're kind of working off of those things, but you're probably, from the White Sox, not going to get a Dylan Cease. I guess you could, if you offered Evan Carter, I'm sure they'd listen, who last night hit a grand slam for Frisco.
So do you think with this is the like we should go get, if we're going to take Cease off the market, then we got to go get, because the White Sox still have talent that we could take. We need to get some relievers, so we could get Joe Kelly or Graveman, and then also we need another starter. So I guess we could look at Lance Lynn.
How amazing!
Well, he got traded, right?
No, Lance Lynn has.
Oh, he hasn't
been traded yet.
Oh,
he pitched last night.
Okay,
and,
they just
got hit.
They're
hard
just
again.
circling in on Lance Lynn.
Yeah, so the Dodgers are in on Lance Lynn, the Rangers are in on Lance Lynn, and the Rays are in on Lance Lynn. So he is going to get traded. He has a no trade clause, I'm pretty sure. And
so
I've heard that.
I
heard that he's not crazy reading about going to the Dodgers. That's interesting to me, but he just must not be like an LA guy. So we know that he liked it here with the Rangers. He refused to get traded by the Rangers at one point, like when they're like, hey, we're going to trade you at the deadline possibly. He's like, no, not really. And then they traded him for Dane Dunning to the White Sox.
And it feels like Marcus Stroman is not viable. He has been horrid this month.
He's having such a tough July that probably the Cubs are like, son of a gun, we're not going to be able to move him like we thought we were.
So the only thing I could say for that with him and Wrigley is, what people don't understand, the ball flies out as it gets warmer there. In the beginning, that's why you can have such good numbers. For me, I started off really hot with Chicago, the White Sox, is because it's cold. The ball doesn't fly. Now that it's getting more warmer, summer out there, the ball is shooting out of there.
I'm going to put you in a tough situation. Just say no comment, being serious, if you don't want to answer this. Have you heard positive or negative things about Stroman as a teammate? Because he seems to be a very individual person to me from the outside looking in.
Honestly, no clue.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Okay,
I
next
could dive
thing.
in and find out.
Can you imagine, and I do think the Rangers are in on this, I have Joe Kelly's number, and I know you have Joe Kelly's number, I believe, from us interviewing him at the Super Bowl with my Super Bowl gear on today.
Yeah.
And I do know that
I was taking a picture with Kay Adams.
Yes, and the Rangers are interested in him. Can you imagine if you did get Joe Kelly and he comes into the game in a situation where it's beanball time against the Astros on the 4th, 5th, or 6th of September?
Like a crybaby.
Like he has no problem going after a guy and definitely has no problem going after a Houston Astro. So I almost want Joe Kelly to be traded to the Rangers
for those intangibles.
Yes. So in that series, he can pitch. And I do think this, from what I understand, a lot of the White Sox veteran guys don't want to be there anymore. They do want to get traded. It might not be the best environment in Chicago. I don't know. Lance Lynn, he worries me. I know I have a minute here. He does worry me. He's not pitching well this year. He's had moments. He's had good games.
Phenomenal
But then he'll have a game, I believe last night he got hit pretty hard. He's just inconsistent at best, being nice. And I wonder if the Rangers trading for Lance Lynn are not trading for a starting pitcher. They're trading for, let's say, Joe Kelly and Lance Lynn, in that maybe they put Lance Lynn into a bullpen role where they can use him in multiple ways, that they feel like maybe pitching 6 innings isn't for him anymore. I don't know.
We could see possibly, and I hope this doesn't happen, but the Astros could go get Verlander, so I'm hoping we still make the attempt of possibly going after Scherzer, too, to add to the rotation. But I don't know what's going to happen with it. It's just guys that, to me, I feel like are going to be available.
Watching MLB Network last night, and Ron Darling's pretty connected with the Mets. Obviously, he does their games on television. It didn't sound like Cohen is willing to dump those guys. Like, he wants to go after it next year. Like, money is no issue to him. And it kind of sounded like, I don't know, but it sounded like from Ron Darling's perspective last night on MLB Network that the Mets might not be so willing to just start dumping people, that they're going to go, this was a horrible year. I'm going to bet, nothing against Buck Showalter, that they're going to get a new manager next year, and they're going to bring back a lot of the pieces that they have, hope that their closer Diaz is healthy from his knee injury in the World Baseball Classic, add more money to that team, and see if they can get over the top next year. But to your point, I don't know. In the next few days, maybe Steve Cohen's like, I'm going to trade these older guys, Verlander and Scherzer, and then go spend $200 million next year in the offseason on younger pitchers. But we'd have to go check the market and see, like, who they would want. So it's an interesting time. The Dodgers opened up the floodgates. The floodgates were opened yesterday, and the Dodgers made some moves. And the Angels made their move. And I do think in these kind of next 72 hours that we're going to see the Rangers make their final moves to see what this team's going to look like from August 1 to September 30 and hopefully longer.
I think Cleveland, seeing them let go of Ahmed Rosario, I think that we're going to see maybe we could see a Shane Bieber.
He's on the 60-day injured list.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I didn't know. No, that shows how much I
they
knew.
told me yesterday. So
really had to get that in, huh, Derek?
I really did.
Wow.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You're going to get a phone call after the show.
Coming up next, it'll happen in the car ride home. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers Hall of Famer and new Fort Worth Christian head baseball coach Rusty Greer right here on 105.3 The Fan.
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring on Texas Rangers Hall of Famer, who's actually got a brand new gig. It's Rusty Greer right here on The Fan. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you boys?
We're doing good, and I want to ask you about your new coaching job and everything like that, but I got a different question for you. One of our co-hosts, Mr. Mike Bassick, is at Dallas Cowboys training camp with us right now, and he is wearing a Kansas City Chiefs hat with the Super Bowl logo on it. What are your thoughts about that blatant disregard for the Cowboys?
Well, you have to understand who's wearing that hat. Mr. Bassick, he does his own thing sometimes, and I get it. So, you know, to each his own. We know who we follow around here, so he needs to get on board with that.
Well, Rusty, it's motivation. I'm wearing my Super Bowl collared shirt and my Super Bowl winning hat and just showing them the logos on here. And then it'd be really cool if the Cowboys got some Super Bowl logos on their gear, that like a current Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying, Rusty?
Yes. So we'll use it as motivation. How about that?
Yeah. Now,
do you think that's how it's going to play out, though? I get it in theory, but when we have Cowboys players in the tents, do you think they're going to be like, motivation? I like that.
I don't know how they'll take it, but for us, we'll say motivation is the word.
Okay.
Rusty, I want to go to the Ranger game last night, but go back to your time in the 90s when you guys were making the playoffs. What team did you feel like was your rival and the team you disliked the most? Because obviously, last night, the Rangers and Astros showed how much they love each other.
Right. For us, I think it comes down, and pretty much everybody in that era was the Yankees. You know, it's because that's who you kind of had to go through at that period of time to get to the World Series. But you know, there were some other people we faced that we knew we had to ramp our game up. The Indians during that time, when all the players they had, they were a tough opponent, and we didn't necessarily like playing them, but it was kind of a rivalry. But I would say the Yankees. But that could be said for most every team in the league at that time.
I hope this isn't bringing bad memories, and I'm sure you're well aware, but I remember after that first playoff game in '96, I thought the Rangers were going to dominate Major League Baseball for years because as a kid, y'all roll up into Yankee Stadium, win that first playoff game. I was like, nobody can stop this team. And then over the next 4 years, I grew to hate the Yankees with a fiery passion of 1,000 suns.
Yeah, and that's kind of the way it was then. You know, those Yankees teams are just buzzsaws, and you had to play really well, you know, and we all know in the playoffs, pitching is a primary way to win those games, and they had really good pitching staffs back then. And they had, in '96, they had Wetland as a closer, and then Rivera took that job over once he came here, and so they were just a tough opponent. But I'm with you. When we won that first game, I thought we were going to win that series, and then we just couldn't get it done. But you have to give those guys credit because they did things that over the course of that run that nobody else was doing, and found ways to win games that others couldn't.
So, Rusty, I know that the game has changed with beanball wars. You rarely see it in today's game, and really it wasn't too much of a beanball war last night. But take us into a player's perspective, because you just have me and Derek Hall in here, two crazy left-handed pitchers. When a guy like Juan Gonzalez or Pudge Rodriguez was hit at or thrown at in retaliation, what is the dugout feeling in those moments?
Well, it's tension, you know, and it's because, and let's go back, there's not as much retaliation and things that go on today as there did when I played, and when I played, there wasn't as much retaliation that went on in the mid '80s, late '70s, that kind of thing. And so, but you know, when one of your star players or any player starts getting thrown at, or there's some sort of retaliation that happens, there's obvious tension in the dugout. And at that point in time, you know, in the mid '90s, late '90s. You protected, you know, the word was protecting your guys. And we actually had conversations in the clubhouse about, you know, we would get knocked down or thrown at or something. And if our pitchers didn't respond, you know, one of our questions was, how are we supposed to get comfortable in the box if they're free to do something and we don't retaliate on them? And so how are we supposed to score you runs, in other words? And so, that was a conversation. But as time has gone on, and right now the way these guys are running the baseball up to the plate, it becomes kind of dicey because that ball hurts when it hits you. Trust me. And an old rule is you're not throwing it at the head. You'll throw the midsection, waist, something like that. But even now, the way they're rushing it up there, that could do some real damage.
Rusty, tomorrow is the anniversary of Kenny Rogers' perfect game, and that's where you became the hero for Texas Rangers fans around here. I know Kevin and I were watching it as kids, and Mike too, and that's where you became the legend of the diving catch, and then you closed it out with the catch in the outfield. Does Kenny Rogers still send you a residual check every year off of that?
No, Kenny doesn't. Hey, I think we crossed that hurdle a long time ago. He was very appreciative. Got me a nice painting. It hangs in my house. But other than that, he doesn't owe me a thing for that. That was just what I was supposed to do.
What's it a painting of?
Well, he had a painting of me diving. It's not a
awesome.
It's pretty cool. It's not a like in today's world. Did you know there's not a picture of that catch in the first out of the ninth? There's not a picture around. So any pictures that are taken off of what video there was, which are very grainy and you can't see it. I was talking to somebody the other day, and I said, could you imagine in today's world how many photos there would be? Because during that game, there was no it got to be the 8th, 9th inning, and that's when all the cameramen and everything started rushing down to the field, and there was no picture. So it's not a what's the word I'm looking for? It's not a very realistic picture. It's more of an abstract painting is the wrong word, but it's me diving, and it's more of that kind of picture than an actual likeness.
I do have your number because we had to call you. If I text you, would you mind sending me a picture of?
Oh
of
my
that
God!
painting? We
Yes.
would love to see it if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I can do it.
That's awesome. All right,
Sweet.
well, sticking in that moment, if you guys don't mind, can you kind of explain the feeling and what you remember of being in the middle of a perfect game or knowing that moment's happening?
Well, for me, it was my rookie year, and so every day I went to the ballpark, my heart was in my throat already. And so I was nervous, scared to death every day. And then going into that game, I was playing center field at the time, and I can distinctly remember Kenny throwing a breaking ball early in the game, and it was a really, really good one. I think it struck Spike Owen out. And I said to myself, man, Kenny's breaking ball is really good tonight. And so then he threw a changeup in there at some point, and I said, this changeup's working too. And then it got to be the 6th inning. And I've said this before, and I'll say to you guys, at that point, when you hit 6th and 7th, everybody tells you you have to want the ball hit to you to be any good. Well, and I tell people this all the time, there was 7 defenders out there that wanted the ball nowhere near them when it came to the 7th inning. Wow. And I was one of them. And then I think the pitch of the game, if there's one pitch that defined that game, it was a 3-2 left-on-left changeup to Jim Edmondson, okay? And that's not something that you really see a lot. And for Kenny to have the guts to throw a 3-2 changeup in a perfect game just shows you where he was mentally in that game. He was locked in. And so that was the pitch of the game to me. And that was in the 7th inning. And then, and I tell people, too, there was a lot of really good plays that were made that night. Juan Gonzalez made a nice play in the left center field gap. Dean Palmer made a nice play. Esteban Beltre made a really nice play. Will Clark made a stretch there in the 9th. So there's a lot of good plays. Mine just happened to happen right there at the end of the game when the crescendo was peaking, and so that's kind of why I get a lot of acknowledgement for that.
Rusty, I got a question too. Is when you're throwing as a pitcher, we have a no-hitter, we don't talk, we don't do anything, we're very superstitious with that. Did you as the position player, were you guys trying to make sure, I got to make sure I do this, I can't interact with him or anything like that? Did you guys stay away from him? How did you guys interact during that moment, and when did you realize, wow, we have a perfect game?
Well, we kind of stayed away from him, but Kenny, that's not who he is. And so, he was just locked in, and we as players stayed away from him because we know the old adage, but that Kenny wasn't really, he wasn't like, stay away from me. That's just not who he is. And I think, though, like I said, I think that's more of a tribute to where he was in that game in a mental state. I'm telling you, the guy was locked in with what he was doing, and you call it in the zone or whatever you want to call it, but he was there on that particular night and was making every pitch, and in any crucial time was making what seemed to be the right pitch, even though with that much on the line, I probably would have thrown the easy pitch, a fastball, and hoped they hit it at somebody. But he was making the right pitch at the right time, and executing that pitch is why he did what he did.
Because of that particular game, do you still think of them as the California Angels, no matter how many times they change their first name?
Well, yeah, well, I'll inadvertently say California Angels from time to time and have to catch myself. So, yes, in a lot of instances I do, for sure.
Rangers Hall of Famer Rusty Greer joining us. Rusty, you're now the head coach of Fort Worth Christian. Are those players going to even know who you are?
Oh, my gosh.
That's a great question. I'm sure they've had to Google me. Their parents do, but I don't know about the kids. I'm sure they know. I'm sure they know my background. And you know, it's funny is while I played professionally, my real passion is amateur baseball, and I've had all these thoughts in my head about how to win games at the amateur level, and I've come up with a good philosophy I think works, and I'm excited to get started over there. I think I can make a difference in not only them as players, but those guys as young men as well. Help them learn how to play the game and what goes on, not just between the lines, but when you step into the ballpark. And I know they have aspirations of going and playing college baseball and professional baseball, and I think I can help them with what I have done as liaison between, in coaching summer teams, a liaison between college recruiters and parents and players. And then this past year, I was over at Jacksonville State University as a graduate assistant. I've learned what those guys really want to know and see and hear, and I can relay that to them. So I think I'll do some good. But yeah, so they may have had to Google me once or twice to find out who I was and what I did, for sure.
Well, let's assume that some of the players haven't done that yet. Would you consider merging your history with like Juan and Pudge and be like, I also won 2 MVPs and 12 Gold Gloves?
Well, let's just say this: those guys, one's a Hall of Famer, and one should have been a Hall of Famer, and I'm nowhere close to those guys. So no, I wouldn't even go down that road. I know my
That's just a good fact check for them. See if they looked it up. Yeah.
Fact check, yeah. That might destroy the trust right from the get-go.
Rusty, you just mentioned a lot of the things that you learned last year being a college coach. Can you be specific on something you learned about college that back in your day is very different from college baseball today from back in the 90s?
I think the biggest thing, and you can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for what I saw, and what I would say for me would be the toughest hurdle would be the whole recruiting process when it comes to the NIL money and the transfer portal. That is the animal that everybody's having to deal with at this point, and it makes it hard on those guys to go out and recruit freshman players, because ultimately those freshman players are free agents from the time they walk in or walk on campus. And a lot of them are kind of using a 4-year school, especially a mid-major, as a junior college type program where they're going to be there for 2 years, perform, and go on to a Power 5. And so those Power 5 guys, with the NIL money they have, they're players are into the transfer portal and going to different programs within the same league. So you don't really know what your roster is going to look like from year to year. Whereas in the old days, you could start building a program with freshmen and have class balance and have a scholarship allocation formula. Now it's kind of free agency, and the people within professional baseball, the people that have the most money get the best players, and that would be the hurdle that is the toughest for me. The difference for me now and back when I was in college, for sure.
Rusty, Mike is getting ready to listen to the Coach K audiobook. I believe he's very excited about that. If you were to start your foundation of this is what I want the kids to learn from me, what is what's the foundation of the Rusty Greer coaching method?
There's the foundation is, if there's one word, it's discipline. But I think within that, there's standards and expectations that have to be defined for those guys. And I think that with those standards and expectations, you have to have a disciplined approach to be able to reach them. As a leader and a mentor, I think you lead by example. I think you do and say and act in a certain way, a professional way that says this is who I am. Because I do believe that it doesn't matter what level you're at. I do believe that the players take on the coaching staff, and in particular the head coach's mentality and persona. Not 100%, but they see what's going on, and they begin to gravitate to that. And so I think you lead in a professional manner, and I think that through that professional manner, you can then begin at this age to guide and mentor a little bit, all the while teaching them the game. And so it's not just about X's and O's, so to speak. It's more about building that trust and that foundation where those guys will follow you as a leader. And when you do that, I think you tend to get more out of people. So it would be those standards, expectations, but discipline, if I had one word and discipline encompasses a bunch of things. It encompasses being on time to practice. It encompasses doing schoolwork. It encompasses picking up trash in the dugout. It encompasses all that stuff, doing things right on the field. And I think that leads to being able to meet standards, expectations that are laid at the feet. So I think one word would describe be discipline.
Kevin, I think the book's already written right there. It just says discipline, and he's got Rusty Greer on it. So there it is.
I took a lot of notes. I'll cut you in on the residuals. Well, we appreciate the time very much. Can't wait to see how you do at Fort Worth Christian, and I'm super excited to see that painting as well. Thank you very much for the time, good sir.
All right, thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Rusty Greer right here in your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But we're also the home of the Dallas Cowboys. We're in Oxnard. Let's talk with our Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, and find out what kind of trouble he got into at camp yesterday. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Do I need to go to the Corey news desk
No, this is
immediately?
I just need to ask all y'all a question.
Okay.
Mickey, you've probably RSVP'd for a lot of things in your life. What do you say in the RSVP return? Do you just say, I am RSVPing or I am attending?
No, RSVPing is just your response. So you need to say yes or no.
Yes, I am attending, or just yes, or is that good enough? Like, what exactly? I don't know.
You want to tell us what you've been invited to?
I've been invited to a party that happens here on a yearly
party.
basis, and I don't know how to RSVP.
You want to tell you what I did?
Yeah, well, yes.
I'm in Mickey.
Okay, that's all right. I'm in it. I'm in Mickey. All right, there we go.
I like that.
Oh, cool. Okay, all right.
Don't get me down twice, right? They're going to think I'm bringing an N1, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So it's comma, right?
Yeah.
I'm in, comma, Corey,
Yes,
period. Gotcha.
yes,
Thanks, guys.
yes. Good job. Good to know that mentorship and that training is still happening.
We cleared that up quickly, right?
That was a lifelong internship.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Mickey, for you, I want to get to some Cowboy stuff, obviously, but first, we're talking about the perils of training camp off the field. Do you want to tell us the conundrum that you ran into yesterday?
My first bike ride of training camp. First one. I was about halfway through it, and I heard thump, 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 and I'm going, God, this bike path, because they have bike lanes here, right?
Yeah.
They need to smoothen this thing out.
Is that a universal thing that everyone who's ever driven a car or been on a bike thinks? They're like, please let this be the road. Please.
Right. I was in
not a flat
Oh,
tire.
I was in huge denial.
Yeah.
Right. And then I finally, after doing it for about 20 yards, I said, "Oh, let me look." And it's like, I won't say what I said, but it was son of a
biscuit eater. Yeah,
it was a flat, and I probably was just 3.5 miles in, and probably had a couple to go. And it was early. It's like 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
And it's like, who do I know well enough that would come and get me, bother him at 7? And then I decided, Brad had a hard time sleeping last night. I'm not going to call him. And it's a good thing I didn't, because as I was going to take the bike to REI, it doesn't fit in his car. He wouldn't have helped me out, right?
That's a good thought.
And you just wasted his time. Yeah.
I walked the rest of the way.
You walked. You could have called Kevin anytime.
You guys were on the air.
Almost on
the
air.
Yeah. And you're prepping. And
yeah.
So, yeah. Although this wasn't as bad as 2004, I took the bike ride from here, and I went through Ventura, past where the county fair is, and then there's a road that goes along the 101 right along the water.
Yeah.
It's just gorgeous.
Yeah.
And you ride and you forget how far you're going. And I got to almost the end of that before the path goes underneath the 101. So I was a good 20 miles out, and I got a flat.
Oh, no.
And
you got to start carrying a spare tire.
well, yeah, but then you got to know how to fix it, right? And have all the tools. And so I'm sitting there and I'm going, what am I going to do? And finally I said, okay, I got to call back here. And I got one of the interns, right? And I said, look, I've never asked you to do any stupid intern thing like go get me coffee or, silly carry this. But you got to get one of the cars and come and get me. And she did, and I survived. But, yeah, that was kind of traumatic because I was like, I don't even – you think we had cell phones back in 2000? I guess we did. Yeah.
Just starting to get them, yeah.
1999 was my first cell phone.
It didn't have the same like map app capabilities and everything like that.
When I was in Columbus and Kinston playing, I had to still buy the phone cards.
Phone cards?
Yes.
So whatever I had, I was ended up at a kind of managed campground. So I had a place to at least stay and call, and that was a little more serious than this one.
See, you volunteered me, but I would have volunteered you because there's precedent set for Corey saving the day due to bike riding incidents.
That is a fact. Yeah, I did save Ted once when he
the
was
great Ted Nichols Payne.
He flipped his bike on a rock in Arizona, dislocated 3 fingers, shoved one back in, but he couldn't get the other 2 fingers put back in. Ted was a beast.
So for future information, what time do you guys get here?
Usually I think
we're going to be on Mickey Bike Patrol.
At least I have your phone numbers, right?
Yeah, you definitely do.
Mickey, what's the situation on Donovan Wilson right now?
Yeah, I think it's somewhat serious. I mean, he could miss some time. I was told. So we should get some clarification, I think, today. I mean, he was going for an MRI, and it was the back of his leg. Someone told me it was behind his knee. I see it's reported that it's a calf. Well, your calf kind of extends the muscle into the back of your knee.
So I didn't see if he did 1 or 2 reps after that before he went out to the tent, but I thought I saw the play that it went down on. It wasn't necessarily, because I know people are concerned about non-contact. Like he was going for, there was a pass out to the right side at about the 10-yard line, just off of the sideline. He was involved in the play. He didn't get lit up or anything, but it looked like he was getting up slow, and I didn't get the opportunity to see how many, if any, reps he ran before he went to the tent, and then obviously I know they carted him off the field.
Yeah, and I was on the other side of the field watching the offensive line.
Yeah.
So I didn't really get to see it. But I did see Israel and McQuamu walk off.
Was that heat exhaustion? Do we know?
I don't know, because he came back, and I wanted to say he was in regular clothes. He was in a T-shirt and shorts. Right? He was walking, so not sure what he had. And then Diggs didn't really finish the practice. He was standing over on the other side of the field with the offense when they were doing that 11-on-11 stuff. So I don't know if they just said, hey, first day, we'll take it easy here. And then Matt Waletzko wasn't out there. And I was told he had maybe illness or something like that.
Okay.
So, you know, it's the first day, right?
Mm-hmm. And
it always reminds me, and I probably told you guys this before, Brad Sham's philosophy on training camp. We go to training camp to find out who's going to get hurt.
Which, that sucks.
I forgot to do my question yesterday to begin camp. Who will be the guy that misses the whole season because they got hurt in training camp?
So what do you think about that question, and what do you think about did you take your hat off?
I'll put it back on. It's my motivational hat for the Cowboys. Just a second.
Yeah, he's
I thought I had something else on the monitor here. I saw all the Kansas
wearing,
City stuff. I got, why are they got the Kansas City
Chiefs? I got my
Chiefs?
Super Bowl from where did we go to the Super Bowl last year? Arizona?
Yeah. Arizona.
So I got my Super Bowl collared shirt from the Super Bowl with the Super Bowl logo, and then I have the Chiefs championship Super Bowl logo hat just to motivate the Cowboys to get Super Bowl logos back on their stuff again, but not from the 90s where you won with no 2-point conversions and no replay.
They won one of them with 2-point conversions.
Yeah, we got one Super Bowl with a 2-point conversion at least available. So I was just like, we can now get Super Bowl gear as long as the Cowboys are motivated by my Super Bowl gear that I'm wearing today.
I see at least Derek's countering him, right, with his hat.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I had Cowboy stuff on yesterday, and I mean, it's my first camp, so I didn't know. I shouldn't really be a walking billboard with Cowboy stuff, but then Mike comes.
I've worn Cowboys gear before. It didn't help them make the Super Bowl, so I thought this year it might be better to wear Super Bowl gear.
Mickey, yesterday, I've been very interested, and we're going to have Eric Scott Jr. on later today.
And Malik Hooker.
Yeah, and Malik Hooker. But we talked with Eric Scott yesterday a little bit, and he's an interesting kid. I like a lot of the things about him. How's he looked since the mini camps and everything, and then what you saw yesterday?
Well, let's put it this way. Number one, the Cowboys traded into the top of the 6th round to draft a cornerback from Southern Mississippi. And it caught my attention, like, okay, they know something about this kid that maybe the rest of us don't. And what happened with him in the pre-draft tests and everything, his pro day, if you go and look at all the stats, it's a cornerback who ran a 4.78.
Yeah.
Well, you look at that and you go, this guy ain't getting drafted, right?
Slow.
Well, the backstory is in his pro day, 2 steps into his 40, he pulled either a quad or a ham.
Oh.
But he finished.
Yeah.
So he got a recorded time. Well, the Cowboys were there. They knew about it. And they had done the homework on this guy. And when I interviewed him, he said that he was working out at one of those workout spots in Phoenix. And he goes, I'm a 4.4 guy. And he goes, unfortunately, the 4.78 got recorded on me. And so I dropped in the draft. So
probably multiple rounds, I'm guessing.
I've got a few connections with Southern Mississippi.
Yeah.
And, I had worked in Jackson for almost 4 years. The head coach was quoted on Eric Scott Jr. saying, this is the type of kid you want on your team. And I'm going, okay, that means something. No one had to force him to say that.
Yeah.
And this was during the season. It wasn't, pumping him up for the draft. And the more I dug into this kid's story, he started off small school, high school in Kansas. No one probably knew he was there. He ends up at Illinois State, which is not noted for its football program. And he ran into some problems there. I'm not sure what he did. He got suspended. His parents got mad at him, told him, you need to come home, and we're going to do a restart.
Interesting.
So he comes back, and he ends up at a junior college in Kansas, reestablishes his career, and signs up at Southern Mississippi. And if you know anything about some of the athletes at Southern Mississippi, they're pretty tough.
Yeah.
And they all have an edge and a chip on their shoulder because some bigger school didn't sign them. And back when I was working there, it was even more so because if you were a great athlete in the state of Mississippi, you either went to Mississippi State or Ole Miss. The rest of them go to Southern Mississippi, right? And these kids are tough. And when I was working there, they played Alabama at Alabama. This is Southern Mississippi, and they beat Alabama. And I wrote a story about, hey, if you're going to war, you want guys from Southern Mississippi on you.
Yeah.
And it kind of became their rallying crowd out there. And so when I saw that, what this kid went through to get to where he is now, it's a hell of a story. But on top of that, in the mini camps, Diggs wasn't there a couple times, OTAs. Gilmore, they don't need to overextend him. This kid's working with the first team at left corner, and he's making plays.
Great.
Now, I understand it's, non-contact. Well, we go out here, the first practice, and looking at the first team defense, Diggs is on the other side. They're resting Gilmore. He's working with the first team at cornerback. Wow. So, yeah, there's something to – he's going to be my kind of pet, keep an eye on him. So it's good that you guys are having him on because it's a hell of a story that I kind of dig into.
Too,
oh, no, he is. And he's very thankful that he's gotten this opportunity because he knows he could have fallen through the cracks, right? So it's a really good feel-good story since you asked, right?
Yeah.
You didn't know I knew all that about it.
No, this is great, though.
That was impressive. Awesome
Nailed it.
stuff today, Mick. We'll look forward to talking with you tomorrow.
We'll see what's next,
Yeah,
right?
there you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. What's the line between great trash talk and disrespect? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
What would you say?
value, real independence. You own it at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Jacoby Myers in motion on 3rd down. Jones looking end zone for Henry. He's got it! Touchdown! A clutch pass on 3rd down. And the Patriots are an extra point away from tying it at 22.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Oxnard for Dallas Cowboys training camp. And right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Nothing.
Oh. Now, I want to get to Mac Jones and the art of trash talking, but we got a doings of transpiring, and we were just talking about training camp injuries could be a big one potentially for Miami. Is defensive back Jalen Ramsey was carted off to the locker room with an apparent leg injury. Javon Holland, after practice, the safety for the Dolphins, said they're worried about Ramsey but didn't know any details and didn't want to speculate. I don't think Mike McDaniel, per Pro Football Talk, is scheduled to meet with the media until tomorrow, so not sure when you could get an update about that. But anytime, I mean, any injury is concerning, but especially when you see the leg injury, you potentially fear the worst.
Well, and on top of that, that's a defense that desperately needs players.
I mean, they just made that trade a couple months ago.
Yeah, the offense is good. Mike McDaniel's offense is fine. But you're dealing with Josh Allen and Diggs, and now you got Rodgers and company that you have to deal with. They knew they needed to ensure that they were good and on the defensive side of the ball, and that's going to hurt them, man.
Does it help that they got their season-ending injury in training camp early so that they can kind of answer those needs now over time? Because let's be honest here. I know I'm goofing off, but I'm serious.
To be clear, I'm not saying it's a season-ending
Somebody
injury.
for the Cowboys is going to get hurt and miss the majority of the season. Or last year it was Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
Right?
But he was there
for the heart, which, the meat of it, which is the last 3 weeks of the year. But, somebody's going to get hurt here, and sometimes it's better for them to get hurt now than it is the last week of training camp.
Look, Mike.
Or the last week of, the last preseason game.
I promise
summer camp.
I understand your question and your line of thinking. It's just every single year I'm going to hope this will be the year that it won't happen. I understand your line of logic.
You can hope you never die, too.
I will. I do kind of hope that.
You're going to die.
Well, we'll see.
You don't know that.
What happens. Good point. We'll see what happens on the Jalen Ramsey front. But for now, no doubt, the Dolphins and the Dolphins fans are holding their breath.
Think they'll ever make an invincibility pill? You
No.
just can't die?
They'll just be like the Vanilla Sky or San Junipero deal where you
Everybody has died that's been
So
born.
far.
And everybody will die. I mean, there's one person that's risen again.
Yeah.
And we found out that he was God.
So I am not counting on such a thing.
All right, thanks.
I'm definitely not counting on such a thing. All right, let's go to Mac Jones. So there was a veteran defensive lineman who came out, it was Calais Campbell, and came out and said, Phillip Rivers was a good trash talker, but he was never disrespectful. Mac Jones, he's kind of disrespectful. And so I'm just curious, and we could start with you guys, but open it up to everybody. What's the difference between trash talk and disrespect? Is it bringing your personal life into it? What's the line?
I would say definitely bringing family into it.
Okay.
Because it's the way I look at it, you can talk all the crap you want about me and to me and all that, but when you start bringing my family in it that has nothing to do with what's going on, that just shows that you really can't talk trash. You just gotta try to incorporate things like that. That's not talking trash. That's just absolute disrespect to people who actually have no say or involved in what I'm doing. Focus on me and tell me I stink rather than your mom.
Is it the same for you,
Right,
Mike, in terms of difference between fair trash talk and disrespect? Is it just bringing your personal life or your family into it?
There's probably a line. I mean, I get it, to get under somebody's skin. If I mean, somebody's mom is in the hospital with cancer. That would seem like you're crossing the line right there. But if you get that person now so angry that they cannot focus on the route they're running or the blocking that they have to do on, I wouldn't want to cross that line, you know? If somebody's family member is really in the hospital or somebody's family member just died or you kind of know about that history, but I guess like a few people would go past that line knowing that they're going to probably get an advantage going over that line.
Kevin, you've been watching quarterback, and I know we're going to talk about it a little bit more. Mahomes talks a lot of trash. But
he says bruh a lot too.
But he's talking about himself a lot. Like,
Sure.
I'm this, I'm him kind of thing all the time.
Yeah, I did like that when he was like
trash talk though.
I mean, whenever he just makes a play on you and now he's in your face about it, I think it is. Like he's in your face saying, you got me started. You messed up.
One of the best that I ever saw here was a good 7 years ago is Jason Witten caught a touchdown pass, and so it was right next to the media, and he pretty much yelled at the coaches to get this guy off the field. I can't remember who it was. It wasn't anybody important, and they didn't really have they might have got cut, but they were not an important Cowboy in the history of Cowboys. And Jason Witten caught the ball, and he's like, get this guy off the field, get rid of him.
Wow.
Yeah. You can't cover me. You can't cover me. None of y'all can.
Good. And that's not crossing the line.
My favorite.
You feel like it was crossing the line when Jason Witten pretty much told the coaches to cut this guy? Like he's not good enough
get
to
this
be
guy
here.
off the field.
That's fair. I still love that line from the Chipmunks movie where Simon says, I'm going to crawl inside of you and build a nest. And that's terrifying at the same time.
And he said,
That's pretty good.
Wow.
But what about the people that What about the people that talk trash and then as soon as you start talking back to them, they just like try to make it like they're the victim now, like, oh,
dude,
you can't do that.
That's
happens. The worst.
That happens on the fan text. Is like
it's on the Twitter keyboards.
Sometimes people can't believe if they come at you and call you a piece of trash that you dare respond. I had that with somebody the other day. They're like, "Oh, you responded like you're the effing Pope or something." And I was like, "You called us all kinds of names. Don't be scared when I respond. If you're just like, hey, I don't like your show because of this, but you do it in a respectful or thoughtful manner, that's fine."
That's a prime example right there. Is for me, I've gotten it multiple times when I pitch. You know, if I had a bad game, they'll immediately start calling me out, you suck, all this, whatever. And then all of a sudden I'll say something, they're like, I can't believe you would stoop that low to respond. Well, you took the chance to say something to me, so of course I'm going to say something. Don't be a little punk and be scared because I've responded to you.
Tim Duncan, whenever you miss a shot, he's like, good try.
Yeah.
Or he gets a rebound, he's like,
see,
almost.
And low-key, that's what I think about Mahomes just a little bit when he's like, good rush, man, good rush. I was like, oh, you shut up, you stupid jerk. Like if I was the other player. All right. I've thought this through a little bit more, and it makes sense to me. But I'm going to read you a sentence from Lane Johnson and tell me if this throws you off for just a second. Okay. Quote, I feel awesome. I rehabbed pretty early. I had the surgery in early February on both groins. Like, I get it when he's talking.
You have two groins.
But
hold on, what's wrong here? You have two groins.
But don't you just think about, like, in your non-injury fashion, you have your groin. Do you think of it as, like, I hurt my right groin and left groin? I get for sports purposes, but I don't think about walking around and being like, I got two groins.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, I don't think about having two kidneys, but we have them, or two ear holes. Like, we do have them.
There's a lot of that going on our bodies.
So nobody thinks that's weird at all?
I always think the word groin or groin is a weird word. That's every time we say it, I just like, man, we should have came up with a different word for that inside the thigh area.
I'll tell you what.
You're private.
By the time, in the next hour, give me a new word that you think we should go with instead of groin.
What would you call it, Mike?
Yeah, and we'll see if we can get that to get picked up.
I'll think about that.
Okay. Make sure.
Groin?
Yeah,
groin.
make sure that you do groin.
Groin.
Let's go to cut number 6 if we can. Corey, do you feel sad for Travis Kelce? Because he had a plan for Taylor Swift, and it didn't work out.
Speaking of Taylor Swift, I know you went to the Taylor Swift concert. How was it?
Yeah, well, I was
disappointed that she doesn't talk before or after her shows because she has to save her voice for the 44 songs that she sings. So I was a little butthurt I didn't get to hand her one of the bracelets I made for her.
You made her a bracelet?
Yeah. If you're up on Taylor Swift concerts, there are friendship bracelets, and I received a bunch of them being there, but I wanted to give Taylor Swift one with my number on it. Not right now.
It didn't work out for him. I only know about the friendship bracelet thing because of Levi's Stadium. Now I feel plugged in.
You really can't talk. You can't see fans and talk.
I don't know, Derek. It seems like it's working out pretty well for her the way she's doing things.
Yeah.
So
I think she's made enough money that it could like fund 3 different countries at this point. Like that's.
I bet she won't.
Wow, that's cool.
Oh wow, that's in.
Who would? No, I know. That'd be crazy. Like I'm gonna give up all my money for these 3 countries. I'd be like, that is amazing.
An
She can make it
individual
back.
person.
She can just reboot her concert. She'll make all that money
I
again.
do like his attempt though, because he's like, look, they exchange bracelets at these concerts. I'm gonna put my phone. I'm gonna make a bracelet with my phone number on it.
I don't know much about like what Michael Jackson made when he went on tour back in the 80s and 90s. I wonder if
Jesus juice.
I wonder if like
That's what he called it.
Taylor Swift, if she's making like relevant to inflation and everything, and
Swifty sauce.
you know how much money, obviously, like versus
Yeah.
Michael Jackson versus I don't know.
That's
like,
a good question.
I'm trying to think of the Elvis maybe back in the you know.
Yeah. Or the Beatles or the Rolling
Yeah,
Stones. Maybe
yeah.
the Rolling Stones, maybe.
Did you
Yeah.
ever shoot your shot with Taylor? Would you?
No.
Okay.
I don't like her.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Oh,
I'm not
I
a
think I
Taylor
know
fan.
why. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I don't want to be a
Yeah.
song either.
Oh.
I mean, actually, that would be kind of cool.
I mean, you
'cause
did
do
choose
have
Big
that.
Blue last week, so
Yeah.
we know where you stand.
What if? Yeah. What if you?
Yeah.
What if
Feels like y'all
never
get
broke
along
up,
just
though?
fine.
What if
Politics.
then you could be a billionaire.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The
Coming
inner
up next,
thigh.
let's go back
Growing
to
inner thigh.
Waking.
Rangers, Astros. Plus, why did the Rangers struggle so much shut up! Why did the Rangers struggle so much to develop pitching? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
They are 3. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Malik Hooker coming up at 12:30, and then later in the day, we've got Eric Scott Jr. at about 1:20, and I think that's going to lead to a really fun conversation. But right here, right now, we're talking Rangers, we're talking Astros. We can reflect back on the game if you like, but there's a couple of other interesting aspects. I'm going to get to the positive in 1 second, but my question for everyone is going to be, why do the Rangers struggle so much to develop pitching? We're going to break that down in just a second, but Corey has super positive news for baseball across the board.
Real quick, guys, baseball's alive, and I know Mike's been
It
fighting.
really is.
Mike's been fighting the sport is dying for a while. Mike, this is great news for baseball. The last two nights were the best Tuesday, Wednesday turnouts for Major League Baseball since August of 2008. They averaged 33,442 across 29 teams on Tuesday and Wednesday. On Wednesday, averaged 34,115, which was second best non-holiday Wednesday since 2008.
That's a staggering average.
And Tuesday's average was 32,814, and that's the second best non-holiday since August of 2008. So, that is Tuesday, Wednesday. I mean, especially we'll see how school nights go.
Yeah,
but that's a significant boost right there across 29 different teams.
See, I think that helps because of how many teams are in contention. You have different variety of teams. It's not your typical. Yes, the Yankees are usually one of those teams, but this time we've got the Orioles are in there. You've got I'm trying to think of who else is in.
Well, if you look at
Angels are there now.
Derek, if you look at who came into the year going, we are not going to be competitive. Oakland.
Yep.
Kansas City.
Yep.
Washington.
Yep.
Probably Colorado, too.
I can see that.
And, they spent money. I mean,
but
did they come in going, we're intentionally trying to lose? That's my question.
Okay.
So you look at the four teams, and I would say there's four. That's good, right? So the new lottery system, hey, if you're a bottom five team for, I can't remember the exact rule, you cannot pick in the top five. You are not allowed to be I think a top 7 pick in the draft if you do it for a while. So I do think some of these rules that they put in teams are looking at it going, hey, we can't be bad for a long time. They are now not making it as beneficial to be bad for a long time the way the Houston Astros were, and they benefited from tanking for half a decade. And now they're going, if you do that, we are going to make sure that you are not drafting very high in future drafts.
It said 29 teams helped make that happen.
Manfred left the A's off. Yeah, he's like, because remember, he's like, hey, congratulations on getting an average attendance. So I know that this deal is no longer going to happen. The Angels have said Shohei is off the market. But one of the things I wanted to bring up to get the rest of the topic going about the Rangers struggling to develop pitching is, remember we talked about the trade offer that Evan Grant had thrown out for Shohei Ohtani. Here's what it says about Jack Leiter, and I know it's not going to happen, but this feels so damning on the organization. When the Rangers drafted Jack Leiter second overall in 2021, it seemed impossible to think that 2 years later they would consider trading him. Even more preposterous to think it would be as a secondary type piece. But here are the facts. And then they go through the struggles he's had at AA and everything like that. And then we talked about Alex Spees coming up, and he had a good start, and then y'all warned us what could happen, and that's exactly what happened. Bam, sent right back down. Those are just two of many, many, many examples. Why are the Rangers so bad at developing pitching? Because they're doing fine in other spots.
So I want to get Mike on this
better than fine.
After I say what I'm going to say, because his dad obviously does the teaching of pitching, and he does some too with the lessons as well. But what is going on is you're seeing guys get brought up, and I'm going to speak more on the teams that I've played for before, because I don't know specifically how it's working with the Rangers minor league system. But what happens is you get guys to come up to the big leagues because their spin numbers are good. The analytics side of it takes over, rather than looking at this guy's really locating the ball in and out, up and down, changing eye level, doing everything, mixing speeds well. That's what I feel like in what I've seen from the past. We don't teach pitching. We teach more about the spin, because the numbers are going to show us that this works out well rather than trying to get the actual results. If I went to a manager, and I actually did this to Dave Roberts when I talked to him when they were in town. I said, do you want a guy who has such good spin numbers, or would you rather have the guy that's actually locating and doing his job and getting people out in that way? And he immediately was like, yes, I want the guy who's getting guys out. He's attacking the zone, throwing strikes. So what I saw in the minor leagues when I was in AAA, both Boston and Toronto, they were so focused on spin rather than when guys are throwing bullpens. You shouldn't spend 45 minutes on a bullpen. You should be in there and out in probably 15 minutes at the most and working on location. That was one of the things that me and the guys that I played with Colby Lewis and all them, watching their bullpens, it was, I'm going to hit my spots, I'll face a hitter, see you later. Now it's literally, well, how tight was my spin on this one? And stuff like that's not, you're not getting true results in that aspect.
And you think that's not totally unique, but more unique to the Rangers than perhaps other franchises?
Well, I feel like that's what they're doing because you're seeing guys like Jack Leiter should not be struggling like this. He was dominant, obviously, in college. We get that. But things change here. You actually have to locate. And like Mike said, too, when you get to Double-A, this is where we get a very good idea of seeing, okay, this guy has a chance to be somewhere in the big leagues. He has a chance to pitch in the big leagues. But when you're constantly pitching up in the zone, you're not doing yourself a favor. When you're walking a lot of guys, that's telling me you can't throw strikes. You're not an accurate pitcher. So we see that. And, for example, we saw Spees come up and unbelievable performance that first night. And then he comes back out, and now we see that he can't throw strikes with his fastball. He's, what did I call it? It's
effectively
wild. That's only going to take you so far. You can only do that for such a short period of time, and then guys catch on. Videos out there, they see that. They're going to know, okay, this guy doesn't throw strikes. Then you get in an at-bat like what Bryce Harper did the other day. Stood in there and saw 6 pitches, ended up striking out, but the chances of him getting walked were probably pretty high, and that's why he didn't swing, because this guy doesn't throw strikes. So you're going to see that same thing with guys like Spees and Leiter who have a lot of walks. We have to focus on throwing strikes, work on our bullpens, with location. Focus on location. The hardest thing to do as a hitter is hit a well-located fastball down and away. That was one of the things I learned day one when I got there.
So I think this is really tough for the Rangers right now because they do have a winning team. But when you look at if you cannot develop pitching, and this has been an issue, honestly, since Derek, Neftali Felice, and Matt Harrison were developed, because from there, it's been rare from about 2009 on for the Rangers to develop a good reliever or a good starter. Now, there's Dane Dunning. You can maybe put him in that category.
I'll give them credit for that.
He had been up with Chicago during COVID year a little bit, but, I mean, they traded for a guy that they liked, and we're seeing the benefits of that guy. Matt Harrison and Neftali Felice were in the Mark Teixeira trade, so they weren't just developed by the Rangers. They were developed a little bit by the Braves, but those are success stories. Derek's a success story with the Rangers, but for a decade now, they've really struggled to do this. Now, you can struggle, but here's the thing that then Ray Davis has to take into account. And I know that Chris Young wants to fix this issue and fix this problem, but right now it still is an issue. It still is a problem. Cole Winn, your 2017 first-round pick, has been inconsistent at best at the AAA level. You have, obviously, Jack Leiter restarting. All right, if we can't develop pitching, I have to now put a budget together. I need every year $100 million for 5 starting pitchers. And here's how I get to $100 million. Very simple. I have to pay one starting pitcher $30+ million. Unfortunately, that's my DeGrom, who isn't available. I have to pay another starting pitcher around $20 to $25 million to be my number 2. That's my Evaldi situation. I have to pay another starting pitcher $20 million, and I need my 4 and 5 guys because I'm paying for free agents. I need $25 million total for those 2 guys, like a 15 and a 10 type of guy. What does that add up to? That adds up to $100 million for just my 5 starting pitchers because I'm not developing any at about $1 million to a $4 million rate as they go through arbitration. My next thing is in my bullpen. If I'm not developing any really good bullpen guys, I have to spend another approximately $40 to $50 million on free agent bullpen guys. So now I have $150 million dedicated to my pitching staff, And usually you only want to be at around $200 million, which is a good high salary.
Yeah.
And if I'm spending $150 million on pitching to make sure I have good pitching,
just
that
your
only
middle
leaves me
infielder
$50 million.
pushes you
Right.
over.
And we already know Seager and Simeon's number.
And that's why when I looked at like the early successes of Leclerc and Hernandez, is those are the kind of people that you looked at and thought, hey, these will be great arms that you could have in the pen for years and years and years. And then by the time it's time to pay them, well, hopefully you've developed new people, or you can decide you need to keep these guys. But that hasn't happened. And the thing that really got to me is last week, maybe the week before, when Mike was telling us about how 2 Guardians pitchers taken in the same draft,
21 draft,
as Jack Leiter had already been up, and they were pitching in some cases against us, and that just infuriated you because I know it doesn't always work like this, but theoretically you would think the higher you get drafted, hopefully the quicker you could be there. I know high school people it's different, but you would think like, hey, we took the top college pitcher. You would have thought he would be here, but he's not even close.
Derek, in the 9 home games that they just had, 3 starting pitchers against the Rangers were in the 2021 draft.
I remember you telling me that. And that tells us that we need to be doing something. If we look at how our minor league system is, we're kind of struggling, obviously, with the bullpen and some of our starters, whatever. We don't have options. We don't have anybody that we can bring up necessarily that's ready to go because we're not, in my opinion, we're not down there working on pitching in that aspect of it. Like, we're not worried about location. You look at the guys that are down there, and they're walking so many guys. That's not giving me the confidence to be like, all right, this guy's good. Let's bring him up. Like, I have to see more. If I was in charge of pitching, I got to see more from somebody.
And you know what's interesting is I do know this in baseball now. Guys are getting promoted off their bullpen rather than what they do in a game.
Yeah.
So they'll have the gun on them in the pen, and they're expecting, hey, as long as you throw 97 in this bullpen, tomorrow we're going to call you up to the major leagues. Is that crazy? It doesn't even matter how they do. It's not like, hey, in 2 days you're going to pitch in this AAA game or this AA game. They're like, that spin rate, that velocity, that extension, everything we saw that you can go to Baseball Savant and see the blue or the red numbers to tell you good or bad. If they get all reds in a bullpen session, they don't even, I'm not talking about the Rangers, but it could be the Rangers too. I don't know this, but there's organizations that they don't even care if you get guys out. They're just trying to see what your velocities and spin rates and extensions are in your bullpen session, and they're like, don't have them pitch in this minor league game we're about to have them pitch in. Send them up to the big leagues because that was a good bullpen session.
Here we go. Let me think about this. Would you rather take a guy who's throwing hard, who's effectively wild, or would you rather have the guy that doesn't throw as hard, but he's throwing strikes, getting guys out?
No,
strikes and get out.
And I totally hear you on that. I'm not discounting that. I just feel like there has to be like a little something else that's going on with the people who pick up the talent. Look, I've said this before. We've had him on the show multiple times. I think he's a super nice guy. But one of the issues when you switched over from JD to CY is I thought we were going to clean a little bit more house on the developmental front with Kip Fagg and his team. I
mean, we still could. We don't know.
No, we could.
Going into the next year.
Yeah, we could, but I thought that was going to be one of the, I guess, no-brainer changes.
Right out the gate.
And I feel bad for saying that. I don't want anybody to lose their job. I just don't think we have been effective at this, and I thought we would clean house more than we did on the scouting and development side.
I think, Chris, and I agree with you because we've looked at this thing for so long. I think when Chris Young walked in, he was like, I have to fix big league club first. And then I think he'll
get that.
And the major question Chris Young has to answer. I don't know the answer. Chris Young, I don't think, knows the answer yet. Are we not drafting talented pitchers? Or are we drafting talented pitchers and then not developing that talent? Are we not getting the most out of that talent?
What's the scarier answer? What's the scarier answer?
Can't develop.
Yeah, I think it's the can't develop. Because, I mean, look at what we have drafted. These are very talented guys to begin with. So to not see them getting the results that we are expecting or they should be doing is what we feel. That's what scares me, is something along the lines is not adding up. How do you get such a stud out of college that's doing so well, and then all of a sudden now we can't get him to pan out?
And And at the trade deadline, you're seeing the effects of that exact thing. Because think about it. I know we try to push it off like he might be a starter. But realistically, when you drafted Dylan Tate, he should be an intricate part of your bullpen right now. And then we need a starting pitcher. Well, that should be Jack Leiter. I'm not saying he has to, dominate. But don't you think he should have been at least a viable option when you needed somebody? And I look at those two and think, while we're looking for pieces, those are two guys that you're like, well, they should have been here.
I agree. And that's also, to me, that's how you bring a lot of these guys up when you get to the big leagues, too. Like, for example, myself and Neftali, when we both got called up, we came out of the bullpen. I was a starter the whole time. Neftali was a starter. And then they ended up saying, all right, you know what, Neftali, you're going to stay reliever. And then they gave me the shot, like, okay, let's see if you can do starting.
Yeah.
I got to stay as a starter. Otherwise, I'm sure they would have put me right back in the pen. And I could have been like how CJ was. CJ was a starter, went to the pen, starred out there, and it was perfect. So I'm curious if that's another thing that we could try to do is when you bring some of these guys up, let them get a taste of it that way rather than just throw them straight into the rotation.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live from Oxnard for Dallas Cowboys training camp. So coming up next, who or what do you want to see in next season's Netflix quarterback show? Plus, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys safety Malik Hooker. All of that as part of the Lunch Rush right here on 105 through the Fan.
Minutes from our hotel, so my fans will stay there. No, I just like Airbnb'd it. I did it 3 months ago. I'm like, bro, that blessed up on the price.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to talk about Netflix's quarterback show just a little bit. Looking forward to season 2. And then we're going to have Malik Hooker on the show as well. And hear from Mike McCarthy, all right here in this segment.
And then Jane Slater will be on for a C block, so
which is not in this segment.
But it's not.
So
I like what you did.
If you missed the news, Jalen Ramsey got carted off, and we're looking like potentially a 4 to 6 week injury for Donovan Wilson. That's on your injury report, brought to you by Kissable Dental. Still giving Dallas fans something to smile about. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about season 2 of Netflix show Quarterback because this has been very popular, and who will be on the next season of Quarterback. And what we've just already heard is all the people who maybe are not going to be on the show.
So Tua was like, nah, not going to do this thing. He was like,
I think he would be super interesting to follow.
His line, yes, I absolutely agree. And Mike, that might be... That's one of those dudes you find intriguing as a quarterback, not only because of the injury, but you were curious of what kind of quarterback he really is. People were calling him out, saying he couldn't throw this route and that. And then he, kind of blows up with Waddle and Tyreek Hill, and it looked really good. But then the off-field stuff, the stuff he's got to go through. But basically, Tua said there's too much personal stuff that got shown on the Netflix series.
Yeah.
And that's that's really...
He's not wrong.
And Derek, you've started watching a little bit of it too. It feels like a real... Hard Knocks is what Hard Knocks is. But this thing feels like a real, legitimate, behind-the-scenes thing for these guys.
I just feel like that's a good way of letting people truly see who you are. If you're open to it. Like, I would be okay if it was me. I want people to see that I'm just like everybody else. So it's kind of like those guys doing that same thing as, look, I'm just like you. I do everything else.
I know you've seen it all, and I'm only a few episodes in, but the moment that stood out to me is when they're talking to Brittany Mahomes, and you can hear Patrick yelling at the dog in the background. They're like, what is he doing? And he walks in and he goes, did you see that? They were trying to fight with those other dogs. And, it felt like a very relatable moment if you've ever had a pet because you can't tell.
A real moment.
Yeah. And so, I didn't think it cast him in a bad light at all. I was like, oh, celebrities. They're just like us.
They're human.
Yeah. So Jalen Hurts, Justin Fields, Tua, Sam Howell, and Matthew Stafford have all turned down the show at various points. But I think when they see how popular the show is, I see the double-edged sword like you were talking about is, I don't want to be on this show because I know a lot of people are going to watch it. Or people who are like, oh, yeah, I definitely want to be on that show now.
Yeah, I do. Do you enjoy them the stuff that goes on, the personal stuff of these players?
Yeah, I mean, look,
for me, Kirk Cousins, and I told you this.
Yeah,
and you said this morning. This is interesting.
Yeah,
Kirk Cousins stuff. I never had respect for him. I always thought, dude, this guy, he just doesn't have it. And I'm learning why. I'm learning a lot more of why that appears that way to me. But I have a lot more respect for the fact that he's perfectly okay with them filming him talking to a therapist. Like that's you don't see that, especially from the NFL a lot of times. That and I know, Kevin, you've had your the series you did with Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
And he talked about it. He's open about it.
Yeah.
I know a lot more people are, but he said, come watch me talk to him, and that's interesting to me.
See, as somebody, like, for instance, me, I use Don Cockstein as my therapist that helps me out. We have talks and stuff. I think that also, too, as a fan, you see that, and it's like, wow, if he can do something like that, I can do that. Like, it's just opening, to me, it's opening the doors of being comfortable with being able to do something like that. It's going to help yourself and show that, you know what, I can't figure out everything on my own. It's good to have something like this around. And a lot of people go through tough times. This is a good thing. Like, wow, I definitely need this. I could use that.
No, I definitely think you're right about that. The one thing I will say is I think Kirk Cousins is easily the most interesting of the three subjects. I really do. I like Patrick Mahomes on that show, of course, and I think Mariota is a distant third. But I think Cousins has been super interesting on the show just because of maybe some of the things we talked about and how, like, I could really feel that sort of mental health struggle and everything like that in the comparison.
You know, that's really interesting considering, like, how bland he kind of appears.
Yeah.
But he has given you a lot of insight into what's going on.
And I think
we got a perfect opportunity to ask a guy if he would be interested in something like this. But it's also clear they have a tiered system of what they wanted from this. A Super Bowl champion, another guy that's kind of always been there, and then a guy who's had a really tough time.
No, you're right about that. And right now on the K-Post Roofing and Proofing hot seat, don't be concerned, it'll be okay, is we bring to you Malik Hooker, and by the way, K-Post, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. How are you today?
I'm doing good. It's a very sunny day out here in Oxnard, beautiful out here, so I'm doing good today. Can't complain.
That's why I had to bring my hat, because yesterday I was too focused on work. It did not turn out well for my face and my neck, so I needed to make some adjustments, Yeah. I was really curious. We were just kicking around the show Quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm curious.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Nah, not really.
Okay.
It's really good. It's really good. Really well done.
You talking about the one on Netflix?
Yeah.
Nah, I started watching that, ended up falling asleep, but I heard a lot of good things about it.
Well, and that's what I was curious.
Believe it or not, he's like in a locker room and everything, so he probably has a good idea
what's going on.
And that's what I was going to say. For fans, you're like, wow, does Patrick Mahomes really see MF for that much? But if you actually play football, I can see how you're like, no, yeah, I got it. Just like if you're a doctor, you probably don't need to watch doctor shows because you're like, I know what happens in a hospital.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much like that. You be around those guys. Even like just playing against a lot of those guys, you hear a lot of the stuff on the field. And, obviously being in the locker room with one of the guys that I feel like is a top quarterback as well, you see a lot of that stuff. So, yeah, I ain't really too surprised about what I seen from what I've, seen off the first couple minutes of it.
Is there a difference? Maybe you employ this as trash talking. Maybe you've seen other people. We were talking about what's the difference between, all right, that was good, that was clever, whatever, versus – did that cross the line? Like, is it family stuff? Like, what crosses the line?
Honestly, my years being in the league, I never really heard nobody cross the line. Like, a lot of the trash talking I heard is kind of funny. You hear guys say little jokes and stuff like that, or even just little stuff. But it ain't never nothing that I've heard that's crossed the line or nothing about a family member or even anybody's kids or nothing like that. And I don't think guys take it that far.
I got to ask, or I'll regret this forever. Do people trash talk playing off of your last name then?
Oh, absolutely not. No, absolutely
not.
Oh,
never?
No.
I don't.
I mean, maybe when I was a kid, like some friends and stuff will say little funny stuff, but it was never, nothing major. Even as I got older, because I mean, since I got in the league, there's Malik Hooker and there's a lot of guys with the Hooker last name, and luckily they all happen to be great players and good players and stuff like that. So now I think the name's starting to become a household name, honestly.
Kevin, do you have one that you banked that you want to go after?
Well,
if he'll hit you or something?
I did use it in a positive. I mean, look, if you're going to ask, I don't want to say something, and then when you're right in front of me, be like, I didn't say that. I tweeted something out. I believe it was last season after one of your picks, and I was like, oh, man, best Hooker you'll see all week. But, like, I felt like it was a positive connotation, though, not a negative. Now, we've talked about this, and I was curious your mindset is we saw Donovan Wilson go off yesterday while you're in the midst of practice or whether you're all doing walkthroughs or whatever it is. Do you see those things? When do you find out about that if y'all are separated? I know a lot of times you guys will all be together, but when did you find out about that or what goes through your mind?
Honestly, I mean, I was in on the play when he did it and everything. And, I mean, obviously like anybody else because, I mean, he's like family to me outside of football. So the first thing you're obviously concerned about the health of him, what's going on. And then you see him, kind of finish the play.
Yeah.
That shows obviously the heart of Dono and stuff like that. But then after, I mean, it's kind of like you're left in the blind because you still got to continue practice and whatever else happens with him after. So I'm still not sure. We're not sure, whenever the timetable and stuff like that is. But, like I said, just knowing Dono, man, he's a dog, and I'm sure he'll be back.
Was it the play? Because I thought it was the play right off at about the 10-yard line off the sideline. Was it that play where he looked like he kind of got banged up a little bit?
I honestly, I didn't see it as far as that.
Okay.
I just heard him yell after,
Okay.
and then after that, I seen him kind of hobbling off and everything. But, like I said, outside of that, I really wasn't sure what was going on or if it was severe or anything, because I seen him finish the play after, So I'm just wondering, just like everybody else, what's going on? I'm asking the trainers as we're practicing, is Dono good? And, like I said, it wasn't really too much that was said on it. And I'm not sure what the timetable is. But like I said, God willing, he'll be back, when he's supposed to be.
I think the Twitter world really, really loves y'all's relationship, because every time something good happens, the three-headed dragon comes out. It's always there's a lot of excitement right
Man,
here.
it's crazy because, like I said, we're really like a family. We hang out all the time outside of football. We do a lot of dinners and stuff together. Even with family stuff, my daughter hung out with his son and stuff like that. We plan dates and stuff like that with our kids to hang out. So, that's the most important thing for me. We're really a family outside of this football stuff.
Okay, speaking of that, my co-host is wearing Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl hat.
We asked him not to.
Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl shirt.
Well, it's not a Chiefs. It's just Super Bowl.
Okay.
It says Super Bowl. I just got it at the Super Bowl when we covered the Super Bowl.
Do your thoughts on him? Is it bravery to show up the way he is right now,
Man.
or just stupidity?
Honestly, you know what they say. When you win a Super Bowl, man, there ain't really too much you can say to somebody. So, like I said, hats off to him because, he gets to brag about it.
Take your hat off. Take your hat off.
He looks really clean, man. So I can't really say too much about it.
Here's the deal, Malik. I've worn Cowboys gear to Cowboys. We're calling it summer camp since Derek called it spring training. So I was like, let's just turn it to summer camp. That hasn't worked. The Cowboys haven't made it to the Super Bowl by wearing Cowboys gear.
Yeah.
So I figured I'd come to Oxnard and wear Super Bowl gear to motivate the Cowboys to get stuff with logos that have Super Bowl logos on it.
Maybe it is work for some guys, maybe it ain't. I feel like a lot of guys, we're motivated off of just the outcome that we had the last 2 years. We was right there, and we feel like we had the team. We got the team now still that we can get over that hump and that adversity to be able to make it to the big dance. So, like I said, maybe some guys is motivated by it. I don't know how many seniors. Some of them might try to jump on you. Some of them might not. But, like I said, all in all, we're just motivated off of the team we got and the outcome that we had. We're not satisfied and we're not where we want to be. But, I guarantee this year, we're going to be taking a big step to, closer to where we need to be this year.
Talk with Malik Hooker right here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't know if you want to wipe out that entire side of the table because that's a Michigan guy as well.
See, no.
So I'm really sorry.
Way more offended.
Yeah.
Malik just got way more offended.
Wearing a Cowboys hat,
He's
probably got gold pants.
I got a bunch of them, actually.
And what did they get the gold pants for?
What? It's for beating Michigan.
Exactly.
So it's okay. We've won the past 2 years. By 22 points, no big deal. But still, he does have he has that over me no matter what. He actually went to Ohio State. I didn't go to Michigan. I'm just a diehard fan. He's got gold pants. I've got my own actual pair of gold pants.
It's actually better for me because the gold pants that I won was actually against Jordan Lewis.
Oh, yeah.
So, I get to rub it in a little more coming here. Obviously, Mozzie just came in from there. And I think
Schoonmaker.
I
can't say anything to him.
I think he won his 2 years. But, all in all, since I've been there, it's been a whooping on our side against, them guys up there. So.
I like how that's how they say it. The team up north. That's what they do.
I'm actually glad because I always wonder, what do they call us? They just call us the Buckeyes?
Yeah, we don't care.
The team that usually wins. That's what they call you guys.
No, we're like you. It's the team down south.
I always wondered that.
But I'm just curious, do you still have the gold pants? What'd you do with those?
Yeah, I still got the gold pants. I still got the rings that I won there, everything. They're at my house. Wow. I got them set up I got this whole little trophy room I got at my house and all that stuff stashed there. I still, when I get a chance to go and, because obviously that was one of the best times of my life, just going through that process. And, those guys helped me get to where I am today. So I always, cherish it, and I always, remember it and stuff like that. So
was there a choice out of high school of Michigan versus Ohio State? Were you recruited by both?
Yeah, they both, because it's crazy. My recruiting process heated up pretty fast. Once one team out of the Big Ten offered, then most of them start offering. So, they both offer me, but I was going with the team that had me the best chance to get to where I am at today, and obviously you see it, worked out pretty good.
Yeah,
so
you're in a good place.
We heard Mike McCarthy say he wants to run the ball, and we're trying to figure out exactly how that works. And I know you're on the defensive side, but
you hand it off to the running back.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
But like in my mind, he's saying it's not about how much I run it, but when. And when you're in your mind, when you hear that, is it like because he wants to protect our defense because he knows how effective we are for wins?
Yeah. I mean, just in Coach McCarthy's mind, he's a hell of a coach. He's a mastermind. So I'm sure he knows what he's doing on that aspect. And like he said, it's most likely to keep us fresh because we got a great defense, and obviously we got a great offense too. So the more we get the ball in the offense hands, and the more we keep us fresh, I feel like the better chance it is for us to win the game. So I feel like that's kind of what he's pointing at, hopefully. But like I said, we trust him. We know he got the game plan for us. Obviously you've seen the last 2 seasons. We're just right there. So we're just going to lean on the game plan that he got. We're just going to follow that. And, trust, believe we're probably going to end up where we need to be.
I was wondering in a game, how many times are you surprised by a formation? You guys do so much studying and everything. And you're like, okay, I have an idea. These are the 3 things they do out of this. And that's what you're working on. And how many times you're like, OS. I don't know what the hell they're doing right now.
Honestly, it's kind of hard for us to say that because, we see so much throughout the year. We play, different quarterbacks. Like you said, we played Kansas City, the last few years. And obviously, they're one of the teams that come out and got a lot of tricky stuff that they come out in different formations and got stuff to make guys lose their eyes and stuff like that. And just our offense too, our offense do a great job of, changing some stuff up and being able to help us with that as well. So, it ain't too much that we ain't really seen. And we played a lot of great quarterbacks too these last couple of years. We played Aaron Rodgers last year. We played Tom Brady twice. So ain't really too much.
You retired him.
Yeah. Ain't really too much that we're not seeing, because those guys, those are the top guys in the league, obviously being that they played in the league multiple years, won multiple championships, and just the mindset that those guys have. So there ain't really too much that we ain't seen or that we'll be caught off surprise by.
Man, awesome stuff. We appreciate it very much. I know I got practice coming up and everything, but just know that most of us really love the Cowboys. So thank you very much, good sir.
I appreciate you guys for letting me on here.
Absolutely.
You're always welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, Malik Hooker right here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
I don't know if you know this, but I've been trying to get him as a guest since he became a
That's
Cowboy.
True. That is very true. Thank this man right here.
Because that dude right there delivered awesome stuff, man. There he goes.
See? Did you hear? He appreciates you. Good job,
awesome.
Corey.
That's great. He turned
knocked
out even
it
better
out
than
of the
I thought.
park.
He didn't appreciate me.
I mean, I get it.
That's crazy. He appreciated you more than him.
My brother's
I'm not wearing
motivating
wearing an Eagles hat. I think if I was wearing an Eagles hat, that would be different. That's Eagles, Cowboys, Ohio State, Michigan.
My brother is so pumped right now that we talked to him and then he put me in my place. Just want to let you know.
I can see that.
You're welcome, Greg.
You wanted to talk to him. That worked out great. You want to talk with Eric Scott Jr. We're going to have him on the show later. I have a feeling that that's going to turn out super well because we already recorded that. And then you need to keep workshopping your Mike McCarthy because I want feedback from these Cowboys players about your Mike McCarthy. I know.
That was the perfect one.
I got a great question that's probably going to make you very mad with Trayvon Diggs later. So yeah.
Oh. Are you going to ask him if he's Patrick Mahomes?
Huh?
Because remember, didn't his kid say that? That was so awesome.
No, I think it's a little bit better than that one though. But man, he's good. That was solid.
Okay, if we can go ahead and fire off cut number 5, I just wanted to get this mention in here because I know it's a big, more national story last night.
And swinging ball, headed down, tied and one. She did it, hooray!
Now, United States gets a goal in the 62nd minute of what I have to imagine, given how much of a favorite they were in the World Cup, has to be a disappointing result because you got the draw, but considering that they had to come from behind, maybe it was encouraging. They're undefeated at the World Cup in the last 19 matches, and this was the first time since 2011 that the United States had trailed
if they lose, are they out?
No, because they're still in group stage.
I know, but if they lose their next one and they go 1-1-1, is there a possibility of them being out?
You know what? I have to go look at the table. I bet there's a possibility, but I bet they would still make it. I'll go check on that.
How crazy would that story
be
if they didn't make it into the tournament?
That would be shocking. And you know what really sucks about it is you know what it's going to turn into, and this happens with so many things in sports nowadays, is it's going to turn into a political discussion, I know, to a certain degree, because people have fiery opinions about that. But in the meantime, they did get the equalizer off the corner kick. They draw with the Netherlands 1-1.
All right.
I mean,
my turn.
The idea
okay.
Isn't it Mike Likes It?
Yeah, it is Mike Likes It. Until McCarthy comes up, it's Mike Likes It time.
I don't know how long we're going to have to discuss this Mike Likes It, but it's just interesting being out here at training camp again / summer camp, is that I don't know really what Broadus is watching in this aspect of it, right? I know baseball very well. But if I go watch the Oakland Athletics, the worst team in baseball, or the Kansas City Royals, and it would be great. Kansas City Royals, Texas Rangers. Let's just take Surprise, Arizona. They're on the same campus. You can go watch both teams. Do you know how awesome the Kansas City Royals are going to look at it, taking ground balls and fly balls and throwing bullpens? They're going to look exactly the same as the Rangers. I know I'm out of time because McCarthy's coming up, but I just think it's like, how can you tell if a team's good or not when they're just practicing?
Yeah, I think Derek was talking with Jane and asking her a lot about what she was trying to see yesterday. And I think that Derek might have some stuff to lend to that.
And that's it. That's Mike Likes It.
But now it's really that Mike Likes It.
Mike McCarthy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
How's fatherhood? Yeah, you look like you're sleeping well. Yeah.
Hi, David Moore, Dallas Morning News. Can you start with updating Donovan Wilson's health status? Do you expect him to take part in anything here in California? And also McClellan.
Yeah, I think both are multiple week injuries, so I don't see him doing anything this week. Obviously, I think when you get into the specifics of both the injuries, we'll probably have a better gauge on it by the time we get to Monday.
Clarence Hill for West Telegram. With those two out, just talk about Marquise Bell and where he is.
Yeah.
Certainly jumped in there yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, and to be honest with you, you never want to see anybody have an injury, but this is how training camp's always gone, for all of our young guys. So, our young corners and young safeties will get more work. So, and it's, obviously with the way practice is limited through the ramp-up phase, I'm not really concerned from a workload standpoint, but the ability to get reps with the first group is very beneficial for these guys, and it's important for them to take advantage of it. You don't have to go quick, but that's okay.
But Donovan has already established himself. McCormick really kind of came on at the end of the season. I mean, it's kind of a setback for him because he was really establishing a role.
Yeah, and excellent point. I think the other thing too is both these men were voted for the workout awards, and that speaks volumes to the coaching staff, to the locker room, and so forth. And and they put a lot of time, particularly back at the facility, throughout the 5 weeks off. So I mean, like I said, it's every one of these injuries are so personal, and then when you see what when it happens, and you know they've done the work. So but. Yeah, Iz is just continue to improve at every opportunity. So I'm very proud of the way he's come on.
Todd Archer of the ESPN. Dak's missed games with injuries here each of the last 3 years. How have you noticed his off-the-field work to maybe prehab things? Like, has he done more, or how diligent is he in all that work?
Well, thanks for the first Debbie Downer question, but I think the thing with Dak, I mean, he's extremely consistent. I think. When you look at today's, NFL player, their ability, for the outsourcing and what these guys do internally, with what we have to offer from a training perspective, and what he does, with his personal trainer and so forth is really, really good. So I think what I see is he's been very consistent, and I think just like anything, the ability to have a consistent plan in a prehab, obviously puts you in a much better situation when you have the unfortunate injury.
Coach Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Can you talk a bit about Eric Scott's first training camp practice yesterday, that interception, and why that enforces the belief you guys had going into the draft weekend?
Well, you want me to talk about it from the head coach perspective or the offensive play caller? I didn't really enjoy the 2 minutes, so I'm kind of struggling with that. But no, Eric really had a nice spring, in the rookie work, and that's what you're looking for. I mean, because big plays are such a big part of this game. You have to have them, and something that we try to spend as much as we possibly can in the area of ball drills. And obviously play a nice play, and Simi will learn from it too. So you need these plays, and you can see the competitive spirit really all day. I know really the guys are really probably looking forward more to Monday than just because we're in helmets again today. So love the competition, and I think it's really good for all of our rooks to see the competitive environment that we have.
Michael Gelfand, Dallas Morning News. CD and Brandon have a lot of experience playing all the receiver positions. What's Michael's comfort level at in terms of doing that, and what's the importance to your offense of him being able to be more of a moving piece this year?
I think that's a point that we really, personally I've always focused on, and I think it's part of the direction, we are going. These guys need to play inside and outside as much as possible. We work the 2-minute emphasis each and every day, and so it gives you that ability to play left, right, left and right, but the ability to play inside and outside. So Michael's getting those reps probably a little more than he has in the past. So I've liked what I've seen from Michael so far.
Mike Edwarder, ESPN. Brandon Cooks was a guy you obviously very specifically targeted, tried to get him at the deadline last year, then had all kinds of different options in the offseason and went after him again. What is it about him that most impresses you, and how do you think he's going to change the equation offensively?
Well, I mean, during that process, I mean, obviously, I know what I was most impressed with was his video. I mean, his production, just, way he's performed at every opportunity. But, to a man, coach and player, he has just been super impressive for the type of man he is in the locker room. So I mean, he has made an impact in the short time he's been here. So a lot of love for his professionalism, and he's so much more than not that we didn't expect it, but he's been a joy to have. And this is really a reflection of our veteran players and the conversation of some of the younger players. So I mean, he does it the right way. He gives back, helping everybody, and you can feel his impact already.
Mike, Pat Doney with NBC5. The punter obviously gets looked over a lot by the casual fan, but Brian was very good last year. How big of an impact can he make on a team, and what do you love about what he provides to your special team?
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's the little things like anything, because I mean he's a high quality person. He's always there for the young guys. He's a Pro Bowl punter. He's had 2 Pro Bowl seasons, in my opinion. So obviously what he's done number-wise, as far as the history of our organization, all those things. So extremely consistent. But the battery, the kicker, the punter, and the snapper, that's an important group. And if you'd see how much time that they spend in Bones' office with both Bones and Coach Stu there, I mean that's a very, very tight, close unit, and not only that the responsibility of what they do on the field, but just the impact that they make in the special teams meetings. So those are core guys that and Brian's the key of it now, because he's obviously the one with the most experience. And but I've always been impressed with Bones has been able to establish from a camaraderie, the connection that we have in our special teams unit.
Mike, what excites you the most about calling plays again?
Well, the competition. I mean, it's a chance to compete. I mean, it's I think the offensive staff has been incredible. I really like the connection that we've established in our time together. So we've had a vision, and it's you're starting to see it come together. We're making adjustments each and every day, and now that we're back into it. But yeah, I mean, the pure competition of it is what I've missed most.
With the new role that you have, how has that changed what you do out here? Like, can you walk around to as many different rooms still and get involved with the linebackers or D-line or anything?
No, I'm pretty much exclusive in the offensive room and exclusive with the quarterbacks. I think that's critical to hear this first year. So, we're thinking about canceling the press conferences just to get a little more time to be more of a head coach, but just having an issue with it. So,
Luke Schoonmaker. Any feel for when we might see him in Oxnard, or if we'll see him in Oxnard?
Oh, I'm definitely hopeful of that. I mean, I know he's had some really good workouts here of late. So, and just talking with Britt throughout the 5 weeks, away, he's been there working with Britt exclusively. So he's definitely making progress. But I do not have a timeline for you.
Jess Tavares, Pro Football Network. Can you talk about what it's like seeing Tony Pollard back on the field with these guys, stepping into this role as running back one and working with guys like Juice to really bring that juice out, if you will? Yeah, I mean, Tony's an impactful player. I think he's illustrated. I know in the last 3 years I've had an opportunity to work for him, but we're being smart with him. And just, Tony and Terrence Steele won't go on the team 2 minutes today. So I think it's just, reflects how we're being smart, bringing both those guys back off of their injury. But Tony's he's the leader in that room, and obviously one of our impact players on offense.
Nate Ryan with Tennis TV. You talk about calling plays and the chance to win again. For you, does it take you back in any sense to 2018 and the last time you were calling plays? Are there any sort of flashes for you?
Does it flash for me? No, I'm looking forward to it, but it's different. It's different all the time. I just know, you go back to 2000 was the first, my first opportunity to call plays in New Orleans, and I think how much it's, the offense has changed, since then. I actually spent the beginning of my time away going back and looking at a lot of things in my earlier days. I even went back and just, some things in New Orleans and the earlier days in Green Bay. So, yeah, I mean, it's, I think it's just like anything. When you have a level of experience, you're always trying to go back and draw on that and see, if it's something that fits, it'll help our players this year. So, but we, I think you have some continuity that's in place here. Obviously with Brian and Mike Solari, we have history together. I think our backgrounds are tied, with how we want to play and the things we believe in. But at the end of the day, it's about our players. It's the language has been in place from day one here because we've talked about it a number of times because of Dak and the offensive players. So I think we've done a really nice job building off of that. But we need to keep getting the concepts oiled up the way we want them, and keep talking about the variations that we want to put on them to just so we make sure we're attacking the defense. So we're off to a good start. We're still in helmets and underwear, but I feel good. I feel really good about the off-season program. I mean, our missed assignments yesterday were, minimal. And I think for day one, usually your younger players struggle the first time they get out here and compete in this type of atmosphere, but that wasn't the case. So, we got off to a really good start yesterday.
And that was the Mike McCarthy press conference live from Oxnard, California. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it's the C Block featuring me and Jane Slater. Next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, just coming off the field. So I know what you really want to do is have an interview. Is Eric Scott Jr. now? I don't want to put too much pressure on you. My co-host Corey said you're his guy. How does it feel knowing he has full faith and confidence in you going into camp?
It makes me feel good, man. I'm glad to hear that.
Now, what the difference between college and this? What is it for you? What are you seeing right now, right out of the gate?
Oh man, it's a lot of detail. It's a lot of focus that's required out here. Going from college, you used to be the man, so you used to kind of coast. There's no coasting at this level. You have to give 100% every time that whistle blows, and I think that's what I can do. So,
who's the first person on the team that will call you out if they believe you are coasting?
Hopefully it's one of my teammates. Hopefully it's
sure,
it's one of
not
those guys.
somebody in the stands.
Hopefully it's one of my teammates. Like, shoot, I know that Steph has been telling me a lot on the sideline, so I appreciate that too.
Have you had the chance to cover CD so far? Have you had that opportunity yet?
1 or 2 times, and that was in OTAs. Didn't see him today. Looking forward to that.
All right, so my co-host saw him juggling, and he was like, whoa, CD can juggle. My co-host is a master juggler as well. Do we need to set a juggle off up?
I can juggle too.
Oh, here we go. We got another juggler on our hands. Is there a chance in the next couple of days we can find you for a juggle off? Would you be down for that?
I'm 100% down for
Oh my god.
Maybe then we form a team, and you're like, you're good, I'm good.
Let's be good together.
I'm okay. Yeah, and then we can do it together. I taught myself juggling on the ground.
Oh, really?
So what I did was I put the balls on the floor and I moved them in the motion they would have been in the air so I could see the sequence of it play out. And that's how I learned how to juggle.
My 5th grade PE teacher taught me how to juggle, and it didn't go away. So.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. I still, I'll drop all the oranges every time.
Yeah.
Is that the most real-life useless skill that you have? Because there's not often that, somebody's like, hey, can you juggle for me?
I don't get asked that a lot.
Yeah. See, how happy are you right now that I put that skill to use?
15 years in the making waiting on that.
Can you juggle Rubik's Cubes and do those at the same time? Have you done that yet?
No, I haven't tried it.
Okay.
So,
have you seen those people, though?
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Now,
a lot of dexterity.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think about, I know it's early in camp, what do you think about the environment where you see there's thousands of fans here, there's people waiting for autographs just for a practice? Yeah. What is that atmosphere like for you?
It's new. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Not used to it, but it's definitely something that it doesn't really matter when I'm on the field. Kind of locked in, so.
We got Derek Holland with us. He pitched for the Texas Rangers in Major League Baseball, as well as several other teams. So I just want to introduce you. I feel like professional athletes should get to know each other. I think that's super neat. But one of the things he would always tell us in spring training is some spring trainings you go into working on a specific thing. It's not the entirety of your game. It's a specific thing. In this training camp, are there specific elements that you're like, it's footwork or it's this? Or what do you look at to try to improve in camp?
Mental processing speed. I feel like at this game, you got to be able to process a lot of information very fast. So that's something that I'm trying to work on every day.
And is the most important the pre-snap processing or once the play goes?
Pre-snap, post-snap, and extremely post-snap when the quarterback scrambles. It's a lot of stuff that you have to read out there, and you got to do it fast.
Now,
so.
Last year, Deron Bland had his opportunity and got some interceptions. If you get that opportunity, are we predicting 6, 12, how many interceptions you wanting?
Oh man, I don't got a prediction. I just hope that I can play the best that I can this year, So that's me.
Does everybody? I like it. It's humble. We saw an interception, so we're already keeping count.
Yeah, we saw. Yeah,
we might be hype men for you after this is all done.
I like it.
When you see the deal that the Cowboys got done with Trayvon Diggs, I know they say don't interfere with another man's money or another person's money. Is everybody on the team happy when players get paid?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I definitely went up and told dude congratulations, because that's what we all want at the end of the day, especially growing up. That's something that you've been wanting for a long time. So congratulations to him.
Does he take you somewhere? Does he take the whole team somewhere nice after that?
I might have to tell him you said that and see what he says.
Hey, because look, what's the worst that's going to happen to me? He's going to track me down, and I'm going to try to do an interview with him. And I'll be like, hey, why are you talking about my money? I'm like, I'm really sorry. I was just super happy for you. Like, we've been big advocates for Diggs since the day he got drafted. So I think that's something. Yeah. Well, I mean, I told you, he is your number one advocate. We can be like second and third. I don't know, like, you know, you probably got friends and family and stuff that are on the list, but we want to just be on the list as well.
Best of luck to you this year.
Thank you.
There you go, Eric Scott Jr. right here on 105.3 The Fan. Interestingly enough, later today and for the show tomorrow, we will in fact talk with Trayvon Diggs. So I feel like I have to tell him. I'll be like, hey, I asked Eric Scott if you were going to take them out anywhere, and so I apologize for spending your money.
Are you scared to talk louder because they're having the next press conference after the other one? Who cares? Go somewhere else. You had the microphone. You did a press conference. You want to have the walk-off? You don't have to do it next to our tent.
Are you trying to draw attention to your hat? Is that what you're trying to do right now?
Just saying, like, we can do our show now.
Okay.
We don't have to be quiet.
All right, well, in honor then of our interview with Eric Scott Jr., what is the most useless skill that you have? Because I think juggling is pretty high up there, like I said in the interview. No, I never meet someone on the street and our eyes lock and we're like, all right, juggle off. Like, that never has happened in the history, because it sounds like juggalo a little bit, that has never happened in the history of my life. So do you possess a useless skill?
I've been trying to put a lot of thought into this. I am very good at hammering nails, and I feel like I don't use
it. It's not useless.
That is a very useful.
You can build a house doing that.
But I'm a one hit guy. I'm not one of those like tap tap tap.
I don't know if I believe you.
No, I have. All right,
this is the 9-foot goal situation.
Get a nail
and a hammer and nail, and show Mike that I can one nail things. Hold on, what just happened?
One nail?
Did we just drive them away?
No, they follow him like a. Yeah, they're walking. It's like, oh my God, the coolest kid's leaving! Hurry, let's go follow him, see where he's going.
No, well, are they continuing to ask questions?
They did for a second, and now they're breaking away.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so that's how it was yesterday too. You have your head behind them. It's always right there, right next to our tent. Sometimes we get a dirty look from a reporter or whatever, and we're like, you know what? You just had 45 minutes to ask him a question on the podium. Why do we need another 10 minutes?
It does seem like they can't get mad at us for doing our work too. Like, I mean, you came to our place. It's not like we're going over and
we're making hundreds of dollars. Okay,
we're not sitting on your keyboard now, Kevin.
So hold on, wait. We need to bring some pieces of wood and some nails and a hammer out here and put this to the test.
We can always do it, when we're in Dallas.
Okay.
We don't have to test your hammering skills here.
Yeah, and I want my hammer. I don't want just some random hammer. I don't want just some random hammer that I find from nowhere. I want my piece.
You want your hammer.
Your hammer.
I really want to do what and somebody did just say nail gun doesn't count. And so isn't it useless that I can do that since we have a nail gun now? Like, we just nail gun.
That is true.
So it's kind of
I'm still impressed.
Carpenters out there, still proud of you. My dad was a carpenter most of my life growing up, and that's how I became me.
So was Jesus.
Thank you.
It's a noble profession.
The useless skills thing, though, I did want to go back to this because Samantha texted it in from the 214. I can wiggle my eyes back and forth really fast. My wife, Adrienne, can do this too, where her eyes will just shake. They look like they're shaking back and forth. And Avery has acquired this skill too. I guess this is a genetic thing. I can't do it. Avery can do it. Adrienne can do it. It's useless. How's that ever going to help them? What?
It's going to look intimidating when you're mad.
And it is terrifying. It is a terrifying look.
I would not fight somebody if they started wiggling their eyes like that. I'm like, I'm going to lose.
Yeah. Well, Derek can fart in this thing. The bottle. We found out you're good at farting in water bottles.
Anybody can fart in a bottle.
I don't know. I've never done it before, so I don't know if I have that skill.
Have you even tried?
You can grow a horrible mustache, too.
Oh, my gosh.
And
remember?
In a World Series.
Why do you two
in 2011 though?
I know.
Oh my God.
I don't think I'll be pitching right now.
In odd years.
That's true. You're right.
Somebody did say, hold on, where did it go, Kevin? I just lost that one.
I don't know.
No.
I can juggle, but I can only do 3 balls at one time. I can't do 4 or 5.
That's pretty much where I am. Not to fall into this tactic. I don't want to make it sound like I'm some master juggler. I'm proficient at at 3 balls, or if someone throws one up, then I can start juggling off of that.
Wow.
And
I think that's better than me.
You guys are talented.
Did you read a book on it? Or
no, like I said, I put the balls on. Well, okay.
No,
we already have it on air. We already have it.
But that even
from the
stopped the
pre-record.
DJ on the ground, and I just ran the motion like in a textbook so I could see how it would go. And then I just picked them up, and I was able to do
you
it.
Put your balls on the ground?
All right. You had your opportunity.
Yeah, way past your prime there.
From the 3-2-5, I can blow bubbles off of my tongue, like floating spit bubbles.
What's that called? Is that like
leaking? A bottle. No, gleeking is shooting
just the
spit
water
straight from this. There's a little gland down here, and it can shoot out. I can do that. Did you know? There's my useless skill. I can.
Ew.
What's your useless skill?
What?
Just being me.
Yeah, like losing
That's
golf
what you
balls
wanted
off
to
the
say.
tee?
No, I don't do that. I do.
You cave so fast to that.
Because, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm a useless skill.
Do you think
you have to have useless skills? You're
Yeah.
left-handed. We have tons of
I
useless
don't
skills.
sit there and think, ooh, wow, this is a useless skill.
I feel like R. Carter will agree with me that the Pac-12 commissioner's useless skill is being able to break down his own conference.
Yeah.
Did you see? Now Colorado is going to go back to the Big 12.
Like Big 12 has a lot to offer right now.
I wonder if Nebraska's happy with their Big Ten situation.
They can't be, right?
Like they're way far away. They are not successful at all in that conference. There's
Boring
no
football
history.
up there.
I'm just wondering, Colorado coming back. OU's leaving. Obviously, Nebraska's biggest rival is OU, but Colorado is a decent rival too. I wonder with Nebraska, maybe it's really good in the Big Ten with 47 schools in there, but I was just wondering now that Colorado's coming back, if like Nebraska's looking at the Big Ten going, we don't belong in this conference.
Let's go
you
back.
got USC and UCLA are jumping into the Big Ten.
Oh, really? I
What?
forgot about that.
Yeah.
Is
So
that
that's
true?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yes, it was in.
I don't think so.
Is that already announced?
UCLA
I heard
and USC are leaving the pack?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
I'd heard
that.
rumblings about that for a while. I guess.
Did you dream about this?
Maybe.
Did you have a dream
That's my useless skill.
Did y'all happen to see the John Morosi report? Have y'all seen
about the Tiger stuff?
Yeah, 2024. There you
Wow.
go.
But
no,
good
not
for you.
about
See,
the-
that's a good useless skill.
Not about the Tiger stuff. It says sources. The Rangers are looking. Oh yeah. So, but they also had
Eduardo
Glenn and Kelly on there
Rodriguez,
as
Michael Lorenzen, Foley, a reliever. I've been looking them up on Baseball
Alex Lang.
Savant. It's interesting, kind of. Who are the Rangers going to end up with? Because they're going to end up with a couple new
Yeah.
pitchers by August 1st.
There's a lot of other skills here, by the way, and Carter helped us out too. Knowing all things about college football is his useless skill. Burping on command, wiggling your ears, folding your tongue in half from front to back. Oh, yeah, that would be tough.
I can do all of them. Yeah, I'm good there.
Okay.
By the way,
was
on
that
one-
in half?
On 105.3 The Fan right now on Twitter, at 105.3 The Fan, the Mike Bassick video is up. This is the video we did this morning of him and his gear.
Okay.
And also showing what it takes to train like a champion. So you'll get to see that.
Oh,
in this
yeah.
hilarious video.
I heard it. I didn't get to see it. I heard it while it was
Got
going
my heart
on.
rate up. I usually ride the Peloton before coming to work, and it's just like a little warm-up 10 to 15-minute ride. Sometimes I have enough time to do a big one, but I feel better doing a little bit of exercise in the morning. So that was my little exercise I got going to get going today.
And I wanted to throw this out there. John Wooten, who was the director of pro scouting for the Cowboys from 1975 to 1991, he has advanced and is one of the semifinalists in the coach and contributor categories for the Hall of Fame. So I think that's really cool. He also did work with the NFL. He also, at one point, was the chair of the Fritz Pollard Alliance. So he did a lot of stuff. Don't worry about the fact that maybe he worked for the Eagles, too. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this time, the C Block starring Corey Majors.
And it looks like Jane is walking over here.
Oh, here
now,
we
so
go.
we'll talk to her next.
and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time for the C Block, and I do believe, especially because she's sitting right next to me, Corey has a special guest.
Yes, we know Jane Slater. She's a Tolo and also part of the station, as you can hear her Kissable commercials. Is it Kissable?
Yes,
Her
I got
journey.
I got really nervous about what you were about to say. Jane also famously, when we took over the spot, she goes, "The hell they are taking over my time slot. You get them out of here."
I said, good for you. You guys have survived longer than anyone else in the midday show.
Hey, we're
Did they
doing
get a
all
badge, Tim, for that?
Yeah. I think Tim's proud of us, too. He's the guy
Get
that
a
brought us
pin?
in for
Yeah,
this. So.
yeah, exactly. That we should get a pin.
Yeah, Jane,
I survived.
Yeah.
It's a tough survival. But I think the first thing we ask you, who are you interested in watching out here at camp, Jane? Like, who's the most important?
God, dude.
I'm just joking.
I literally sat down for the Tolos
Oh,
were
my
listening. I said,
gosh.
do not ask me players to watch, because every year we do this, or we're like, name your Super Bowl contender.
Yeah.
We don't even know what these rosters are going to look like.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're day 2 of practice.
You go to multiple camps.
Yeah.
Because I was talking to Derek about this. If we went and watched the Oakland Athletics, the worst team in baseball, and we go watch the Atlanta Braves in spring training, I can't tell you any difference. They're all major leaguers. They're top 1%. If I go watch them take ground balls, guess what? They're going to look unbelievable at it. They're major leaguers. And the fly balls and throwing bullpens, I'm going to be like, I don't know. I can't tell too big of a difference between the Oakland Athletics and the Atlanta Braves as they're doing basic fundamental stuff. It's just when they get in the competition, you see, oh, these guys are not going to compete as well as those guys. But that's where I'm kind of with this.
I think what'll typically stand out to some of us that are out here watching practices, the rookies. If like an Eric Scott has a big play like he did yesterday, that's interesting to us. But I mean, I always look back at training camps in the past. We would talk so much about Noah Brown, right? Noah Brown was a camp star.
Yep.
He would flash for you in the preseason, and then you put him in. I mean, that job was an opportunity for him to take the number 2 spot last year, and he didn't. And that's no disrespect to Noah. Big fan. I'll get to see him when I go to cover the Texans in 3 weeks. But that's where I get sort of when we do this. And I love that Bobby and Brian do it, because I know we have super fans that want to hear guys to keep an eye on. But I don't think just because they've got a good play or 2 out here means anything as it relates to the regular season.
There can be Mr. Marches and Mr. Augusts where they're great when it doesn't matter. 5 o'clock hitters.
You want to be Mr. October.
Yeah, you want to be like, what is it? Okay, fine, great. You hit great at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
I don't care. Guess what? The game starts at 7. How do you do it then?
Yeah, that was kind of in line with what Derek was talking about with you yesterday. He was like, all right, so what are you kind of? I heard him ask that question. Did Derek ask good questions to you yesterday as he's on his internship and he was sitting in Ian Rappaport's chair?
I love his approach, to this, because I have worked with several players in the past, and they think they can just come in, never watch film, not make that many connections, or for that matter, realize that you're trying to be part of a new roster and a new team, and you have to endear yourself to us as well. A lot of us have sort of paid our dues to get here, no different than they did to pay their dues to get where they were at in their playing career. So I've appreciated your approach, not only the way that you've endeared yourself to the guys, but just coming out here to practice, and your humility sometimes when he was like, should I go up to Troy Aikman? I'm like, you guys have both played at the highest level. I mean, you were in the college. You were in the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
You could go game recognized game.
He
You walk
didn't
up
make
to
good
those guys, they're going to talk to you, but it
Yeah.
it kind of cracks me up, the humility that you have as you approach some of these guys out here.
It's a respect for the veteran guys like that. It's just how I was brought up, with all the organizations. I don't want to be that guy. I'm not expecting him to know who I am, but I do want to go ask him questions about media.
Troy Aikman knows who you are.
I don't know.
He's actually a good baseball player. I read his children's book to my kids.
He has a children's book?
Yeah.
I don't think I knew that
Really?
either.
Yeah.
I need to get it now.
The more you know.
I don't know if he has to be part of it because it talks about his stuff, but yeah. Talks about how he had a concussion and still played in the Super Bowl when he thought he was in Henrietta, Oklahoma. at one point after the NFC Championship game, and they're like, no, and they're like, guess what? We play in the Super Bowl in a week. Long time ago. They're like, you're still playing.
Bassick always drops these random nuggets, and you've got it. They're Easter eggs. You got to pay attention during the show. But I always learn something, and I appreciate that.
Thanks.
By the way, Jane Slater brought to you by K-Post Roofing. She's on the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing hot seat, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Jane, can you tell us also more good stuff about us? As we've done this Jerry Stephen interview for a few years now. What are your? I know a lot of people like Newey told me last year. He's like, that's a national interview.
Yeah.
It's not just you're not just appealing to your local audience. Everybody's listening. And I was like, oh crap, I better make sure I'm prepared for this. How have we done so far? Are we doing the right stuff?
I mean, when you stood up to him a couple years ago
to
defend my credibility, I knew you guys had some moxie, and I appreciated that. I think Jerry appreciates people that are just themselves around him, right? You know, obviously there's a level of respect, but I've always found that if you're fair with Jerry, you're going to have a good interview. But where I would always get frustrated, and I'll say this to Clarence Hill's face, those guys, when I used to sit in your chair and have to do the Jerry interview, you got to grease the wheel a little bit before you get into some of the tough questions.
For sure.
And some of them will, sit around and say, well, I can't believe you asked him about this, or I can't believe you asked him that. I'm like, sit in the hot seat.
Yeah.
When you have to go on radio and talk to Jerry, some days you have to ask him some of the tough questions. It's not easy. This is the owner. You are the official radio station of the Dallas Cowboys. You're not going to throw hard balls the whole time.
I always want to respond, I'm sorry you don't know how an interview works. Like, whenever they say that, you're going to start an interview with anybody and go, why are you such a piece of ass?
Yeah, no.
Like, that is a dumb way to do an interview with anybody.
To be fair, Clarence and I will sit here in the press conference, and he'll say something, did you really ask that? I can't believe you asked that. And I'll look at him and I go, I can't believe you asked that. I cannot believe you asked him that. So what I love about this beat is we sort of give it back to each other.
That's great.
He was upset we didn't invite him last night.
Oh, really?
I felt bad.
Well, I don't have his number, so
yeah. So how do you think those offensive line drills went?
Did you get thrown on your back?
I needed to lower my pad level. And they're going to be teaching that out here at camp.
Sure.
So a lot of these guys, you're going to hear them, lower the pad, lower the pad.
Yeah.
I knew that. I didn't wrap him up the way I wanted to. I think on one of them I had a pretty good bull rush. But yeah, I've always wanted to participate in the WWE, and I think that I might have a sizzle reel for that now.
Is that video Bobby, Sean, and Jane tweeted out last night?
I believe so.
So it's on Twitter.
I believe
you can see Jane
so.
Going after it in the sand.
I got flipped.
For that, and that's a dangerous
we did our own little bull in the ring.
If you ever make it to the WWE and you need an S-talking manager and you're going to be a bad guy, I want to be there for that. That is one of my lifelong dreams
Stacey
as well.
Keebler, Maria Menounos.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Picked
absolutely.
a couple of good ones right there.
All right, so this story popped up this morning, and we were like, is this real? and I think it's wild just to hear from any coach, in particular, somebody say something like this. But you know Sean Payton.
Yep.
You got to cover the New Orleans Saints beat. You're still on that, I believe, right?
Yep.
I still can't believe this is real.
He was talking with Jarrett Bell of USA Today, and he put blame on Nathaniel Hackett from last year. Here's the quote. It might have been one of the worst coaching jobs in the history of the NFL. That's how bad it was. And he said that's 20 dirty hands for what was tolerated in the friggin' training rooms, the meeting rooms. The offense, I don't know, Hackett. A lot of people had dirt on their hands. It wasn't just Russell. He didn't just flip. He still has it. This is all BS. They hit the wall. Shoot, they couldn't get a play in. They were 29th in the league in the pre-snap penalties on both sides. And he said it doesn't happen often where NFL team and organizations get embarrassed.
My gosh.
And that happened here. Part of it was their own fault relative to spending so much effing time trying to win the offseason, the PR, the pomp and circumstance and marching around people around. Everything I heard about last season, we're doing the opposite. That sounds like Mike.
My goodness.
Mike Bassick just stepped in there and was like, I'm you now, Sean Payton. Give me a sec.
So it's funny you say this. One of my very good girlfriends, as you know, is Diana Rossini, who works at ESPN. And we literally were talking about this on my drive over here. I said, I cannot believe that Sean said this. Now, privately, he talks to a number of us reporters, and he would 100% say something like that.
Yeah. He's kind of open off.
And it sounds like this was like a walk-off with Jarrett Bell. And Jarrett's been out here. Remember, Jarrett reported last year that Jerry said we were getting OBJ. Yeah. Remember all that?
Yes.
So a lot of people talked to Jarrett, and I appreciate that. I don't know if he thought that it was off record. I mean, it would never be off record.
Yeah.
But my other theory on this, knowing Sean spends a lot of time on how he's going to motivate his locker room. Like, he brought in like a glass case full of like all this cash and money one year, and it was to motivate them about what you get at the Super Bowl and things along those lines. Or when Des Bryant came to New Orleans, he ripped off a rearview mirror on a car, and he said, "Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Put the rearview mirror, smash it, don't look at it anymore, because the Cowboys, that's in your past. We're looking forward." So he spends a lot of time, like he'll bring in sleep experts, and he got everyone chili pads one year so that, you know what a chili pad is, it like cools your bed down, because he's all about optimal sleeping.
I don't believe I did know that.
Sean would care about everything in New Orleans, from the thickness of a towel, like the rally towels. Like, he would go to the front office and say, they're not thick enough. We need them thicker when you're spinning them to create this hours. So I don't
mark that. Sorry. You have to mark that.
Okay.
Yep, masterpiece
So
of the week.
my point is he puts so much attention to detail to motivate his guys. And so I truly think he thought that if he goes out there and says, it's not you guys are not trash players, it was the coaching staff, that now we're in the trenches together and this is going to motivate them. I just personally thought that he broke coach code. You might think that, but there's a more delicate way to say that.
Yeah.
You know, look, these guys took a lot of hits last year because of where they were at, 29th, couldn't get a play in. You know, look, some of that's on coaching, but some of it's on, you know, the players. And we've addressed a lot of that this offseason, and I think this group of guys are guys that can win. I feel good about them. I love the leader. Say whatever you want to say. Mm-hmm. What we love about Sean and why it's always headlines is because Sean speaks his mind. I got to think there's going to be some coaches in the league that are sort of take exception with that. Because Hackett's got a lot of friends, a lot of buddies in the league.
The stuff you're saying about him motivating players,
yeah,
I think I witnessed him learning that from Parcells whenever I was an intern.
He's a disciple.
Cowboys, because I remember walking in and seeing the trap hanging from the ceiling, and I was like, what's going on here? And I know he's used that. I know he's used the gas can thing, and I've seen Parcells do those things with some of these players. And then the whole part of his personality sounds very similar. So that is wild, and I wouldn't be very happy if I'm another coach somewhere else. But at the same time,
but the players are going to ride for him.
Yeah,
the players are going to ride for him. And at the end of the day, if you were trying to get yourself the Lombardi Trophy, you've really got to kind of block out. And he's done it before. I mean, think about with Bounty Gate and all of those other things. The way that he would come in there and say, okay, guys, when I first started covering the Saints, they hated the media. And I had met him at Combine, and his daughter wanted to get into TV. And I said, I think they're going to send me to New Orleans. Like, we hate the media. And so I said, Rusini and I were there, and I said, look, we're going to come down there, and we're going to be fair to you guys. And since then, he, really started opening up again. But his way to motivate the team was, they all hate us. You know, they're all going to. So I appreciate the way he rides for his guys. Like, he's the type of guy, I think it was Jameis Winston, when he came in, Sean loves his Jays. Like, he's got, an Air Jordan, sponsorship. And he had these beautiful Jays because they have the same size foot, him and Jameis.
Oh, okay.
And he left this pair of Nikes in his locker to sort of motivate him. But those are the sort of little things that he does that endears him to the players. And I'm sure he's done a lot of work with Russell Wilson to try and get his head back on track. But, again, the fact that he said it and it's in print, you're like, ugh.
Yeah. Well, Jane, we really appreciate you hopping on with us today. I know you're heading back out on tomorrow.
I will be in studio at the NFL Network tomorrow, and then I'll be back out here for Saturday. We have it Back Together Saturday on NFL Network, so tune in. We'll have Brian Baldinger out here and Chris Rose. And then I head to New Orleans and then the Houston Texans.
All right, we'll get back out there and get your list of players you're watching for
Yeah.
us. We're really looking forward
Give you
to
my
seeing
hot
that
list.
on the internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There you go, Jane Slater right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today? And we're a little spread out. Where all is you right now?
Okay, Hagee, doing fantastic. Find myself here once again at 75 and Fitzhugh in the talk booth, solo. You have Broadus, Wolchuk, and Chiafalo out there on the tennis courts with you. Lucius Alexander is still here. He'll be producing the show and then going to Vegas afterward, where he's going to rendezvous with Wolchuk to cover the fight.
And I'm right here in front of your face.
That's
Kevin
true.
Hagelin.
And Broadus and Wolchuk are out on the fields right now.
Yes, I am in the back of the end zone right now. We just finished some DB wide receiver drills, and now we're moving on to some other group activities.
Yes, and I am on the opposite side of the field of Zach Wolchuk, watching those same drills. Horn blows, and it looks like we're going to do some maybe a little bit of group work together here, some individual stuff with to do with the special teams. So working on that right now.
Did you guys by chance see what happened at Giants training camp today with Saquon Barkley?
No,
did not. So a fella out there, he's a 19-year-old college student. I believe he goes to Rutgers. He had a sign that said, "Saquon, my ex will take me back if you sign this." And so Saquon noticed it either before or during practice, and afterwards went over, and it looked like he might have written something else because he's standing there like writing stuff on the sign for a while. And this fella, Kareem Riyad, said that his girlfriend broke up with him, and she's a huge Saquon fan, and he thinks if he drops this sign off, autographed, at her house on her front door, she will take him back and they'll be happy again.
Yes, I believe in love and I believe in redemption.
Good job lying to get an autograph, it sounds like.
You don't believe his story?
Nope.
Oh.
No, it's a lie to get an autograph.
Yeah, I think that's extremely plausible. That crossed my mind when I was hearing you, Hagee.
100%.
I mean, I'd like to think this guy is being super, romantic.
Sure.
This is sort of the height of romance, if you ask me. A Saquon autograph.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a John Hancock you want hanging up in your bedroom.
Which ex would you take back if they got you whose autograph? Like, is there an ex you would take back if they got you an awesome autograph?
Yeah, if Adrian got me a Derek Holland autograph.
But you guys are still together.
That's I know.
See,
That's why I'm saying I like her that much.
I thought Mike was shaking his head because he's like, "This is dumb. Y'all broke up. Move on with your life." But instead, you think
It's
this
just a lie
story
to
is
get an
make-believe.
autograph. That's what people do.
Oh man, are you guys all? Derek, you think he's a liar too?
Yeah.
These guys
You
signed a
see
lot of
it.
autographs, Kevin. They know.
Do you think Saquon would have still signed it if he just was honest and was like, "Hey, Saquon,
Nope,
it'll
he
make,
wouldn't.
it'll make me
Probably not.
happy.
Probably not.
It'll make me so happy
Right.
if
No.
you sign this for me."
Right. The answer is no. So he came up with a fib so he could possibly get an autograph, and it worked. Good for him.
Man, and this kid, he did have a very vague answer. He said they broke up due to college.
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean? Was she mad that he was in college? Is he going to college far away from her? Like, I have so many follow-up questions about that.
I think it's the implication of college and the the experimenting that sort of takes place.
Oh.
Not necessarily in the science lab either.
Now, speaking of experimenting,
Drugs and sexual. Is that what you're kind of?
I mean, we might be in the same thing. I heard things about
Sexual and violent.
Last night.
Isn't this guy kind of putting off a stalker vibe as well, though? Like he might know she's a big Giants fan, is obsessing over her, and has this idea.
But if that's the case, then I don't think these people ever dated. I
Probably
just
not.
think this is the way to her heart because of
She's
that.
not real, bro.
Oh my
She's not even real at this point. He just wants an autograph.
Now, I'm hoping I can get some more scoop. Is Wolchuk, I heard last night you were ready to knock some people out if need be. Is that an over-dramatization, or is that what happened?
I didn't think it was going to get to that point, but yeah, I mean, if need be, I ride for the team here, and I could see that there was people were being made uncomfortable, and so I just said politely, as I could, you guys need to step off and leave my group right now. And it became a little bit of a problem. I got some pushback, and then we became best friends.
Now, did you become best friends after that one gal said
Simba.
what she would do with Derek's reconstructed arm?
No, I missed that entire conversation. Okay. Corey and I were taking a leak together in the bathroom. We come back, and all hell's broken loose, and I just basically said, well,
you guys actually used the bathroom in that place?
Yeah,
I mean, I thought maybe just go in the corner
barefoot.
somewhere.
You got to add to the urine smell.
Dug a hole in the sand somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
My feet just got stronger. I went barefoot.
I actually did too. Yeah.
Were you out on the beach with Jane's offensive line drills after that?
I was the I didn't get the photo credit for it, but I was behind the camera on that.
Who is the person who yelled, "Don't pop your tees"?
That would be Harry Carey did.
Oh, Derek!
He was really concerned for her.
Yeah, just looking out.
I'll tell you what, I felt like it was hilarious last night with Holland. I felt like I was in history class all over. And because the whole last, say, hour and a half of the Rudder Room was all about trying to dispel myths of things like moon landings and stuff like that. It's just amazing. I've never argued with somebody about something that it's amazing how passionate it is about Derek and his moonwalks and stuff like that.
What do you think about Derek's thoughts about how we didn't land on the moon? Because I told him I thought it was stupid.
It was one of those things where I told him I went to a tour of NASA for about 6 hours. He goes, all made up. That's all made up. They got you, broad.
There's no NASA.
Yeah, there's no NASA. There's no Saturn rocket. There's no lunar module. There's no, he was adamant about this. I mean, I almost to the point where I was like, geez, man. I mean, he honestly believes this. He really does.
How did we record video of the takeoff from the moon back? How do you have somebody just sit there? Here you go, record this, and it like.
They left a camera behind.
Yeah.
Eastman Kodak figured it out. They kind of helped NASA's program
or
a
did we
bit.
take off and go back and pick it back up and then take off again?
I just don't understand why the flag wasn't doing something different.
That's so weird.
Without the gravity.
There's no atmosphere or wind in space.
I have a question.
Did you expect the flag to be blowing around?
I have an answer.
Okay. Broadus walked up last night while I was eating my pizza.
Mm-hmm.
And
I took it out of your hand, by the way, to have your piece of pizza.
I had a half-eaten slice, and he did do the I'm going to eat your cornbread thing. He just walks up and grabs the pizza out of my hand and just starts eating it. And I think Eric at one point goes, alpha move. And I was like, I don't understand how that's a great move. That's the worst part of the pizza. I still have more slices that had more toppings on top of it sitting right in front of me. I felt that was like a victory for me because now I didn't have to eat the crap part of the pizza.
That's Fireball. That's what that does to you. I mean, it just makes you do things you really shouldn't do.
Fireball nights are interesting.
Yeah, it's like I was beyond hungry at that point. I saw an opportunity, and you know what? I appreciate you allowing me to let that take place because it kind of held me over until my own pizza came out.
There you go.
How would you rank last night?
Oh my gosh,
epic!
Yeah. It was one of the better nights we've had out here.
Well, other than you trying to be Muhammad Ali,
I wasn't trying to be Muhammad
yes, you
Ali.
were. It was funny. I was ready. It was like being in a hockey game almost too. Like Wolchuk was trying to throw the gloves down. He was like the enforcer of our team.
Sometimes you got to be the goon.
And like I'm going, well, he's fighting a guy that and then all of a sudden we learned that his buddy was a professional boxer. So then I thought, oh, okay, how lucky were we not to watch Wolchuk just get slaughtered?
No, it would have been a great story for Vegas or at Radio Row tomorrow.
Oh, sure,
before
with
the
your
Spence
face all
fight.
cut up and all that. And
Absolutely.
Spence would have gone, hey, how'd your face? Oh, I got destroyed by a professional
I had a sparring
boxer.
match on the beach and got my ass kicked, Errol. That's what happened.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Hey, thanks for asking.
Hi, Dawson.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing excellent, brother. Thanks
What are you
for
asking?
asking.
Well, we're probably looking at Micah Parsons around 3 o'clock.
Woo!
Love that.
Looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Tomorrow we'll have Trayvon Diggs on the show, so keep it right here, the station that actually has all their people out at training camp, 105.3 The Fan, but I do miss you, Get Right. Come back tomorrow right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this. Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. Hour number one of the G-Bag Nation. A full 5 hours in store. General at your service at ease. Lucius Alexander is over there in the Pimp Cup. We are both finding ourselves here at Master Control 75 and Fitzhugh, downtown Dallas. You have Broadus, Wolchuk, and Chiafalo out there in Oxnard, California. We're going to get you 3 live mics here in 2 seconds. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And you can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube, as it's a Victorious Rangers Day Off Thursday and a training camp Thursday. Our sponsors of today's coverage and our entire training camp, Kissable Dental. Still giving Dallas fans something to smile about. Go to kissabledental.com. The On-Time Experts, Air Conditioning and Plumbing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, and Autoflex Leasing. And here they are with the 3 live mics. Boys, take it away.
Hey, General, how we doing this day? We're doing all right?
Yeah, we're doing great, man. Paint the picture. What are you looking at?
Well, Wolchuk, set your scene first if you can where you're at.
Yeah, so I got the running backs and the quarterbacks are just doing little short 5-yard route drills right now. Dak just hit Tony Pollard in the flats. The running backs just running through the dummies like they would a defensive line, turn around, boom, balls out. So you got all the quarterbacks working with them. And then on the other side of the field, we got some special team work going on.
Yeah, and Zach's talking about, and what they're working on is something, guys, that we've asked maybe this offense to try and use a little bit more of those running backs, the routes, the screens, the swings, things like that, trying to time that up a little bit better where quarterback gets the drop and then all of a sudden then he just kind of floats a little bit and then gets the ball to the outside and kind of time that up a little bit. That's something the Cowboys really struggled with, is getting running backs involved in the passing game.
Right, and the timing, the ball placement as well, especially for Dak, as I'm watching him and Tony Pollard just go ahead and throw it. Can he hit the outside shoulder so the running back can just turn right away upfield? You're not having to make an adjustment, go on the back hip, catch the football. You're able to kind of get the ball while you're running, hit upfield, make a move one-on-one in isolation, try and get some yak after the catch.
And what's the Chief got going over there? Eric, how you doing?
I'm fantastic, boys. Fantastic. Hanging out right here in the tent, getting the body ready, sipping on some coconut water, hanging out with Sean and Bobby. Sean is he's still a little bit sluggish from yesterday. Went a little bit hard at the rudder room yesterday. He might have to put a pause on the party for today.
Okay.
And then get back after it on a Friday. I'll try to butter him up though and get him back out.
And how are we doing as a trio here on a scale of 1 to 10? Is there a remnant of hangover? Is there a hangover kicking your butt? Do you need some hair of the dog? Update us.
I got to be honest with you. I woke up feeling spry this morning, dude. Nice. I don't know what it is. There's something in the air out here in the West Coast, but it keeps you feeling light and feeling good. So I'm golden. We had that pizza last night too. Yeah. I think the pizza saved us, Dawson. To be quite honest with you.
Okay.
And I'm not just talking about myself. I think Broadus dipped into that fireball a little bit last night. I don't think he's going to be shy about talking.
I think Brian got a little toasty, guys. This is pretty cool. I just had somebody come over. I've been allowed access onto this VIP platform.
Wow.
You're vipping?
It's raised. I'm vipping over here.
It's the controversial platform, by the way, that he's going up on.
Are you spying on any neighbors as you're going up the stairs?
Yeah, a couple of them just flipped me the bird.
Nice.
I have to say, Dawson.
Wolchuk's obstructing views right now.
Dawson,
that the locals have grown accustomed to be able, being able to see. So that's cool though, because I hear that's a nice view. That's a nice little perch. It looks pretty classy.
I'm actually right by Mickey. Should I put Mickey Spagnuolo on, Dawson?
You do what you want, buddy. Ask Mick a couple questions.
He's in the middle He's in the middle of a conversation, so maybe I'll wait till he's done. I don't want to be.
Hey, Dawson, if I had to evaluate where I'm at now,
but man, last night was no joke. And I'm impressed with the way the fellas hung tough. I'll tell you what, Wolchuk was sort of in a different zone last night.
Now, Chief, can you hear Broadus? I don't think Chief can hear you.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I cannot.
Can you hear me now there, my friend?
Yes, I got you.
Oh, how about that? Yeah, I was trying to tell you, Dawson, my evaluation of where I'm at right now, if I had to practice today, I think I would probably have 3 bad snaps on extra points and field goals, because having to bend over and snap, the blood would go down into my eyes and stuff like that, and I don't think I would do it very well. So I'm kind of struggling a little bit, but you're right about the pizza and you're right about the water. I think that's all working pretty well right now.
Well, I was jealous last night. I was watching on social, and I can't wait to get out there tomorrow, and I know at least a couple of you guys are still young enough to rally and have a good time into this weekend. And Friday night's family dinner should be incredible. Now, I was interested to find out Wolchuk's got that dog in him. Apparently, Lucius, do you feel safe for going to Vegas knowing that Wolchuk is apparently ready to be your enforcer if the occasion calls for it. What'd you think about these tales from the beach with Wolchuk bowing up on dudes? Did you know?
No, I didn't hear anything about Wolchuk almost getting beat up or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was imagining.
That's more accurate. Yeah.
What happened? You almost got into a confrontation with someone for real?
No, we did get into a little bit of a confrontation. There was just a weird group of people that came over, started trying to talk to us, and it seemed okay. I left to go to the bathroom with Corey. We came back, and everybody was just, hey, we need to get these people out of here. Nobody wanted to say anything.
What was weird about them? Were they hammered?
I don't know. Yeah, I think they were definitely hammered, no question. But as was I, and I think it was the liquid courage that did it. So I spoke up, and I said, you guys need to get the F out of here. And they didn't take too kindly to that. So, it was all right. We talked it out, and everything was fine.
Right on. But yeah, Lucius, apparently they found out minutes later that one of them was an amateur boxer.
He looked yoked. He looked yoked.
And he was yoked, dude. What are you doing?
He was yoked. We did a poor job of evaluating what other armies were involved in the potential battle.
Yeah.
We felt like, they have limited troops. Honestly, they had probably the ability to end the war right there on us. And, we didn't realize it till much later after Wolchuk had hugged it up with a dude in leopard print shorts.
That would be one of those scenes where one guy on the beach knocks out 5 dudes one at a time.
Yeah.
I'm a bit concerned now that you bring this up. They had a parking situation when they first got to the airport. They didn't realize that big yellow sign right next to where their parking spot said 1 hour. And now they're having confrontations with ex-boxers on the beach.
Yes. Yeah.
Because they thought those guys were weird.
It's a little...
I didn't. I just stood up for the team.
Oh, okay.
Oh, those guys are weird, man. Tell them. I do think the beach.
Got it.
I do think the beach is kind of a come one, come all type of mellow hangout. Like we're all kind of welcome here. We're just chilling at the beach, trading stories. If you're not comfortable with me, maybe you should leave.
There needs to be an awareness factor. If you're going to walk into a group of people that are all in a circle, chatting, having their own separate deal, and then you're just going to linger about and you can tell you're not really wanted there, I feel like you need to take it upon yourself to remove yourself from the situation, and they wouldn't.
Okay. I kind of felt like it was Sharif's fault that all this happened, to be honest with you.
Usually is.
He was kind of like, what's this dude doing? He put off that vibe, and I think the rest of us were kind of dealing with it. And then Wolchuk took it to a whole nother level, to be honest with you.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Wolchuk always with his chest out, squaring up on folks, says the 214. Okay. Donovan Wilson health status is a story. Yeah. You're 32 now, Wolchuk. Now some guys can carry well on into their 60s. Buddy of mine, Trey, I think his dad's one of the toughest dudes I know. Right. So it's not like it's undoable, but if you don't have those hands like that, it's time to start thinking about backing off the tough guy talk, Wolchuk, because what happens is your young guy athleticism can't save you anymore.
You're right.
You're just becoming old and not a good fighter.
Yeah, no, I got to pick and choose my moments. Dak Prescott just ripping a ball down the seam to Jake Ferguson. That is a connection I'm hoping to see quite a bit this year, boys.
Okay, and then we have Scoon. He's going to miss the start of training camp because of a foot injury that predates his time with the team. Apparently, the plantar fasciitis a little bit worse than they'd thought or knew. I don't know, but McCarthy says he's hopeful that he'll practice in Oxnard.
That's not. That's something that I'm guarantee you they were not anticipating that to be a problem. They do a really good job pre-draft. When you go to the combine, you have the opportunity to kind of work through those things and see, pre-existing conditions. They probably felt like this was one that was not going to be as bad, but for him to miss potentially all of the Oxnard camp, I don't think is very good at all, to be honest with you.
No, that's bad for rookies. I think it tripped up Mo Claiborne, and he never really got back on track till he left the Cowboys years later. Mike McCarthy, if I was going to say the biggest area of change of our offense, I'd put protection in the passing game as the biggest change. That was one of the takeaways from his press conference an hour and a half ago or so. What'd you guys make of that statement from Mike McCarthy? Are the Cowboys going to have success adjusting their protection to that extent?
Yeah, to give you an example of really where we're at on the field right now, everybody else, the tight ends and the backs and the receivers are all working on receiver type stuff. The backs are down here on one end of the field working. They're working on the pass blocking stuff right now. So, they're trying to kind of figure these things out. Everybody else is working on, hey, let's do receiving stuff and touch stuff and all that. but these backs are down here now, trying to work on pass protection stuff. So, you talk about with the offensive line, and then you have to incorporate what the backs do as well. Just a great example of that right now is they're working on it, on this end of the field.
What do you know about the schedule? Are we going to get to 7-on-7 here in the next 15, 20 minutes, 10 minutes?
Well, yeah, I think what we're going to get, they're going to start moving around here. I think we're going to probably get a similar type of practice that we had yesterday. Horn goes, maybe we'll get some 7-on-7 stuff right here, and then maybe some team stuff as well, that one period, and then the ones versus the twos. Will probably be what we saw yesterday. I think they'll probably have a little bit of a similar schedule what they did yesterday.
Yeah, they're switching out. I think the tight ends are going to go work on the sleds over there on field 2. The wide receiver group has now come over. They're going to work with the quarterbacks right now. I'll let you know what kind of routes they end up running. I'd love to see some one-on-one, if they brought the DBs right over here and we got to see some one-on-ones with the DBs. I don't think that's going to happen, though.
That's just, to me, that's something that with McCarthy, this competitive practice stuff, under the Jason Garrett administration, we saw a lot more of that. I don't know if Mike McCarthy is really interested in, embarrassing players out here. I really don't. I don't, the one-on-one stuff, I think if the team stuff is okay for him, but the one-on-one stuff, I don't know if he's necessarily into that with all the fans and everybody else watching this stuff.
Yeah, I think there's more than one way to do it, but I would say Mike McCarthy's a better teacher. I would take his process over Jason Garrett's at this point, wouldn't you?
Yeah, there's more reps. There's more reps under the Jason Garrett administration than there are with what you get here. I mean, there's clearly with all the periods that they spend together. Or individual periods, he's clear about what he believes in teaching for sure.
Mike also said he now exclusively spends his time with the quarterbacks in the offense. Okay, if they get into one-on-ones,
he's running this drill right now, right behind the quarterback.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's running these drills. Yeah.
If something jumps out to you guys, feel free to interrupt. I'm just going over the biggest things that have been going on in the world of sports. Rangers returned with to the win column with a big win and some drama, and the bench is cleared there after the Garcia grand slam. Just a lot of fun, I think, and teasing us for what's to come here down the stretch. These teams are going to play a lot of games against one another, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if it's close and contentious, and we get this silver boot heated up with some serious passion now, guys. What do you say?
Yeah, man, this thing is spiced up in a big way now, and it's exciting. I certainly love the fact that this rivalry is back where it is. I was hoping that we could just clobber them so much that it wouldn't even feel like much, and we can already big boy them a little bit. But this thing's going to go down to the wire, which is going to be a ton of baseball fun. But last night was great. We're sitting on the beach, and Dutch is just like updating us. And that first inning, how many pitches did Heaney touch in that first inning? It was like, oh my dear Lord, where is this game about to take us? And then it took us to a grandiose place of nothing but sparks flying and grand slams.
The bats finally came alive. The Adolis Garcia grand slam. Then, of course, as you guys mentioned, the benches clearing, which really it wasn't much of anything, but it's still exciting. And I loved Marcus Semien. I feel like Marcus Semien really set the tone for everything last night. He had a little bit of a swagger, a little bit of an attitude. It's fun to have this rivalry back.
It is, man. Yeah, it was incredible in 15, 16, and 17. Guy, what do you have, Brian?
Yeah, I just want to point out something real quick while I had it on my mind here. I'm watching these routes, and because people are making a bunch of, what the route's going to look like. I know Eric has some concern about how do you get guys open. We've seen, like yesterday, a lot of bunch formation. When I talk about bunch, it's when you get 2-3 receivers all together on one side, and then you scatter that. Right now, what they're working on drills as far as driving, almost like pick routes.
Yes, it's a lot of crossing patterns underneath the mesh stuff that we talked about all offseason long. I'll tell you, boys, Brandon Cooks, it looks a little different.
His speed is a little different. His gait's a little different. But, yeah, they are running routes right now where it's like they're stacking the receivers and they're having an outside release with a drive behind it okay, now you're trying to pick a defender, but you're dragging it. Like it was really evident because when it got my attention when it was CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
Because we remember those types of routes that he threw at Oklahoma, where they were getting him on the move and letting him catch the ball and then getting up the field. So the last couple of days, though, again, yesterday, bunch formation stuff, scatter, and today working on some two-man routes with a pick and then a drive behind it. So
I freaking love it, man. This is we've
trying
been
to get
asking
guys
for this
open
stuff
here.
for
Don't
5
worry,
or
you
6
still got
years.
your good old-fashioned curls that are going on the opposite route.
Sure, yeah, they have a place. Okay, and then Ohtani's out of the mix. That was the bigger story last night. But the Rangers are looking, according to John Morosi, he tweeted about an hour ago, they're looking at starters and relievers with the possibility of filling both needs in a single trade with the White Sox, Lynn Kelly, and the Tigers, Lorenzen Foley, examples of teams that could furnish a 2-player package from the MLB network there with John Morosi. So that gives you an idea. Rangers off tonight, and they are in San Diego tomorrow, so you're going to get back-to-back 5-hour shows here from your G-Bag Nation. All right, gentlemen, we're off and running. We'll come back. We'll stay on the field with some live mics and get you the G-Bag of the day, plus some Fight of the Year news as we approach 48 hours from Spence and Crawford right here. We're talking about it all with you in the G-Bag Nation.
100,000 watts of crystal.
restaurantweek.com.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. We are live. Training Camp 2023 segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for your consultation. Truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. Gentlemen, live in Oxnard, California. How are we doing out there? Anything new to report from the break?
Well, there was a fun connection as the quarterbacks and wide receivers were working together. Brandon Cooks went deep. Dak Prescott, a pinpoint, beautiful, drop it in the bucket, right over the shoulder pass for a touchdown. They got some oohs and ahs from the crowd. 4-3. That's going to be a fun combination. And now we're going into the competitive period. The defense and the offense. It looks like the twos will start off. So take it away, Gavin, and I'll give you some updates as needed.
Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, if something jumps out, just let me know. I did want to talk a little bit about this boxing match with you, and I wanted to ask some of the boxing folks out there, and specifically the ones that know the sport really, really well. Put this fight in historical context. Like, this is the biggest fight since what for you? Finish that sentence at 877-881-1053. And, I'll give you some headlines. We are going to have Lucius Alexander and Zach Wolchuk in Vegas with the coverage tomorrow. It's one of the biggest events in DFW sports history because, this is a 4-belt unifier. And this is very, very historic in boxing's money division. The welterweight, as Errol Spence is trying to become the most dominant fighter since Floyd Mayweather retired. And some people think this might be the biggest fight since Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao. Some people think it's the biggest fight since Spence unified against Ugas or Sean Porter. Maybe it's just a couple of years. Maybe it's 3 years. Maybe you got to go all the way back to some of these bigger fights in history.
Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler. I feel like that a little bit.
Nice.
Cotto, Mayweather. Like any 50-50 fight you can put on the board, this is a 50-50 fight.
Right on.
And you don't see 50-50 fights a lot.
Some people were talking about Alvarez and Golovkin in 2017. Bigger than that, you say, Lucius?
Yeah, I think bigger, right?
Yeah, 100% bigger.
Nice.
Well, and I know this one's a heavyweight one, which always draws more attention. But Fury Wilder had a lot of build-up too. I was pretty pumped for that one. But this might be bigger, man.
Do you think we're building this up too because we have a Dallas fighter? Is it? I mean, for us, it just means a lot more.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of wanted to ask the boxing experts out there who can be a little bit more objective because they have a different perspective. To me, it might be the biggest ever because of it's Errol Spence and it's DeSoto, and he's been coming on this show for 5 or 6 years at this point, and we've been tracking it, right? It's like so I'm wondering, like, are we over exaggerating it, or should we be putting it on a higher level? Sounds like something happened down there, huh, guys?
Yeah, I mean, the DBs are having some fun. We had a little bit of an underthrown ball there. Nashawn Wright gets the interception as he was working on. I think it was either Brooks or Tolbert.
It was Tolbert,
Tolbert.
They went on a straight 9 route, which is just a vertical route, and they just were trying to get Nashawn Wright to bite on it. Ball was underthrown, and he did a nice job of high pointing it.
He certainly did. Tolbert tried to go over the top to break it
Couldn't
up.
Get it. The length of Nashawn Wright made that play
no doubt
there for that interception.
Okay, we're in 2 locations here, G-Bag Nation, as for the second consecutive year, management nice enough to let me stay home. Had a great morning and early afternoon with Abby celebrating her 12th birthday, which is just insane when you start to reflect on how quickly time goes. Huge day for both of these guys, though, and awesome to see our guy Errol Spence take the next step up as far as promotions go. From what I could tell in a story, it's going to be about 10 times what he has made in his biggest fight so far. So you're talking about an exponential step up for Errol Spence from making nice bags of cash that can set him up to now taking that step to making generational wealth every time you step into a ring. That's what Errol Spence is doing right here. I think it goes to at least $25 million each, and there is a rematch clause. Within the first 30 days after the fight, either one of them can call for a second fight, and that one would be expected to make even more.
As long as it's not a draw or something like that right on the first one, then they have to go back to renegotiations all the way from the beginning, right?
Okay.
I believe so.
That's how that goes typically.
That's what I read as well.
And then there are comments that yesterday Errol Spence might have appeared to be sick or gaunt upon his arrival. I don't know. Maybe he was having to. He got a little virus, or maybe he was having to make weight or something like that. But maybe that can be a storyline as the start approaches. But all of the social media that I had consumed, I thought, man, there's nothing wrong with this dude. I don't know where that storyline is coming from. But
doesn't he always just kind of look like that? That's just Spence. It's his body type.
Pretty laid back.
Yeah.
You know. So, you know, maybe that's just people reaching for angles and storylines as the entire boxing world is descending upon Las Vegas and covering this fight. But, yeah, massive 50-50. You know, I think a lot of people are going to be pulling for Errol Spence around here, and I can't wait. Do you guys have plans for what we're going to be doing in Oxnard? Broadus, Chief, was anybody talking about last night, like how we want to play this? Is there a bar, or are we going to get together and get a spot? What do you say?
Yeah, I don't think the specifics have been ironed out just yet, but there is absolutely plans for us to all congregate around some televisions and some booze.
469 says, who should I bet on? I think you should probably just bet on the local guy. You know, I there's not a clear favorite in this deal. Last night, Terrence Crawford says he was going to knock Errol Spence out, and everybody's telling him to be quiet. And you know, all the former opponents of these guys are trying to point out where one guy might have an advantage or a weakness one way or another. But at this point, it's difficult to tell. And if Errol Spence doesn't get the win, I don't know what's going to be going through my mind. It's something I can't imagine it happening. You know, I can't imagine Errol Spence looking vulnerable or even losing a fight after watching his career up into this point. So history is going to unfold one way or another. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Yeah, this is Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler all over again, bro. Wow. I hope I get a crazy round like that, too. I really do hope so. Or if you're looking at it basketball terms, this is Tim Duncan and KG.
Right on.
Yeah. Tim Duncan being Earl Spence, you know.
Hey, speaking of GOATs, at 440, inside the epic story of a sparring match of Errol Spence versus Mayweather from 10 years ago. I'll give you some of the highlights of that. Spence has been talking about it a little bit.
Yeah. Is that the one Mayweather talking about? I was fresh out of jail, bro. I was fresh out of jail.
Yeah. I was doing too many push-ups in jail.
I was doing too much. All right, let's see here. Our G-Bag of the day winner is a dude that ripped a full fart in the interrogation room right in front of two police officers. T-Floor12 on Twitter says, this is the definition of scaring the ish out of them. Here we go.
You had no knowledge I have no knowledge of anything about that gun. Anything. You own any guns? No. Do you know him to own any guns? I mean, it's up to him, bro. Listen, bro, no, it's not up to him because you're being charged with it right now. That's why we're bringing you here to talk to you about it. Oh, I'm being charged with it. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, man. Nah, I don't know why I'm being charged.
Oh, I'm being charged with it. Excuse me. That's hilarious. All right, let's see what I got for you boys. Joey Votto was on the MLB Network yesterday chopping it up with Chris Mad Dog Russo.
He took a bite out of him, didn't he, yesterday?
I thought the conversation was friendly. Let's see.
Oh, it was friendly, yeah.
A couple of months ago, you said that Zach Greinke and I are a hall of very good ball players. I think Zach and I would agree. You may be right. But I get the gist of what's going on here. I know what you're doing. You're looking down on us. A couple small market Midwest ball players. Just because we're not big city, just like you. Mr. New York City, Sirius XM radio star. Mr. National Television, ESPN star, with your Fifth Avenue ties and your crisp pocket squares, your tailored suits and your polished shoes, and your hair, your perfectly coiffed Broadway hair. Must be nice to sit atop that Madison Avenue ivory tower, looking down on us with those luscious locks. Not everyone can be the next Roger Peckinpah, Mad Dog. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're a disgrace.
Roger Peckinpah.
That was Joey Votto?
Yeah, that was Joey Votto.
The delivery was fantastic. I feel like he wrote that out and was reading it.
Yeah, for sure.
No, I saw the clip. He's not. I mean, unless he's got a teleprompter, that's going off the top, and I think he executed that to perfection.
He's done that skit before. Wow. Either way, I don't know, but that's good read. I'd say he could be like a voice actor in a cartoon.
It's really good.
Joey Votto's a talented man.
Let's see what else we got for you boys here. Oh, yesterday was a church day. And we got a preacher that got a little too comfortable in the house of God.
Come on, can you just shout hallelujah that God has you? Hallelujah, come on, come on, if you know you're not going to quit, hallelujah, you're not going to give up, you're not going to let a bitch run you away, but you're going to stand on God's word, stand on God's truth. Come on, somebody give the Lord a praise.
Wow. My kind of church. I like that kind of commentary.
Yeah, he let it fly.
He did let
it fly, bro. He got comfortable. He didn't even pause. He just kept it moving, man. Get this prayer. Get this blessing. Don't get caught up on that word.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. Let's see here. You remember the University of North Carolina at Charlotte? Wow. 49ers head coach?
Sure do.
Yeah, the one that his team's not very good. He got, 3 questions the other day?
He got 3 questions at the media day. He was real upset about. Hold on.
Maybe that's because you have us ranked last. That's all what you think of us. Exactly. So that we get that message. Thank you.
You're welcome. Get off the stage, please.
Yeah.
Well, he's taking shots at the media again. That got under his crawl. It's sticking with him. Every time he gets on the mic, he's going to talk about that day. Listen to him right here.
They are chippy and they have an edge, and we are bad company on that football field. And I can't wait to start playing, because I can tell you this will be the last time we ever come to this building and get the disrespect that we've gotten since we've been there.
You guys were picked last in the conference. Is that
Last.
part of the disrespect?
Yeah, last, press conference, 3 questions, hey, you guys suck, let's get to the next guys. And I would like to take whoever those writers were that voted on that and hold them upside down by their ankles and smack their heads off the ground a couple times, because they don't know shit.
No.
That's a least convincing tough guy routine than Wolchuk.
This thing could go a couple of different ways, all right? Like the media could be right about his team, and then you have to wear this the rest of the year.
Man.
I hope not. I hope the 49ers, I hope they prove people wrong in this thing for sure.
We're bad company out there, buddy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now.
Yeah. Bad company.
I'd like to pick you upside down and hit your head against the concrete.
Yeah.
Bad.
You want to... Okay, who else we got, Lucius?
UAB head coach Trent Dilfer.
There we go.
AAC Media Day. He's giving another warning to coaches that want to knock his players.
Don't come in. Don't have a scouting department in your building that's doing cut-ups of my players and then going and coercing them to enter the portal when they had no idea they didn't want to enter the portal. That's the problem I'm addressing. And I'm not going to stop. I have DMs, I have WhatsApps, I have text messages, I have IP addresses.
That's what your girl said when she got you.
And I am doing everything in my power to make sure they know, don't screw with my roster. Don't you dare start using that high school, because I know the high school coach too now. I was one. So you think you're so cool, oh, let's go work through Mark Freeman and Thompson so cool to get this guy. I know Mark. Let's go, whoever at whatever school. I know that guy. So I can just call him and say, yo, did so-and-so Power 5 school call you about having so-and-so enter the portal? Yeah, I did, coach. Huh, that's interesting. Can I please have that text message?
Man, this is just modern day recruiting. You're looking at other teams' programs trying to get their players. I think the only way through this is contracts with compensation. You're just gonna have to pay the players and guarantee it for 4 or 5 years. If you don't want them to leave, give them contracts. You don't want to do that though, because you want the option to cut their scholarship, but you don't want to give them the option to leave for a better opportunity. It's just, and these coaches being jammed up like, man, you won't believe what's going on. Other schools are recruiting my players and offering them more money. Oh, really? Like a workforce? Like a labor market? Like what happens at everybody else's job? If you're not giving your employees a great working environment and compensation, they'll take their skills elsewhere? Wow. It's almost like it's America, guys. Sorry, Lucius.
No, man, get in your bag, bro.
It's time to vote. Is it Dude Rips Fart while being interrogated? Joey Votto with Chris Mad Dog Russo. Church Day. UNC Charlotte coach still jammed up, or is it Trent Dilfer? I'm gonna vote for the UNC Charlotte coach, man. I got to hear that again. How about you, Chief?
I'm going to vote for Corey Majors spilling his Gatorade all over himself just now. It looks like he peed himself.
Yeah, I was sitting here drinking some Gatorade, guys, getting a hot dog in, and all of a sudden, like, it's all over my crotch right now. This isn't a good thing.
Yeah, he was just fueling up on the good stuff, keeping that body right throughout camp. You know, the rigors. You don't want to catch a cramp at camp. So, I vote for Corey and Dilfer's dimes.
Stay hydrated, buddy. Lucius,
Thanks, man.
How about you?
What you mean you don't know who she is? I
have DMs, I have WhatsApps, I have text messages, I have IP addresses.
What is this? Good morning, beautiful. I was up in the morning. I'm beautiful. Let me see. I'm riding with the preacher that got too comfortable.
Okay. What do you say, Wolchuk?
I'll go with Joey Votto.
We're tied at 1, Broadus.
Oh, you put this one on me. Let's go with Trent Dilfer here. How about that today?
Score 2-1. And still, your G-Bag of the Day champion. Seems like a couple of you didn't agree with my rant. Seems like a couple of you on Team Trent Dilfer voting for him.
I'm all about Trent Dilfer, though.
Sounds like it. Well, yeah,
I'm all about. Yeah, I like Trent Dilfer. I voted for him. Yeah, why not?
Dustin being petty, bro.
No, I thought maybe we should iron this out.
No, we're good, man. I'm just watching practice here, bro. We're good.
Fight.
We're good. Well, Chuck, handle this for me, would you please?
Yeah, I got you.
Where are we going in Krusty's Corner, though?
Hey, how about this? We do have some ball practice going on the fields. We'll talk about that. Give me a little bit of descriptions next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Mike Bassick, why don't you tell them?
Another Cowboys practice that we break down. Was the offense good? Did it stink? Was the defense good?
And you can always jump back to listen to your favorite shows on demand. Simply download the free Odyssey app and follow 105.3 The Fan to listen to us, no matter where you are. That's AUDACY. Your Dallas baseball, your Odyssey.
It's out of here. Bye-bye. Turn it on. Leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucia. It's time now for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties, Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Kind of finishing up a little bit of the teamwork. Myself and Zach Wolchuk are out here on the field right now. Zach, the one thing I notice is it looks like the edge rushers are getting the best of these offensive tackles. Odoga has had a couple. I know he was Micah Parsons got him a couple of times, and then and then on the backup, then Fowler got him as well. So these tackles are struggling a little bit. Not so much like I say, Tyron Smith over there. He's done a pretty good job over there at left tackle. He did have a false start to start the period, which was kind of a bad thing for him right now. But it looks like these edge rushers, from my vantage point, are doing a pretty good job against these tackles. So we're back there watching this again, watching the practices and stuff like that. For what we're able to see here, like I said, it's the defense is doing a really I think a good job. They're doing a good job in coverage, and they're doing a good job with their pass rush stuff. They're giving a lot of pressure to these guys.
Okay. It's the G-Bag Nation. Brian, are other guys talking? We can't hear them if they are.
I can't hear. Yeah, I cannot hear Wolchuk myself. So, okay. Gavin, it's. Okay. I think maybe Wolchuk's out of position. It looks like he's looking down at his device right now. So, okay. Yeah, what I'm just watching right now is, like I said, the practice itself, though they're moving the ball right now, and like wherever the ball is caught or run to, that's where they're putting the ball down. And as I mentioned, the line is having some struggles with this defensive line. There's not picking these guys up as clean. There seems to be pressure. There's pressure around, pressure around these guys. Yeah.
And how do you make that happen when you are not in pads? You know, as a defensive lineman against an offensive lineman. You know, are the rules less stringent about how physical you can be down in there in these types of sessions?
The thing about it is, though, you can use your athletic ability in order to like get in front. You know, you're allowed to use your hands. You can, it's still about being able to block the guy. I mean, they got their helmets on and stuff like that, and you're able to extend. But they're just not doing a good enough job. The defenders are doing a really good job of getting to the edge and then breaking these offensive tackles down. I could say Odoga has had a lot of problems. Again, it's Parsons they're running with, but then on the other side, Tyron Smith and stuff like that, one or two of his reps have been a little bit of allowed some pressure. Awesome Richards has allowed some pressure over there. They've struggled. These edge rushers have been much better on it. I've noticed a little bit of Tank. They're using him more inside as a pass rusher. So they've been playing some nickel and moving him inside as a rusher, as a defensive tackle. So that's something a little bit we've seen it before with him, but it looks like to me they're immediately going like him, Sam Williams, those guys, trying to get as many rushers as they can on the field.
Okay, so far, Brian, in these 2 days, you've told us that Dak looks more active, more light on his toes. We've heard about the stacks and the bunches. What else are you seeing from this Texas Coast offense that's different? Are we seeing more screens, more? What are we seeing more and less of?
Well, that's the thing about it is they are trying to get the ball, like I say, they want to get these quarterbacks back into the pocket and then plant and then get the ball out as quickly as they can. So that's something, a little bit more of a setup, get away from the line, set up, and then make that throw, get the ball out of your hands. So, it's that part of it's been a little bit different. You've seen a little bit more. There was a wide receiver screen that they ran earlier where they were able to get Tyron Smith out front really quickly on the play. He did a good job about timing it, so they got the ball inside to Lamb, and then he was able to get up the field and make a play and get a good positive thing. So you're seeing him trying to get the ball out quicker, but you're also seeing him trying to, the deceptive game we were talking about, the screens and things like that. The running game the last couple of days has been about a little bit more about getting the ball to the edge. There was a particular play where they ran the ball going to the left, and it was a really nice job by Terrence Steele at the right tackle spot, getting all the way around as the ball's going to the left and getting up the field and getting a block. So good mobility on his part to make that happen. Ball out on the edge. And ball out on the edge, and then quicker from the quarterbacks, the screen games and stuff like that. They're trying to develop a little bit of that as well.
Who are the offensive linemen that are getting whipped that you've noticed?
Well, Adoga has had a little.
Ball.
Yeah, Josh Ball got knocked down one time. He was on his backside there, and then also though that Adoga has struggled at the right tackle spot with, like I say, with the edge. Like he's given up his edge way too much. So yeah, the right side of their offensive line has not been particularly stout when it comes to the ones.
Yeah, the guard that I think's held up the best actually might have been Farniak.
Yeah.
In terms of the twos, like I think TJ Bass has had a good battle back and forth with Neville Gallimore. Gallimore's gotten him on a couple of swim moves. I think he knocked down Quentin Bohanna on one. He's just such a wide base. He's tough to get around. But as far as the guard play go, it's been a little bit underwhelming today, I got to be honest with you.
They're in a situation right now, like I say, the corners are doing a good job. There hasn't been as much that separation that I've noticed. It seems like to me that the corners and the safeties have been in pretty good position when it comes to some of the coverage that they've been able to do.
Yeah, the corners have done great. I think Deshaun Wright's having a really good practice today. Now, I mean, it's just one day. It's also been interesting watching the linebackers.
Yeah.
Damone Clark and Jabril Cox have been extremely physical and active, and they're one of those guys where they're immediately attacking the ball. I mean, there's an emphasis on that. I know they're not tackling, they're not getting anybody down to the ground, but they're trying to strip the ball out.
So if this is still going at this pace right now, what time do you think Micah Parsons is going to join us?
Well, he's not. They're still practicing right now, so maybe they added a little bit of some practice time to it. So
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know.
See, Mike's in there. He's got his sleeves rolled up. He's actually coaching this year, and he's not cutting things
Well,
short.
his offense ain't exactly getting it done right now, and so that's probably one of those things that he's. I don't know if he's adding any plays or adding any time to the period, but
he's about ready to go up to Jerry Jones and say, hey, let's
Yeah.
get Zach Martin back in here. How's Tyron looking? Do you have any sort of a report on that? Does it look better, more fluid?
No,
Yes.
he's to me like he jumped off sides initially there, and I think his ability always, because of his size and his strength, he can always make players have to go wide on him. It looks like we just saw now the end of practice. Yeah,
Okay.
the end of practice right
Well,
there.
and you mentioned that one play where they got him out in space on the screen. It looked like they were also trying to do a little bit more pulling with the line in terms of the run game. You want to see what are the differences that Brian Schottenheimer is putting in here. I think maybe you'll start to see more pulling, not only with the guards, but the tackles as well.
All righty, thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. It's Broadus, Wolchuk, Chiafalo live in Oxnard, California. Our coverage is brought to you by Kissable Dental. Go to kissabledental.com. Brought to you by the On-Time Experts, Air Conditioning and Plumbing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, and by AutoFlex Leasing. And yes, Micah Parsons is going to be on that hot seat here before too long. I'm going to call it 10, 15, 20 minutes or so, somewhere in that window. But the Micah Parsons window is opening now. Stand by for him. And Wolchuk has the NFL news of the day as well. It's next for you here in the nation.
Miss any show segments? Tisk. But fear not.
Dallas, Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Micah Parsons will be joining us before too long as we go back down to the tennis courts in Oxnard. Sean Sharif sitting down with us as Wolchuk delivers the NFL news of the day. Gentlemen, take it away.
What is up, Sean? How the heck are you doing, bro?
Man.
Did you see his face?
We have never, in my 12, 13 years, Dawson, and Dawson was out there last year, but we've never done day 2 like that. Ever.
Don't do that to me. Sean, I've already had huge FOMO all day long.
Bro,
looking at the social media.
I'm not saying you would have loved it. It depends. If you like to watch, some people like chaos. I like to watch other people's chaos.
Yeah.
And some people don't like to be around chaos. They view it as drama. It just depends what side you're on.
What took it to the next level? Was it Dutch cracking the jokes and everything?
Oh, we got.
I think the fun stuff is Dutch for sure.
I'll give you the categories. Kyrie Holland.
Yep.
Bouncer Wolchuk.
Yep.
Hurricane Jane. But I really took the most joy in getting a couple of drinks for Broadus.
Yes.
Because he's always Daddy, Papa Brian. He's always driving everyone around. And someone, I don't know how I didn't know this, with all the parties that we've been to together, someone goes, he'll drink Fireball. And I was like, what? And someone was like, yeah, he won't turn down the Fireball. So I didn't.
I didn't turn down the Fireball.
No, you did not. You did not. So I just kept going to the bar. I'm coming out with trays and serving up to Broadus. And I was dying to get your reaction on whether you enjoyed all of that or you were like, this is too much.
I tell you what, the funny thing about, and you mentioned the chaos. And
I wasn't even at the real chaos at the post dinner.
What was so strange, Gavin and Lucius, what we were dealing with was everybody was in their own chaos, and I was trying to explain to these 2 young ladies at the picnic table that Derek Holland was actually a really good baseball pitcher. So I'm a king of the YouTube stuff. I was over there like, hey, look, it's like I was showing they're like, really? He was a baseball pitcher? I'm like, yeah, look. And it was pitching, he was showing the World Series stuff and all that. So the funniest thing last night for me, one of the funny things was Eric at the pizza place and at Toppers. And Dutch was trying to explain how the astronauts, how did they bounce on the moon from one area to another?
Yeah, for the 15th time that night.
And so, but I looked over at Eric, and Dutch had him to the point where Eric was listening to the story just so intently, and Dutch said, "Yeah, they bounce from here all the way over to that rail," and you could see
30
Eric.
feet away.
You could see Eric kind of go. He looks at Dutch and then kind of slowly takes his head and looks over how far the railing is, and he has this look on his face like, you've got to be kidding me. They go that far?
Yeah.
So there was a lot of really
great long jumpers when you get on the moon.
There were a lot of funny
I didn't
things.
even include Bobby Straws with the way he's sucking down the vodka.
What is his problem? Can he? Okay.
Oh, it's bad.
Can he not enjoy a drink?
No.
Is that the problem? Does he have to drink like it's like the Russians are in St. Louis or something like that?
RJ
we're about to get attacked.
RJ says food is fuel. Flavoring and all that is overrated. And just, food is fuel. He doesn't salt or pepper his eggs. That's it.
He's
and
ridiculous.
Bobby views alcohol like that.
Yeah.
The point is to get messed up, to have fun, not to sit there and enjoy what I'm sipping on. So, boom, let's just get to the point. But our poll question this morning that took over was, do we owe Wolchuk a thank you?
Mm-hmm.
You were the big topic during the Expressway, Dawson. I don't know if they told you the story or not.
I did not hear about this.
Well, I think a lot of people have different versions of the story. What's your version of how this went?
My version is, so we had a group of 12. We're obviously drawing attention out there. There's, 2 randos walk up. They try to, say hello. We make some jokes with them, but then they don't leave. You know what I mean? So
lingers.
It was a lingers, and I was like, and then when they turned around, Holland would troll and get him to come back, and we were all, and I turned to everyone. I said, okay, enough. Let's get them out of here. It was annoying. It was really annoying. Seats were empty. People going to the bathroom. So one of them, Dawson, sat down in one of our chairs, and I'm like, this is going to go on all night, and
because they were so hammered.
Finally, Zach Wolchuk drops the damn hammer. And in some form or fashion, I was told, I was on the opposite side. I was also trying to stay away from it. I was really uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. It was awkward.
Zach basically said, just to be real, none of us like you.
Oh, wow.
Leave. Get out.
He said, I'm going to keep it 100 with you.
Yeah, I did. I said I'm going to keep this 100 with you.
I didn't feel like I voted. On that.
You got outvoted.
Because
I just was looking around at all the faces.
Simba, right? Didn't we call him Simba?
Yeah, he was wearing
Electoral
like
College.
Yeah, well, he had leopard
insult.
skin outfit on, so we're kind of, I'm thinking the Rudder Room is a strange, weird group of people.
But didn't it get awkward when Zach told him?
For sure.
You know what I
really
thought
awkward.
happened? I thought something happened. He called out Zach's religion. That's what I thought happened.
No.
I thought he said something about Zach and his religion.
What was that girl who also was a problem, making fun of, Holland being handicapped and all that? And we're like,
I was watching her kiss other girls behind the scenes over there.
oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah, Simba wasn't as much of an issue.
She was interested in Jane.
Yeah.
That poor guy got some
She was
crossfire.
asking who's with Jane.
Well, she was also interested in Dutch right up until she found out that he had a brace on his arm, and then she was like disable shaming him, I guess.
Yeah.
Injury shaming him.
Yeah.
And
Kink shaming.
But Wolchuk really came.
he came aggressive.
I think that we owe you a thank you.
We do.
I
ultimately.
appreciate that.
I almost had this like third-degree jiu-jitsu guy.
Yep. He came in late.
He came in late, and we were like, no problems. Everything's good. Everything's fine. But
that's when I got scared. That's when I was nervous because Wolchuk at that point still wasn't backing down. Like Simba in the leopard print shorts, okay, you're doing your thing with him with the aggression, and then his hitters come in, and Wolchuk is still maintaining that level of aggression, and that's when I'm like, okay, we need to go ahead and tighten things up. We need to reel this in. And thank God we had some female presence, like Hurricane and Corey's lovely wife, who could help simmer down the moment there because Wolchuk was ready to go toe-to-toe with a local jiu-jitsu man on his home turf beach. Okay, that was a 30 seconds of genuine fright that I had. I was going to have to jump in to save you, and then I was going to get smoked as well by this guy. Like, this is not a guy anybody.
I couldn't get out of the chair, so I wouldn't have been able to help you.
Yes,
behind his own bar, bro.
That's exactly what happened.
And he told him straight up, blunt, we just get away, leave us alone. We don't like you.
Go sit at your own table. I don't care. You just leave my group alone. All right, you're making some of the people with me uncomfortable, and so I stepped up and just said what other people didn't want to say.
I had a guy like Simba's sitting at the picnic table. I'm going to get you another Corona, and so I walk by and I go, "Oh, those shots." And he goes, "Oh, I'll just deal with it, dude." And I'm like, "Oh,
yeah."
And then that's when I kind of felt like things were going south for everybody.
Who said that to you?
Simba, the dude everybody wanting to fight, and
then G.I. Jane, she spilled Choppy's drink, fresh drink, all in the sand.
She kicked it. She actually stepped on it. She's wearing these big old Doc Martin boots.
Yeah.
And she just stepped straight on the drink and drove it into the sand.
Didn't give him another one, nothing.
But she asked him for another drink.
Yeah,
she's like, "Why don't you buy me one?"
She was shaved head feminist, calling us out for not being with our wives and all these other things.
Then
She
there's foot tackling video. I pulled
Jane
the
in a
sneak
good
out.
3-point stance.
I pulled the sneak out, Dawson. You would have been proud. I got the single Uber ride home. I didn't even go to dinner. But I see you and Jane doing tackle football?
Yeah, Jane decided she wanted to do some Oklahoma drills, out there on the sand like they do at spring break. So I decided, all right, Jane, bring it on.
Yeah.
And at that point, I think that the fireball shot that I consumed as I'm drinking my meals on soda had really put me over the top where anything was okay. I mean, hence why I'm trying to fight a Brazilian jiu-jitsu boxing guy
on his own beat.
that I have no business with trying to fight at all. But yeah, Jane, that was good. Jane put the photo out there. I think she ended up getting flipped a little bit.
The video, yeah.
She took me out.
She somersaulted.
But I returned serve.
It was epic. It was an epic night.
It was. I'd never seen. I hear about Hurricane Jane all the time, and we had a great time with her last year. But it was a next level situation where she was on like 0 to 100 fun.
Real quick.
She's dancing she's dancing around to the Wobble song, holding the phone up to her ear because
With the
she wanted
of the,
to.
Rudder Room.
Yeah, she was her own DJ, just dancing along while chaos is going on. Like it was hysterical.
You saw Mama Bear too. She protects her cubs here at the radio station.
She sure does.
Mama Bear claws came out late
sure
night.
does.
Yeah, dinner.
So much so that Bob had to leave dinner.
Bobby left mid-dinner.
You go to your room. No food tonight.
No food. Bobby had to Uber home from dinner in the middle.
I didn't know if that was a bigger problem or Dutch trying to find ranch dressing. That was another issue that we were kind of
yeah.
Dutch was hammering some pizza, man.
I don't want him to go home.
I don't either.
Me
I don't
either.
either.
He's so much fun. He's Dawson. His art last night was breaking the uncomfortable silence. Like he's like, so how about that flat Earth? You know?
Yeah.
And then how about this pizza during the dinner drama?
Yes.
He knows how to break the ice.
And then he's doing the Harry Carey in the car ride home. It was a blast. I do have NFL news of the day. Just real quick, some news.
Sure. The Frogs really good. Too,
Joe Burrow has been carted off during Bengals practice today. We don't know how serious this is. Hopefully it is not, but that would certainly be a big-time news breaker for the rest of the National Football League. The second-best quarterback in the NFL, in my opinion, has just been carted off during Bengals training camp practice.
Joe Shiesty, right?
What if it was a drop-back situation and knee just buckled?
And he's the next one up to get paid.
He is.
Yeah, he is. And I was reading reports that it's going to be well north of what Justin Herbert just got.
Well north?
Well north. So that was 52.5 per year. I mean, what are we thinking, 55?
Looks like non-contact.
It's non-contact.
He was scrambling in a team drill, and then he just came up limp.
Right on that knee, that right knee.
Not good. Not good for the Bengals.
Do you consider him injury prone?
Well, it's like you say, he's dealing with he's dealing with that knee, but I wonder if it was maybe a calf too, maybe pulling out of there the way he was running to his right. That you got to hope if you're a Bengals fan and hope for the National Football League that's just a calf pull right there.
It was no contact though, and he's scrambling, and then he just starts bouncing on one foot, kind of like he's doing half of a gritty, and then goes down. That's. Maybe Achilles?
Maybe just a cramp, right, Tony? Just a cramp.
Could be a cramp. Could be a cramp, but they brought the card out, and everybody's saying on Twitter right now it's not looking good.
Hopefully that's nothing too serious there for Joe Burrow. That'd be a big blow to the league. You hate when your quarterbacks go down.
Yeah, that's a nightmare, dude.
Did you guys see, though, today we had some awesome coach feuds going down with Sean Payton? Sean Payton sideswiping everybody today.
Sean Payton is my guy.
Trayvon just wants a charger. I actually have one. You need an iPhone one?
Trayvon Diggs is here at the table right now. He needs an iPhone charger.
This is actually an honor. Eric just gives his headset over to Trayvon Diggs. Here you go. I got your charger for you.
Do you want a pack? I got a thing that you could travel with, like a charger.
You might not want to give me that. You might not get it back.
Oh no!
I know where you live.
What'd you think about Nashawn's pick earlier?
It was tough.
Right?
Yeah.
He went up and snagged. I saw Tolbert come talk to you. Is he like, hey, would you have made that play on me?
I told him he got head tapped.
He did. Oh, you need a plug?
Are you're not looking to see what's new on him right now? You ain't looking to see if it's a new phone, new shoes, nothing like that. He's going with.
Bye,
Trayvon. Okay. Hey, y'all go get that. Corey, bring that back though. I need that back.
That's how you stay rich. You sign that new deal and you're still borrowing people's phone chargers.
Yes, dude. He's already got it.
I think
Stefan Gilmore
Diggs just stole my charger. I don't think I'm getting that back.
I don't think you're getting that back
Why
either.
don't you go fight him like last night? Just fight everybody.
No, Trayvon's. I'm not fighting him.
Yeah, that was a special moment there. Trayvon Diggs, I guess he's getting ready to go do an interview with KNC, and on the way he was like, "I need some essentials." Walchuk just hooked it up, man.
We're good.
Yeah, I've got
you should be proud of yourself.
I've got my battery thing that you could travel with and just plug it in and it charges up.
We'll put it this way: if I don't get that back, I'm gonna need it because I'm flying out to Vegas without a charger now.
Yeah, I'll give you mine.
Thanks.
So was the Sean Payton thing overboard,
dude?
Is that just
Have you ever seen that in NFL circles, like in public, another coach basically just say Nathaniel Hackett is terrible at his job? We're doing the opposite here of everything they did last year.
Sean doesn't care about your feelings, bro. He just doesn't. That's the way, I mean, he's one of those guys that I love him, man. I really do. But he doesn't care about it. I'm like, dude, you just went after Hackett. He goes, "Did you see them play last year?" Kind of thing. I'm like, okay.
That's how he responded to you?
Yeah, they're struggling.
That's hilarious.
They're struggling to get plays. They're struggling to get, they're going down to the clock. They were 29th in the league in pre-snap penalties, and all that
what's
stuff.
so weird then is on the opposite side you have a supposed football genius, Aaron Rodgers, who swears by him.
Right.
So you have the offensive genius coach
No.
versus the Hall of Fame, and he's like, no, Hackett's my guy. So which one's
And Sean Payton saying
right?
they couldn't even get lined up last year. Like, this dude's such ass.
Rodgers knows that he is so much smarter than Hackett.
Why are you whispering? Aaron's not out
No,
here.
I'm not whispering at all. Not at all.
He's got spies everywhere. The ayahuasca spies.
The thing about Rodgers always is going to be the smartest guy in the room.
Yeah.
He doesn't need a coach.
Coach him.
This guy that he had here, the head coach of Green Bay that's now with us, he knew. He's like, he was always like, I knew I'm smarter than this guy.
Right.
I know what I could do on offense. He doesn't need the smartest guy, because he thinks he's the smartest guy.
Yeah.
And he really is. You watch the way his career's been. He gets them in and out of plays. He knows how to, he knows how to do what he needs to do.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's.
Do you think Sean Payton is good enough to revive Russ to
Absolutely.
And to what degree?
I'm saying that because Sean Payton and I are like best friends. I'm excited about when Sean Payton, when he has success, him, Doug Peterson, Andy Reid, when all those guys I've been with that have success. But yeah, he can help. He can help Russell Wilson. Absolutely, he can help them with that.
Because wouldn't you all vote, Dawson? Would you? I would vote Russ is done.
Yes. Yeah.
I would vote Russ is done as well. Yeah.
I think that's
comeback player of the year. Get ready.
Ooh, I like it.
Hey, he might be.
He
He absolutely might be.
last year, but
Get ready.
Because there's a lot of people. My co-host would say that Sean Payton is just a more well-liked, better covered Mike McCarthy.
Ooh, I know he would.
Same thing.
Let me tell you.
Yeah. Choppy doesn't care about coaches.
But yeah, he
That's
doesn't
fine.
believe we need coaches. Just let the quarterbacks
talk to the guys that have played for Sean Payton and learned from Sean Payton. Not just
Bro, I
quarterbacks.
don't agree.
All
I don't
kinds of
agree.
guys,
But
yeah.
a lot of people put those resumes side by side, and the numbers look pretty identical.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not arguing it.
They both have benefited from Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
No
There's
doubt.
no question about that.
Absolutely. Robert Saleh clapped back, though, today because obviously Hackett's now the offensive coordinator for him with the Jets. He said, obviously, we're doing something right if you've got to talk about us when we don't play until week 4. There's a lot of crows pecking at our neck.
Another hard knock storyline to watch.
Ooh,
Hackett.
yes. I hope they end up
going to be fun.
What if they end up having like a short situation where he's running after Harbaugh at the end of the game, and there's almost a fight right outside the tunnel during week 4? Like, I've missed this. I've missed the coaching beef.
Can I just bring something up? And I think we all know this. Is he lying?
No, he's not.
Is he? We all saw what the Denver Broncos did last year.
Yeah,
No, he's not.
It was a laughing stock.
disaster.
Yeah, it was a laughing
That was a
stock.
disaster.
Lowest amount of points
He
in the
could
league.
not get them in and out of plays. He could not keep track of the clock. He had game management issues. Sean is not lying, and I'm not defending or capping for Sean here because he's a friend. I'm just saying everything he said is absolutely right.
He shouldn't have said
Some
it, though.
people, but okay, now we hate everybody that's trying to be honest about
But
things.
why did he
Right.
break the unwritten rule? I think that's the question, and it's because he knows Russell Wilson is at a critical juncture, and he's trying to give him whatever confidence he can going in.
Well, if that's the case, good for him. He's trying to make his team better.
Yeah.
And you know what? There's a reason why they got rid of Hackett. Because he wasn't any good.
Yeah.
We'd all say that on any of our shows, that they were not good enough last year on offense. He deserved to get fired.
Thank you, Sean. Something to tease for tomorrow?
Hopefully, I'm sober at 5:30.
Yeah.
5:30 Dallas.
You said you're not going out
Hopefully.
tonight?
Man, I'm not feeling it right now. I need to recover, bro.
They're going to give you a player in the morning?
Yeah. Good point. 9 o'clock, we're going to get one of the tight ends.
Ooh,
cool.
Who are you pulling for, Fergie?
McEwen?
They told me Ferguson is the most fun, so they want Ferguson to come
Okay.
on. So Ferguson tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Star-studded.
Quick
Right on,
update on Joe Burrow from head coach Zach Taylor. He's telling reporters it's a calf injury for Joe Burrow.
Thank God.
Ooh, blessing.
That's good news. That's really good news.
Yeah.
Go Tigers.
All right, Sean and RJ, 5:30 to 10 weekday mornings. I'll see you tomorrow night, buddy.
right,
Thanks
brother.
for organizing
Safe
that,
travels.
by the way. Family dinner tomorrow night. Same to you.
Yes, sir.
And,
Looks
and
like
to
we got
Wolchuk.
Micah.
Okay, Micah Parsons joins us next year in the G-Bag Nation.
Sports with love.
All right, welcome back. It's time for Micah Parsons to join you right here on your home of the Cowboys. Our training camp coverage continues, and Micah on that K-Post roofing and waterproofing hot seat, the roofing and waterproofing partner of your Dallas Cowboys. As here he is, Micah Parsons, the All-Pro, joining us now in the G-Bag Nation. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Doing great. Thanks so much for joining us. How's your camp going so far? 2 practices in.
Oh, everything's going great. Everything's going smooth, feeling how we need to feel. Excited for the year.
Now, we were just talking off air. You went and worked out in Austin, and you also had Andrew Whitworth go out and work out with you. How did that come about, and what was that experience like working with one of the best tackles that's been around for the last decade?
I actually hit up Big Whit. I just want to dig deep inside of a guy who tackles I felt like I struggled against. Those more athletic tackles, strong, durable tackles, and trying to find like a weakness. What was his weakness where he felt like, a guy like me can exploit it and things like that. And I won't tell you the secret sauce online, but, he kind of broke some things down with me. We watched some film together. We hit the field together. And I just got to pick his brain for a couple of days. It was pretty awesome.
Do you feel like that's almost like getting the offensive line perspective is almost better and more educational than trying to get the perspective of a pass rusher?
Yeah, it's more valuable.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it's a lot of good feedback when you go across the room. Because, D linemen, they can only tell you what they do, what they see. But at the end of the day, you have your own plan, your own thing. But when you have a guy who's a little bit different, I want to know, like, what's their plan for me? How would you slow me down? Things like that to increase my process.
Yeah, you and I, we were talking, like you say at the break, like Zach was saying, though, your hands. And like we were watching you the OTAs and mini camps, and it's just like this, with your size and your ability and your speed and your ability to get that shoulder through. I'm thinking he's breaking guys' hands down now. He's figured out how to break these offensive tackles' hands down. It's really cool to watch you and Sam Williams. It's kind of like you both are doing a dance together when you're working against each other. That's got to be just one of the things of the mini you're trying to kind of work on this year.
Exactly. Head masturation. If they can't touch you, how can they block?
Right. There you go.
And a lot of guys was punching in my face, grabbing my face mask, just doing a lot of, cheap stuff. So, I was like, man, how can I get these hands from touching me? How can I protect my cylinder? Protect my chest, and that's just something I've really been increasing on in this offseason.
Yeah, it's been awesome watching you grow year to year, but I think we're also pumped for Sam Williams and his development. What have you seen from him during the course of the offseason?
Man, I seen a guy who really just coming out here and wants to grow and develop into an all-pro type player. He's telling me he wants 10 sacks. I'm going to say, go get 10 sacks. I'm not stopping you 10 sacks. I want you to get 10 sacks. Spread the love across the field. Make us the most ferocious defense as possible. So, in terms of his mentality, what he's trying to bring to the game, I think he's ready for his moment.
It's Micah Parsons here in the G-Bag Nation. I've really enjoyed when you talk about how important winning is to you. What would it mean for you to bring a Super Bowl back to Dallas? First time in nearly 3 decades.
Man, it'll mean everything to me, man. I break down in tears, that when you talk about legacy, when you talk about leaving a print and a foundation and an organization, I think, that's the most pivotal one. I mean, you bring a D-Roy home, you bring a defensive player of the year home, and, that leaves like he's a very good player as his organization, but you leave a Super Bowl with an organization like, man, that's the guy you remember forever. And that's why you guys constantly talk about Aikman, you guys talk about Michael Irvin, like, And, those guys were decades ago. But, their names still ring bells when you talk about success and winning, and I want my name in that conversation.
I love that.
Micah, does it bother you when somebody doesn't love football as much as you do?
Man,
I mean, I don't. Just watching you, it's just like you love football more than anybody.
Yeah, I mean, I love competing more than anybody.
Okay.
So, it bothers me when my girl's not playing at-home Django right.
Yeah.
It bothers me, if my friends aren't bowling right. It's just competing. If you're just doing it, I believe you got to do 100%. There's no drop-off. There's no fall. You just got to do it.
So where are you trying competitive? Oh, go ahead, Dawson.
No. Are you trying to speak that into existence for your teammates? Are your teammates on that level? I mean, and what do you think about when people say, hey, don't talk about the Super Bowl. Let's just trust the process and go day to day?
No, that's exactly right. Matthew 64. Don't worry about tomorrow. Worry about today. And, that's what God talks about all the time. Worry about today. Getting better today. Focus on how will we take our next stride for tomorrow, but stay right now. And I think that's the most important part.
Well, look, I mean, the game better than anybody. I love watching you talk about it and what you're putting on Twitter. You know what everyone's saying, right? It's the Niners, it's the Eagles within the division, and then the Cowboys are right there. How close do you think you guys are to being the top team in the NFC?
I think we are the top team in the NFC. No one can beat you except for you beat yourself. You look at our game last year, that's a game we could have won, but, we beat ourselves with mistakes and things like that. So I think we are the top team when we talk about numbers, experience, guys who we get back. I think we're the only team where we gain players. Like, we gained players. We didn't lose, Javon Hargrave and then draft somebody.
Right.
We have everybody across the board. So when you talk about years of playing together, years of, experience, I think we're up there to be that better team.
Yeah, you smacked McGlinchey so hard, he got the hell out of San Francisco to go to Chicago.
Bro, that was one of the most incredible things I've ever witnessed. The power and explosion, and that's without, you've now put on a little bit of weight, right? Is this the biggest you've ever been, strongest you've ever been?
Strongest I've ever been, for sure.
So is that to try and help you towards the end of the season, to try and just
creating a plan for me so I could stay strong. I feel like last year I was getting my groin, my shoulder, it was just so many lingering things with my knee, and it was just like, I was like, man, how can I build enough strength to last me throughout the year, then also create a plan where I'm working out during the year so I could keep that same momentum.
Gotcha.
I love it. How have you noticed since being in the league now and obviously establishing yourself as a dominant player, how do you see offenses approaching you differently and trying to take away a bunch of things? I mean, Gardner Minshew is just throwing the ball into the dirt in that game that you guys played versus the Eagles because he doesn't want to get sacked.
Yeah. They're going to create a plan, but, I always believe I got to create my own plan. I know they're going to come out here and say, how can we not get 11 going? But I got to find a way to get myself going at the end of the day. I got to create a plan. I got to be well prepared. I got to be just everything across the board. I got to really be a pro now at this point in my career.
How have you connected with some of the new guys like a Stefan Gilmore, Brandon Cooks, some veteran dudes? Talk about adding some talent. Yeah, Mozzie. We had him yesterday. He was great.
Yeah, I connect with Gilly and B. Cooks very well. B. Cooks, man, he's plugged in with everything. I believe he got water deals, shoe deals. So I be trying to learn from him, and he's like, man, I got some in the room. They sent me a whole bunch. I'm like, bro, how are you doing this? Like, I don't even have that. He's like, man, I was just super consistent. I was staying on him and stuff like that. So, it's pretty cool. And, Gilly, man, I think I pick his brain the most. When it talks about greatness, I really appreciate him coming because I told him last year at the coach, I was like, man, make sure you come to Dallas next year. And, he actually came. So, when we talked, he's like, man, like, I knew you was good and I knew you was fast, but like, when I see him in person, I'm like, what the hell? So, like, hearing that from Gilly means a lot because, how much I look
played with some good ones. Yeah, he has
exactly.
played with some good ones. Yeah, sure has. You sound like the business side interests you in this?
Yeah, I'm super into the business side.
Yeah.
I don't know. I talk about business.
You got your hands in a lot of things, don't you?
I do. I just don't feel like I don't. Football is my passion, but I don't think it's my purpose. I think I'm meant to talk about football and be on TV one day. And
I think so too.
Do those things.
You're going to be taking our seat one day. What do you feel about that NFL Top 100 list that they're putting out right now?
The Top 100 is always cool, but if I'm not number one, it's pointless. Yeah. So I got to get to number one.
Well, we will figure that out.
The ultra-competitive Micah Parsons here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Your listeners are just loving your answers, by the way, on our text feedback machine, 682. Let's bleep and go. Micah has me believing. How important is belief here in this thing and trying to get this thing done?
I mean, belief is everything, but belief really relies on faith. So, I got to have faith in myself, faith in God, faith in everything we do is for a reason. It has a purpose. And, When you talk about God and you really like read his stories and understand what he's saying, everything is like you have no idea until he comes in at the right time. So,
Has it?
Sorry
to interrupt you there. Has it been a spiritual off season for you?
It really has. Like
Yeah.
I really devoted myself to God and understanding like what my purpose is, and how strong can I be, how deep can he make me more wise, and things like that to make me such a better father, teammate,
Overall,
everything.
Yeah, that's awesome. Micah, how much does it change things when the Cowboys bring in a Hankins last year and then a Mozzie Smith in the first round? Having that big anchor in the middle of your defensive line, how's that impact what your job is?
Oh, it makes a huge difference. They're going to be all my run stuffers. They're going to let me go upfield a little bit, and they're going to, take up everything, all the double teams and everything. So I'm loving having them.
Is it more frustrating, or is it a win? Do you have them in checkmate when you figure out they're afraid to pass it on you?
Oh man, it's more of a understanding. It's more of like we're trying to slow him down. The only day is to mix in a lot of run and stuff like that. It's annoying because then you see the next week they throw it 40 times and you see guys thriving off it.
Yeah.
But that's why we gotta get a lot of stops. We're gonna shut them out, and we're going to force them to pass the ball.
I know you don't want to give away too much of the secret sauce, but being on the defensive side, playing against this new Texas Coast offense that Dak's calling it, what are some of the differences you're seeing?
Are you talking to Dak?
Am I talking to Dak? Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully we will at some point this week.
All right, when you talk to Dak, you just ask him what Michael Parsons is doing to this Texas Coast offense.
Okay. It looks like you guys won today.
Yeah.
You guys dominated today.
Doga had a rough day today against you.
You just asked him before with that Dan Quinn defensive offense. You just say that.
I didn't see it.
Well, how's the relationship with DQ? Because we saw when you were with Bleacher Report for the draft, you were super pumped about Mozzie, and it seemed like you guys had kind of been going back and forth about some of the guys maybe you take.
Yeah, me and DQ, we talk constantly throughout the offseason. He checks on me like no other. Just seeing how I am, seeing my mentor. So when we talk about how we're going to be a better team, who we're adding, he always likes my input. I always throw it out there, even when he doesn't ask. And, he kind of gives me feedback. He's like, hey, these are like some guys that I like. Yeah. What you think of them and things like that.
We got Scout Mike over here.
Would you be willing to give us like a play call? Like, what does a defensive play call sound like?
A defensive play call is like
your favorite one, hopefully, where you go get the quarterback and crush him,
just wreck him,
and you score a touchdown.
Anything could be like a rush Waco. Ours is nothing like offense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, so it's like 2-3 words. It's pretty simple, to the point.
Front coverage.
Okay.
Front coverage.
Okay, so I heard you talking about the one thing you haven't done yet is get an interception. Mm-hmm. All right, so how are we going to make that happen?
He's got the gloves. I see the gloves, man. He's working. Are you on the jugs machine?
I'm doing some stuff.
Yeah? Like if you went out there and played some offense, they gave you an offensive snap, would you want to play receiver or go back to your running back roots?
I don't know. I just think no one can guard me either. So.
Yeah.
Hey, best career move you ever made was getting away from that running back position. Bravo, sir. You were a businessman before you announced it to the NFL world.
My man
you didn't need Brandon Cooks for that business idea.
That's his guy.
It is. It absolutely is.
Final question for you, though. We saw Messi at a local grocery store in Miami. In DFW, can Micah Parsons just walk in the grocery store and go get his groceries?
All the time.
So you're just doing your thing, no problem.
Do my thing. I be in HEB. I just be so random.
That HEB
place is badass,
incredible.
Right? Yeah. You can ask anybody. The amount of times people see me and be so shocked that they see me is like.
Wait a second. What? Is that Mike Parsons?
So cool.
Yeah, like people look like, oh, I'll be like, I be trying to be such a normal pedestrian, but people just blow up my spot, and that just makes me super uncomfortable. But I try to be as normal as I possibly. Like I hit grocery stores. Like I do the cooking for my family.
There you go.
I do.
Yes.
I do it all.
What's your specialty?
Bro, I just love a nice steak.
Yeah.
Okay, would you consider steak barbecue?
You're my guy.
No.
Ooh.
Okay, but have you had a smoke and sear from a barbecue restaurant in like Cousin's Barbecue?
I don't smoke mine on the grill necessarily. I like to sear mine on that and then just put the garlic and the cloves and
there you go.
all that in the pot with the butter, and then I throw it in the oven a little bit, then sear it again.
You're the man.
He knows.
Micah Parsons, ladies and gentlemen.
Because it gives you that crisp and that crunch. I feel like the grill gives you such a it just gives you a different taste and lining versus if you're just frying it and searing it a little bit.
There you go.
You really know what you're doing in that kitchen, don't
Yes,
you?
he does.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
You compete in the kitchen
potatoes on it. Woo! You have a day. Or some mashed and some.
Let's get it.
Yeah, you have a day.
Mike, and thank you so much for a big portion of your time here right in the middle of training camp. We can't thank you enough for that. We wish you nothing but the best. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Yep, appreciate you, boss.
Salute. There he goes. Micah Parsons has the text machine fired up talking about number 11 and what he's going to do for the Cowboys. And, yeah, I was impressed with his culinary takes. The boys are lining up some pictures. Let's get out of here. We'll come back with the 340. NFL owner taking a jab at running backs. Is he wrong? Chief will tell you. It's the G-Bag Nation Training Camp Edition on The Fan.
On the Fan.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet at Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new road.
Thank you, Lucius. It's time now to go back out to Oxnard, California, where the guys are standing by on the tennis courts, and I believe Dak Prescott's going to be at the podium here, guys. Yeah.
Yes, we will have Dak. We will have Dak here in just a moment. He has not walked up just yet. Eric actually just had a heady play. Went over and grabbed a bunch of meat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He is known to do that, and it looks like you guys have been enjoying that meat there, courtside.
Okay, Jane Slater, the real MVP here. Yeah, she walked over yesterday. There were some extra in the VIP. They have this new VIP area. And they're eating like kings over there, Dawson. I'm telling you, it's not just the hot dogs, which are special, and they are still here and apparent for those that want or need it. But the tri-tip, we discussed it yesterday. Today was the day where they were like, okay, like media little cards to say just go up in line and get whatever you want. After the practice and once the actual VIP people have left, all of the extra food is just going to be thrown away. So they're like, please come help yourself.
On it.
So I just stacked up a giant plate of just good old-fashioned red meat. What is that, horseradish that I brought over here?
I tell you what, Dawson, he went for a play. He went like a carved roast beef section. He went to the carving station and loaded up on probably half of a roast beef.
Half a cow.
And then went and got it and then brought the horseradish sauce with it.
Yeah.
So he knew it's almost like a Christmas feast.
It is
here in the booth right now.
Dawson, good news for you. I believe this is going to be a daily thing.
Oh,
I
come
believe.
on.
Okay,
Let's go.
So get out here,
man. That's unbelievable. You know, as a longtime Oxnard, veteran, I've often felt like, somebody needs to step up and to set this kind of thing in motion for me because, Broadus at DallasCowboys.com or Jane Slater NFL Network. That's what you need to have. You got to have that kind of cachet or panache to just stroll into a situation like that and be like, oh, yeah, this is for me. I feel like up until this moment right here, it's always been like, oh, those are just the radio guys. You know how the Texas Rangers treat you. But now, if you got Broadus or Slater type of cachet, boom! Next thing you know, all kinds of worlds open up for you.
And you've been saying for years, Dawson, that this Cowboys training camp was a brisket away from being one of the greatest experiences of all time.
And that's what you're telling me is in there.
That's what I'm telling you is in there,
brisket?
Dawson.
That's what you guys are eating?
He had, this is roast beef. This is just straight smoked roast beef is what he's got.
I don't know if it feels like steak. Is it the tri-tip? I don't know, but it's special.
It's just carving station roast beef.
It's hard to imagine that being roast beef because of like what you think of roast beef.
I know, right? The way they smoked it, it's excellent. It really is.
I even took a little bit of a bite there. Delicious.
They do things first class everywhere they go. The Cowboys do. Our training camp coverage is brought to you by Kissable Dental. Go to kissabledental.com. The on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, K-Post roofing and waterproofing, and Autoflex leasing. I mean, they have the best porta potty. You know, they basically have like a horse trailer that's been decked out to be the most luxurious porta potty you could ever imagine. Number of things going on with the Cowboys today that we're looking for updates on. Scooney, is he going to be able to practice in Oxnard? Mike McCarthy today saying he's definitely hopeful he'll practice at some point before they leave to come home, and that's not good. And this is a situation there with the feet that predated his time with the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. Is this one of those where you're kind of looking at that training staff or your medical staff and going, hey guys, what happened here? Or do you understand that, hey, feet can be tricky here with the plantar fasciitis?
Man, I love those guys and gals that work in the training room.
And they've done some great work.
No, I know. It's hard for me.
The worst thing,
Eric's playing with my microphone.
Eric's turning his microphone.
I'm in front of. I apologize.
What are you doing, bro? Keep your hands to yourself over there. Just have some roast beef and some.
There's a cord that comes out of your headset that goes directly into the box that you're responsible for.
He's got three of them in front of him, and he feels obligated now to like take his kind of roast beef greased up hands. I'm surprised he's not rubbing the beef fat on his face right now as we speak.
It's good lotion.
But he feels like he needs to no, Broadus doesn't need to talk anymore. Boom, shut him off.
Oh, we have a Prescott.
Oh, Dak's coming up.
Approaching the podium. We still got some time here.
What up, Scotty?
Hey, what's up, Scotch? Hey, Scotch.
We're behaving.
Having ourselves a good old time.
Yeah.
And all the media members are just consuming roast beef
and
they're about to talk with their mouths full, I imagine, while
right over here, the carving station.
We got some questions.
We got Dak on the podium. Here we go. I think. We'll take it. We'll get the ground.
That's a good, yeah.
Here we go.
David, you want to start? Sure. David Moore, Dallas Morning News. Since this will be the last time we talk to you before you turn 30, can you talk about still playing in the NFL at that advanced age? And just the idea, I mean, it seems it's like a short time you came into the league.
Right.
And now you're going to be in a camp and you're 30.
It goes by fast. Super blessed. To be turning 30, going into my 8th year, playing the game that I love at the most elite level. Something you dreamed about for a long time, and as I said, it just goes by fast. So that's my message to these young guys. When we were on that trip to Atlanta, I think that's when it hit me. When I was out there with the receivers, working with the O2X group, they had asked, who's the oldest here? And, I had my head down taking notes and didn't even think to look up, and heard a couple of coughs and heard my name and looked up, and everybody was giving me crap for being the old guy. And so that's when it hit me is in the skill position. I mean, I got Cooks beat by a couple of months, but it just happens fast. The turnover, everything, and just I think it just adds to the urgency. But more so, blessed to just be celebrating my 30th doing what I love.
Since you brought up that trip too, just the importance of that to you, to put that together, the time you put, just kind of what you guys gained from a football perspective, but also more important, just kind of being there with each other.
Yeah, I don't think I can really put into words and really quantify what all we got from that and how much that's going to serve us as we move forward. Obviously, getting to work with a great group and an elite group like O2X, they brought so much from the, hate to just say camaraderie side, but how to use the accountability, how to gain more trust, and how to make sure that's what you lean back onto in the times of pressure and the times of when the adversity. And just obviously the camaraderie. I mean, just being on the water with the guys, hanging out with the guys, and then getting the great work in that we needed just in that time, 2 weeks ago, I guess, to make sure that we came into camp hitting it. Every guy, old to young, I had 17 guys out there. I think every one of them will tell you that they benefited from it and took something from it that they'll use for themselves personally, and they'll use to help this team. So honored to work with those guys, and thankful they came in. They did it. The O2X, they did a great job, and then just thankful for my teammates to really come in and buy in and really use it and get something out of it.
Parents of Star Telegram.
How different was this trip, past trips? Because you've taken other trips and taken the receivers. It looked like you had more guys this time. What was the thought process behind the things you added this year compared to past year?
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely different. I think first is just the numbers. As you said, in the past, it's been a few of the starters, running back, tight end, and not all the guys. That's my noise, and it really distracted me right there. Usually it's like you said, it's 5 or 6 guys, but to be able to bring 17 guys in and have all the rookies show up and contribute, and as I said, having those guys balled in and locked in, playing in this league 7 years, it's always one of those guys that you're going to need late in the year to make a play. You're going to need one of those guys to get moved up from practice squad. You're going to need one of those guys to come in on third down and make that catch. And just having those guys come in, understand the importance that they have and the importance that they have to this team and their role. And as we said, it was kind of our brother's keeper motto, right? Your success is my success, and that's equal all the way across. So just understanding whether they're on practice squad or whether they get in and make a third down catch, they're vital to this team's success, and we need them and need their focus. We need their attention, and we need everything they have. So I think that was the greater part about having the numbers that we did and bringing more guys than we have in the past.
Not to get your personal business, but did you finance the young guys to come down there? Because a lot of the young guys don't have the money to make those trips and all that stuff. So.
They got their plane trips. That was it. Yeah, so the rest I took care of, old and young. So, yeah.
Dak, Todd Archer, the ESPN. Now, are you better physically now than you were when you were 23?
As in throwing the ball?
Anything. Just where your body is, how you feel.
Yeah, I feel great, knock on wood. I'd say physically and what I'm capable of doing, my strength, throwing the ball, all that, yeah, by far than what I was 23 coming in the league or even 2 years ago. But as far as dealing with things, you're getting older, and I feel that at times. And when you had an ankle injury like I did, it's always a continuous checkup, and so always working on that. And so, kind of half and half, I guess you can say.
Dak, Patrick Wolf at DallasCowboys.com. Circling back to Brandon Cooks really quickly. Looks like you two hit the ground running after the trade. You did a lot of work, obviously, in the building, but also outside of the building, backyard, for example. With the offseason program mostly behind you, 2 days into practice, where are you guys at chemistry-wise? Yeah,
we're great, and that's credit to him. I don't want to give myself too much credit, and that's a guy that's a true pro. That's a guy that you can look at his resume, seeing what he's done throughout this league, look at his numbers, and then honestly, when you watch him and you see the way he prepares, the way he takes care of his body, the way he approaches the game, you can see that he came in playing with some of the best quarterbacks and some of the better coaches in this league, that he's been trained the right way, that now going into year 10, he's vital to our team's success. Obviously, what he's going to be able to add just in his stats and just in his play, but his leadership alone is, I can tell you guys like CD, Michael Gallup are thankful for that. And he's just a hell of a guy that allows our chemistry to speed up when he prepares the right way, approaches the right way, and every day is the same, him just being consistent.
Jess Navarre's Pro Football Network. Dak, you talk a lot about the younger and older guys coming together. Jalen Tolbert's somebody that's very high on the advice that you've given him and been there for him, especially mentally through this process for him. Can you talk about what you've seen out of him and the growth in the last year? Yeah, so much growth, and it starts mentally. That's a guy that has all the talent, has all the capabilities, but I think that you can see, take last year and you can see how much this game is a confidence game. And you get drafted in this league, they get picked in this league, it's for a reason, but a lot of times guys lose that confidence and maybe what they expected to be doing early, and that doesn't happen for him. And that's all that was last year, is a guy that's really balled into himself and just trying to prove every which way that he can, and not only for himself, for this team. And he's taken a huge step mentally, and I think that's just going to jump off the tape, or just jump off just when you watch him on the field, and the way that he's preparing for the practice, and just what he's doing out there and making the plays. And then even had the play today, didn't go our way, and he came to me, get it again, please give me another chance. I said, hey, we'll get to it, you know what I mean? Let's not just press and want, but you'll have another opportunity. But that just shows you how hungry he is, how much he's grown in his confidence, and he's just getting going, and a guy that I'm excited for.
The sounds of Oxnard. There he is, Dak Prescott, Cowboys quarterback, on turning 30, on Jalen Tolbert on his ankles, as Brian Broaddus has a thought live from the tennis courts. Buddy, what do you say?
I'll tell you what, man, I like really what Dak is talking about here. I like the fact that he's, Todd Archer asked him a very interesting question, because I think physically I think as older as Dak has gotten, his body has. He suffered a terrible injury, but he worked through that. He's the quickness aspect of things we've talked about a little bit here in the first couple of practices. He was a big, thick guy, body armor and all that stuff. Right now, he looks like a guy that is the ability to move.
Prize fighter now. He's edged. He's just carved.
Much leaner. And I think, when he first started, we always kind of talk, well, that's why Dak was really good when the game became down to he's bloodied, he's muddied, and all those things, because he had that body armor, and maybe he was a little bit bigger than he probably thought he would be. But right now, standing up there and watching him on the field, watching him move around, watching him throw the football, like I say, he'll get, that interception yesterday, a lot of people saw on clips. You watch that thing, the ball is right there in Simi Fajoko's hands. He has got to catch that ball.
Okay.
No doubt. And the underthrown today was it was a damn good play, by Wright. To be in position. But, man, I tell you what, everything else has been pretty spot on for him.
Okay, let's come back and talk a little bit more about that on turning 30, on those thoughts he had just a moment ago on Jalen Tolbert and more. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan.
We have your latest. TFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Just had a Dak Prescott press conference. Let's talk about that. Give you a little bit of Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral as we sit here on day 2 of training camp. I am Gavin Dawson here in Dallas, Texas, 75 and Fitzhugh. Lucius Alexander is here as well for the next couple hours before he goes out to Vegas with Wolchuk to cover the fight. You do have Wolchuk, Chiafalo, and Broadus on the tennis courts out in Oxnard. Our coverage is brought to you by Kissable Dental, by the on-time experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, and by AutoFlex Leasing. And guys, Dak on turning 30 says he feels good, knock on wood. But as he's getting older, he's always feeling things and always kind of checking up on the ankle injury he had 2 years ago. A rare moment of honesty from Prescott there on the ankle. 2 years ago, Brian, he tried to tell us he's already moving on from it. I think reality setting in just on how massive that surgery was. It's one of the biggest surgeries for a quarterback in the history of the league.
Yeah, he had a compound fracture at his ankle. That's nothing really to say, I moved on from it. You want to mentally and physically, but he's even talked about it in like some of the OTAs and the mini camps and here even at camp of doing things preventative to kind of make sure that pre-rehab.
Prehab. There you go. Yeah.
And it was like he was very adamant that he's trying to he understands the limitations that he's going to have. Him and Britt Brown, they're going to work on that flexibility and make sure that he that thing doesn't.
It's never the same.
Get
the flexibility, the strength.
We've seen that like a guy like Dan Marino or later in his career, that thing, his foot and his Achilles, all that became so stiff he couldn't even move. Dak, I think, is trying to prevent that.
It gets into your backs and your hip. That's why I'm dealing with this. Like 15 years ago, I went down that same path where I was like, okay, my ankle's not right. It's time to start getting an operation on it to repair these ligaments and tendons, and they just can't put it back the same. It's not as flexible, it's not as balanced, and it's not as strong. And there's a chain of events that goes up your leg. Now my left knee's totally arthritic. I'm about to head for hip replacement and probably back pain for the rest of my damn life. And that's the reality when you start moving around down there and doing operations, especially on the foot and ankle. It's just not nearly as easily corrected as some of the stuff that can happen in your knees and in other parts of the body. On Jalen Tolbert, that instantly went viral across Twitter. Dak saying there's been so much growth. The game is a confidence game. He's taking a huge step mentally, and I think that's going to jump out when you see him on the field. What's jumping out to you guys so far on Jalen Tolbert?
I think Tolbert had a good day today in terms of there was a lot of contested plays. And I think he made some really good hand catches. You are seeing a lot more confidence. I was watching him after that play where it wasn't necessarily on him. Ball's underthrown.
It was underthrown.
Right, so it wasn't his fault that play got intercepted. It was a good play by Nashawn Wright.
Good positioning by Wright.
Absolutely. And Tolbert got a step on him, and then he stacked him. And what happened was once the ball's underthrown, now he's got to try and go over the top and go over with the helmet. Like Trayvon Diggs came over and said he got helmet tapped there. But then I see him immediately go to the sideline. And Trayvon Diggs, who didn't practice today, he's in street clothes. He goes up and he's talking with Diggs, and he's chatting to him about that play. You are starting to see a little bit more confidence, but again, it's just tough. I don't want to overreact to a practice with no pads, but I think that you are starting to see strides. I think this year he's a much better player than he was this time a year ago. There's no question about that.
Dawson, he started off last year, had a good initial practice, and then he just could never build on that. And I think the things that
thinking too much.
Yeah,
got away from him.
You're out there and you're trying to now you're trying to line up in positions and stuff like that. He just looks even comfortable lining up. We've seen a lot of these bunch formations, stack formations. Things where there's movement involved and stuff. He just that part of it. You watch him in the drills and the stuff. The way he's able to plant, come back to the ball, break outside. It just looks like a much more confident player just from watching that. Last year, it's like he would go through a drill just trying to do an out route and just to get his feet right, and he couldn't get his feet right. And you're going, man, that just doesn't look like he feels good about what he's doing.
Well, you're having
way too much.
Yeah, you're thinking about stuff, and your ability to instinctually react just goes right out the window when you have to start using your active memory instead of like a muscle memory to perform sports. And we all know what that's like because every one of us, except for like Ronaldo, Messi, and Jordan and Kobe, we've all hit our level where it's like, hey, I'm not good enough for this. And the mental space that pushes us into is very uncomfortable. It's like crap. And then you get knocked down and you're like, oh my goodness, I'm not good enough. And they're beating me up. And now my coach is being mean to me. That's a tough place. And I think that's why the majority of rookies you see do struggle to one extent or another. And Tolbert was an extreme case of being shell-shocked because he went from extreme confidence in college. He was an alpha dog man who talked crap to everybody. Now the shoe was on the other foot, and I think it sent him into a bad place.
Yeah, it did send him into a bad place. I will say the one guy, though, everything, it's at least through 2 practices that I've seen, the way Cooks moves, like Cooks, they ran a route today with Dak to try and move the pocket a little right, and Cooks broke inside and slipped, and he was up off the ground. It was like Dak's kind of like, bro, I got to eat this one. It's like, no, wait a minute. He's getting back up. He's back up. He's moving.
We're
you know
good.
what I mean? It went from being like OS to like, whoa, we got a ball play here.
Like CD's really good,
yeah.
But you see that first step quickness off the line, the way that he's just able to.
His speed is legit.
He's putting DBs on skates, man. It's pretty wild watching him in person, like the difference that Brandon Cooks is compared to these other guys.
Moving, get him like Chief wants, get him some separation.
Yeah,
here.
sure.
You know, Dak will find.
Okay, speaking of Chief, there we're going to come to you, Chief. But before we got the Dak press conference, I teased the NFL owner taking a jab at running backs. Is he wrong? If you could segue into that and give your thoughts on that deal at the same time, I'd love it.
Yes, sir, absolutely. We have Colts owner Jim Irsay, who's quite the character, as we know.
I think I'd be like him if I was an owner.
Yeah.
Just kind of buying up guitars,
like popping
and
pills
stuff like
and stuff.
that.
Belligerent.
Belligerent, popping pills. Yeah, that'd be kind of me.
Just maintaining that like a super
That'd be
red
kinda
face.
me.
Jim Irsay is also red
My
face,
30s.
like Mike Zimmer
Talking
kind of
about
guy.
the other owners.
Kyle Shanahan guy. Well, Irsay's one of the owners that's on Twitter too. Like he'll just at random points, and I'm not sure if he even knows he's doing it in real time. He sort of finds out later when he wakes up, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't even know I was tweeting yesterday." He just out of nowhere, he was unprovoked. And he tweets out, NFL running back situation. We have negotiated a CBA. That took years of effort and hard work and compromise and good faith by both sides. To say now that a specific player category wants another negotiation after the fact is inappropriate. Some agents are selling, quote, bad faith. He just kind of came, and he's an owner
Jerry
that
Jones said something very similar, though.
I'm sure they all feel this way.
When he was up at the podium the other day, he's talking about contracts and stuff like that. You know, even with Zach Martin, how contracts are.
These guys aren't feeling sorry. These business guys, they're not feeling sorry for anybody.
Nope.
And Jim Irsay is a guy who, for his team, Jonathan Taylor, who's one of the more prominent running backs in the league, and he's off a little bit of a down year, getting banged up and stuff, which is the nature of the beast at the running back position. But so everybody was kind of like, man, I wonder if you're Jonathan Taylor, how you're taking this, and he's taking it poorly, like the rest of the running backs are. Like they're frustrated by this, and they don't really nobody that actually has any power really seems to be on their side and really patting them on the back, saying yeah, let's see how we can help you guys out here.
Okay.
They're kind of just shrugging their shoulders and saying, hey, this is just the way it is, man. In all ways of life, the way technology evolves and jobs become different and people have to pivot and that's just kind of the way it goes. This is how it is for the running back right now, and the market is what the market is, and so the business people just don't seem to care. But a lot of people were climbing on Jim Irsay, talking about bad faith is not paying your top offensive player, calling him out, hey, that Jonathan Taylor is your top offensive player. At least that's what some people presume. But then our guy Warren Sharp stepped in, and he's like, all right, well, let's look at some advanced numbers on actually who is the individual on that offense that is most important. And over the last 2 years, you'll find that it takes a while to get before you get to Jonathan Taylor when it comes to expected points added.
Something like that.
T.Y. Hilton, funny enough, is number one in expected points added per play for the Colts over the last 2 years. Then you have guys like Jack Doyle, Michael Pittman, Alec Pierce, Nyheim Hines, funny enough.
There you go.
Jelani Woods, who is a young tight end that I'm a big fan of. Mo Alley Cox, Paris Campbell. Oh, at number 11, there's Jonathan Taylor. And this is just one cherry-picking thing, and I totally get that. And Jonathan Taylor was off a down year. If you just did the EPA of, the year prior, you might see Jonathan Taylor a little bit higher. But that's the nature of the running back position.
It is how quickly it happens.
But Eric's got this thing on notice. Anytime negative running back news comes up, it alerts him So he
I got my
I see what he's
notifications
doing
on if
here.
that's what
he
you're
does.
asking.
He
He
hates
does.
running backs.
My
We
algo.
get it.
Well, he hates him, and then he's worried about the depth. I mean, there's a little hypocrisy
Yeah.
there,
Oh, we
but
can't
I
run the ball
but
in
I
the
love
second
him. I
half
love
of
him.
the
You know,
game.
He will not
because
rest until
he
every
has his stuff on alert.
every
I swear to God,
morsel
every
is
time it's
extinguished.
alert. Negative running back story.
There's
Alert,
still people
alert,
out there
alert.
pretending like a running back is the best offensive player on your team because he had 1,300
not?
yards rushing.
Not.
No, he's not.
no, all 5 linemen are.
Oh, I can't believe this conversation.
Number
we're having
11,
right now.
Brian.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
so-
Alert.
So
Guy
I-
can't carry ball and help team win.
I
But
would
I
say
want Bijan.
I would say Brian's probably the number one reason that Eric Chiafalo has to have this on alerts. He's trying to help you. He's trying to educate you.
I am.
That way we turn into the show.
I
to
can't
get a
wait
football
till
education.
I can't wait till we get Zeke up on that podium again. You know they bring him
You brought us one Zeke back here so bad.
I wish we. I would. You know what? If it would be great if our show got to interview Tony Pollard. And
I know, it would be.
I wanna
Unfortunately,
hear,
the morning
"Man,
show claimed him
dude, you're
already."
one of my faves. You're one of the guys I see out there. You're a
Well,
beast
you see
man.
how
Beast
how
man
fast
running
he
the
gave
ball.
his headset to Trayvon Diggs after talking
Wait, he's
bleep about
doing.
Diggs all
Are you
offseason?
impersonating me right now?
I'm just,
that was pretty good.
Yes,
I think that was me.
Oh, by the way, last night, can I tell a real quick story, Gavin?
Sure.
Real quick. Okay, so Eric had the keys to the car somehow last night.
I was the driver from
you did,
practice
yeah.
to run
Okay,
race.
well,
He was the sober one?
I was the
you
man.
boys
Well,
are
on
in
the-
trouble. You need me to get there ASAP.
So what
on the way to
happens-
the bar. I
So
was.
what happens?
We do.
So what happens? He's going through, and as the night's wearing on, I get the keys. Jane needed a charger for her phone, so I had it in my
So does
scouting
Zach
bag.
now.
So we got
No,
it back.
Trayvon brought it
Yeah,
back.
he brought
Cool.
it back. So I got Jane hooked up there, and so I had the keys, and Eric looks at me with a straight face and goes, "Man, you can keep the keys. You can just keep the keys.
Like
if you
it's an
want to."
option.
And I look at him and I go, "You think? You think I can?"
Thanks,
He's
Tips.
like, I'm like, "Really?" He's like, "Oh no, man, you can." And like as he slammed down his 7th vodka water in a row.
Broadus looked at me and made a big scene out of it. Like, oh really? Yeah.
I
Like
think I can keep the keys.
Yeah.
Okay,
that
thanks.
goes
Yeah.
without saying.
Can't wait. Here we go. Wooly Bully's Top 10 coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Well, and on our training camp, let's talk about the top 10 players in NFL history not to win a Super Bowl. Who do you think it is? That's next.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with
Go with Rhino Shield ceramic coating, and you'll never have to paint your home again. Schedule a free estimate by visiting rhinoshieldtx.com.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. And here's the Woolly Bully with your top 10. Zach with an H.
Thank you very much, General. Oh, man, we're going to get to the top 10 best players to never win a Super Bowl here. Who is your number one player that has not hoisted the Lombardi Trophy?
Micah Parsons.
Micah certainly, I think right now, if I could have anybody win one, it'd be him and Dak.
Yeah, just the two of them?
Just the two of them together.
Just got one guy on offense, one guy on defense, and that's all you need.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
Can we sign Dez to be like a red zone threat? I want to see him run.
I agree. That'd be fun.
Well, Walchuk's a Desbian. He's going to co-sign that for sure, Dawson.
Absolutely.
You're good. All right, Dez is in. We got three Cowboys with the Super Bowl championship now.
Felt more Tolbert.
Yeah. We did get news today that shots fired at Jalen Tolbert.
I do believe
disregard everything we said about Jalen Tolbert earlier in this segment.
I do believe if Dez was on the team all season and Tolbert's on the team all season, I know for sure
Dez would have more touchdowns.
Dez has more touchdowns
For sure.
More
Absolutely,
touchdowns.
At his
and
current age?
The touchdown.
Yes.
Yeah, at his current age right now.
He's a TD guy.
He's
We're going to celebrate all the TD Tuesday Dez touchdowns.
Where do you think Walchuk learned his patented motorboat
Damn
from?
right. I was boom shakalacking all over those Dez TDs.
Yes, you were.
Dawson caught some strays during the break. Apparently you ate a Twix in a weird way.
What are you doing?
Yeah,
back
peel
there
the
with your
caramel off
Twix?
first. Isn't that how we do it? You nibble the caramel off like it's a corn on the cob. You leave the cookie, and then you eat the cookie second.
Yeah, and you guys are calling me serial killers.
You go
That's not what you do with the
Twix.
Twix eating?
I see where we're going here. How about just unwrap the damn thing and eat it? How about, does that work any better for you? They don't put instructions on there like, hey, by the way, why don't you peel this part off?
How
and
about
then
just
take
unwrap the damn thing and eat it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I really
Dawson.
like those Twix cookies.
Dawson, you can stay home. Really,
I like
we don't
the-
need you out here.
I need to look at this, man.
I'm
Wait,
coming
don't
for your
say that.
head.
He'll
Now
agree.
I'm coming out there just to drive you nuts.
Yeah.
Wait till you see this car you have to drive. You're going to hate me so much.
You're going to
I
end
don't know
up
if I
in-
can hate you anymore than I already do, Brian.
I know.
That's tough to do, Brian.
But this car will really put you over the top.
That is tough to do.
You'll like really take one more kick at me when I'm on the ground.
Oh, geez. Dak also added in his presser that he was asked to do the Netflix quarterback show, and they asked why he turned it down. He said, I get enough media. This team
Yeah,
gets
he
enough
does.
coverage.
He
I'm
does.
good.
He does.
I was excited to ask him about that too, so I'm glad we got that answer because I
Yeah.
was wondering. I'm like, would you be open to that?
No,
you know,
I
you
would
gotta-
Ask
know.
him if they paid you $5 million, would you do it? I wonder if these dudes get money for this, by the way. They probably do, right? Jerry got
Probably
$50 million to do his life story, right?
I'm sure. I mean,
You think they get paid?
yeah,
I think they do. I think
Yes.
they get something.
They have to,
They
right?
and I think they need to triple it, whatever that amount is.
Yeah. Chief, you're looking confused.
I'm wondering. I wonder what that would look like. I wonder if Mahomes is getting paid more than like a Mariota, or is it all equal? You
I
know,
think
because
it's
no
equal.
one's showing up to watch Mariota. You know,
These
he's
dudes will do an interview for a T-shirt. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen players like get so excited about getting a T-shirt for being on the radio with you and stuff.
really well. Dang, we
Yeah, I
should have
mean,
brought
they-
some tees for our guys.
Yeah, why don't we bring T-shirts? So
Dude,
these
we
guys
gotta
can
remember
wear
brought
that.
those
Yeah.
Firehouse shirts.
We got to do that next. Yeah, the Sean and RJ Firehouse.
Yeah, we should get the 2020 Firehouse shirts from Sean and RJ.
All right, I'm about to kick off this list. I do have to just
Give him a
acknowledge
flag.
what in the hell Shohei Ohtani's doing today. It's unbelievable. They're playing a doubleheader in Detroit against
pitching
the
both
Tigers. He pitched the first game. It was a one-hit shutout.
Jeez.
As they won 6-0.
The
Second
CG?
game, yeah, a complete game, one-hit shutout. Second game, he comes out and he hits his 37th home run of the season.
Gosh,
2-run blast. So
You
that's
guys
a
didn't
bummer.
want to trade
Just
for him.
as a middle figure to the rest of the league.
Yeah.
As soon
Hey, I'm
as
sticking around with the Halos. This is what you could have had because the Angels don't want to trade me, and then they're going to regret it when they don't make the playoffs.
They're
but
going to be
whatever.
6 back tonight.
It's man, it's crazy what Shohei Ohtani
They're
does.
going 5 games over right here. It's a wild card team. Good for them.
Maybe. All right, we'll get to the top
clowns
10
didn't want him.
NFL players not to win a Super Bowl. Who comes to mind for you? when
Dan
I say-
Marino.
Dan? Okay, Dan Marino was texted in, and when I asked this question on Twitter, Dan Marino probably was number one.
He was number one.
And Eric would have said Dan Marino, of course, as well.
Yeah, dude, my dad.
Dolphin guy.
My dad brings it up all the time. He's like that.
You and
that
Hootie, the Dolphins make you cry.
Yeah, well, not me personally, but yeah, my dad is he's really like if you gave him one sports wish, there's no question that's what he would want.
And swim with the Dolphins or have the Dolphins win a Super Bowl?
Oh yeah, he's taking the Lombardi. Yeah, he's a football guy.
He wasn't watching Mercury Morris.
No,
in the '72 squad.
No, he was. He absolutely
Jim
was.
Kick, I was watching that team too.
I mean, my grandfather was doing drugs with Mercury, so I think my dad had a great relationship.
No,
with him.
that's amazing.
Yeah,
Hell
it's like the fun uncle. Oh, there's Mercury.
Woo! The wacky aunt.
Yeah.
Can I get some Earl Campbell on that list, Wolchuk?
You certainly can.
Get his links.
You certainly can, sir. Oh my gosh, I'm getting something's flying,
breeze.
flying right up the crack there. That was a hello just to say hello. Eric Dickerson's an honorable mention and OLI on this one. So is Dick Butkus.
What?
And, yep, Dick Butkus is not one of the top 10 according to CBS Sports either.
Okay, can I be honest? Can I be open and vulnerable?
You didn't know Dick Butkus didn't win a Super Bowl?
Okay, I'm offended at Broadus for thinking that there's even a chance that I wouldn't know Dick Butkus.
No,
okay, if you don't think I know Dick Butkus,
it's his favorite name.
Then you don't know who I am.
What number do you wear?
Oh, gosh. Now you're starting to ask too many questions. I don't even think Wolchuk could tell us the Dick Butkus number.
51.
Oh, he's looking at a picture of him right now. That's the only reason why. I was going to say 50, but I think that might have been Singletary.
If you could tell me where we went to college.
Dick?
Yeah.
College? I didn't know they had college back then.
He didn't go to college. He went straight to the NFL, Brian.
Yeah, the Butkuses didn't need college.
You saw in our video clips, I went to high school with Harry Carey.
Yeah, that's true.
28,
yeah, that's true.
Dan Fouts is an honorable mention, too. What number was he?
Dan Fouts?
You know this.
Come on.
Dan Fouts was number 7.
14.
Times 2.
I'll give you $20 if you tell me what school he went to.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. It's in Dawson's backyard.
Oh, okay. Was he in Pullman? Was he the original Gardner Minshew?
He was an Oregon Duck.
Damn. Quack, quack, quack.
No, but I didn't know Dick Butkus didn't win a Super Bowl. I thought every Bear up until the 90s, every Bear of all time won a Super Bowl. I thought that's just the way football went back there.
No, we'll throw some love to Warren Moon as well. He's an honorable mention.
Man, Warren Moon's a great player.
And Phillip Rivers was down here as well. The 49ers were actually going to call Phillip Rivers and say, hey, do you want to start the Super Bowl for us if they hadn't been able to make it past the Eagles in the NFC Championship game? That was their plan, we found out today.
Dude, that would have been so freaking epic. You know how fun that would have been, dude?
Yeah.
Phillip Rivers shows up. Boom.
Hasn't played a snap for this team at all, and it's just like we are in such a mode of desperation right now. We cannot trust Josh Johnson, okay? God help us. We'd rather play with 10. Phil, I know you're about to have your 15th kid. Could you spare us 3 hours on Super Bowl Sunday? And he would say, he would say, darn it, absolutely.
Let me get multiple
He'd say, dadgummit, of course I'd get out there.
Multiple babysitters to help out.
Tony,
He's got enough kids.
Tony freaking Romo got texted in. Uncle Rico got texted in, absolutely. Steve McNair is getting texted in.
Steve McNair.
What about Barry Sanders?
We got to vote for Chris Paul. Trust me, we'll get to Barry Sanders. All right, here's the top 10 according to CBS Sports.
Rivers, by the way?
17.
Ooh.
I'm a football guy.
He knew that one.
Yeah, sure.
Number 10 is Larry Fitzgerald, which got texted in quite a bit as well. And Larry Fitzgerald was about 2.5 minutes away from winning one against the Steelers.
Top 5 receiver of all time.
Why is like one of your pits like sweating profusely and the other one is not?
You put deodorant on one arm and not the other?
What'd you do?
No, I deodoranted. I don't know.
It's embarrassing.
I don't know.
It's like one side is completely pitted and the other one isn't.
Has one been in the sun?
Well,
no, he's just.
I think the left side of my shirt's been pulled up into my armpit a little bit more, so it's been like in there, sort of soaking it up. And then the other one has just been dangling a little bit more, so it's not on the shirt.
Sorry,
I can assure you, the pit that looks dry is deceiving you. It's wet as hell.
It's wet as hell.
Okay.
Yeah, I can
Sorry
smell it.
Go ahead.
Number 9 is LaDainian Tomlinson, TCU zone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Number 8, we got Tony Gonzalez, Tony G.
No, dude, I think LT should be ahead of him. Shout out to the running backs, man.
Finally, you're coming around. Number 7, Junior Seau, another San Diego supercharger on this list. And
a lot of Chargers on this list, I bet.
Junior Seau had a chance in 94. Yeah, because they don't win one. Number 6, here's one for your time. Alan Page there, Brian.
Oh, yeah. He's the Purple People Eater.
Purple People Eater.
Number 88.
He looks like a freaking receiver chasing after the quarterback here.
Wait, we were doing 88s on the back end of a defense?
Oh, this dude was a bad man.
That's how we were doing.
Oh, this guy can rush.
A bad man.
Jim Marshall.
Okay, so he's a D lineman.
Jim Marshall's the guy that ran the other way with the ball, right? Yeah.
Gets my
I thought that was Leon. Oh, no.
Okay, let's not bring up
Jim
Leon. Leon almost scored
and scored a touchdown for the other team.
Somebody actually trolled me on Twitter and said Don Beebe. is the best to not win a Super Bowl.
No, Don Beebe won a Super Bowl at Green Bay.
Green Bay, he did. He was on your team.
It's like these people don't know the history of football, Broadus. It's offensive. It's embarrassing.
Top 5 players never win a Super Bowl. Anthony Munoz,
Anthony Munoz.
number 5.
USC.
Great lineman.
Bruce Smith,
What do you know?
number 4.
Brucey. I loved him in the Little Giants.
He was so good in the Little. Him and Emmett, man.
Virginia
They were both
Tech.
coming off that bus.
He popped that football, didn't he?
He did pop the football.
Barehanded.
Yeah.
He was no Reggie White, though, was he, Brian?
Tell him about it, Dawson.
I don't know anything, so I was hoping you would.
Number 3, Randy Moss.
Felt
Get
like
to
me
know
at
me.
Krusty's Corner today when you laid out on me. I'm over there going, okay, nobody can hear me.
No, well, my mic died. I felt so bad. I'm trying to talk. I'm like, oh, Brian's so totally bleeped here. My mic died. I think we needed to do a battery check
I
there.
looked over at Wolchuk and he was just panicking. He
I'm
was throwing
panicking.
his hands in the air.
I crapped my pants in that moment. I'm thinking, oh no, Brian's alone. I don't know what to do. This is terrible. Get me out of here. Want to get away? Yes, I do. Yeah. Number 3 is Randy Moss. Number 2, Barry Sanders. Yeah. Second greatest running back ever. Number 1, we've got Dan Marino.
That's going to be Dan Marino. Yeah.
Danny.
Laces out, Dan. Laces out.
What a machine he was. Thank you, Wolchuk. Always appreciate it every day at 420 here in the
What number was
G-Bag
Dan?
Nation. Dan?
Yeah.
Dan was number 1.
Man, I'll give you $50 if you tell me where I went to college.
This is out, Dan.
That was Pitt, by the way.
Pitt 13.
Let's go.
Pitt 13.
And he was great in Ace Ventura.
Why would you wear number 13 in sport? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird that people don't like 13?
A-Rod, right? A-Rod started off with, he wore 13?
He wore some 13. Kurt Warner.
Yeah, Warner was a good 13.
But yeah, it's not. It's I think Stetson Bennett.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm coming back around on this number 13 after all.
You love Stetson.
Shout out to Stetson.
You liked his curly hair.
Yeah. It just comes out of his helmet nicely.
Our training camp coverage continues here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we also have a fight week coming up. Okay, we have Rangers battling the Astros, Cowboys training camp, and Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford. Inside the epic story of Spence versus Floyd Mayweather's sparring session from a decade ago is next on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Mike Bassick, why don't you tell them?
Another Cowboys practice that we
Oxnard guy Errol Spence Jr., the pride of DFW, taking on Bud Crawford on Saturday night. And Zach Wolchuk and Lucius Alexander will be in attendance to view this fight. I am Gavin Dawson, General at your service at ease. Joining the boys at Oxnard, California tomorrow for our training camp coverage, which is where Broadus, Wolchuk, and Chiafalo remain. And guys, I know you're pumped up to watch this fight with me on Saturday. I'm bringing my fire stick, so, I can make sure we got the fight there. With that new fancy cable package that I got that I'm so proud of. But, if you want to go out to a bar or catch it closed circuit somewhere, man, I'd love it. I love whatever, however we want to play it.
We'll figure it out. We've been pretty resourceful out here the last couple of days of doing stuff.
Yeah, Lucius and I can just FaceTime you guys, and you can just watch it like that.
I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of jealous of you guys getting to do this.
That is pretty sick.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously,
we're getting spoiled.
Lucius, when we were talking about the fight earlier in the show and, like, the magnitude of the fight, and Lucius is throwing out Hagler. I mean, God dang. I mean, now I get it.
Generational type of fight right here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is what we got.
Unification of belts and stuff.
We were talking about biggest fight since when earlier. If you have a thought on that, truckwreck.com fan text is open. The article I was reading says it might be the biggest since Mayweather, Pacquiao. But, I would say this fight is bigger than that one, even though those celebrities were bigger. They waited so long that it just didn't have the same gravity. And Pacquiao was out there and trying to put on a show, and it was interesting for a couple of rounds. But I just thought he was so way past his prime. These are two of the best fighters, and we've waited a while for this, but they're still very much in their prime, and I'm stoked for it, and I'm reading all I can. And earlier today on CBS Sports, their boxing writer posted a story with the headline, Inside Errol Spence's legendary sparring match with Floyd Mayweather that put the truth on the path to greatness. You guys really ready to go into a Mayweather boxing gym from a decade ago?
Yeah.
I knew you would be. And as the story goes, Spence was just 23 years old and only a handful of fights into his pro career after coming up empty in his pursuit of a medal in the 2012 London Olympics. Okay, so that sets the scene for you. Spence didn't win a gold medal in the Olympics. He's getting his pro career going. He hadn't even joined us in studio in the G-Bag Nation yet at this point back in 2013. Mayweather, meanwhile, was 36, still at the peak of his prime welterweight run, and looking for a southpaw sparring partner ahead of a pay-per-view bout that he had with Robert Guerrero. Not long after boxing richest fighter had served 2 months in jail. Okay, he was coming out of the joint where he'd been there for two months. Mayweather had been entrapped in a sparring controversy before when tape leaked of his 99 session with former lightweight champ Paul Spadafora, who was 6 days out from a title fight and appeared to handle a version of Mayweather who was not in the same fighting shape. The Spence session was similar in that Mayweather admitted he was too muscle-bound in his upper body after committing to 1,200 push-ups per day in jail and was looking to work back into elite condition against a younger and more active southpaw. So that's the role that Spence was playing. He needed an active guy, and Mayweather says he wasn't in great fighting shape because he just got out of jail and was doing 1,200 push-ups a day.
Wow.
So he had the pecs popping.
Yeah, and the triceps for sure. I wonder if he changed up sort of how he went about it from a hand placement standpoint. Did he get some of those diamond push-ups in? Did he go out real wide with it? Did he maybe put his feet up or toes up on the chair, maybe up on the bed there in the room and get some sort of decline push-ups going on? But also, how did you stagger? Like, what was it? 100 push-ups at a time? How did he break it up to equal his 1,200 in a day? Because that is no joke.
Man, rest in peace. I knew this guy Charles that could do like 500-600, dude. Some of these guys are just built to do push-ups.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Floyd could do a couple hundo at a time. Maybe that's 6 sets, broken up throughout the day. And how does the body recovery if you're constantly in the mode of 1,200 push-ups per day? Like maybe every other day could be optimal, but it really sounds like it didn't have any problem at all packing on the muscle, because it sounds like he had a little bit too much when Errol came around.
Yeah, for sure. And the guys that have the big barrel chest combined with some alligator arms, now all of a sudden that the push-ups, the bench press, you don't have to go as far.
Don't have to drive that bar as far.
You really become built for it. I would love to know what the pull routine was for, because there's a lot of push going on there, and I think making sure he's getting the needed and necessary external rotation of the shoulder. I would hope he was doing some pull-ups in there as well.
Only Mike Tyson could pull off something like that, being shorter, squatty, but you got all kinds of power. Warden Gotti says the 4.69 had some good fights. I watched 2 of those, including the last one that was just unbelievable to watch those. Those were like smaller fights that like cult boxing fans and sports radio people were checking out. I don't know if it quite had the popularity or the gravity, the celebrity that this one does. Okay, so we continue with the story. First-hand reports have long differed as to whether the black eye Mayweather sported not long after for his media day ahead of Guerrero was caused by Spence. Everyone can seemingly agree upon one thing, best summed up by Mayweather Promotion CEO Leonard Ellerbe, that this was a sparring session in name only. With Errol, that bleep was a fight, said Ellerbe, recalling during a media scrum before Spence's 2019 win over Mikey Garcia. It was a fight. Spence has talked a little bit more about this. It's boxing protocol that you don't talk about these sparring sessions because champs can put themselves in vulnerable situations. They're out of shape and they're trying to give some kid a shot. The next thing you know, they get caught. So usually nobody talks about it, but it's become a topic now with Errol entering this stratosphere that only Mayweather has achieved over the last 20 years in boxing and trying to unify 4 belts on Saturday night. It is history in the making.
Unbelievable.
There is no clock or set number of rounds inside the ring Mayweather calls the doghouse. Just 2 boxers trading punches in headgear until one of them quits while the other members of the gym surround the ring and raise the intensity by repeatedly pounding on the apron. Even though Mayweather is more well-known inside the ring as a calculated ring technician and defensive wizard, his reputation in the gym has been as someone who isn't afraid to physically dominate his sparring partners, a belief that was collaborated by former lightweight champ Mickey Bay, who was promoted by Mayweather and was present for the Spence sparring. Floyd used to beat the hell out of people. By the time camp's over, usually Floyd damn near ruined a fighter's career. I've seen him ruin a few young fighters' careers because Floyd is far different than when he fights in a match. When he spars, he's trying to knock you out. The difference between Spence and other Mayweather sparring partners ultimately came down to more than just natural ability. Spence told Showtime in 2017 that he didn't enter the ring that day to spar as much as I went out there like he was my opponent. And when the pounding of the mats from those crowding around the ring began to echo around the gym like the daunting beat of a drum, Spence said his competitive instincts shifted into overdrive. The single round of intense sparring reached upwards of 7 minutes until Mayweather, who had buckled Spence with a right uppercut, according to cornerman Nate Jones, decided he'd seen enough and began to exit the ring. Mayweather, according to Spence, looked back and said, "You're all right for a B word."
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Man, so when they do the sparring, it's not just full on respect necessarily.
No, not at all.
I thought that
this was a full on fight, man.
No, I know, but like I'm not in it enough to know like the difference between practice and the game. I guess
there might be some respect in some situations. Everyone's differently. Apparently, in this doghouse by Mayweather, he was looking to like sharpen his edge. You're coming in here. I'm developing my killer instinct. I'm trying to knock you out. I'm working on my power in live settings. And I want to build up this kind of swagger that I'm the best in the world and nobody can come in here. So he throws the B word at Errol Spence. And that's like one of those words that can really, generate a reaction from some people. Of course, with Marty McFly, Back to the Future series, he didn't like being called a chicken, Yeah. And in the 80s, that could be a big one too, in a previous generation. But this one is more the B word. I don't appreciate it either. So by all accounts, Spence immediately took issue and refused to leave. Everybody that was there tells the same story. Spence's direct quote recently, I said, "Man, you got me messed up with somebody else. Put your bleep back on," Spence told the champ. I said, "Matter of fact, turn off the clock. We can go until somebody drops." Everybody in the gym was like, "Man, that's just Floyd, man. Chill." You know, they start talking like how the Grizzlies would talk about Dylan Brooks, you know, like making excuses. Oh, just chill. I mean, it's just this guy being him. Don't pay attention to it. If anybody else, it would be a massive disrespect to you. You're supposed to accept this. They said that's just how he talks. Spence says, I was like, that's how he talks to y'all. He doesn't have to talk to me like that. The two-way action that followed lasted nearly 10 minutes without a break until Mayweather declared it was over, but not without Spence gaining his respect, which has continued to this day, even after Spence declined Mayweather's attempts to sign him to his promotion. Yeah, Mayweather tried to sign him. He said no. Usually people fold under pressure, and Floyd will cut that clock off, said Bay. He cut the bleep off and said, there ain't no bell. We're going to bleeping spar until somebody drops. But Errol, his ass stood in there and was throwing leather with him. Errol told him, I'm not going nowhere. And he gave Floyd the best work I've ever seen. That's according to the man right there, Bay, who was on the scene. And that concludes the decade-old story. That's about as much detail as we'll get on that one. An incredible story. And Dave Swavey from the Guns and Hoses, you know, he runs a boxing gym out there in Garland.
Yeah.
He texted in and said his body punches are going to be too much for Crawford and go with Earl the Body Snatcher for the victory. Ooh. I think he is a plus 130 underdog in this one. A minor underdog to Terrence Crawford. If you want to bet Crawford, I think it's minus 160, minus 165.
If you want to bet round, I think he called it in the 8th round. He said he'd get the KO in 8.
Errol?
Yeah.
469 says the doghouse was different. Most sparring is respectable practice. 806, I'd have paid a lot of money to see Spence knock Mayweather out. And maybe he could have, you know, but by the time Mayweather finished up with, Canelo, and I think, was that his last competitive fight against somebody that actually could have beat him? And then you go on to Pacquiao and the Conor McGregor show, you know, maybe around that time. But I think Mayweather had preserved that undefeated greatest of all time argument. And he's not going to step in the ring with a guy younger than him that's entering his prime when he's like 5 years past his prime. Floyd Mayweather managed that very well. But yeah, I know. I mean, it would have been incredible if anybody could have stepped up and taken out Floyd Mayweather. As you build up to 1,000 push-ups a day, each day gets easier. If you go from struggling to make 500 a day to 600 before lunch in 2 weeks, I'm speaking from experience. Okay, so that sounds like
you.
Something you build
Congrats.
up from. All righty, the fight is Saturday night. Salute to Showtime for sending these guys out. We're hoping for Derek James maybe tomorrow. We're going to get Al Heyman maybe tomorrow. And maybe, you know, who knows who else might stop by there. We are in Vegas, and Showtime does everything first class. So Wolchuk and Alexander will be broadcasting live from Spence Crawford Radio Row tomorrow. Myself, Broadus, and Chiafalo will be in Oxnard, California. And I believe it's going to be a little bit of a historic broadcast as we'll be doing a DFW and Vegas simulcast right here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers.
Let's make history together tomorrow, boys.
It's going to be amazing. It's going to be really, really neat. Oxnard, Vegas, we got it all here on 105 through the Fan.
Yeah, and I think Broadus said it best. I'm pretty jealous as well. You know, Vegas fight weekend, that's going to be
now that it's here.
Enchanted.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rudder Room, there's cool stuff in California as well. Cowboys practice, it'll be cool, but that's an amazing spot y'all are heading off to. Okay, where are we going next, Chief?
All right, we got football's finest. Let's get some more camp observations with your for your Cowboys. We got Minshew, Waller, and Ramsey. Plus, we have the hotel question of the day next right here in the nation.
I got to chat with you about my friends at Men's T Clinic, though, because this is the place to go to edge up, to get back to being you.
on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We'll hit the expressway coming up at 5:20, get you caught up with everything that's been developing in the world of sports today. But right now it's time for a sports hodgepodge. Out to the tennis courts in Oxnard we go. Here's Chief to podge it up.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. I think we stumbled upon this last night when we were out on the sand, wondering, what's the better situation when you arrive to your hotel room and you are by yourself, you're not sharing a room. Because what we've discovered is because the hotel is, I believe, at capacity, they are giving, individuals rooms with actually 2 beds in them, I guess, because they had to do it that way. So I was expecting 1 bed when I walked into my room. There was 2 beds. Now, I was pleasantly surprised by this. Some people prefer having the 1 king-size bed in their room as opposed to 2, queens or whatever it is that we have.
And I've got the same thing in mind.
Okay, so 877-881-1053. What's the better situation when you have your own hotel room? Is it better to have 2 beds in there that are a little bit smaller or 1 king-size bed? In the meantime, we get a couple of football updates for you. Jalen Ramsey went down today at Dolphins practice doing some stuff with Tyreek Hill. I didn't see the play, so I don't know exactly the context of it, but I know it was Ramsey versus Hill, which is like a prime time training camp matchup. If you stacked up one-on-ones that you'd love to see across the sport right now, Ramsey versus Hill is going to be somewhere at the top of that list. But Jalen Ramsey goes down. It's the knee. They're getting an MRI, and it remains to be seen. I guess we got decent news on Joe Burrow in regards to his calf. He goes down non-contact style, scrambling during a team drill at Bengals camp, and apparently it's the calf. They were worried it was the knee, but guess it's not, so that's probably really, really good news when it comes to the Bengals. But when it comes to Darren Waller at Giants camp, he's been impressing some people. And this isn't that much of a surprise, but apparently at one point they had reporters tweeting about how they had to take Waller off the field just so that Daniel Jones would throw it to somebody else. It was like, okay, Waller,
so much.
Yeah, you get over there because we need to make sure everybody else is getting some opportunity here. Apparently, Waller's just crushing it at Giants camp.
Well, that's a good sign then, because if you're playing against the Giants, obviously they don't have anybody that can cover a tight end. So if you're the Cowboys and you figure out your tight end,
you got the tight end stopper in Jaron Kearse.
There you go.
You're in a situation right there where the Giants are showing they don't have anybody at linebacker or safety that can cover a tight end.
That's true.
Maybe that's good for everybody else in the league. Bad that you have to cover him, but good that maybe you could do some damage against their secondary.
I'll buy that. I'll absolutely buy that. And then we got the update from Schoonmaker as well, courtesy of Michael Gelkin, in regards to missing some time, and Mike McCarthy talking about definitely hopeful. He's making progress, but I don't have a timeline for you on when Schoonmaker is going to be back, and I don't expect to see him overly soon. That's just my gut feeling on it. That's a foot that he's been dealing with for a while, and if it's still not ready to rock and roll, my expectations, I'm moving him down. But what about Tyler Smith talking about he found out apparently today he'll be focusing on left guard moving forward after working mostly at left tackle in the spring. So he's open to it. He's obviously like, whatever I got to do to help the team, but he's going to be focusing at guard.
Taking every rep.
Let me tell you another thing that I noticed, and Zach, I know you were over on that sideline, but from the end zone copy that I was able to watch, or the practice I was able to watch, it was good to see Terrence Steele.
Yeah.
Like they ran a play, and a lot of the running plays have been to the outside. Today was a little bit of outside emphasis. I know we've only had 2 practices, but it seemed like the ball was going to the edge more today. And they ran a ball to the outside left side, which would make Terrence Steele the backside tackle. And the fact that he was all the way really downfield, he was blocking like the ball cut behind him. He was blocking safety on from the backside.
Nice, dude.
So, that just shows you his ability. If you worry about the knee or the mobility and all that, for him to go from backside tackle, plays going left away from him, and now he's all the way to the safeties trying to block, get a block downfield. So good job for him, and kind of showing a little bit of that mobility that
Absolutely.
he has.
I mean, the 2 guys that were coming back from injury, Pollard and Steele, I think they've both looked fantastic. I don't think we should worry about them.
Did you guys see the article? They did a write-up in ESPN about Gardner Minshew. They did one last year about his offseason because he was living out of a van.
Is he the player that you're always the most interested in? Is this another alert that you have on your computer that anything Gardner Minshew seems to get a lot of play in your camp.
You know what?
He's
You
a
got
unique
me.
guy.
You got me spinning my wheels. I think. I need to add
you've
the
done a lot
Minshew
of,
notifications.
you've done a lot of stories for him.
I think. Well, I mean, ESPN, they do these write-ups on him. You know, he's an interesting character, and he was talking about Mike Leach and how Mike Leach got him to go to Washington State instead of going to Alabama with Nick Saban.
Ooh.
And it talks about how when he arrived at Washington State, he took a mattress off a dumpster and brought it into his room, and that's what he slept on the entire duration of his college stay in Pullman. It was a dumpster mattress that he slept on. So kudos to him. And his entire furniture budget was $15.
Wait a minute now. He's a guy that even when he was making money, didn't he live in a van?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Last summer they did the whole write-up on him because he spent his summer driving around.
I was listening, but I mean, he chooses to do this.
Yeah.
So this is not
he's
him.
a unique individual, and that's why the stories are fun.
Like he really doesn't give a damn.
Which is partially why I'm so interested in him, because he seems.
You choose the same thing. Would you live on a mattress out of a dumpster?
No, not at all. Not at all. I don't identify with Gardner Minshew. I think what's interesting is that, I mean, if I. In any walk of life, if I see someone going to a dumpster and taking a mattress out, and then I see them bringing it up into their room, okay, I mean, maybe in real time.
Here, can I help you get a good mattress?
Well, you're a good Samaritan, and I'm really happy. And next time I see a dumpster, I'm going to go grab it out so that you can buy me a new bed.
For both your armpits tomorrow.
I do have deodorant for both of my armpits right now. I'm telling you, if you look at both of them, they're both equally, I guess, as disgusting. Yeah.
Have you tried the beef tallow in the pits?
No, I don't. It's not like a odor remover. It's not one of those things where it's like it's good for.
Maybe it helps the sweat.
I mean, maybe if you like the smell of the tallow so much that you wanted to make sure it was in all your sweaty areas so that you're really perspirating beef at the highest level, then I could get behind that. Yeah. I totally understand that. But the tallow is
the way you're eating that roast beef today. And the massive amounts of horseradish you put on, and you're wearing it on the left side of your face.
Dang right.
And you just rub it in like it's cool, man. We're good to go.
I do.
Can you do that with other food products? I didn't see you doing it with the pepperoni grease last night.
Okay, but that's pepperoni grease, of course. Yes, I was taking little grease shots out of my pepperoni cups that were on my pizza.
Oh, delicious!
Yeah,
Sue me.
I saw that. Boy, you were in heaven when that.
Yes, I was in heaven. And
that pizza's pretty raw.
Gardner Minshew
ate a sandwich like there was no tomorrow.
Yeah, I did
see that.
We were all starving last night. I'm not going to talk about how Walchuk went to a table that was left after people were done, and there was 2 slices on the table, and Walchuk went and took those. I'm not going to talk about that.
I wanted to make sure we were set.
Being a good teammate there, Chief.
Yeah, and I always got my guys back. So I was impressed with Walchuk last night in a lot of different ways.
I did a lot of things that were regrettable.
Okay, so we're getting a lot of good feedback on the hotel stuff, but I did want to just mention that the story behind Gardner Minshew going to Washington State with Mike Leach as opposed to going to Alabama with Nick Saban. Nick Saban just texted him randomly when he was at Eastern Carolina and he was going to go ahead and transfer. And Saban texts him and he's like, hey, do you want to come be our third-string quarterback? Can't promise you're going to get on the field ever because we have Tua and Jalen Hurts, but I want you to be our third-string quarterback here. And he was ready to go. He was fired up. Like Gardner Minshew was wanting to be an Alabama man, but then all of a sudden Mike Leach got in his ear and called him and basically said, hey, do you want to hold a bleeping clipboard or do you want to come to Washington State and lead the nation in passing? And that's all that Gardner Minshew needed to be like, you know what? Okay, I am going to go to Washington State. I'm going to take my cutoff jorts with me, and I'm going to take my whiskey, and I'll figure out how I'm going to sleep, and I'll figure out how I'm going to live, and how to make ends meet when I get there. But I want to lead the nation in passing, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, you could be anonymous at Bama, or you could be a legend in Pullman, Washington, where they're so desperate. Like for anything resembling quality football, he made the right decision. Absolutely, you could go learn passing from Mike Leach. Hell yeah, you can keep your national championships.
So inviting there, Gavin. I'm glad you.
What a Pullman? Yeah, there's nothing going on in Pullman. There's like 2 bars, and it's freezing cold, and they never win. They never win. So if you can give them anything, resembling quality football, they still talk about their Ryan Leaf year and beating Washington in the Apple Cup like they won the Super Bowl that year.
Jack Thompson.
Yeah. Half of my idiot friends from Washington State all went to Wazoo, they call it, and it is definitely the Texas Tech of the Northwest. You go there to drink beer and have a great time and also get a college education and watch some decent football some years.
Yeah,
what you did.
yeah. And Gardner Minshew, he loved every second of it, and I'm sure he will look back at those years, and they will be forever some of the maybe the best years of his life. So he made the right decision. There's no question about that. And shout out to the greatness that is Mike Leach. Rest in peace.
Yeah. And he's a cool dude. You know, sure, there are some like obnoxious things about Minshew, but he's hilarious. You know, he's got like weird, funny guy swagger. There's just something about him, his charisma, that's going to attract television cameras, writers. You know, people want more Gardner Minshew content. He's the most popular backup quarterback.
Eric will deliver that for sure.
He's got some Jim McMahon to him, I think.
He's getting QB1 reps right now over Anthony Richardson there in Indianapolis. I don't know how long that'll continue, but it's shocking.
It's not going to continue much
He
longer.
almost beat the Cowboys. The texter pointed out he did. You know, if he didn't keep throwing it to the other team, if he didn't keep throwing it to the Cowboys, he would have beat the Cowboys.
Gardner Minshew throwing it to the other team.
You might have a shot to win 10 games with him.
Needed to win a game against New Orleans. Couldn't get that done either, could we?
That New Orleans defense clamped down. They sure did.
Yeah, and that's exactly what this Dallas Cowboys defense is going to be doing this year. If you missed our interview,
you told Micah that he got scared and he was throwing the ball on the ground.
I did.
It wanted nothing to do with you.
100%, man. Wait, you're saying Micah wanted nothing to do with me?
No, Micah wanted nothing to do with Gardner Minshew wanted nothing to do with Micah.
No question. If you missed the interview with Micah earlier, I highly encourage you to go revisit that thing because Micah Parsons.
Back years, he's going to win the interview of training camp.
Very, very well could. Very well
Kind of
could.
comes off as like he really doesn't care to talk to you.
No, initially, right off air,
And
he's
then all
just
of a
sitting
sudden,
there.
yeah, he just
it's like, this is kind of awkward. Like, why do I want to be here? And then immediately, once we start going and you start kind of talking, like he lights up anytime he's able to just talk football.
Yeah,
you can tell how much he loves it. And then from that point on, like everything's open.
Yeah. It's the same thing that it was last year. It was like, okay, off the air when we're kind of getting set up, waiting to get back on. It's like, I don't know how much this person wants to be here. And you're like, oh, no, I hope this is going to be cool. And then, as soon as the mics come on, he's infectious. And the text loves him. And he's just he's a great dude to listen to. And he gave us some good insight.
I think he's the next great Cowboy that's going to be either on the Fox broadcast, CBS.
He's already talking about it.
He said he wants to do it, and I think he absolutely has a future doing it.
He's the best player on the field.
He was going to be the next great Cowboy.
No, he already is.
I was kind of going, where are you going there, Wolch?
No, broadcaster.
Kind of like, once again, with Eric and the Keys, you think?
Today, Junior.
All right, so what's the ruling here? 877-881-1053. You're traveling by yourself. You walk into your hotel room. Do you want to see that king-size bed, or do you want to see two beds that are probably full-size or queen? I'm not totally sure, but solid enough for the average-sized human being. And that's kind of where I go with it. I totally understand wanting to have the king-size bed. If you're a giant, Shaquille O'Neal-sized dude, you probably need that.
Yeah,
with just
diagonal.
me. Yeah, like just me in a bed. I don't need the king size. A full or queen is plenty. So having two beds, knowing that I can have one that maybe I'm a little sweaty in the moment or whatever, but I need to lay down. I can have sort of a dirty bed and then sort of a fresh shower, clean bed.
That's what Dutch said last night when this was brought up. It's like you just alternate sleeping in the beds.
Yeah, that's actually a great.
Because I was thinking housekeeping comes in and cleans, so you always have a clean bed.
Or like in RJ's situation, if he's got the two, you got the girlfriend in town. Like if my girlfriend came in town, we'd be able to have one for
cuddles and
one for fun, and then one for sleeping.
It's the spoon bed and the fork bed.
Yes,
and that is. But this is an individual situation, Dawson. Like, what are you hoping? You're gonna set foot here in Oxnard in about 15 hours. Do you want to see that king size bed, or do you want to see two beds?
He's going to find out one of those beds in our rooms is his.
First of all, if you are a couple are planning to cohabitate in any way, shape, or form, you're going to want the king. Two grown-ups don't belong in a queen. Okay,
agreed. Yeah,
you got to have the king if you're going two. So solo though, you want the two queens. One's a staging area. One has clean clothes. I can't set stuff down on the floor. I'm not going to repack everything into the luggage. It allows me just to splay out a little bit more and not have to be so tidy if I can just put some stuff on that extra bed. Well, it sits cleanly, not on the floor. It's all about avoiding the floor. Okay,
yes.
Those do not get shampooed. You've had dozens of people trampling around in there with their poop dog shoes. The dog poop shoes. That's what they're trafficking all through that hotel. So you want to avoid the floor at all costs.
And not only that, Dawson, I'll add on to it here a little bit, but all these people have been rolling their luggage through the bathrooms of airports, and and now they're rolling it into your carpet. So if you're somebody that likes to get around on that carpet floor a little bit, maybe you wake up and you get a morning stretch in or something like that. Like Dawson, like I know you're you're putting a sheet or something down when you're doing your hotel room yoga meditation in the morning.
He's grounding. He's going outside.
I will now
on the grass.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. He wasn't thinking
Thank
about
you,
that.
Chief.
There you go.
I forgot about the roller bags in the hotel bathrooms.
What's up
Dude, they're lethal.
Okay, what's up with the spare chair that you never sit in by the air conditioning?
Right.
You can use that as a holding area. What about the desk and the chair on the desk? Another holding area.
Yeah, I got crap all over it right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To me, give me the big bed. Just give me the big bed.
Well, you're a
I don't
larger
need the
man
two
and you're
little beds.
very organized. I'm not
that's what I'm saying.
surprised. You probably got everything hung up. You probably packed the stuff into the drawers.
I did feel bad because I think I dumped about 100 pounds of sand onto the floor by accident because of my shoes. Last night.
That's how the hotel room
damn
floor
sand
gets treated.
The sand was okay, but I'm just telling you.
Is there anything worse?
The big chair. You can use the desk. You hang up your clothes. You don't let things touch the ground.
Back to the sand, though. Number one most hated thing. I can't stand it. It gets everywhere.
I made a mistake.
I feel like I've got sand on me right now still.
I'm sure in
Did
some
you not shower
some
when
of
we
those
got home last
crevices.
night?
Hell yes, I did, and this morning.
But the difference is Walchuk was drunkenly trying to get in fights. He's rolling around in the sand with Jane Slater. They're doing Oklahoma drills.
Oh, that's
right.
Come
on, man.
Jane
We're out of
got
pocket
the
last
sand.
night.
That's why I had it in my
Slater.
hair and
That's a
my
good
neck and everything. That's what it was. Jane and I in the sand.
All those crevices. You and Jane in the sand, man. I'll never forget it.
Don't look at me like
I'll never
that.
forget
Tim. It's strictly friendly.
Jane was like, "Hey, watch what I do to Walchuk here in the sand. Please film this."
Yeah.
And I said, okay. And then they did what they did.
Now we're making an OnlyFans.
I saw it on social. It was pretty good. It was a pretty good throw you gave her, by the way. I was surprised. She took it like a champ.
I thought they were going to crack
Yeah,
it.
she was very light.
Walchuk woke up a little sore this morning.
Day 2, lots of news from Oxnard, California. We'll recap everything with the Cowboys. Plus, what do you make of what these dorks are saying about Marcus Simeon last night? It's next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat.